Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 201. Chapter 201, I slept with a man for years. Ron's words were full of grief. Scabbers, his best friend, is now slandered by August as a stinky man. He can't take it. Growing up, Ron was definitely the worst Weasley family. He has always used the rest of the food and has never been taken seriously. Bill and Percy are academic masters, and Charlie is the Quidditch captain. Even the twins are pistachios in the family. And he was just the most ordinary little wizard, and he didn't have any outstanding features. Even now, people call him Harry's friend, August's friend, really small as an ant. Only Scabbers, when Percy doesn't want Scabbers, Scabbers has always been by his side. Like himself, he is an inconspicuous and ignored existence. So, even if August said this today, and there are such vicious criminals as Black, he will fight against them loudly. August, you must be mistaken. Scabbers is a rat. The tone was so low that Harry, next to him, couldn't listen anymore, and he looked at his little friend sympathetically. Poor Ron, what it's like to be intimidated by August's lewdness. August shrugged, I'd better show you the evidence, or you won't give up. Waved his palms, and a mass of magic power poured out from the palms, wrapping Scabbers floating in the air and simultaneously releasing the full body bind curse. Scabbers, shrouded in a cloud of demonic mist, let out a shrill scream. At the same time, his limbs continued to stretch, and the characteristics of a rat gradually faded. A chunky, wretched middle-aged man appeared in front of Harry and Ron, who were already stunned. Peter Pettigrew. Harry stammered and said. Ever since he knew about his parents, he had checked some information about Peter, so he recognized the man in front of him at a glance. It was Peter Pettigrew. Ron felt that his worldview had collapsed, and he now wanted to die. The rat who had been sleeping with him was actually a middle-aged man. I slept with a man for so many years. Long time no see, Sirius. With his hands in front of him, Peter Pettigrew smiled awkwardly at Sirius, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, which was very disgusting. Boom. Peter was directly punched to the ground by Sirius, followed by a successive attack. Peter. Do you know how I got here all these years? You nasty bug. How dare you betray me? Betray James. Sirius cursed while punching. With every punch, he used all the strength of his whole body, and within a few seconds, Peter was beaten to the bruises and bloodied. Help me. Help me. Black is going to kill me. Peter Pettigrew's cry echoed in the shrieking shack, and he had no chance to fight back when he was under control. Although he looked down on this kind of traitor, August still separated the two. Otherwise, Sirius really killed Peter Pettigrew, which would be troublesome. Professor Lupin. You can come out. He can't run. August shouted to the door, and Lupin appeared in front of everyone after a few seconds. As if he had seen a savior, Peter Pettigrew wailed to Lupin for help. Remus, save me, Black. He's going to kill me. Lupin looked at him with a complicated expression. Peter, if Sirius really did it back then, and you escaped from him, why didn't you come to me, to Dumbledore? Peter Pettigrew, who was questioned in one sentence, was speechless. This is his biggest flaw. If he is innocent, then after Sirius is caught, he can stand up, seek Dumbledore's help, and then enjoy the glory. Professor Lupin. Harry was also numb when he saw Lupin. Too many things happened at once today. Although he didn't know what it had to do with Lupin, it was no longer important. His brain was utterly useless. However, August, Lupin, and Black said that Peter was the real murderer, so Harry naturally preferred his friends and teachers. Peter Pettigrew became even more panicked when he saw that everyone was on Sirius' side. He rolled and crawled to Ron's side. Kind child, kind master, I'm your good friend, good pet. We spend so much time together. You will definitely believe me, right? Ron didn't say it was okay, but as soon as Peter said it, the image of him sleeping with Peter Pettigrew in his arms appeared in Ron's mind. Blarg, H. Ron couldn't take it any longer and ran to the corner and vomited. August glanced at Ron sympathetically. If it were himself and a man. Forget it. He can't think about it anymore. He can't help but feel sick when he thinks about it. Ron, you see why I said you'd thank me more for a while. Ron shivered all over, remembering what August had just said, and his heart became very complicated. August, I really thank you. Harry. Now that Peter Pettigrew is in your hands, you can do whatever you want with him. Sirius looked at Harry and gave him the decision. As James' son, Harry has the most decision to do so. Harry shook his head. We'd better hand him over to Dumbledore, to the Ministry of Magic, to bring him to justice and then clear your name, Sirius. Sirius patted Harry's shoulder in relief. James, your son, has grown up. Lupin reminded them, Dumbledore hasn't been at Hogwarts much this term, and I don't know when he will be back. It's all right, Remus, as long as this guy Peter stays with us. After Peter was caught, Sirius also became a lot more optimistic. Seeing that the matter was resolved, August put a bracelet on Peter Pettigrew. What is this? Harry looked at his movements curiously and asked. The magic bracelet. The wizard who wears it cannot use magic power, not even with a wand. This is a gadget he invented and used for Arya to detain prisoners, and August has 2 sets of these items. He didn't expect it to come in handy today. Harry shuddered. August always had these horrible magic items. He returned the wand to Sirius, and all agreed that Lupin was responsible for guarding Peter Pettigrew. At the same time, Sirius needed to hide for a while. Until the Ministry of Magic washes away his grievances, Sirius can appear above Harry's side. Just as the few were about to leave, a red light hit Sirius straight. The powerful impact instantly knocked him flying and ruthlessly slammed him into the wall. Chapter 202, Snape. August's reaction was the fastest. 3 curses hit the door instantly, the direction from which the curse hit just now. Protego. Protego. 2 transparent barriers rose, blocking August's 3 attacks. Cough cough. A cough came from behind the barrier, and Snape's figure appeared. Although August's 3 spells were released at will, it was enough to get Snape in trouble. Professor, people will be scared to death. Seeing Snape's appearance, August did not continue to attack and said speechlessly. However, the others weren't going to let it go so easily. Conf Ringo. Stupefy. 2 spells appeared at the same time. Lupin and Sirius had cast it, but August changed them before their spells touched Snape. Snape glanced at them proudly. At the critical moment, his student was still on his side. Well done, August, a werewolf, a convict on the run, and a rat. Eyes full of hatred swept Lupin, Sirius, and Peter Pettigrew, and Snape said word by word with deep hatred in his tone. It's not like this. Sirius was wronged. The real culprit is. Harry hurriedly opened his mouth to defend Sirius but was rudely interrupted by Snape. Shut up. Potter. In what capacity are you saying that? Do you know what they did? It is Sirius in your mouth. Because of his arrogance and cleverness, your mother lost her life. These words are shouted by Snape, which immediately startled Harry. He had never seen Snape so angry, so hysterical. Ron, who was hiding in the corner, was also shivering, and he didn't dare to make a sound for fear that Snape would notice him. In fact, Snape had arrived outside very early. Still, he had been trying his best to restrain his breath and cast the disillusionment charm so that August didn't notice his arrival. He heard everyone's conversation just now, but what's the difference? For him, both Sirius and Peter Pettigrew were the murderers of Lily. Still, one was an accomplice, and the other was an indirect murderer. Just hand them all over to the Dementors, and it's all settled. Sirius was speechless by Snape's words, and Lupin persuaded him. Severus, this is all a misunderstanding. As long as Peter is brought to Dumbledore. Peter, who killed Lily, can be punished. Bring Peter to Dumbledore. Will Lily be resurrected? Snape sneered and immediately prepared to capture them all. Professor, calm down. August stopped Snape's raised wand. Headmaster won't allow you to do this. You've dealt with Sirius and Peter. Are you going to deal with Harry too? As long as someone goes out here, Dumbledore will know what's happening here. August's bitter advice paid off a little. In fact, Snape also knew what August said, and he was just swept away by his anger just now. Now August gave him some advice, and he calmed down. Lupin and Sirius were relieved that Snape did not intend to do anything. Okay, let's take Peter Pettigrew back to Hogwarts. Professor Lupin, remember to hide Peter Pettigrew from the Ministry of Magic. Lupin nodded. He understood what August meant about the Ministry of Magic. But Snape did not agree. No, I wouldn't trust a werewolf. I will care for Peter Pettigrew, and Black needs to be with him. Harry was taken aback. Professor Lupin, are you a werewolf? Lupin admitted with a wry smile, yes, I originally wanted to reveal my identity in the last class of this semester, but it seems that Severus has already taken the werewolf class. Ron, on the side, was also very frightened. There were so many surprises today that he couldn't digest any more. August thought for a moment. Agreeing with Snape's suggestion, and handed Sirius and Pettigrew. Sirius wanted to say something but was glared back by August. Everyone passed the secret passage again and returned to Hogwarts. Snape took the lead. Changed 2 ropes from the branch, tightly binding Sirius and Peter and floating behind him under the command of his wand. Lupin, somewhat worried that Snape would torture Sirius, followed suit. And Harry pulled August and whispered. August, why is Snape so angry about my parents' death? Is he good friends with my parents? August gave Harry a weird look. Do you think he would treat you like this if he was good friends with your father? Harry was speechless, and he couldn't refute what August said. Actually, Snape and your mother, Lily, have an excellent relationship. It can be said that they are childhood sweethearts. If it wasn't for Snape's mistakes and your father's love, maybe you should be called Harry Snape now. August casually spouted explosive gossip. Harry and Ron, who were listening to it, were immediately stunned. Harry Snape. Thinking of this name, both of them shivered in unison. Impossible. How can my father be a third party? August, you must be joking. Harry shook his head like a rattle. He couldn't believe his mother had such a story with Snape. August looked at Harry sympathetically. If you don't believe me, you can ask Professor McGonagall. Your mother was her most proud disciple back then. Hearing that August had moved Professor McGonagall out, even if Harry was reluctant to accept it, he must believe it. Looking at Harry, who was hit hard by himself, August snickered in his heart and walked out of the secret passage with quick steps. Hermione and the others should not have come back yet. August decided to return to the dorms to rest for a while and then go directly to the Great Hall for dinner. But when he arrived at the door of the Ravenclaw common room, Professor Flitwick found August and told him that Dumbledore had asked him to go to the headmaster's office. Chapter 203, Chapter 203, Begin to be the headmaster today. Hogwarts, Headmaster's Office. August looked at the old man sitting behind the desk with a look of you are joking. Not only him, but even the portrait on the wall looked like it too. Are you serious? Headmaster. Yeah, Albus, he's just a third grader. A portrait of the headmaster also speaks, echoing August. Just now, Dumbledore, who had not been at Hogwarts for a long time, called August to his office, and the first sentence he said shocked August. Gaunt, I need you to be the headmaster of this school. Is Dumbledore testing my ambitions? This is the first thought that popped into August's mind. But then Dumbledore explained to him the meaning of this sentence. It turned out that Dumbledore needed to go to Albania, where his informant found Bellatrix's trail with a baby by his side. He had good reason to suspect that the baby was Voldemort. For such an important matter, he must confirm it in person. However, just next week, officials from the Ministry of Magic will come to Hogwarts to discuss the punishment of Buckbeak. As the headmaster, he could not be absent, so he asked August to replace him for a while. But even so, it frightened August. Headmaster, you can ask Professor McGonagall or Professor Snape to impersonate you. Let me tell you a secret. Professor Snape has coveted your position for a long time. As long as he becomes the headmaster, he can become a defense against the dark arts professor. Dumbledore's mouth twitched when he heard that. If he hadn't known that Snape and August had a good relationship, he would have thought that the two had some deep hatred. Ignoring August's ranting, Dumbledore calmly explained the reason to him. Minerva and Severus are also present that day and are not suited to this task. Then you think I'm suitable? Dumbledore smiled. I always thought that after you graduated, I could retire. August waved his hands again and again. He didn't want to be the headmaster. What about my own identity? Dumbledore had already thought of a solution. I will announce to the public that you have gone to France to communicate with Nico, and no one will doubt it. Seeing that Dumbledore had arranged it so thoughtfully, August could only agree. Headmaster, how long am I going to be? Dumbledore shook his head. I'm not sure right now, but I'll definitely be back before the semester ends. It's already mid-April, so August will likely be the headmaster for over a month. Boy, I support you. Isn't it just being the headmaster? We have a few old guys to help you, and I promise not to reveal anything. Phineas Black hanging on the wall instigated, and several portraits followed suit. All of them were guys who watched the fun and didn't take it too seriously. Headmaster, if I cause any trouble, don't bother me afterward. August suddenly remembered the matter of Sirius. It would be a good solution if he could take advantage of this opportunity, but he commemorates Dumbledore in advance. Dumbledore smiled indifferently. Just being the headmaster for a few days, what could August cause? Naive, he didn't know how much trouble August would make at that time. After returning from Albania, he wonders if Dumbledore saw that he had made a mess. Would Dumbledore want to kill him now? Afterward, Dumbledore explained some precautions to August and cast a magical spell to connect August and Hogwarts temporarily. All professors will sense his unique aura and can confirm August's identity. I'll take Fawkes, and you remember to deform your wand when you become me. After explaining everything, Dumbledore just left. But before he left, he pulled off a beard with a heartache and used it as an ingredient for Polyjuice Potion. Because Dumbledore himself didn't know when he would be able to come back, he left enough inventory. August could clearly see that Dumbledore's beard was not obviously missing a piece. When Dumbledore left, August was left alone in the office. Am I now the headmaster? Sitting in Dumbledore's seat, August turned the chair, and through the glass, he could clearly see the view of Black Lake. Boy, isn't it cool to sit there? Phineas Black jumped out again. Yeah, Phineas, you need to call me headmaster now. In theory, August is correct in saying this. After all portraits of headmasters need to serve the current headmaster. Hey! You son of a bitch! Phineas Black jumped in anger, and a group of headmasters next to him was laughing at him, being teased by a little wizard. After chatting a few words with the previous headmasters, August also drank the polyjuice potion and turned into the appearance of Dumbledore. Feeling the well-kept white beard, August was a little uncomfortable. With a thought, the shape of the EA wand turned into the Elder Wand, and August also walked out of the office and came to the Great Hall. All the little wizards who met him along the way would respectfully call out to the professor or the headmaster. He even bumped into Snape, and when Snape called him Sir, August almost laughed. Snape had wanted to talk to Dumbledore about Sirius and Peter. But now was not the time, so he reminded Snape of going to the headmaster's office after dinner. Sitting on the high table, August graciously greeted Professor McGonagall next to him and started enjoying dinner. After everyone had their fill, August stood up under Professor McGonagall's puzzled eyes. Everyone's. Following his opening, all the little wizards stopped talking and looked at August. I have one thing to announce. Gaunt has been invited by Nicholas Flamel and has now traveled to France to alchemy exchange. Hermione and the others all showed expressions of surprise. Why did August go to France so suddenly? Given the exceptional circumstances, it is very likely that Gaunt will miss this year's final exams. So, I announce. Gaunt will get all full marks on the final exam. August secretly praised himself in his heart, using power for personal gain. He had to look at me. Chapter 204, 4 Schools in the Tri-Wizard Tournament. The little wizard in the audience had no objection. It was common for August to get a full mark, and this time it was just the process of skipping the exam. But they are envious of August, which is equivalent to taking a holiday more than a month in advance. Even Professor McGonagall just frowned and let go. After dinner, August had just returned to the headmaster's office when he sensed someone coming in through the password. It was Lupin, Snape, and Harry. Severus, what's the matter? Imitating Dumbledore's tone, August spoke. Professor, it's like this. Harry spoke first, and Snape glared at him but said nothing. Soon Harry was repeating everything, looking forward to August's response. Professor, so Sirius was wronged, and Peter was caught. Can we get the Ministry of Magic to drop Sirius's arrest? August shook his head. Harry, I already know about this. I will find a suitable time to help Sirius prove his innocence, but not now. Harry looked a little anxious, but he didn't dare to refute his headmaster, so he nodded to show that he understood. Severus, you should keep an eye on them. The Ministry of Magic will send someone to the school in a few days, and I will speak to Fudge. August explained. Snape nodded and took Lupin and Harry out. Leaning back in his chair, August planned to confront Sirius and Peter before the Ministry of Magic executed Buckbeak. In this way, even if the Ministry of Magic is reluctant, it can only admit its own mistakes. Although doing so would undoubtedly offend Fudge, August didn't care. What does the man Dumbledore offend to have to do with me? Suddenly, August sensed someone coming in again, and he was speechless for a while. It's so late. Why are people still here? Is the headmaster's life so hard? Professor McGonagall walked in with a roll of parchment. Albus, you came back just in time. This is the schedule of the Tri-Wizard Tournament sent by Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. The whole roll of letters was handed over to August, and Professor McGonagall also complained that as the headmaster, Dumbledore was away from school for a long time, making her work very difficult. Just like the Tri-Wizard Tournament, it's not something she can decide at will. These letters were delivered more than a week ago, and it was only today that she had the opportunity to give them to Dumbledore. Well, albeit a fake. August looked through it roughly, and it was almost the same as in the movie The Dragon, Black Lake, and Labyrinth. It can't be said that it is boring. It can only be said to be mediocre. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into August's mind. Minerva, is that all there is to it? Raising the letters in his hand, August asked. Professor McGonagall did not understand what he meant. What? Albus. I think it's boring to have only 3 tasks. August pretended to sigh. Boring. Professor McGonagall is even more puzzled. This is not like what Dumbledore would say. Ahem. August hurriedly covered up. I mean, just 3 tasks can't show a student's level, especially the second and third tasks. All the spectators can't see the champions competing. Professor McGonagall understands that feeling that he is somewhat dissatisfied with the content of the tasks. But Albus. We only have a small budget. The budget won't be enough if we change the tasks or increase it. Professor McGonagall also said the crux of the problem is no money. With a wave of his hand, August said proudly. It's okay. If you don't have money, go to Fudge and ask for it. Fudge will not mind this kind of thing that shows the strength of the British wizarding world. In addition, these items also need to be changed. August stretched out his hand, and a quill and letter flew in front of him, automatically writing something. This quill was specially made by Dumbledore, and writing with it would automatically turn into Dumbledore's handwriting. August was not afraid of revealing the contents. After writing a full sheet, August handed it to Professor McGonagall. "You send this to Beauxbatons, Durmstrang, and Fudge. I'll take care of the rest." After Professor McGonagall read it, he looked at August in surprise. "Is this possible? Fudge will definitely not agree." August didn't care. "Don't worry, he will agree. If he disagrees, I will talk to him in person." Professor McGonagall was still hesitant but did not continue to object. "Okay, Albus, if you insist." When Professor McGonagall left the office, August finally couldn't help laughing. The portraits on the wall pretending to be dead could no longer hold back his curiosity. "Boy, what did you just write in the letter?" Phineas asked August impatiently, and McGonagall's expression just now proved that what he wrote must be unexpected. The other headmaster portraits also pricked their ears, waiting for August's reply. "I added a few more tasks to the Triwizard Tournament and doubled the labyrinth size in the final task. And by the way, I'm about to invite Ilvermorny to the Triwizard Tournament as well." Armando Dippet was shocked. The Triwizard Tournament was held in turn by our 3 schools until it was interrupted. "You invited Ilvermorny to call it the Triwizard Tournament?" August looked indifferent. Was it abnormal if there were 4 schools in the Triwizard Tournament? Besides, it's more lively when there are more people, isn't it? All the headmasters were stunned. They didn't expect August to play so big. "Aren't you afraid Albus will come back and settle accounts with you?" A Ravenclaw headmaster worries that August will get into big trouble and will not end well when Dumbledore returns. "Don't worry. I will finalize these things before the headmaster returns. If it will be done by then, even he has nothing to do." August replied with a smile, but with that Dumbledore face, it looked a little weird. Another portrait was dumbfounded. This arrogant boy is really unrelenting when he cheats on his own headmaster. Chapter 205, Luna's Ability. Beauxbatons. Maxime held a letter in his hand, browsing carefully in a very ornately decorated office. However, her tightly knitted brows indicated that she was not at peace in her heart. "Ma'am, is there something wrong with the Triwizard Tournament?" Fleur, who was sitting beside her, asked nervously. Fleur has been thinking about it day and night, hoping the time will quickly arrive at the start of the Triwizard Tournament. Seeing Madame Maxime's expression, she is also a little worried. Madame Maxime shook his head. "Don't worry, Fleur, the Triwizard Tournament will be held as usual, but Dumbledore said in the letter that there will be some changes to the tasks of the Triwizard Tournament. In addition, he invited Ilvermorny to participate in this tournament." Hearing that the Triwizard Tournament was held normally, Fleur felt relieved. As for changing the tournament tasks and one more school participated, it doesn't matter to her. "Don't worry, ma'am. No matter what the tasks become or how many schools participate, as long as that stinky guy doesn't participate, I'll bring you back the Triwizard Cup." Fleur's confident words reassured Madame Maxime. She has also seen the progress of Fleur in recent years. If previously, some of the senior students who were in the school could be compared to Fleur. But after August's training, she is now the undisputed number 1 of Beauxbatons. "Don't worry. Your fiancé should not participate in the competition. It would be too bullying if he participates with his strength and status." Madame Maxime also made fun of Fleur, making the girl's pretty face blush, but her eyes were full of longing. Durmstrang. This is a very mysterious magic school, and no one knows its specific location until now, only that it is located in the northernmost part of the continent. Among the 11 magic schools in the world, Durmstrang is the only one known to teach dark arts publicly. The famous Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald, came from this. Igor Karkaroff also received a letter from August on behalf of Dumbledore at this time. After reading it, he sneered. "Let a student call Victor Crumb to his office." "Sir." A tall young man with short hair appeared in front of Karkaroff. Karkaroff, who has always treated students very coldly, also smiled. "Victor, I just received a letter from England. The Triwizard Tournament has added more tasks, and Ilvermorny has also been invited to participate. But don't worry, I will get the tournament's contents for you before the game starts." Victor Crumb frowned. He despised this kind of cheating, but it was also the old tradition of the Triwizard Tournament, so he couldn't say anything more. "Sir, it's just that I need to prepare for the Quidditch World Cup in a few months now, and I'll do special training when the World Cup is over." Crumb is the best student of Durmstrang and the seeker of the Bulgarian national Quidditch team. Karkaroff repeatedly nodded. "Crumb, it's up to you whether our school can get the Triwizard Cup. The Triwizard Tournament has been held over 100 times, and to Durmstrang's shame, they have never won a championship. Even if he uses some unconventional means this time, Karkaroff will keep the champion in Durmstrang. In that case, he will definitely leave a strong mark on the history of this school." And August, who caused all these waves, was in Dumbledore's office at this time, staring at a few girls with big eyes. Luna, how did you find me? August called the girls to the headmaster's office, initially wanting to tell them the truth so that the girls would not worry about him leaving without saying goodbye. As soon as they entered the office, Luna stared straight at him. Her blue eyes seemed to see through his disguise. And his following words also confirmed his feelings. August, is this some new kind of prank? Hermione and Cho were stunned when they heard the words and then looked at Luna with a blank expressions on their faces. August. Are you referring to Headmaster Dumbledore in front of you? August is also helpless. Luna's ability to see through everything is too buggy. Motivating the magic in the body to volatilize the medicinal effect of the polyjuice potion, August turns into his original appearance. Is it really August? Now it was Cho and Hermione's turn to be surprised. August, didn't Headmaster Dumbledore say you were going to, wait, was it you who was in the Great Hall that day? Hermione was still a little confused, but she quickly realized it. August nodded. Headmaster Dumbledore is going to do an important thing and ask me to replace him for a few days. As for going to France or something, it's an external excuse. I called you here because I was afraid that you would be worried. In addition, this matter must be kept strictly confidential, and no one else should know about it. After explaining the reason, he looked at Luna again. Luna, how did you recognize me? You must know that Professor McGonagall has often been in contact with me these days and has not noticed my abnormality. But you can see it at a glance. Hermione and Cho looked at Luna curiously and didn't notice anything wrong. With an adorable tilting his head, Luna said with a natural tone. The eyes, August's eyes, are different. August was taken aback. Is that so? Cho and Hermione both blamed themselves a bit. They had been with August much earlier than Luna, but they didn't recognize it. The two girls were secretly determined to pay more attention to some small details in the future. Luna looked at the furnishings of the headmaster's office curiously. This was the first time she had come here. It was new for her. August, is it fun to be the headmaster? Chapter 206, Dumbledore, duel with me. August nodded, then shook his head quickly. Being the headmaster was fun initially, but there are many things to deal with daily, and you will be tired of sitting for a long time. It had been a few days since Dumbledore left, and August was already quite familiar with the headmaster's job. Aside from his initial stint at the Triwizard Tournament, he became a ruthless stamping machine daily. Snape needed a batch of Lacewings and Horn of Bicorn. Professor Flitwick needs some teaching aids for the class. Although the work is simple, there are many miscellaneous things. Luna nodded understandingly while Cho rolled her eyes. The headmaster of Hogwarts, his status in the magical community of Great Britain is even more aloof than the Ministry of Magic. These two are actually discussing the question of whether it is fun or not. They said a few words briefly to avoid everyone's suspicion and left. Before leaving, August asked them to tell Hagrid that Dumbledore would prepare a stand-in for Buckbeak tomorrow before the group from the Ministry of Magic came. Since he promised Hagrid, August will definitely do it. The next afternoon, officials from the Ministry of Magic arrived at Hogwarts. To August's surprise, it was not Fudge who led the team this time, but Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the Auror office. Despite some doubts, August received him in his office. Well, August has made this his office. As Dumbledore, receiving Scrimgeour in his office was already very good for him. As the head of the Auror office, Scrimgeour holds the most significant armed force in Great Britain and is naturally a high-ranking person. But Scrimgeour was not satisfied with who he was. He has consistently opposed Fudge's appointment as Minister of Magic. In his opinion, Fudge is a cowardly and incompetent politician. If it wasn't for Dumbledore's support, how could he possibly be the Minister of Magic? Only a tough self can lead the Ministry of Magic to the next level. It is also because of this that he is also wary of Dumbledore. In Scrimgeour's view, the Ministry of Magic should be the highest authority in the wizarding world in Great Britain, and no one can go against it. But Hogwarts is a bit out of control because of the existence of Dumbledore. This time he went to Hogwarts, and it was not just the trivial matter of executing Buckbeak. He has a more important goal to challenge Dumbledore and defeat him. It's no secret that Dumbledore has rarely appeared at Hogwarts in the past year, and he has come and gone every time. Many people have speculated whether there is something wrong with the headmaster's body. After all, he is already 100 years old. Scrimgeour does not deny Dumbledore's power, but how can an old wizard be so assertive? So this time, he decided to test the depths of Dumbledore. If he wins, he can bring the momentum of defeating Dumbledore and encourage Fudge to step down. It's no big deal if he loses, and it's no shame to lose to the greatest white wizard of the century. Scrimgeour strode into the Hogwarts castle, followed by a squad of Aurors. All the little wizards he met along the way were shocked by his aura and avoided a path one after another. Standing outside the headmaster's office, Scrimgeour took a deep breath and asked the statue to inform Dumbledore. When he walked into the office, he saw Dumbledore's aged appearance, which strengthened his heart even more. Long time no see, Dumbledore. August raised his brows. He felt that the visitor was not good. Scrimgeour's greeting just now was completely in a tone of equality, which was almost impossible in Dumbledore's position. But he didn't think much about it. When August was watching a movie in his previous life, Scrimgeour knew that he and Dumbledore were very different. Long time no see, Scrimgeour. I didn't expect the Ministry of Magic to ask you to come forward this time. I came here on purpose, Dumbledore. The spirit of this event is very bad, and it is worth my trip. Answering August's question meticulously, Scrimgeour's expression was solemn. Before I came, Fudge explained to me that the result of the trial will be announced in front of all teachers and students. After all, this matter is very noisy, and we must explain to the magic world. August nodded. He didn't care. Then, right after the dinner party, what do you think? Besides, you can't take Buckbeak's body with you. Otherwise, our care of magical creatures professor will be sad. It was just a dead creature, and Scrimgeour didn't care. He nodded in agreement and left the office immediately, with no intention of staying. And August also took advantage of this time to switch Buckbeak. At the dinner, many more people were outside the Great Hall. There were reporters from the Daily Prophet and some purebloods who supported the Crab and Goyle. Sitting at the high table, Hagrid was a little restless, fearing something might be revealed in a while. But thinking that it was Dumbledore himself who shot it, he could still keep his composure. And those of the pureblood family are full of pride. They think that this confrontation with Dumbledore is already their victory. As long as they are united, what can even Dumbledore do? Soon, the dinner was over, and August stopped all the students from leaving. At this time, Professor McGonagall's face was a little unsightly. She thought the Ministry of Magic was here to beat Hogwarts and Dumbledore's faces this time. Sorry, I still need to take up some of your time. August stood up and said, the Ministry of Magic's verdict for Buckbeak's wounding incident has come out today. The head of Auror Office, Rufus Scrimgeour, is here to announce. Nodding to Scrimgeour, August sat back down. Scrimgeour stood up slowly, his falcon-like eyes scanning the audience. Before the verdict is read, I have one important thing to do. After saying this, he turned his eyes to the somewhat puzzled August and shouted. Dumbledore. Today, right here, in front of all Hogwarts teachers and students, let's have a wizard duel. Chapter 207, Chapter 207, I, August, can play anyone. August's expression is now confused. Who am I, where am I, and what is this person on the other side doing? How good is this person going to fight him? No, not for him, but for Dumbledore. That's even more problematic. Even the current August dares not say that he can win Dumbledore steadily. Where did this Scrimgeour get the courage? Looking at Scrimgeour with caring eyes, August wanted to ask him if he needed some brain medicine. When Scrimgeour saw the look in Dumbledore's eyes, although he didn't understand the meaning, he still felt a burst of humiliation. Are these eyes looking at the mentally handicapped? Taking a step forward, he crossed the table directly to August. His wand clenched in his hand. Dumbledore, what are you waiting for? The words were full of provocation. The little wizard under the stage was furious at once. At first, everyone was shocked by Scrimgeour's audacity, but now blatant provocation is igniting all Hogwarts teachers and students. Headmaster, promise him and give him a hard lesson. A little wizard of Gryffindor shouted loudly, and the other little wizards also agreed. Headmaster. Don't save him face. Let him know this is Hogwarts. Cho and the others, who knew the true identity of Dumbledore now, looked at August worriedly. They knew that August was strong, but that was Scrimgeour. As the head of the Auror Office, Scrimgeour can certainly be considered one of the finest in the wizarding world of Great Britain. The Great Hall became noisy instantly, and Professor McGonagall stood up angrily, glaring at Scrimgeour. Scrimgeour, are you provoking us Hogwarts on behalf of the Ministry of Magic? No, I'm just representing myself. Scrimgeour remained unmoved. His eyes were still fixed on August. I want to see if Dumbledore can still hold the title of the greatest white wizard. You. Professor McGonagall wanted to say something angrily but was stopped by August. Okay, Minerva, don't get so excited. Are you serious? Scrimgeour. Of course, I will choose an assistant among the Aurors I bring, and you can also choose one of your own. In a normal duel, each wizard will have an assistant who will continue to fight in his place after his partner is defeated. It was obvious that Scrimgeour was playing for real this time. Albus, I'll be your assistant. Professor Flitwick jumped out, and his face was also full of displeasure. All the provocations have come to the door, and Professor Flitwick's good-natured character can't bear it anymore. No need, Phileas, I can do it alone. With that little effort just now, August thought for a moment. If Dumbledore was here now, what kind of choice would he make? Accepting the challenge is inevitable, but it will not be too heavy. Pay attention to the demeanor of being the #1 powerhouse in the wizarding world. With an idea in mind, August also stood up. Scrimgeour, I don't need an assistant, and you can go with the Oris you brought. It's too much trouble to come one by one. Scrimgeour's face turned green when he heard this. Contempt, this is naked contempt. The little wizards at Hogwarts also heard August's words clearly and cheered. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, he should be so domineering. August took out his wand, motioned all the little wizards to get out of the way, and then performed transfiguration, creating a duel stage. Scrimgeour strode onto the stage, staring at August with fierce eyes, and his men were a little confused at this time. All Aurors, even Scrimgeour himself, were Hogwarts graduates. Dumbledore's majesty has been deeply engraved in their blood, and it is embarrassing for them to fight against Dumbledore now. Seeing the entanglement of these people, August said mildly. Come up too. Let me see how much you have improved after graduation. August silently praised himself in his heart, this wave of Dumbledore's character design. He was so talented. I, August Gaunt, Oscar winner, can play anyone. Hearing what August said, several Aurors looked at each other and walked onto the stage. Taking a deep breath, Scrimgeour also acquiesced in this situation, and the possibility of him defeating Dumbledore is even greater. I count 1, 2, 3, and... No, it's fine for you to shoot first. August interrupted Scrimgeour with an unmistakable tone. He must see the opponent's level before deciding how strong he will play. If they shoot together, August is afraid that he will not be able to control them well, and he will kill the person with one move, which will be big trouble. Although Scrimgeour was annoyed, he didn't object. These Aurors are all his confidants, and they cooperate with each other naturally. Several Aurors immediately dispersed their positions. In the running, they continued to cast buff magic and shield charm to themselves, reflecting their good fighting qualities. After surrounding August, almost at the same time, several powerful spells of different types flew toward August. The Shield of Achilles. With a flick of his wand, August summoned a silver shield that blocked all attacks. Scrimgeour was not surprised to see this scene. If Dumbledore was trounced, he wouldn't deserve to be called the greatest white wizard. The movements in his hands did not stop at all, and together with several Aurors, they continued to cast spells. The colorful magic spells are like fireworks blooming on the silver shield. Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall hurriedly worked together to hold up a shield to stop the bounce spells one by one so as not to injure the students accidentally. All the students did not dare to blink for fear of missing some beautiful pictures. Most of the people here grew up listening to the legend of Dumbledore. Even young Muggle-born wizards who come to the wizarding world are told that their headmaster is the most powerful wizard in the world. But no one has seen Dumbledore make a shot, and they have no concept of Dumbledore's power. Now that there are finally people who are not afraid of death to stand up, they can have the opportunity to see how powerful their headmaster is. Chapter 208, Wind. Thunder. August silently endured all the Aurors' attacks inside the silver shield and stood still. In his heart, he felt that it was enough. He already had an understanding of the level of these people. Scrimgeour, be careful. I'm going to shoot. Before starting, August also gracefully reminded him. Hearing him say this, everyone's expressions on the dueling platform became highly dignified. They cast all their defensive magic spells repeatedly in the interval between attacks. Extending his arm gently, without even taking out his wand, August said words softly. Wind. On the stage, a strong wind blew in an instant. The wind containing magical power blew the incoming magic spell away and bounced onto the protective cover one after another. Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall hurriedly delivered magic power, stabilizing the somewhat collapsed protective cover, and delicate beads of sweat had already appeared on their foreheads. Their protective cover was suddenly attacked by 10 Aurors and elite Aurors, and they felt a lot of pressure. The wind continued, and Scrimgeour and a group of Aurors were blown to and fro. After barely holding their bodies, everyone gathered together and used the windy spell to fight against the wind brought by August. August pointed to the sky again just as they barely held on to the situation. Thunder. A streak of blue lightning condensed in the air and slashed toward the Scrimgeour and the others. Everyone was taken aback. No matter where Scrimgeour and Aurors were, the power of thunder and lightning was terrifying. Boom. A huge roar suddenly sounded when the thunder and lightning hit the shield charm. Damn, everyone, fully support the shield. Feeling the huge attack power attached by the lightning, Scrimgeour's face pale, and he shouted to everyone. Protego. 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 August glanced at it. Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall wouldn't last long, and he had dragged on long enough. It was time to end the fight. Arms raised then down like a conductor is finishing a show. August is also marking the end of the battle. The continuous lightning suddenly doubled in size, and the power brought by the thunder made everyone's heart tighten. The pressure on Scrimgeour and the Aurors that had been difficult at first became much more difficult. Countless shield charms shattered layer by layer within a few breaths, and lightning bolts slashed straight at them. Ah! Several screams came from their mouths, and then they fell to the ground, losing the ability to resist. At this time, August also pulled his arm and made the spell stop. Students under the stage did not make any sound because of the great battle, and the entire great hall suddenly seemed very quiet. "Scrimgeour, the duel is over," August said softly, awakening the audience who were immersed in the battle. After a short silence, there was a burst of strong cheers. The shouts of the little wizard seemed to shatter the ceiling of the great hall. Powerful. Too strong. In this duel, Dumbledore used only 3 spells to defeat 10 Aurors devastatingly. Especially the last spells, Wind and Thunder. Professor McGonagall was also very excited, although she was surprised that she had never seen Dumbledore use these spells. But what's the point? Dumbledore hasn't shot for so many years, and it's no big deal just to develop a few new spells. But while she was happy, she was still a little worried about the Aurors and Scrimgeour on stage. Although she was annoyed by the opponent's provocation, it would be too disrespectful to the Ministry of Magic if Dumbledore hurt them too badly. Hurrying to the duel stage, Professor McGonagall checked their condition and found that they were only temporarily paralyzed by lightning, and he was relieved. "Albus, what should we do next?" Professor McGonagall asked August's opinion and looked at the collapsed crowd. August knew that this was the end of the day. "Minerva, help Scrimgeour and the others find a place to rest first and wait until they recover and continue the announce of the Buckbeak trial." Professor McGonagall nodded and left with a group of Aurors. Immediately afterward, August dismissed the excited students, gave his girls a look, and returned to the headmaster's office. When he entered the headmaster's office, he heard the shout of Headmaster Phineas. "Well done. Those stinky mice from the Ministry of Magic should be repaired. You've done an excellent job, August. The majesty of the headmaster of Hogwarts is not something anyone can provoke." A headmaster whose name August could not name agrees with Phineas. The characters in the portraits are free to move around, and they can appear in any Hogwarts picture, even outside of school. Obviously, these headmaster portraits also appreciate the duel just now. "These are all made by Headmaster Dumbledore and have nothing to do with me. When Professor Dumbledore returns, you have to testify for me, and the other party did it first." August returned to his original appearance and looked at them with a smile. August's words also choked the headmasters. "This kid doesn't forget to throw the blame on others. Don't worry. We will testify for you this time and never let Albus trouble you," Armando Dippet assured August. For his performance just now, August is thrilled to show Dumbledore's demeanor and strength to the wizarding world. Because he didn't know what spells Dumbledore would use to meet the enemy, August could only come up with some brand new magic so as not to be seen by Professor McGonagall. In this way, even if the other party asks him, he can tell that the spell was from his recent research. The 2 spells just now were the innate magic that the Thunderbird bloodline brought to August. And August has already paid great attention to his strength. If he was allowed to release all of his power, it is estimated that these few people would not even leave ashes. At this moment, there was a sound from the door. Cho, Hermione, and Luna walked into the office together. Chapter 209, Discover the truth that has been hidden for 13 years. "August, didn't you beat them too hard?" After they came in, Hermione asked August anxiously. In the beginning, after August agrees to a duel, they are still worried about whether August would be in danger or expose his true identity. But when August won easily, they were worried that August's hand was too heavy to explain to Dumbledore. Even Dumbledore would not turn down Scrimgeour's challenge, that is representing his dignity. "Besides, I've been merciful, and those people will recover early in the morning." Hearing his confident answer, the girls were also a little relieved, and then they discussed the spell August had cast just now. Luna was very interested in the magic he used just now. Still, unfortunately, it was a talent brought by the Thunderbird bloodline, and August couldn't teach it. However, he does know some simple thunder and lightning spells that can be given to them. Scrimgeour and the other Aurors returned to their original state on the second day. In the Great Hall at the moment, they all looked awkward and restless. The little wizards around them looked at them like a clown in a circus. They were whispering while talking about yesterday's duel without covering it. Scrimgeour now deeply regrets why the Ministry of Magic's verdict was not pronounced yesterday and then challenges Dumbledore. No, he shouldn't challenge him. Dumbledore, this old man, is evil. He was clearly fine, and he was deceiving him by pretending he would die. Cursing Dumbledore secretly in his heart, Scrimgeour got up and quickly announced the Ministry of Magic's verdict, then left 2 Aurors to execute it, and he was about to leave. Today's audience is much smaller than last night. Yesterday, the pure-blooded families of Slytherin slipped away overnight after seeing Dumbledore's strength. They were afraid to stay here, and when Dumbledore didn't like them, he might have a discussion with them. The Daily Prophet reporter also faithfully recorded yesterday's whole process and the embarrassed expression of Scrimgeour just now. He is about to think of an explosive title to attract the attention of the entire wizarding world. Wait a minute. I still have something to announce. August interrupted everyone's steps to leave, and Scrimgeour's expression changed. Was Dumbledore going to start getting back at him? He gave Snape a wink. Snape nodded, left the high table, and went to his office. Dumbledore, isn't that all said and done? I have other business to deal with at the Ministry of Magic. Forcing a smile, Scrimgeour said softly to August. Don't worry, Scrimgeour. My next announcement is about Sirius Black. Scrimgeour's expression also softened, and he secretly guessed in his heart. Could it be that Dumbledore caught Black and handed him over to him? However, before that, I want to tell you a story, and this story starts from the days of Voldemort. Everyone shivered when they heard the name, and their faces turned pale, but they still listened. When everyone learned that Harry's parents were heroes who resisted Voldemort and escaped from Voldemort 3 times, they all showed admiration. They all breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that Harry's father had protected his residence with a powerful Fidelius charm. Professor, if that's the case, then why are Harry's parents being found by you-know-who? Fred jumped out and was the best of the best. It must be Black. Some smart little wizards have already thought of Sirius, who was on the run recently, and they angrily denounced him as this traitor. Yes. August raised his voice, overshadowing everyone's discussion. That's why Sirius is in jail. Everyone thinks he betrayed justice and betrayed his best friend. But I want to say today that the Ministry of Magic has wronged a good man over the years. The real murderer is Peter Pettigrew, who disappeared 13 years ago. The mute button was pressed in the noisy Great Hall, and all the little wizards were speechless. They looked at Dumbledore in disbelief, and even the professors on the stage were surprised. Dumbledore, you are talking nonsense. Scrimgeour could not accept that. He got up and shouted, this matter was settled long ago. Black killed Peter Pettigrew in the explosion that year, and over 10 innocent muggles were killed that time. August ignored him and continued speaking at his own pace. I know this sounds too absurd, you won't believe it, but I've asked Professor Snape to bring over both parties from that year. At this time, Snape happened to control Sirius, and Peter Pettigrew also walked into the Great Hall. Harry greeted Sirius excitedly, gave him a warm hug, and glanced at Peter Pettigrew in disgust. At this time, Pettigrew Peter was in a very miserable state. Staring at the ceiling of the Great Hall with his eyes blank, his body still exuded a stench. Some relatively close girls were so frightened that they retreated and hid beside their companions. August also noticed it and saw Peter Pettigrew's unlovable appearance. It was estimated that Snape had tortured him for the past 2 days. And the closeness of Harry and Sirius also made many people suspect the murderer was not Black. Pointing to Peter Pettigrew, August spoke. This man Peter Pettigrew is an animagus. He has been turned into a rat for over a decade and lurked in the Weasleys. Ron's face turned blue when he heard this, but he stood up and said that what Dumbledore said was true. Fred and George were also very frightened. When they pranked Ron, they did it to Scabbers too. So did Percy, looking like he had eaten a dead rat. Scabbers had always been his pet before he gave it to Ron. Chapter 210, all thanks to August. No, Headmaster. Black and the others wronged me. How could I betray James and the others? Pettigrew Peter tried to struggle for a while but was interrupted rudely by Sirius. To shut up. He shook his head sharply, how dare you mention James' name? After he finished speaking, Sirius ripped off Peter's clothes from behind. Snape took out his wand and tapped Peter's chest. A hidden skull mark appeared. Ah. The little witches were frightened by Sirius's actions and covered their eyes with their hands, but the gap larger than their fists seemed to reveal something. Duh. Dark mark. The knowledgeable little wizard immediately recognized the mark on Pettigrew's chest. Yes, this is the dark mark. It's just for the convenience of Peter Pettigrew's undercover. This is a dark mark that can be hidden and will only appear when the magic is activated. August affirmed the little wizard's words, and Snape dragged Peter Pettigrew slowly in a circle so everyone could see the mark. The shape of the dark mark is terrifying. The mouth of the skull spits out a poisonous snake wrapped around and tied in a knot. Under the urging of Snape's magic, the poisonous snake is still moving non-stop, scaring many students. At this moment, even Scrimgeour was speechless, the appearance of Sirius and Peter, coupled with the solid evidence of the dark marks. This mistake by the Ministry of Magic is enormous. Although he was very dissatisfied with Dumbledore's publicity of this scandal, he would never wrong a good person or miss a lousy person. Dumbledore, if it's what you say, the Ministry of Magic will give Black justice, but how did you find out about all this? Hearing this, Harry hugged Sirius excitedly, and Sirius also patted Harry's back with a smile. August nodded. So many people knew about it, and the matter was settled. Scrimgeour's words were just to find a little more for the Ministry of Magic. As for his last question. Sigh, how can he cooperate so much now? It happened that he was going to borrow Dumbledore's mouth to get a little benefit. He can't be the headmaster for so long in vain, right? After a few coughs, August spoke up. This time, Black can clear his name and catch Peter Pettigrew, thanks to one person. August deliberately paused for a while when he said this and gave everyone a little tension before continuing. He is the best student at Hogwarts, Ravenclaw's pride, Order of Merlin First Class, August Gaunt. I'm so proud to have such a great student at Hogwarts. After finishing speaking, Dumbledore secretly wiped away tears, as if August's deeds moved him. Immediately there was a discussion in the Great Hall. When everyone was looking for August, they remembered that he had already gone to France. Scrimgeour's face became serious. He wanted to know who made it so difficult for the Ministry of Magic this time, but he heard August's name unexpectedly. Scrimgeour has also heard of this recently famous alchemist. According to his understanding, August already has a lot of reputation in the wizarding world. In particular, those masters who have painstakingly studied magic are full of praise for him. If all of this was done by August, then the Ministry of Magic would not be able to deny their negligence. Thinking of this, Scrimgeour couldn't help but feel even more depressed. As for Cho, Hermione, and Luna, who knew the identity of Dumbledore at this time, their faces were a little weird. Their boyfriend is so shameless. August pressed his hands down, signaling to calm down. Although Mr. Gaunt is now far away in France, he has once again made an outstanding contribution to the wizarding world, so I decided to add 300 points to Ravenclaw. The students can't help but be stunned. With 300 points, this year's House Cup champion is Ravenclaw again. Professor McGonagall congratulated Professor Flitwick. She is also thrilled now. Although Sirius was mischievous back then, she was very fond of her. Just like the Weasley twins now. Now that Sirius is cleared of charges, even if Gryffindor misses the House Cup again this year, she doesn't care much. Snape's face remained the same. He was used to it, and since August entered the school, the House Cup has nothing to do with Slytherin. It is estimated that this situation will not change until August graduates. Luna blinked her big eyes and looked at August on the stage. She had the feeling of reacquainting with August. Also. Then August's words still didn't end, and the students below were heartbroken. Also. Is this reward a little too generous? Professor Flitwick was a little embarrassed. Dumbledore was so kind to August that he feared the heads of houses and students of several other houses would have opinions. August doesn't care what everyone thinks. The extra points are just the way. The next reward is the main event. Since entering school, Mr. Gaunt has constantly contributed to Hogwarts and the wizarding world. He invented the wolf poison potion, solved the Chamber of Secrets crisis, developed alchemy creatures, and now helped an innocent wizard. Here, as the Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards and Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, I invite Gaunt to join the Wizengamot. That's right, August wants to join the Wizengamot. The Wizengamot is a group independent of the Ministry of Magic. Its power is quite extensive, and even some significant judgments of the Ministry of Magic can only be executed with the consent of the Wizengamot members. In the original book, Harry was charged by the Ministry of Magic after the summer of 4th grade, and Wizengamot voted to exonerate Harry. August is taking this opportunity to further his reputation. Everyone else is a little numb. Even if Dumbledore now announces August as the school's headmaster, there will be no waves in their hearts. Chapter 211, Dumbledore's Mused. Over the next few days, Peter Pettigrew was brought back to the Ministry of Magic by Scrimgeour for questioning, while Sirius was forced to stay by August. The result came out very quickly. The Ministry of Magic used extraordinary means to clean Sirius's name. Because of August's relationship, they don't want to rehabilitate Sirius this time. For this reason, Fudge also makes a special trip to Hogwarts to ask Dumbledore for an explanation. Cornelius, calm down, these things happened during Millicent's tenure, and they don't affect you that much. Holding a cup of hot tea, August comforted Fudge slowly. Millicent refers to Millicent Bagnold, minister before Fudge. Dumbledore, it isn't just Millicent's problem. You're pointing the finger at the entire Ministry of Magic. Fudge straightened his tie and said anxiously that he was under a lot of pressure. However, the Daily Prophet had not reported the news. But so many students at Hogwarts have seen it, and many already know the truth. Cornelius, why don't you think about it from a different angle? The Ministry of Magic itself has problems. You just need to choose yourself. Albus, what do you mean? Fudge's eyes lit up, and he somewhat understood what August meant. Tomorrow, you will publish an apology message in the Daily Prophet, indicating that the Ministry of Magic has made a mistake, be more sincere, and then our condolences to Sirius, and I will let him cooperate with you. Fudge understands that, according to this operation. However, the reputation of the Ministry of Magic is damaged. Still, his attitude and behavior as the Minister of Magic will get a lot of praise, which will not affect his position. Maybe even more solid. Thank you so much, Albus. Fudge replied with a smile on his face, which made August sigh a little. It's all right. Can apply Wizengamot for Gaunt? Over the past few days, seeking revenge against Dumbledore, Fudge has put August's application on hold and refuses to give him one. Of course, I just hesitated for a few days because I was afraid that the people would not be happy to see such a young wizard to Wizengamot. Speaking of nonsense that neither of them believed, Fudge also revealed another important thing. Albus, do you want to do this for the Triwizard Tournament? If it goes according to your idea, the Ministry of Magic must take out double the galleons. Fudge received some suggestions for changes to the Triwizard Tournament from August before. He asked the people under him to calculate it. He found that the cost would be astronomical if August's ideas were utterly followed. Connolly, don't you want the wizards in another country to see the prosperity of Great Britain today? August's words hit Fudge's weakness again. He didn't want to miss any opportunity to strengthen his position. Ultimately, Fudge agreed to the August changes and assured the Ministry of Magic's full support. After Fudge left the office, August had a smile on his face. Fudge, after these things are done, your position as Minister of Magic is also at the end. The next day, the front page of the Daily Prophet published an apology from the Ministry of Magic, which was very sincere, and gave Sirius the Order of Merlin second class. And Sirius also issued a letter of forgiveness, saying that this matter is over. Now he has no time to act with Fudge and puts all his energy into accompanying Harry. These few days are Harry's happiest days. He felt the affection he had never had before in Sirius. He had fantasized about moving out of Uncle Vernon's house during the summer and living happily with Sirius. And in a small town in Albania, an old man also received a newspaper from Great Britain. Dumbledore looked at the latest Daily Prophet in his hand and fell silent. Didn't I just leave Hogwarts for half a month? How did so many things happen? The newspaper not only introduced the whole process of the Sirius incident but also detailed news about Scrimgeour's challenge to Dumbledore that day. This was also a little thought by Fudge. He knew that Scrimgeour had always coveted his position, and this time, making him embarrassed would be considered to suppress his political opponents. Dumbledore's heart was a little complicated at this time. He had only been out for half a month, and August had come up with many things. If August really became the headmaster of Hogwarts, would he still have to make a mark on the Ministry of Magic? But Sirius' acquittal also relieved Dumbledore, the only thing that made him happy. To be honest, at this time, August was a bit confusing for Dumbledore. This time, August successfully entered Wizengamot through his identity, but he helped Sirius. You could say he was passionate about power, or you could say he was passionate about kindness. In short, August is like being in a fog. He had no idea what August would do next. He wanted to return to Hogwarts to prevent August from blowing up the school, but he couldn't get out of it now. After arriving in Albania, Dumbledore spent a lot of effort to find a trace of Bellatrix. Of course, he also met Voldemort. At this time, Voldemort had barely recovered half of his strength through a very evil sacrificial spell. Dumbledore fought with him, but he ran away with Bellatrix. If Voldemort can't be suppressed now, things will get worse when he completely regains the strength of his prime. But what puzzled him was that Voldemort claimed that he had destroyed several of his Horcruxes. Still, Dumbledore had only obtained the diary as a Horcrux. Could it be that Voldemort's brain was broken as soon as he was resurrected? Putting away the thoughts in his heart, Dumbledore thought this was Voldemort's suspicion. Tweet. Fawkes tweeted, alerting Dumbledore that he had found some clues. This centenarian has embarked on the road of chasing after Voldemort again. Chapter 212, Chapter 212, The Magic of Love, Sirius of Snitching. No. Why not? Harry stood up excitedly, and Sirius next to him also looked puzzled. However, out of respect for Dumbledore, he still suppressed his emotions. August sat in Dumbledore's seat, eyes narrowed. When did Harry dare to talk to him like that? Oh, I'm Dumbledore now. Is that all right? On the other hand, Harry, who was a little excited, shivered instantly as if he was being stared at by some terrifying existence. Well, it's like how he felt when August was going to make fun of him. But the feeling went so quickly that Harry didn't take it seriously. Just now, Harry and Sirius came to Dumbledore's office. Like August expressed that he wants to live with Sirius starting next semester. These things didn't need to be said to Dumbledore, but because he sent Harry to the Dursleys. Sirius still decided to inform Dumbledore. Unexpectedly, he heard a negative answer from Dumbledore. Professor, my uncle's family are Muggles, and they are very unfriendly to me. I think it would be more appropriate for me to live with Sirius. Harry patiently explained the reason. He thought Dumbledore was afraid that Sirius would not take care of him, so he refused to agree. Sirius, on the side, had the same idea. Headmaster, I can definitely take good care of Harry. For so many years, I have not fulfilled my duty as a godfather. I hope you will give me a chance. Listening to the conversation between the two, August felt a little weird in his heart. How could he look like he was breaking up a couple instead of a father and son? Shaking his head, he threw the unreliable idea out of his mind, and August also explained the reason to them. Sirius, Lily performed magic before she died. This magic not only brought defeat to Voldemort, but it still protects Harry to this day. It will be effective until Harry is an adult. And this magical bond is blood, which is why I send Harry to his aunt's house, where Voldemort will never threaten Harry's safety. It's about Harry's safety. August can't be a good advocate for this matter, or Dumbledore will fight him desperately when he returns. Besides, it wasn't something he made up, but August felt power in Harry. That power was the protection formed by Lily's love for Harry. August has also seen this kind of magic in the restricted section, but he has no idea to learn. He will rely on his own strength to protect everyone he cares about. Mother. Harry didn't expect that there was another reason for this. The scene that the Dementor made him see appeared in his mind again, and his eyes couldn't help but get wet. Sirius was also silent. He knew about Voldemort making Horcruxes, and he knew that Voldemort was not dead, so for Harry's safety, he could only accept it. After a long time, Harry barely calmed down, took off his glasses, and wiped his red eyes. Thank you, Professor. I will live there until I reach adulthood. August shook his head secretly. This silly boy, why doesn't he know how to work around it? Harry, I just said you can't live at Sirius' house, but that doesn't mean he can't come to you. Hearing what August said, the two looked at each other in unison, and hope ignited in their hearts. Sirius can buy a house near your uncle's house. You can stay with him normally and return to your uncle's home every night. August gave Harry an idea. Sirius was overjoyed when he heard the words. I'll buy a house on Privet Drive in a minute, and we'll renovate it together after the holidays. But Harry hesitated. Sirius, wouldn't this be too wasteful? Didn't you say you have your own home? Sirius waved his hand indifferently. As the only legal heir of the Black family today, his wealth is not a little. A mere set of real estate is really nothing to this big dog. After listening to Sirius' explanation, Harry was utterly relieved, and a happy smile appeared. After solving the problem, Sirius asked Harry to leave, and he had something to say to Dumbledore alone. After Harry left, Sirius and August were left in the room. Headmaster, Sirius's expression was a little tangled. I don't know, what do you think of August Gaunt? August was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect it to be related to himself. He's a good boy. Without batting an eye, August just praised himself, and the headmaster's portrait on the wall couldn't help but react. Sirius was also a little confused. Did Dumbledore have such a good impression of August? He is a little confused now. Should he talk to Dumbledore? August also guessed what Sirius wanted to do, nothing more than make a small report with Dumbledore. Sirius, if you have something, you can wait until the last day of the semester to tell me. Dumbledore sent a letter saying he would be back the day before the end of the term for the final closing ceremony. Just let Sirius talk to the real Dumbledore at that time. He was not worried that his collection of Horcruxes would be exposed. After all, he did not create Horcruxes but destroyed Horcruxes. Dumbledore would not do anything to him. Hearing what August said, Sirius nodded, indicating that he understood. After Sirius left, August also changed back to his own appearance. Counting the days, it seems he can see Ravenclaw tomorrow. For Ravenclaw, August also has a decision in his heart. He wanted to get Ravenclaw out of the room of requirement. Of course, this is just his personal idea. Whether to agree or not is up to Ravenclaw. The knowledge that Ravenclaw possessed was too tempting for August. Now he is not lacking in strength and equipment but lacks the foundation of this knowledge. With the help of Ravenclaw, the process of his accumulation of heritage will be much faster. Chapter 213, Chapter 213, Take Ravenclaw with me. The next day. It was time for the little wizards to take their final exams, and no one was in the hallway. So August didn't change himself and went directly to Ravenclaw's tower to find Grey Lady. How does it feel to be the headmaster? On the way to the room of requirement, Grey Lady laughs and teases August. Since the last time she saw his mother, Grey Lady has untied the knot in her heart for thousands of years and has become gentler. When some young wizards asked Grey Lady for advice, they also discovered her change, which made a group of senior students shout for a long time. August was not surprised that Grey Lady knew she had been a stand-in headmaster for more than a month. In her capacity, it was normal to know these things from the portrait of the headmaster. It doesn't feel like it. After all, it's just the acting headmaster, and I don't dare to do too much. August also jokingly responded to Grey Lady's quips. What he said is also true. Since the beginning of a wave of things, August became much more stable at stamping and writing letters every day. If you want to, you will be the headmaster because you are the joint heir of Slytherin and Ravenclaw, and no one is more qualified to run this school than you. Grey Lady said this seriously, but August shook his head and refused. I don't want to be a headmaster. There are too many chores every day. This time, I'll just enjoy myself. I don't want my future to be trapped in a school. Grey Lady listened to him and did not continue the subject. Grey Lady had already left the room of requirement, leaving only 2 people. To be precise, 1 person and 1 soul. Ravenclaw looked at August apologetically. I'm sorry. I was going to answer your question, but who knows that after chatting with Helena for so long, there is not much time left. She was really embarrassed. She promised to help August answer some questions every 2 months, but because of Helena's existence, she had not done it twice in a row. August waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to apologize. Ms. Ravenclaw, if there was a place where you could stay awake for a long time without breaking your soul, would you go? Ravenclaw's pupils shrank slightly, and his entire soul fluctuated somewhat. But she quickly regained her composure. Tell me, what price do I have to pay for this? August secretly praised, worthy of being the wisest Ravenclaw, thinking of the crux of the problem so quickly. Reaching out and taking off the resurrection stone hanging around his neck, August undid the seal he had placed. Suddenly, Ravenclaw felt a suction from the stone, and his face changed. Fortunately, August quickly closed the seal. What is this? Looking at the dark stone, Ravenclaw said with lingering fear. If August slowed down, she would soon be sucked into this stone. Resurrection stone. August spread his palms so she could observe carefully. This is the resurrection stone. According to the records, the resurrection stone only shows the illusion that its owner wants to see. I didn't expect it to have such a strong restrained effect on the soul. Ravenclaw suddenly realized that this was the resurrection stone. The place I'm talking about is inside the resurrection stone. Inside the resurrection stone, your soul will not only be repaired but will not collapse even if it stays outside for a long time. And the price is that you will be subject to me forever, and once the restrictions are lifted, your soul will become extremely weak again. Saying everything calmly, August waited quietly for Ravenclaw to make a decision. After 2 seconds of silence, Ravenclaw nodded decisively and agreed. This is somewhat unexpected to August. How could such a big guy easily give his life and death to others? Aren't you thinking about it? What else are you thinking about? I have promised you, and you are still hesitating. Take me in, and I will study the principle of resurrection. Ravenclaw's eyes were full of enthusiasm, a longing for the unknown. August was so frightened that his scalp was numb, and he quickly put Ravenclaw into the resurrection stone. Sure enough, none of these tech giants are normal. August also forgot that Slytherin is not only a research madman. But Ravenclaw, a wizard who thirsts for knowledge more than anything, is not a fuel-efficient lamp. However, this time, he has successfully achieved his goal. From now on, I, August, will also be the protagonist with Grandpa, no, Grandma. While saying those words in his heart, August walked out of the room of requirement. Let go of some restrictions on the resurrection stone so that Ravenclaw's spiritual power can be sucked. It has been nearly half a year since he obtained the resurrection stone, and August has not been in vain in the past 6 months. He can still do this kind of basic operation. Is this Hogwarts now? It looks a lot neater than it was back then. Ravenclaw looked around along the way, and there was a hint of emotion in his voice. After 1,000 years, Ravenclaw could again see the school she and her companions created. In the resurrection stone, she feels strange energy repairing her soul origin. Although the speed is not fast, it is enough to prove that what August said is true. Back to the dorms, August didn't go to the headmaster's office, where the portraits were full of eyes and ears. He didn't want to expose the existence of the resurrection stone. August said to the resurrection stone, Ms. Ravenclaw, I have repaired your soul, and you can appear in this world. Don't call me that. Just call me Rowena. Rowena said August needn't be so polite. It took August 2 full days to repair Rowena's soul. His mana was drained repeatedly, and August looked weak. He even had to drink a potion to look good. Even Professor McGonagall was a little worried when he saw that Dumbledore and asked if he was ill. On the last day before the end of the term, Dumbledore also returned from Albania to Hogwarts. And the first thing he did when he came back was to see August. Chapter 214, there is more bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? True Dumbledore, sitting in his office, looked very tired. High-intensity chasing and fighting Voldemort for over a month has caused the centenarian to spend too much energy. Worst of all, he ended up letting Voldemort escape. He doesn't blame himself for being weak. It's just that Voldemort is too cunning. Through several anti-ambushes, Voldemort skillfully used several wizards as human bombs, almost injuring Dumbledore. Ultimately, he cut off Bellatrix's tracking magic and escaped without a trace. This action can be described as a failure. What made him even more depressed was that when he returned to his office, the portraits of the headmaster actually called August's name. Could it be that I, Dumbledore, was forgotten after more than a month? The headmaster's portraits were a little embarrassed when they saw that it was the real Dumbledore. For a while, they forgot that Dumbledore would be back today. Albus, long time no see. Armando Dippet laughed and hurriedly changed the subject. How is it? Did you succeed in catching that person this time? Shaking his head with a sad expression, Dumbledore said to Headmaster Black. Phineas, please help me call Gaunt to the office. Headmaster Black nodded, and August returned to Hogwarts as himself yesterday. He only needs to go to the Ravenclaw common room to find a little wizard to find August. Soon, Headmaster Black was back in his frame, and August was in the headmaster's office not long after. Professor, you are finally back. August showed a bright smile, but he felt a little guilty. Dumbledore would not come to trouble him, right? Gaunt, many things happened during this time, although I also saw the Daily Prophet. But some things still need your explanation. Dumbledore said something meaningful, almost pointing at August's nose and saying it is lenient to confess but strict about resisting. The portraits of the headmasters on the wall were all dozing off at this time, but the smiles on the corners of their mouths from time to time indicated that they were pleased with what was about to happen. August scratched his head. Professor, which one would you like to hear first? Dumbledore's breath was stagnant, and his hands were shaking a little. You can start from the beginning one by one. We still have time. Glancing at August, Dumbledore increasingly regretted his decision. How much he thinks he can't choose August to replace him. August pondered for a moment, but let's talk in chronological order. Then let me talk about the Triwizard Tournament first. As he explained the situation, Dumbledore interrupted him. What's the matter with the Triwizard Tournament here? August was dumbfounded. Co-author Dumbledore didn't know anything. That's right. The Daily Prophet wouldn't know about such a secret thing as the Triwizard Tournament. August recounted his glorious deeds. Dumbledore felt a little pain in his heart and a little dizzy in his head. Professor, are you all right? August was a little embarrassed when he looked at Dumbledore, who was about to be mad at him. Dumbledore opened his mouth and wanted to say something. Do you think I'm okay? But he still held back since it had become a foregone conclusion. It is useless to say anything now. So Ilvermorny agreed to participate. Well, they were thrilled and said they would sponsor a fee. How did you get Fudge to agree to that? Well, I asked Sirius to accompany him in a play, and he agreed. Between the question and answer, the topic came to Sirius again, and August didn't hide it. He just told him all the deals he had with Sirius during the summer vacation. After listening, Dumbledore was silent for a long time. He gave August a deep look, but he didn't expect that he actually had the gift of prophecy. Can you guarantee that you have destroyed Voldemort's soul? Hearing this, August threw Slytherin's locket directly to Dumbledore, who checked it several times and found that there was indeed no trace of Voldemort's soul, and he was relieved. Returning the locket to August, Dumbledore asked him how many Horcruxes he had destroyed. 4 if you include the diary. August didn't tell Dumbledore what the others were, and Dumbledore didn't ask in detail. At this time, Dumbledore also understood. No wonder Voldemort said he destroyed his Horcruxes while in Albania. Turns out it had something to do with August. But Dumbledore didn't care and was even happy. At least that proves August's position. Dumbledore had a hunch that Voldemort would recover the next time he and Voldemort met. The wizarding world is about to fall into darkness, and a powerful wizard like August is a force to be reckoned with. Dumbledore took a detailed look at the Triwizard Tournament and then let August leave. August, who walked to the door, suddenly remembered something and said to Dumbledore. Headmaster, I forgot to tell you, I'm inviting Sirius to be our defense against the dark arts professor next semester. In addition, I accepted the resignation letter submitted by Lupin and put it on your desk. I'll go first if you have nothing to talk about anymore. After speaking, August hurried away. After August went out, there was laughter in the office. Albus, see now. August is more qualified than you, and before the semester ends, he is considering hiring a teacher for the next school year. A portrait of the headmaster was out of breath with a smile, and it was true that Dumbledore's last expression just now was beyond words. Not to mention that such a confused expression still appeared on Dumbledore. With a weak smile, he admits that he is indeed still looking for the next semester's defense against the dark arts professor for the school before coming back. He initially chose Moody, but he hadn't contacted Moody yet, and he didn't expect this to be solved by August. But he also had to admit that August's vision is still good, and Sirius is capable of this position. However, a potions professor may have a hard time for a while. After all, 2 consecutive defense against the dark arts professors were his mortal enemies. Chapter 215. Chapter 215. In terms of disappointment, the Ministry of Magic never disappoints. The last days of the semester are the most relaxing time for all students. No homework, no exams, not even classes. There is knowledge for carefree indulgence and joy for the upcoming holidays. Recently, Harry has changed a lot, and even the Patronus charm can be released smoothly. He was now looking forward to the holiday, something he hadn't thought about since he came to Hogwarts. Ron's face was also smiling. To compensate for his pet loss, Sirius wanted to give Ron a rat. However, Ron strongly rejected it. Since he knew Scabbers' true identity, he now wants to vomit when he sees a rat. In the end, Sirius gives Ron an owl, the most common pet among wizards, which makes Ron happy for a long time. At the final school banquet, Dumbledore announced the ownership of the House Cup and Professor Lupin's resignation. Lupin did not announce his identity as a werewolf. Many students still had a good impression of him and expressed regret. After all, he is already a relatively reliable professor. And when Dumbledore announced that next year's Defense Against the Dark Arts professor would be Sirius, the students were boiling again. For the past month or so, Sirius has been a figure in the wizarding world. His legendary experience also gave him countless small fans at Hogwarts. Sirius, who looked like a handsome uncle, stood up and waved at the students of the four houses. He regained his youthful spirit. My classmates. From me, you will definitely be able to learn what is called true defense against the dark arts next semester. Seeing his striking appearance, all the students present not only had no disgust but applauded. Sitting on the other side of Dumbledore, Snape had a stinky face the whole time. On the train, August sat in a compartment with a few girls, discussing the Quidditch World Cup. My mother made a reservation a long time ago. I want to travel with my parents, so you can go and play. Hermione said with some pity that it wasn't that she couldn't watch Quidditch but that she couldn't go with August. August understands Hermione's difficulties. She only spends so much time with her parents every year, and Hermione will naturally not change her schedule because of the Quidditch World Cup. What about you, Luna? Looking at Luna, who was flipping through a copy of the Quibbler, August asked about her arrangement. She was silent for a long time before slowly shaking his head. I should see my father's arrangement. Okay, then you can decide when the time comes. Me. Astoria raised her hand excitedly. I'll go with my mother, but she's definitely going to sit with those Ministry of Magic officials, and I'm going to your box. August nodded in agreement. He had already got a package for the top box, enough to accommodate many people. He is not very interested in the World Cup, but his interest in joining in the fun is not small. Suddenly, the door of the box was pushed open. August, I didn't bother you, did I? Fred winked at August and said, receiving a shudder from August. If you have something to say, don't be funny. Covering his head, Fred was not angry and asked with a smile. Have you received a letter from the Ministry of Magic that we are prohibited from using magic during the holidays? Everyone shook their heads, and Fred happily announced. I think they forgot. Guys, celebrate the first time we can cast spells in a carefree holiday. Hermione looked forward. If that's the case, I'll be able to preview the spells I'm going to learn next semester during the holidays. August rubbed his forehead, as expected of Hermione. Even the Ministry of Magic's trick is to learn. Soon, the Hogwarts Express reached its end, and a group of students quickly rushed to the platform after getting off the train. Obviously, they also realized that this year's Ministry of Magic had forgotten to do something. However, as expected of the Ministry of Magic, he never disappoints when it comes to disappointment. When the students reached the exit, they were stopped by the Ministry of Magic staff and watched as they signed the agreement. As for August, as a holder of the Order of Merlin and a member of the Wizengamot, he still has some privileges. A group of sad students walked out of the train station, causing the parents who came to pick them up to think that they had failed the exam. Several parents have secretly decided to go home and treat their cubs to a meal. Just as Harry was about to say hello to August and say goodbye, his uncle showed up. Boy, hurry up. It's not easy to waste my precious time picking you up. How dare you linger like this? Vernon's rude roar caused dissatisfaction among people around him, but everyone didn't say anything. They just looked at him with contempt. Suddenly Vernon looked at Sirius standing beside Harry and said with some uncertainty. Are you the new neighbor? Then he thought of something. You moved there for this kid. Sirius hated Vernon's attitude toward Harry. But after all, he had raised Harry for many years. He still introduced himself calmly and said. I'm Harry's godfather. What godfather? Why haven't I heard of it for so many years? Vernon said impatiently, but a little girl next to him helped him. Mom, that's Black. The little girl said in a milky voice. Let's run. Black is a murderer. Will he kill us? August refrained from laughing. Although many people now know that Sirius is innocent, some still have not changed their minds. The little girl's mother looked at Sirius apologetically and said to her daughter. Tiffany, don't talk nonsense. Mr. Black has been released from Azkaban, and the Ministry of Magic says he is not a murderer. At this time, Vernon was pale and trembling. Murderer, jail, don't kill. Why does this sound wrong? No wonder I've never heard Harry mention this godfather before. It turns out he's in jail. Hello, Mr. Black. Everyone will be neighbors in the future, don't be impulsive when you have something to do. Vernon swallowed and greeted Sirius cautiously, utterly different from the arrogance just now. The corner of Sirius's mouth twitched. He was about to explain when Vernon quickly said, Since you are here, I don't need to pick up Harry, so let's say goodbye first. After he finished speaking, he ran away with his fat son in his hand. August couldn't take it any longer and laughed. Chapter 216, Osiris. Harry saw August laugh so arrogantly he finally couldn't hold it back and laughed freely. The scene where Vernon misunderstood Sirius just now was too funny. Harry would have been unable to bear it if he hadn't been concerned about Sirius' face. Sirius stared at the two people laughing wildly and shook his head helplessly. He has experienced this situation many times recently and has gotten used to it. August, then we'll see you at the World Cup. Harry waved at August as he was about to get into a taxi and leave. August didn't directly apparate back to his home because his grandfather with him, Granny with him, wanted to see the changes in Muggle society. Anyway, there is nothing to do after returning home, and August will accompany Rowena to wander the streets of London. Looking at the heavy traffic on the streets of London and the towering steel-reinforced buildings, Rowena's mood could not help but become heavy. Is this what you mean by Corgi's power? August was speechless. It's technology. You can also see that Muggles are gradually changing the world, and the living space of wizards will be infinitely compressed. Rowena was speechless for a while. Before, August wanted her to help him study how to turn Muggles into wizards, but she refused without hesitation. In her heart, considering how high the wizard is, August's approach is undoubtedly to make all the ants become dragons. In Rowena's time, even opening a school to teach magic knowledge publicly was quite advanced, and people like August would be destroyed by humanity at that time. But now she has seen the creativity of Muggles and the steel jungle that covers the sky, and her inner thoughts can't help but shake. August also seemed to sense Rowena's hesitation, but he didn't take the opportunity to add fire. He was sure that the more Rowena knew about the present world, the more she would support his ideas. After walking on the streets until night, August came home. Tomorrow August will try to break the space again and go to the Underworld. Now that he has 10,000 gold coins on his body, August decides to take them out to increase his strength. The familiar light flashed, and 3 gold cards and 1 diamond card caught August's eyes. He didn't expect that his luck would be so good today. Before, he had saved enough 5,000 gold coins to draw a card once, but the bottom line was guaranteed this time. Several gold cards are character cards, and August is directly integrated into the body, increasing the magic scale. When the card cannot improve talent, August can choose a spell to improve understanding or choose nothing to maximize magic. With his current level of magic spells, many gold cards are just a means of improving his magic power for him. Opening the diamond card, August's eyes suddenly showed surprise. Name, Sky Dragon of Osiris, Egg. Gender, female. Quality, diamond. Ability, Dragon God's Body. The attack of creatures lower than Osiris will be weakened. Underworld God, controlling the power of death, can control the lifespan of living beings. Dragon's Breath, superconducting lightning, strike light cannon. Introduction. According to legend, the incarnation of Osiris, the king of the underworld in the mythology of Egypt, possesses endless might and can grow up to a demigod level. After being extracted by the host, it hatches automatically, and the growth rate can be increased by eating and absorbing energy. Without hesitation, August smashed the card, and suddenly, a pitted egg appeared in front of him. Crack! Crack! The hard shell shattered, and a small red beast closed his eyes and struggled to climb out of the eggshell. Little Dragon opened his eyes in a daze and saw August staring at her at a glance. Ow! With a cheerful cry, Little Dragon stumbled and ran toward August. August feared that she would fall, so he hurriedly hugged Little Dragon. Feeling August's embrace, Little Dragon let out a soft cry and closed his eyes comfortably. Seeing her like this, August was dumbfounded. Through the baptism in the previous life, August also knew that this little dragon should eat his own eggshell after birth to replenish some energy. She saw him and went straight to him, not even eating his eggshell. Come on, eat your nest first, or the energy will dissipate in a while. August put the little dragon next to the eggshell, motioning her to eat quickly. Between food and August, Little Dragon hesitated for a while and chose food, but she looked at August from time to time, just for fear that August would leave. Okay, I'm not leaving. August understood her eyes, and he was also comforted. I'll call you Osiris in the future. I hope you can eventually be in charge of life and death like the god of the underworld in myth. August named the little dragon, looking at her string of talents and abilities and the ability to become a demigod when she grows to a full body. His eyes are red with envy. This is a natural god. Unlike him, even with system assistance, he still needs to complete 2 missions to become a demigod. Rowena in the Resurrection Stone was not sealed by August, and she also saw the birth of Osiris. At this time, she was speechless in shock. Even in the Resurrection Stone, she could faintly feel the oppression Osiris brought her. It is not caused by the difference in strength. Now that Osiris was just born, she has no strength at all. It is a kind of blood pressure, as if Osiris is like a god descending into the world, and Rowena is just an ordinary muggle. Being born can give her such a sense of oppression. Rowena can't imagine how terrible the little dragon in front of her will become when she grows up. Are there really such terrifying creatures in this world? And August didn't care that Rowena knew his secret, it was just a pet, and she was not aware of the existence of the system. Seeing Osiris eating his eggshell cleanly, his aura became much stronger. August also summoned Fury and Celestia to let them get to know each other. Maybe because they both signed a contract with August, although Fury and Celestia's life status is slightly lower than Osiris's. But it was completely unaffected, and the three little girls soon became a good one. Chapter 217, Entering the Underworld. After hatching Osiris, August felt his pressure suddenly double. There is no other reason. This little guy really eats too much. In just a few days, August spent thousands of pounds. If he hadn't been earning money in the Muggle world, he would not be able to support Osiris. For her, August acquired several farms as a backup granary for the little guy. At the same time, it also made Arya buy many potions. Just relying on ordinary meat can promote the little guy's growth, but the effect is still too slow. August just thought of it as a snack for Osiris. And his special potion containing energy is the best food. After finishing all this, August also came to the mountain where he tried to break the space last time. He has also digested the increased magic power in the past few days. Combined with the potion, he now has a magic power scale of nearly 700. Do you really want to do this? Stepping into the taboo of the undead as a living person is too dangerous. In the Resurrection Stone, Rowena was still persuading August. When she heard August's thoughts, she was frightened by his boldness. It's all right. There is an invisibility cloak to protect us. I'll just slip back into the world if there is any danger. Besides, don't you want to see what the underworld looks like? August's rhetorical question also silenced Rowena. How could she not be moved by the existence of the underworld? It's just that she's worried about August's safety. Comforting Rowena, August is adjusting his state. When the magic power of the whole body was fully activated, August also released the EA wand once again. Enoma Elish. Like last time, August slashed the golden red magic to the coordinates he calculated. This time, his attack with ease and control hits the correct position. And the magic power in the body has not been evacuated all at once. It just feels a little weak. The space shattered bit by bit, and the dense cracks caused numbness to their scalps upon seeing them. Finally, the sturdy space barrier could no longer withstand this powerful attack. A small hole collapsed in the center, just enough to allow two people to pass. Feeling the deadly aura coming from the hole, August took a deep breath, put on the invisibility cloak, and flew in. After walking into the space crack, a colorful crystal wall appeared in front of August's eyes. Following the road split by the deviants, August didn't know how long and far he had walked. It seems that the concepts of space and time are blurred here. Finally, August felt his body sink, and his feet had already stepped on a plane. Is this the underworld? Rowena's excited voice sounded in August's heart. She couldn't believe that August had really succeeded. Holding back the same excitement, August observed his surroundings. As far as the eye can see, the space is boundless, flat, dark, and monotonous. Carefully casting a wand lighting charm, August was blocked by a distant river. August chose a direction and cast a wand lighting charm to float over. After a long time, August crossed a small path and finally came to the river. This is a deep and fast river, and August felt a dangerous breath from above. On the other side of the river was a very withered tree, and August recognized the type of tree at a glance. Elder tree. August, this matches the scene described in the Tales of Beetle the Bard very well. Seeing this scene, Rowena couldn't wait to tell August. Rowena, I know that the elder tree by the river should be the source of the Elder Wand. In the legend of the Deathly Hallows, the three Peveril brothers met Death on the banks of the river. Death made for eldest's elder wand from branches plucked from an elder tree by the river. Taking a chair out of the space pocket, August turned it into an arch bridge over the river. August originally wanted to make a small animal tryout. Still, he was afraid that the breath of life here would attract some terrible existence, so he gave up the idea. August clenched his wand in his hand, bravely stepping onto the arch bridge. At this time, his magic power has fully recovered. Once he finds anything wrong, he will immediately open a space channel to escape back to the world. Fortunately for August, he safely traveled to the other side of the river. When August stepped on the land on the other side of the river, countless souls appeared in his eyes instantly, and these souls were wandering in the air unconsciously. August carefully observed these souls. But unfortunately, they were too broken. Like Bruce and the Death Eaters found in Nocturne Alley by August, they couldn't tell their identities. But this is enough. So far, the role of the Deathly Hallows, August, can finally be affirmed. The Elder Wand breaks open the space, the Resurrection Stone stores the soul, and the Invisibility Cloak shields the breath. With the three Deathly Hallows, you can grab people from death and become an existence above death. But August has the EA wand, a more powerful artifact than the Elder Wand. As for Dumbledore's odd claim that death was the next great adventure, now August can be sure he's talking nonsense. The goal has been achieved, and August sucked a soul, ready to bring it back to the world to study, and then came to the other side of the river along the bridge. However, when passing by the Elder Tree, he also broke a branch and took it away. Returning to the origin where he appeared in this space, August calculated the spatial coordinates of the present world. An attack was launched, and it drilled in along the crack in the space. After August drilled into the crack and disappeared, the space crack slowly healed as if nothing had happened. In the depths of the space, there is a quaint palace. Inside the palace, a hooded figure sat quietly on the throne as if falling into a deep sleep. And just after August disappeared, the hooded man's fingers seemed to move slightly. My collection, one less. A dead, hoarse voice echoed in the hall, and it took a long time to dissipate. Chapter 218, Luna, let's get your mother home. Thank you, Federico. August nodded to the spirit in the air before taking him back to the resurrection stone. I thought it would be another great adventure after death, but I didn't expect it to be so murky. Rowena floated by August's side, his tone a little emotional. August shrugged, I prefer to touch all the unknowns as a living person. 2 days have passed since August returned from the Underworld. During these 2 days, August repaired the soul body he brought back and learned a lot of information from him. Well, this is what the legend says about the appearance of the dead. The soul's name was Maxon Federico, an 18th century wizard. After all, he is still Senior August because Federico is also a graduate of Ravenclaw House. According to Frederick, he did not resist death, so he entered the Underworld soon after death. However, the way he entered was somewhat different from that of August. After Federico's soul was picked up, he first walked through a long palace before entering the Underworld. In the Underworld, his state is like Rowena sleeping in the room of requirement, and he has no sense of the passage of time outside. When August woke him up, he knew that more than 200 years had passed since his death. Rowena, what do you think of that palace? August asked Rowena. He didn't see any palace when he entered the Underworld. It should be the Palace of Death, but I don't recommend you to explore now. Although you are already powerful. But that is the legendary death. Rowena acknowledged August's strength, and even Gryffindor couldn't match him in terms of attack. That magic blade that cuts through space is already another level of power. However, August still has some gaps compared with the mysterious death. Through the 3 Deathly Hallows, you can know how powerful death is. Don't worry. I won't be so deadly. Write it down first, and explore it later when I'm stronger. August replied indifferently that he would not be stupid to go to the Underworld to make trouble now. However, with Avalon, he was already invincible. But he wouldn't do such a thankless thing. After stretching, August was also a little tired. The 2 consecutive broken spaces still made his spirit a little tired. I'm going to rest first. Rowena, you can do whatever you want. These days Rowena will go to the Muggle world when she is free and study the current Muggle world, and August will not care about her. Anyway, with her wisdom, there is definitely no risk. The next day, August came to Luna's house early in the morning. August. Luna threw herself into August's arms. This was the first time the two had been separated for so long after their relationship was established. Rubbing Luna's hair, August's eyes looked into the house. At the door's crack, one eye is staring at August badly, and you don't have to guess to know that this is Luna's father. August couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Every girl's father has this attitude toward him, and he is used to it. If he has a daughter in the future, he will definitely break each other's legs. He wanted to see who had the guts to think about his daughter. The joy faded a little, and Luna also asked why August had come to her suddenly. Come with me. I have a surprise for you. August didn't tell him immediately and operated away with Luna, leaving Luna's father jumping around the house. In a mountain range, Luna wonders why August brought her here. Luna, if you can't see your mother, do you still remember her breath? August solemnly asked her. Luna was stunned when she heard August's words and nodded heavily. Okay, let's go get your mother home now. After August finished speaking, he took his wand, covered the two with an invisibility cloak, and opened the passage to the Underworld again. With his previous experience, this time, he is very familiar with it. Take Luna through the Plains of Ashes, the name August gave to the plains on this side of the river. Across the river, August casts a spell on Luna's eyes, allowing her to see every soul. He picked up this spell from Rowena called True Sight. It allows the subject to see things that ordinary wizards can't see, such as spirit bodies, ordinary invisibility cloaks, or disillusionment charm. Luna, it's up to you next if you think the breath of that soul is the closest, so we'll take her away. August said to Luna, her eyes were full of tears, and she nodded vigorously. With her intelligence, she has already guessed where this place is, and she is also very excited to think that she will be able to bring her mother back soon. With Luna's superhuman intuition, after they penetrated hundreds of kilometers into this plane, Luna suddenly looked in a direction where there was only one soul, sleeping quietly. And when Luna saw that soul, she was sure that this was her mother. However, to prevent mistakes, August first put the soul into the resurrection stone and then mobilized magic to repair the soul. When August repaired his soul and became a complete humanoid, August could confirm her identity without Luna's confirmation. This soul is like what Luna will look like when she grows up. Now that he has found the right person, August will not stay here. This time he stayed a little longer. According to his estimation, it has been almost half a day since they entered the underworld. There was always a voice in his heart telling him to leave the underworld quickly. After returning to the world, Luna hugged August and kissed wildly. "Thank you, August." Whispering incessantly, she did not know how to express her feelings, so she could only repeat her words of thanks. "Okay," August said softly while hugging Luna. "I promised you I would help you find the crumple-horned Snorkack. Although I haven't done it yet, your wish has been fulfilled, so this is what I should do." Hearing August's words, Luna's eyes were also full of deep love. Falling in love with August is the happiest choice in her life. Chapter 219, The Burrow. August asked Fury to bring a letter to Luna's home, and he took her directly back to his home. When August woke up Luna's mother, her expression was still a little confused, but when she saw Luna, she was instantly surprised. "Luna, you've grown up." In a word, she burst into tears again. "Mother." Luna subconsciously rushed over to hug her mother. Still, unfortunately, she went straight through her mother's soul and didn't touch anything. August also frowned. He needs to prepare a body for Mrs. Lovegood as soon as possible. With Rowena's experience, August can use his powerful alchemy to refine a body that is no different from ordinary people. Then Mrs. Lovegood will be truly resurrected. The two talked for a long time, and Mrs. Lovegood repeatedly thanked August, making him a little embarrassed. Luna stayed with August for the next few days with her mother. And August also told the two not to spread rumors that he could bring his soul back from the underworld for the time being, and the two naturally agreed. In the past few days, August has been refining the body for Mrs. Lovegood. Although it is not difficult, it is indeed a delicate job. It is estimated that it will take some time to succeed. And on the last day of July, August suddenly received a letter from the Weasley twins. The letter invites August to join them to Harry's house and invites Harry to watch this year's Quidditch World Cup. Originally, August was still a little puzzled. Why did he go to the Dursleys to find Harry if he had let Sirius live next door to Harry? After reading the letter, he realized that it turned out that Sirius had forgotten about the Free State as early as half a month ago, and the helpless Harry returned to his old days. But one thing is better. Perhaps because of the existence of Sirius, the Dursleys are now a lot more polite to Harry. In the letter, Fred stated that his family did not know much about the Muggle world, so he hoped August would also go with him. And they also invited August to the Burrow as a guest until the World Cup began. August thought about it and agreed. Hermione traveled abroad with her family, and Cho accompanied her parents back to Chinese country. It is estimated that they will not be able to return until the World Cup starts. And Luna has lived here for so long, and Mr. Lovegood wants Luna to return. He is bored at home alone, so he might as well visit the Burrow. Because Luna didn't master True Sight, August didn't ask Mrs. Lovegood to return with her. After sending Luna home, August also walked towards the Burrow. The Weasleys' house was not far from Luna's house, and after walking down the mountain, August saw the Burrow. It was a 4-story house, and the construction was crooked, making people worried that it would fall apart in the next second. The sharp-eyed Fred saw him from the window on the second floor, waved excitedly, then jumped out of the window. "Fred! How many times have I said it?" Going down the stairs. Mrs. Weasley's roar came from inside the house, and Fred shouted at the door indifferently. "Got it. But I'm George." August laughed dumbly as he listened. "Come on. I'll take you to our burrow and show you our latest products." August followed Fred through the door, and Mrs. Weasley greeted him with a smile when she saw him. "Bill and Charlie will be back in the evening. You haven't seen them yet. You should get to know them when you meet." "Okay, Mrs. Weasley." The two exchanged a few words, and Fred led August to visit a circle of the burrow and then came to the back garden. There was a shed where George was brewing potions at this time. "Here's our newest product, Tung Toffee. We'll take some with us when we pick up Harry and give it to that little fat guy to try." Fred pointed to the sticky substance in the cauldron and grinned at August. The little fat man in his mouth was referring to Dudley. He used to hear Harry talk about how Dudley bullied him, and Fred would help Harry get a little revenge. "I think Mrs. Weasley will definitely teach you a lesson. By the way, aren't you afraid of being discovered by doing this here?" August felt the two brothers were too bold to make these prank props in the backyard. Hearing August's words, the twins' faces all collapsed. "Didn't you sell us last summer?" "I sold you." August was confused, and then he remembered something. Could it be Mr. Weasley? That's right. The twins spoke in unison, confirming August's idea, which made August smirk. Mr. Weasley is very keen on transforming Muggle items into magical items. Still, due to family conditions, he has never had the opportunity. At a party at the Leaky Cauldron last summer, August quietly told Mr. Weasley that George and Fred might be able to help him in a few places. After coming back from the summer vacation this year, we were originally conducting experiments in the bedroom, but I didn't expect to be targeted by my father, and he also discovered our secret. George sighed and continued, we made a deal with Dad later. We provided him with funds, and he was responsible for covering US and buying raw materials. Who knows, in the end, Dad missed his mouth, and Mom also knew. Fred continued George's words. In the end, we paid half the small treasury for free research space. The two said what must be said, and August understood it. So now they don't object to you doing this. George spread his hands, when we give the family enough money to cover the expenses for 2 years. Of course, they will not object. It's just that they required us to pass the NEWTS exam with at least 3 O's. August nodded. In fact, this is a good thing. At least the twins don't have to worry about the family's opposition to opening a store after graduation. Don't look at the frowning look of the twins now. However, they are still very proud to be recognized by their family members and to help the family solve financial difficulties. Chapter 220, damn it, he pretended to be there again. In the evening, Mr. Weasley and the other children returned. After meeting August, he was also thrilled and introduced his other 2 sons to August. This is Bill, who is now a cursebreaker in Egypt for Gringotts Wizarding Bank, and this is Charlie, who is now dragonologist in Romania. Bill is a cool thin young man. He smiled, reached out, and shook hands with August, while Charlie looked much taller, in line with his Quidditch captain's personality. A few people got to know each other, and August asked Charlie. Charlie, are you working in the Black Sea Dragon Farm? Charlie was a little surprised. Yes, our dragon sanctuary is there. How did you know? August didn't expect it to be so coincidental that Dragon Sanctuary was the Christmas present that Arya gave him, and Charlie was also his employee. It's nothing. I just heard people mention that Dragon Sanctuary. August didn't tell the truth, he just hit, haha, and Charlie didn't suspect him either. He said mysteriously to August and his brother on the side. There will be big moves at Hogwarts this year, and the days ahead will be exciting for you. One sentence hooked everyone's curiosity, but no matter how others asked, Charlie didn't say a word, and angrily Ginny slapped him hard. After dinner, Mrs. Weasley pulled August aside. August, we're going to pick up Harry these days. This is a letter I wrote to his uncle's family, but I don't know how to send it by Muggle. Do you think it works? After speaking, Mrs. Weasley handed him a letter. August picked up the letter with a strange expression. At this time, the envelope was covered with dense stamps, leaving only a small square with the Dursley family's address and recipient's name written on it. I think it's fine, but you use too many stamps. August handed the letter to Mrs. Weasley and said with a dry smile. Mrs. Weasley was delighted, so you don't need so many stamps. I'd say it's a bit too expensive for Muggles to send a letter once, but why don't they use owls? August didn't answer. He felt these pureblood wizard families were too out of touch with modern times. At night, August did not live in the burrow but returned to his suitcase. Although he prefers the warm atmosphere of burrow, he still cannot compliment the living conditions there. Nagini, do you want to go to the Quidditch World Cup? In the bathroom, August was lying comfortably in the bathtub, asking the maid who was wiping his back. Nagini was startled. She knew Quidditch, but she had never seen it before. She was still curious about the most popular sport in the wizarding world. Can I? She asked August cautiously. Of course, you can. As I said, you can go wherever you want. August's answer warmed her heart, and she agreed with a smile. For Privet Drive. The atmosphere at this time was extremely tense, and Vernon was very irritable now. He received a letter from Mrs. Weasley, and a group of wizards would come to visit his home today. Initially, he didn't want to agree to what kind of Quidditch Harry would go to see. He knew that his rule for taking care of Harry all this time was for Harry to be unhappy, so he could be satisfied. But thinking that Harry could leave his home 2 weeks early, he still endured the discomfort and agreed. I want you to tell them to dress appropriately. I don't want my neighbors to see many weirdos come to my house. By the way, how will they come to my house? Harry heard his uncle's complaints and questions, but he hadn't thought about it either. Ding dong. Harry's face brightened when the doorbell rang, and he hurried to open the door while the Dursleys looked a little flustered. Opening the door, August was standing at the door, dressed in Muggle casual clothes. August. Why only you, I mean, Ron and the others? Harry looked around after seeing August, wondering why Ron and the others didn't come. They must come here by other means, so I came first. This morning August asked if he needed to bring Ron and them over. But Mr. Weasley refused, saying that it had been agreed in the letter, so August himself came first. When Harry walked into the house with August, Vernon was relieved to see the very normal August. "You're here to pick up Harry. Now you can go." August handed over a business card before saying, "Sorry, there are a few people who didn't show up, but they'll be here soon." Taking August's business card, Vernon glanced at it and said sharply, "Gaunt Financial. Why do you have their business card?" As a company director, he also has a lot of knowledge about some investment companies. Gaunt Financial is a company that has become famous in recent years. The projects and stocks they invest in have never failed. My name is August Gaunt. This company is one of my properties, and to thank you for taking care of Harry, you can practice the number on here, and they'll know what to do if you mention my name. Of course, I hope you will treat Harry better and respect his thoughts. Vernon swallowed. He didn't expect that there would be a big guy like August in Harry's freak school. Thinking that if his company can get investment from Gaunt Financial, his career will be able to go to another level. Of course. We will treat Harry as we did Dudley in the future, don't worry. Nodding hastily, Vernon hurriedly put away the business card carefully and then asked Petunia to prepare dessert for August. Sitting on the sofa, Harry looked at August gratefully and asked in a low voice, "How can you still have the company in the Muggle world?" August answered his question, "You know, I'm an orphan, and if I want to live a better life, I'll just start a random company and make some money." Hearing this, Harry was speechless for a while. He shouldn't have asked. Chapter 221, The Bad Twins. August, who had seen the entire work in his previous life, actually had no ill feelings toward the Dursleys. In other words, I hated them initially, but with age and experience, August gradually changed his views. In reality, how many relatives can take in an orphan who can be called a freak? When Dumbledore brought Harry, although the Dursleys were very unhappy, they finally agreed that Harry would stay. They gave all the education Harry should have. As for Dudley bullying Harry, this does exist, but when Hagrid first arrives at Dursley's house, he turns a pig's tail out of Dudley's butt. An important business partner came to the door and was harassed by Harry. And the Aunt Marge incident, these are the same facts. Even so, every summer, Harry can stay here safe and sound. August felt that they had done their best. As for helping Harry this time, one is to repay Harry for giving him the invisibility cloak, and the other is to think that the family is not that bad. Before Ron and the others arrived, August simply chatted with the Dursleys. But not about the wizarding world but some business exchanges. The atmosphere was quite harmonious for a while. Dudley glanced at Harry disdainfully and then looked at August with admiration. The meaning was very obvious. Look at you. Look at the other. Harry is also very depressed. Who can compare him with a monster like August? Not only is he enormously talented in magic, but his business in the Muggle world is also impressive. Suddenly, there was a heavy thumping and rubbing noise from the fireplace. The Dursleys were taken aback. What? Petunia had retreated to the wall, looking horrified at the fireplace. August looked at the sealed fireplace and suddenly thought. Mr. Weasley seemed to say they would come through flow powder. The nailed planks came out toward the fireplace, and two people rolled out. It was Fred and George. The two were covered in dust from the fireplace, and the entire living room was covered in dust. Thanks, August. We almost thought we were in the wrong place. The twins got up and showed big smiles. There were two more explosions, and Mr. Weasley and Ron also appeared in the fireplace. Harry, it's great to meet you. Mr. Weasley stepped out of the fireplace and gave Harry a warm embrace, and Ron also said hello. Hi, my name is Arthur Weasley. Mr. Weasley greeted the already frightened Dursleys. He didn't get a response, and he didn't care. He looked around the room to himself. He liked everything related to Muggles. What is this? Do they use electricity? Looking at the microwave in the kitchen, he asked like a curious baby. And Harry took the twins upstairs to carry luggage. The Dursleys stood together tremblingly and looked at August for help. The wizarding world is a bunch of freaks, and now August can help them. Mr. Weasley, this is a microwave Muggles use to heat food. August acted as an interpreter and introduced these appliances to Mr. Weasley individually. Mr. Weasley listened with great interest and exclaimed from time to time. Fred and George also came downstairs with Harry's luggage. Dad, it's time for us to go back. Mum can't wait to see Harry. Hearing that, Mr. Weasley reluctantly walked to the fireplace. Fred, Ron, you go first. Hearing this, Fred walked towards the closet, and suddenly some candy was spilled in his pocket. He pretended to lean over to pick it up hurriedly but deliberately missed a few sweets that rolled toward Dudley. Looking at these colorful candy packages, Dudley swallowed subconsciously. The burrow. Sprinkling a flow powder, Fred shouted and disappeared into the flames with Ron. George, you help Harry with the luggage, and the two of you go together. Mr. Weasley did not notice this detail. He commanded Harry and George, and finally, August and his rear. Just before August's last look, he saw Dudley secretly eating a piece of toffee. Ha ha ha, Fred, you are so bad. In the burrow, Harry was laughing uncontrollably. Fred just told him about the effect of the Tuntung toffee, and he immediately thought of what Dudley looked like at this time. Mr. Weasley was also at a loss to hear their laughter. Are you sure Dudley will be okay? August asked in a low voice, and Fred nodded quickly. The candy we made is not very effective. It can only have an effect of 5 minutes. He and George are still careful. This matter can be big or small. It is a prank to say it is small and a violation of the Muggle Protection Act if it is big. After dinner, August was about to go back to rest but was stopped by Harry. August, I saw something in my dream, and it would make me very uncomfortable from time to time. Harry took August out of the burrow, came to the small courtyard, and pointed to the scar on his forehead. August's expression became slightly serious. Harry, what did you dream about? Harry thought for a moment before saying, I dreamed of a boy and the wanted criminal. Bellatrix. Yes, it's her. They were in a large manor, discussing issues, and they also killed a wizard. But I didn't hear the name. August was lost in thought after listening. According to the mark he left on Bellatrix, she obviously did not return to England, and the boy next to him should be Voldemort. Thinking of this, he used his wand to outline a figure. Is it this young man? Harry looked at it, carefully recalled its times, and nodded affirmatively. He was a little puzzled. The scar on his head was left to him by Voldemort. What kind of relationship did this young man have with Voldemort? August didn't tell him this was what Voldemort looked like when he was young. Harry, how's your occlumency study going? Hearing August's question, Harry shook his head embarrassedly. Occlumency was still a little too tricky for him. August didn't care either, patted Harry's shoulder, and said, You don't need to worry about this matter. Your priority now is to master occlumency so that the scar on your forehead will not easily affect you. After speaking, August turned to leave an apparat and disappeared in place. Chapter 222, Chapter 222, She is my humanoid elf. Harry is woken up early by Mrs. Weasley, who has the same treatment as the others. Why don't Percy and the others have to get up early? Sitting at the dining table, Ron complained dissatisfiedly. They've passed the apparition test, honey, and have a sandwich. Mrs. Weasley gave Ginny a ham sandwich and explained to Ron. Why doesn't August need exams? He can still use magic outside of school. Ginny grunted, then ate the sandwich in her hands. Ginny, you have to know that people in the world are different. With August's current status, these ordinary rules mean nothing to him. He is already one of the top people in the world. Mr. Weasley said with emotion that, as an official of the Ministry of Magic, he knew how much August had made Fudge suffer. Although if August treats him and Mrs. Weasley like a junior when facing him, he can't say anything to do. After the listless people finished eating, they followed Mr. Weasley to the top of Ferret Mountain. They had to use the portkey to go to the viewing venue. Mr. Weasley was excited because they would camp there overnight, like Muggles. At the top of the mountain, they also met a school acquaintance. Diggory Cedric. Mr. Weasley and Mr. Diggory are both employees of the Ministry of Magic, and their relationship is not bad. After a few chats, Diggory's father suddenly mentioned the Lovegoods. Originally, Lovegood had to go to the venue a week in advance, and I don't know where they got a box ticket. Hearing this, several little guys looked at each other and knew that this was because of August. And by the time they arrived through the portkey, quite a few people were already there. This time, we need to host 100,000 wizards to watch this Quidditch match. This is a big project. Many people even need to arrive here half a month in advance. Of course, this ticket of mine doesn't need to be so troublesome. I just need to come over on the same day. Speaking of which, Mr. Weasley also looked very proud. After getting the tools and location for camping from a Muggle caretaker, a few people went to the designated spot. Here Harry saw a lot of Hogwarts classmates, such as Seamus and Neville. But it was more wizards from all over the world. Harry also saw several shirtless wizards of Egypt bouncing and jumping around a roasted rabbit. At the end of the camp, there was a clearing with a sign with Mr. Weasley's name on it. When Mr. Weasley unfolded the tent, everyone was amazed. The two tents, which looked torn and tattered, were indeed mysterious. I borrowed it from a colleague, poor Perkins, who has low back pain and can't come to camp anymore. Okay, kids, you go fetch water. I'll be in charge of making the fire. I'm going to learn how Muggles make a fire with matches. Mr. Weasley was very excited as if camping was the primary purpose of his visit this time. And when Harry and the others returned from fetching water, they saw August appear. Morning, Harry. August greeted with a smile, Luna and Cho beside him. August, you're here too. I thought you'd come at noon like Bill and the others. Harry was happy to see August appear. Cho's face flushed slightly next to him. August came so early because she was too excited and went to call August early in the morning. Luna was still a little sleepy at this time, and it seemed she was about to fall asleep. "Where is your tent?" Ginny ran to Luna's side and asked August curiously. "Yes, August. Take Harry and the others to your place first. It will take a while for me to start a fire here." Mr. Weasley was sweating profusely, and he was still wrestling with matches. Several people looked at each other helplessly and then walked out of the tent. And not far from Mr. Weasley's place is August's campground. At this time, a dozen hooded witches were moving their wands to set up the tent. It is not a tent. It is a palace. Fred and George swallowed. "August, it's only one day. There's no need for such a big, right? I don't want to. It's all kind of good intentions from others." August rolled his eyes and replied, "These people are Arya's subordinates." She learned that August would watch the Quidditch World Cup, so she took all the trivial matters down. And his ticket was sent by Lockhart. "Master, your tent will be set up soon. Please wait a while." Nagini, dressed in a workplace suit from the Muggle world, walked over with graceful steps. Except for Cho and Luna, who had already met Nagini, the others spoke in unison. "Master." "Ah, this is Nagini. You can think of her as my humanoid elf." August couldn't do anything, either. He had already asked Nagini not to call him that, but she was stubborn, so he could only give up. Everyone looked at August with contempt, envy, eyes, admiration. His days are really corrupt. When the tent was set up, more than a dozen black-robed wizards bowed in unison and then operated and disappeared in place. Everyone couldn't wait to rush into the tent, looking at the vast space inside and the luxurious furniture and exclaiming in amazement. "It's over. After looking at your residence, I don't think I can go back." Wiping the saliva from the corner of her mouth, Ginny said to August enviously. "Then live here, anyway. There are more than 10 bedrooms here." August doesn't care about this. Isn't it suitable for people to be more lively? Hearing August says this, and everyone cheered in unison. Ron let out a strange cry of excitement and ran back to pull Mr. Weasley over. Seeing such a luxurious tent, Mr. Weasley was embarrassed and thanked August. He took out the ingredients and kitchen utensils he had brought and prepared to make a barbecue meal as a camping lunch. Several boys also stepped forward to help. Cho, beside him, was on the verge of moving. So frightened that August grabbed her directly and did not let her help. Chapter 223, Envy. By noon, Bill, Charlie, and Percy were also there. When everyone was through lunch, Mr. Weasley suddenly stood up, smiling and greeting a wizard who strode up. The most important person at the moment, Ludo. The men hugged Mr. Weasley. "Arthur, old man, isn't it wonderful? We've been preparing for a year, and we're finally starting." August knew this man, Ludovic Bagman, now the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports and a former excellent Quidditch player. "This is Ludo. You all know who he is, right? We are in such a good position thanks to him." Ludo waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing. "Want to make a bet?" "Arthur," he said eagerly. "I've had a lot of bets, and I think Ireland will win, but many people don't." Mr. Weasley was also very interested. He took out a galleon and bet Ireland to win. Still, Ludo was a little dissatisfied and seemed to dislike Mr. Weasley's stinginess. The Weasley twins were about to move and wanted to get involved but were stopped by August's eyes. Seeing that no one was making a bet, Ludo was about to leave. "I'm going to find Crouch. Those Bulgarians have such poor English that I don't understand it." Before the words were finished, a wizard suddenly operated in front of their camp. It was Barty Crouch SNR. At this time, Crouch was wearing a neat suit and dressed meticulously like a banker in the Muggle world. "Mr. Crouch." Percy stood up excitedly, rushed to Crouch quickly, and bowed. Crouch frowned. "You are Weathersby." Puffed. The twins laughed and spat out the tea in their mouths. Percy boasted at home daily about how familiar he was with Mr. Crouch. But when they met, Crouch couldn't even remember his surname. Percy blushed, not knowing if it was from shame or the twins. And their laughter also attracted Crouch's attention. After seeing August, Crouch's eyes also lit up. "Mr. Gaunt," Crouch took a few steps, came to August's side, and stretched out his hand. "Just now, some distinguished guests from other countries mentioned you. They regret not seeing you in England this time." August got up and shook hands with the other party. They wanted alchemy creatures more. "It doesn't matter if they see me or not." Hearing him say this, Crouch didn't retort, "Are you coming to Box 1 soon? The ministers of magic from all countries will be there." August thought about it but refused. Percy's envious eyes turned red. Crouch, whom he had always regarded as an idol, treated August so enthusiastically that he couldn't even remember his surname. However, August talked to Crouch with an equal or even higher attitude and declined his invitation lightly. Crouch was not reluctant. He had some official business with Mr. Weasley again and left with Ludo. Percy is about to envy you. Ron was gloating, and he'd been getting a lot of training for Percy lately. His utilitarianism is too heavy, but he doesn't know that strength is the foundation. August's indifferent evaluator to Percy and Harry on the side couldn't help but complain. Not everyone can be as perverted as you are, August. Perverted. August looked at him dangerously. Noticing his gaffe, Harry quickly shut his mouth. By the way, while we want to make a bet. Why did you stop us? George remembered what had happened just now and asked curiously. Don't think that Bagman is the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, but this person is addicted to gambling and has already owed a lot of foreign debts. You can catch up and bet if you want to lose everything. Hearing what August said, the twins were also a little scared. They were going to bet 100 galleons just now. If they were really cheated, they would have nowhere to cry. The game was played in the evening, and now it is afternoon. August brought a few girls to the market not far away to pass the time. There were already many vendors in the market, and they were selling all kinds of bizarre gadgets. There are medals of different colors, hats with logos, some small models of firebolts, and even miniature models of members of the two teams. It was also the first time that August discovered that there were people who knew how to do business in the wizarding community. Along the way, a few girls curious about each stall have to take a look. Especially Nagini has never seen such a playful scene, and every commodity attracts her greatly. August would buy that product if the girls' eyes stayed a little longer. All the vendors are laughing from ear to ear, and this kind of forthright customer is their favorite. It didn't take long for everyone to be covered in souvenirs. Luna's straw hat had been taken off and replaced with a dancing clover hat, and a bracelet of various Ireland emblems was on her hand. Jo also has a small Ireland flag pinned to her slender waist and holds a small firebolt model. Dear guest, do you need binoculars? A wizard pushed a cart in front of several people. On the cart's shelf were several binoculars. Jo picked up one and played with it with great interest. The wizard introduced enthusiastically. Binoculars, you can replay the picture, play it in slow motion and even analyze the game. Just 10 galleons. How much do you have here? I want them all. The wizard directly shows his back molars from laughing when August says that. Seeing that August bought so many telescopes, Luna was a little puzzled. August, why did you buy so many? These are for Fred and the others. This will be their Christmas present this year. Passing galleon and pocketing all the binoculars, August explained to Luna. Giving Christmas presents every year consumes a lot of August's brain cells. This binocular is a good choice, which can save him a lot of trouble. The number of pedestrians on the road gradually increased, and everyone rushed towards the stadium. August looked at the time and felt that it was almost starting. He also took a few girls to the scene of the game. Chapter 224, August, be my girlfriend. I've never seen so many wizards come together. Jo stared at the crowd in front of her. Born into a wizard family, Diagon Alley is where she has seen most wizards gather. Diagon Alley is full of people every year before the summer vacation is about to start, and very lively. But compared with the present, it is entirely insignificant. August also nodded in agreement. Thousands of people were slowly wriggling inside dozens of boxes, which reminded him of when he went to watch the football team in his previous life. With a capacity of 100,000 spectators, the Ministry of Magic has had a busy year for this. Mr. Weasley's voice came from behind. His family and Harry were squeezed behind August at some point. Every inch of the land here has a muggle-repelling charm, and it's a huge project that few countries in the world can do. Originally, August wanted to ask if the country in the East could do it. Still, a force from the highest dimension made him wisely shut his mouth and no longer mention that country. Here, I'm giving presents for Christmas. Distributing the binoculars to everyone, August said with a smile. Binoculars? Ron said in surprise. He wanted to buy it just now. But unfortunately, he has no money. The others also happily took binoculars and thanked August. Under the leadership of Mr. Weasley, they entered the stadium smoothly. Both are first-class tickets, except that August's box is located in the center and can see the whole situation on both sides, while Weasley's box is behind the goal on one side. Sitting in the box, August saw that Cho's parents and Luna's father did not show up, which was a little strange. They're in the Ministry of Magic's box and won't be coming. Dad said he had to watch from the bottom. That's where the atmosphere is. The two little witches explained the reasons one after another, and August nodded to show that he understood. It's better this way. There are only August and 3 girls in the whole room. At this moment, the box door was suddenly pushed open, and a golden retriever ran in. August, here I come. Thank you for the medicine. Astoria went straight to August, jumped up, and hung the whole body on him. Afraid that she would fall, August quickly supported her. When he drew the card last time, August accidentally drew a bottle of holy potion and sent it to Astoria. Seeing her current appearance, it is estimated that she has recovered. Astoria, come down. Mrs. Greengrass's voice came from the door. She walked into the box and bowed respectfully to August. Thank you, Mr. Gaunt. The curse on Astoria is all gone. Speaking of which, she was also very excited. Her daughter was cursed and tortured and suffered more than anyone else. The original Astoria only had a lifespan of more than 30 years. When it reaches that age, it will die like the ancestors of Greengrass. Now with August's help, she is finally relieved. However, she is not sure whether the future descendants of the Greengrass family will still be cursed. Looking at the girls around August, she decided in her heart. Don't say that, Auntie. Astoria is my good friend, and I won't watch her suffer. He patted Astoria's little head and motioned her to come down. The mother is still here, and it is inappropriate for August to take advantage of it. But she shook her head vigorously and said nothing. Cho watched this scene helplessly, knowing she would have another sister. After all, Astoria's thoughts were obvious before, and since August saved her again this time, she couldn't escape. I have to meet some old friends there, and I will ask you to look after Astoria. After her mentality changed, Mrs. Greengrass was relieved to see the scene. When my daughter is older, she knows her own happiness that she pursues. After finishing speaking, she just turned around and left the box. When she left, she thoughtfully helped August close the door. August is dumbfounded. I am going to eat your daughter. Don't you care? Looking at Mrs. Greengrass, who was leaving, he was utterly speechless. Astoria raised her head and looked at August with bright eyes as if to know that her mother was gone. August, be my girlfriend. In the room, 3 question marks appeared on everyone's head. Ah, no, be my boyfriend. Astoria quickly corrected her slip of the tongue and stared at him expectantly. No. He placed her by Cho's side, and August ruthlessly refused. Why? She was dumbfounded. She didn't expect August to refuse. You are too young. The words hit her heart. Astoria looked at Cho, Luna, Nagini, and finally at herself. At this time, she seemed to understand something but didn't seem to understand anything. Okay, the game is about to start. Focus on watching the game. Cho jumped out to smooth things out. She knew what August meant, not in that aspect, but in mind. Astoria has been well protected since she was a child, just like a little girl who has not grown up. After a few years of maturity, some things will come naturally. At this time, the opening ceremony has reached the mascot admission link. The mascot of the Bulgarian team is actually a Vila. Their hair fluttered in the wind, and their skin was like bright moonlight. Even as a girl, Cho had to admit that the beauty of Vila was unstoppable. When the Vila entered the stage, everyone went into a frenzy. Cho clearly saw that someone in the bottom box wanted to rush into the arena and approach the Vila but was directly knocked over by the person next to him. She glanced at August subconsciously and found that he looked as usual and felt relieved. But Cho also remembered that August's fiancée in France seemed to be a mixed-race Vila. Thinking of this, the pressure in her heart also increased sharply, and she looked at August a little bit worse. Feeling Cho's gaze, August turned his head suspiciously, but the young lady snorted coldly and turned away. August is confused. Who am I, what have I done, and why is Cho angry? And Rowena, who was floating in the air, witnessed the whole process and couldn't help but chuckle. It's nice to be young. Chapter 225, A Bet with Cho. The girl was in a bad mood. When Irish's leprechauns withdrew from the field of play and players from both sides made appearances one after another, Cho also returned to normal. In fact, Cho knew in his heart that August would not abandon her because of a certain girl. It was just an intuitive sense of crisis after seeing the beauty of Vila. Several girls are discussing which team is more potent. I think Irish is stronger. Their chaser has scored a lot in previous games. Astoria said while looking at the match. But Bulgarian seekers are great too. What do you think, Nagini? As a seeker, Cho paid more attention to this position. Seeing that Nagini had not spoken, Cho also asked curiously. Ah. Nagini reacted slowly, not expecting Cho to ask her opinion. After that, she just looked at August for help. Nagini only knew little about Quidditch and didn't know how to analyze strengths and weaknesses. However, she still wanted to join in on the conversation. Bulgarian catches the snitch, but Irish wins. August says caused Cho to roll his eyes. The possibility of this situation is too slight. In the previous 441 World Cup, it has only happened twice. August rolled his eyes and whispered something in her ear. Cho's pretty face turned crimson, and she gave him a strange look. Did you agree? August looked at her expectantly, and Cho snorted lightly and nodded. This bet, August, will be lost. Game start. Ludo Bagman's passionate voice echoed throughout the court, mullet. Troy. Irish took the lead. Goal scored. Nice shot by Moran. In the box, everyone was watching the game with binoculars. The game was too exciting. Everyone's level was very high. It was far from the Quidditch Cup of Hogwarts. As Astoria said, Irish's chaser is superb, scoring 3 goals in less than 5 minutes. Look. Krum made a move. Lynch followed. Oh. He was tricked. Ludo Bagman's voice tells everyone that Krum had pretended to find the golden snitch and lured Irish seeker Lynch to hit the ground hard. The Bulgarian fans booed. So good. Lynch, go home and play toy Quidditch. Krum is waiting for you to hit the ground. What are you waiting for? Irish fans were also not to be outdone, and the two sides launched a passion for each other. The game was, therefore, interrupted, and several healers ran into the field to examine Lynch. Finally, Lynch got back on his feet to the cheers of Irish supporters. After more than 10 minutes of intense competition, the Irish scored more than 10 goals in a row. Apart from Krum, everyone else in Bulgarian is so bad. August couldn't help but complain that these Bulgarian players were being played around by Irish players, and they couldn't find where the quaffle was. At this time, Krum was like a lone hero, fighting against the whole of the Irish. He kept doing all kinds of fakes to confuse Lynch and sometimes interfere with the Irish beaters' offense. Lynch moved. He's diving again. Bagman spoke very quickly, Krum followed. They found the snitch. The atmosphere on the field instantly became tense, and everyone was staring at the two seekers who were entangled together. Lynch's previous wound had already opened. August could clearly see a little blood floating behind them. They will hit the ground. Astoria said nervously, holding the binoculars. No, only Lynch will. Cho answered firmly. In the end, as Cho expected, Lynch fell heavily to the ground for the second time, and Krum successfully caught the golden snitch. Irish wins. Bagman shouted excitedly but was also a little dizzy, as if he didn't expect the game to end so quickly. Even though Krum caught the snitch, Irish won the final trophy 170-160. Oh my god. No one expected it. Irish supporters cheered enthusiastically in the stadium, and countless fireworks spewed from their wands. At the same time, Bulgarian fans scolded the side of the exit. They no longer want to go to the next awards ceremony. When the International Quidditch Association president handed the trophy to the Irish players, the 442nd Quidditch World Cup ended successfully. August and the others also left the box. Coincidentally, Fudge and a group of people came out of the box next to them. Some officials from the Ministry of Magic in other areas recognized August and approached him enthusiastically. In desperation, August also chatted with these old foxes, nothing more than wanting him to sell some alchemy creatures to their country. Because of his laziness, not many alchemy creatures are circulating on the market, but every buyer praises August. This made more people interested in his work. August saw Crouch in the last position, with a house elf by his side. But what made him pay special attention to Crouch was that a thin man was wearing an invisibility cloak beside him. This should be Crouch's son Barty Jr. August thought silently that Barty Jr. was a loyal supporter of Voldemort. In the original book, he disguised himself as Moody. He entered Hogwarts as a professor of defense against the dark arts. But now August has chosen Sirius as the professor for the next semester, and he doesn't know how the future will develop. He walked quietly to Crouch's side and cast Tracking Spell on Barty Jr. Did Mr. Crouch bring House Elf to the game? August's words tightened Crouch's heart, but his expression didn't change. I have too much work to do, so Winky is here to help me with some chores. Thanks to Barty and Ludo, this World Cup has been so successful. Fudge patted Barty Crouch SNR with a smile and praised the two to August. August did not refute but just smiled in agreement. It was already late at night when August and his party walked towards their camp along the lantern. The night sky is full of Irish singing, and their mascot, the leprechaun, is flying around in the sky, occasionally dropping a handful of galleon. These galleons are fake and will disappear after a while. Seeing Astoria, who was about to move, August reminded her. Okay. She pouted. Although her family's conditions were good, the pocket money her mother gave was not much. She thought she could get a windfall this time. Harry and the twins were chatting about Krum's fake move at the camp. Wood, the former Gryffindor Quidditch captain, was holding a wand and drawing a schematic diagram of the action. Harry, you only need to break when you are 3 centimeters off the ground, and you can make sure you don't hit the ground like Lynch. A group of people looked at Wood speechlessly. Break 3 centimeters? At such a high speed, who can calculate the distance so accurately? Okay, kids. It's getting late. What you need is rest. Mr. Weasley stepped forward to stop the night talk and drove everyone into the tent. August looked at Cho with meaningful eyes, but Cho was too embarrassed to look at his boyfriend. I wouldn't have made that bet with August if I had known it. Chapter 226, Dark Mark reappears. Silent Night. In the tent, everyone was asleep at this time. In August's bedroom, Cho hugged the quilt tightly and watched August vigilantly. I'm already willing to admit defeat. Why are you still looking at me like that? Touching his nose awkwardly, August was in a dilemma at this time. An esoteric philosophical question is bothering him: is it to be a beast? Or is it better than a beast? Looking at the charming young lady, August's mind became hot. Hee, Cho, you will regret it. Just when August was about to incarnate the villain and become the big bad wolf, there was a sudden knock on the door. August. Get up. There's an emergency. Harry's voice interrupted his movements, and he spoke very quickly as if something important really happened outside. In an instant, the atmosphere was destroyed. Cho, who had closed his eyes tightly, responded and pushed August away. Who? Don't be angry, don't be angry. August and Cho quickly packed up and walked out of the tent to suppress the anger in his heart. Several fires were burning in the grass in the distance, and August saw the crowd running out one after another as if escaping from something. In that direction came wild laughter and drunken scolding, and a group of wizards with wands in their hands shot fire everywhere. August, what should we do? Now that Mr. Weasley is not here, August is their backbone. The exclamations from outside caught Mr. Weasley's attention, and Cedric's father sent Mr. Weasley and several other adult Weasleys to maintain order. August narrowed his eyes. Those people were gradually approaching their tent, and the rest could see their whole picture clearly. A group of hooded and masked wizards. The manager of this campsite and his family were controlled to float above their heads. They gave out squeamish laughter and kept toying with a few muggles. A little girl fainted by them, but then they woke her up again. What to do? August's tone was cold and stern. You all go in. I will take care of this group of scum. Hearing August's words, everyone nodded and walked into the tent. Everyone was very reassured about August's strength and knew they might cause trouble here, but before Cho left, let August pay attention and not get killed. And this group of masked wizards also saw August's luxurious camp, controlled the muggles with a strange smile, and walked over. Swinging his wand, August directly awakened several big trees, became his warrior, and attacked the masked wizard. His actions also angered this group of wizards, and one of them launched a firework into the sky as if calling for a distant companion. One after another, incantations hit the tree, only shattering a few pieces of wood, which had no effect on it. Ah! The screams recalled that a masked man did not dodge the attack of the big tree and was slapped into the soil, apparently seriously injured. Reducto. A dark wizard from another place saw this scene and fired a curse in a fury. August used his wand to pull the reductor curse and hit a masked man directly, and he was immediately blown into flesh and blood. Seeing August's strength is fantastic. The masked man divided a few people to attack August. More and more dark wizards appeared around, and a dozen people surrounded August. Perhaps because of the existence of the Ministry of Magic, they did not dare to use the unforgivable curse. Still, the other curses were indeed thrown out continuously. It's a pity that even the silver shield summoned by August was not broken. Protego Diabolica. A circle of silver flames appeared on the ground around August and quickly formed a towering column of fire. At the same time, in the jungle not far from them, a green firework rose into the air. A huge skull and a snake were entangled, forming a dark mark. In the distance, the aura of the Ministry of Magic changed his face when he saw the dark mark and quickened his pace. Due to the fighting around them, these people didn't dare to apparate and could only rely on some speed boost spell to hurry. When they arrived, they saw August standing in front of the tent, and more than a dozen dark wizards lay neatly on the ground, all of which were burnt by flames. Even a few people had a burnt smell, making the auras sick. They nervously aimed at August with their wands. Although these masked people are not good, it is not a good thing to be so cruel. Put the wand down. Or we'll take action. The aura's tone was very bad, and August frowned slightly. He had just dealt with these dark wizards, and these people came to make trouble. Several figures ran over when August was about to clean up these auras. Stop. Don't point your wand at Mr. Gaunt. Seeing this scene, Fudge shouted profusely. After hearing the instructions of the Minister of Magic, these auras retracted their wands but still looked at August vigilantly. Mr. Gaunt, what's the matter? Walking quickly to August, Fudge asked what had happened. This group of Death Eaters caught 3 muggles and teased them at will, and they were going to attack my friends and me. I have subdued them, don't thank me. The fact is, of course, not as simple as what August said. After he subdued these dark wizards, he threw them into the Protego Diabolica curse one by one. Ignoring August's cold joke, the word Death Eater somewhat frightened Fudge. He stammered and explained, Mr. Gaunt, you may be mistaken. These people are only drunk to commit these crimes and have nothing to do with the Death Eaters. What about the dark mark? August's words made Fudge speechless, and some wizards came in the distance. Several auras followed Crouch. After he arrived, he stared at the group of people on the ground. Fudge is still trying to convince August to change his rhetoric, and he doesn't want such a thing. Unfortunately, August was indifferent to his words. He waved his wand and removed all these wizard disguises. Mr. Crouch, do you all know these people? Looking at the familiar faces, Crouch nodded, I know. Well then, I'll prosecute these Death Eaters. As Order of Merlin first-class recipients and members of the Wizengamot. They charged with attacking innocent muggles or injuring underage wizards. Hearing what August said, Fudge was desperate. Crouch nodded. He was a complete hawk. During Voldemort's rampage, Crouch allowed Aurors could use the unforgivable curse against Voldemort and Death Eaters. Unfortunately, the fact that his son was a Death Eater took a toll on his reputation, and he lost his chance to ascend to the throne of Minister of Magic. After dispatching a few subordinates to control these Death Eaters one by one, Crouch looked at the few who had been burned to death, and a flash of pleasure flashed in his eyes. Cho and the others in the house heard the voices outside and came out knowing that the matter had been resolved. Crouch. So you're here. I think there's something you should know. Mr. Diggory carried a comatose house elf and walked towards Crouch with a solemn look. With the campfire's light, Crouch saw the appearance of the house elf in Mr. Diggory's hand, and his expression immediately became terrible. Chapter 227, Winky. Winky. Crouch said in disbelief. I found it from where the dark mark was fired, and when I arrived, she was alone, with a wand in her hand. Mr. Diggory's words made Crouch pale, and his eyes seemed on fire. It's impossible. Crouch defended bluntly, aiming at Winky with his wand, renervate. Soon, Winky woke up, she saw so many wizards staring at her, and she slowly raised her head to look at the dark mark in the sky that hadn't dissipated. Her big eyes quickly filled with tears. Winky, you saw it too. Someone made the dark mark, and you were found right below it with a wand in your hand. Please give us an explanation. Mr. Diggory's interrogation made the elf shiver. No, Winky doesn't know anything. Winky is in a coma. Winky won't do this. You were found with a wand in your hand. Diggory growled, waving the wand he had taken from Winky. Don't bother, Diggory. Crouch interrupted, aiming his wand at the wand on Diggory's hand. Prior incantato. Under everyone's attention, the dark mark jumped out of the glittering wand tip again. Then Crouch chanted the dark mark counter curse lightly, the dark mark vanished, and he looked at Winky blankly. Do you have anything else to say? The elf murmured, but she couldn't say anything. This is clothes. You should know what it means. You're released. The cold and ruthless voice completely broke through the elf's defense line. No. Winky screamed and fell at Crouch's feet. No, master. No clothes, no clothes. Her pitiful appearance made several girls present faintly feel sympathy, but this was Crouch's house problem. They couldn't say anything as outsiders. In the end, the farce ended with Winky being abandoned. Fudge said something to August before he left, and his expression relaxed. What did Fudge tell you? Holding August's arm, she and August walked back to the tent. He told me not to prosecute the wizard still alive, and I said yes. What conditions did he promise you? Cho knew his boyfriend well and would never let go if Fudge didn't drop a piece of meat. I'm going to look at the Department of Mysteries. August didn't hide it either and stated the terms of his deal with Fudge. Department of Mysteries. Cho also heard his parents mention this Department of Mysteries. The people who work here are called unspeakable, and they won't reveal any secrets inside. Do you know what's in there? August shook his head. He wouldn't be so curious if he knew what was in the Department of Mysteries. This is a very mysterious place, especially the veil where Sirius fell. August is very curious about it. The two walked to the door of the bedroom. August smiled and looked at Cho. Do you want to come in? She blushed, hit August, and ran into the next room. August didn't care either. He was just teasing Cho. Although it was a pity to miss some things, he wasn't so impatient. The next day, Mr. Weasley returned tired, and he and the other Ministry of Magic officials had not slept all night, keeping order here. There were a lot of troubled dark wizards last night. These are just some of them that August encountered, and many others were scattered in different places and attacked other wizards. Bill and Charlie still had marks of wounds on their bodies, but they didn't care and instead showed off the origin of the wounds. Packing up hastily, Mr. Weasley put the tent into his backpack. As for August's, someone will take care of it for him. On the way out, August also saw the muggle who was abused yesterday. He had returned to normal at this time, but his expression was a little dazed. Luna's father and Cho's parents picked up the two girls, respectively. August did not follow the Weasleys and Harry to the burrow. He and a few people agreed to see each other after school started, and they operated away. August didn't return to his home. He came to a country road. At this time, Winky was walking alone on the road, and his back was very depressed. As a house elf, it is a shame to be abandoned by the master. No one needs such an elf. At this moment, Winky is very dizzy and does not know where she will stand next. Winky, do you want to return to Mr. Crouch's house? Hearing the voice, Winky turned back subconsciously. She remembered the little wizard, who was also in the crowd watching her yesterday. Can you let me go back to the master's house? Looking at August expectantly, Winky pinned all her hopes on him. My name is August Gaunt, and you should have heard of me. When she heard August's name, Winky's mood was much higher. She knew August and often listened to this name from the house's master. She knew that August was a great wizard. Seeing Winky's appearance, August smiled slightly. I am acquainted with your master. As long as you bring me to your master's home, I'll help you to say something nice. Maybe he will forgive you. This is purely August's lying, and he and Crouch can only be regarded as nodding acquaintances, not friends. He can't find Crouch's place for a while and can only rely on the house elf to lead the way. Lockhart is new to the Ministry of Magic, and it would be impossible to expect him to be the Minister of Magic. Seeing Crouch, August had another bold idea in his heart. Thank you so much for your help, Mr. Gaunt. Winky bowed deeply to August, her nose almost touching the ground. She didn't know that she was about to be crippled at this time. She walked over to August's side, pulled the corner of his shirt, and Winky started operating at Crouch's mansion. Crouch's mansion is huge, but the decoration is very simple, in line with Crouch's always capable style. Winky took August all the way to Crouch's study. She knew that her master would be working in the study now. Master. Crouch didn't close the door of the study, he was burying his head in processing a file, and he subconsciously frowned when he heard the voice of blinking. Winky, you have been released, and now you are not qualified to come here. It wasn't Winky that responded. It was August. Mr. Crouch, please forgive me for taking the liberty to interrupt. Chapter 228, Chapter 228, Is Your Conscience Not Wounded? Crouch Mansion, Living Room. At this time, Crouch sat in the main seat with a displeased face, and Winky stood in the corner shivering. At this time, she already knew that August had deceived her, and he was not familiar with her master at all. What's wrong with the world now? Even a simple elf like her is cheated. Won't your conscience hurt? Winky looked at August with aggrieved and looked at Crouch pitifully. But Crouch and August didn't care about her at the moment. Mr. Crouch, I'm sorry to have found you in this way. I was forced to. Putting down the teacup in his hand, August looked at Crouch with a smile. Crouch snorted coldly. It is very rude to come uninvited, and entering his home like August is tantamount to a declaration of war. Just imagine if a Death Eater held Winky and broke into his house. Would he still be sitting here drinking tea now? But Crouch also knew there was his mistake and forgot to cancel Winky's permission to enter here. No more nonsense, Mr. Gaunt. What exactly did you come to me for? Crouch's tone was very blunt, expressing his dissatisfaction in this way. But August didn't care, and Crouch would be angrier. Mr. Crouch, has Barty Crouch Jr. escaped your grasp? In a word, Crouch's face changed greatly in an instant. He held the wand and calmly responded to August. Stop joking, Mr. Gaunt, my son died in Azkaban a few years ago, and if death meant escaping my control, he would have long since disappeared. August looked at him with a half-smile, and suddenly, Crouch felt he couldn't move, as if a pair of invisible hands were firmly pressed on the seat. The wand in his hand also floated and flew in front of August. Master. Winky, in the corner, saw that Crouch was attacked. He immediately wanted to pounce to stop August but was imprisoned by his stunning spell. Mr. Crouch, lies can't help you. During the World Cup, I saw Barty Jr. walking out of your box wearing an invisibility cloak. Crouch's wand in hand, dogwood, 11 inches long, the dragon heartstring. With knowledge from Ollivander, August was sure that Crouch was very good at charms and defense against the dark arts. Crouch was silent. Oh no, he was controlled by August and couldn't even speak. Also, he released the dark mark last night, am I right, Winky? Winky looked at August in horror. He was a devil. A hint of despair flashed in Crouch's eyes. Everything was said by August. Couldn't he escape this disaster today? Suddenly, he felt his whole body loosen and regained control over his body. Strong reason told Crouch that he was not August's opponent, and Crouch said to August calmly. Mr. Gaunt, tell your purpose. Since you have discovered all this, you must have a purpose. In an instant, he became much older again. August stood up, walked across to Crouch, and patted Crouch's shoulder kindly as if he was not the one who restrained him just now. It's very simple, I'll help you bring your son back, and you'll help me take control of the Ministry of Magic. Do you know where he is? Yes, but I can't tell you yet. August opened his palm, and a phantom appeared in his palm, exactly what Voldemort looked like when he was young. Voldemort has been resurrected, Barty Jr. will go to find his master, and then he will bring a helper back to control you and use your identity to do something in the Triwizard Tournament. Crouch's pupils shrank, and the Dark Lord was resurrected. Why is there no news from the Ministry of Magic on such a big thing? August kindly explained to him, Bellatrix was let go by me. She has found Voldemort and helped him successfully resurrect. Crouch. His heart is very complicated now. He doesn't know what Gaunt wants to do. Isn't it good to be an alchemist master? Why was he related to the resurrection of the Dark Lord? August wouldn't explain his leek cultivation plan to him, and being able to talk so much to Crouch was already out of the face of his high weight of him. The plot at this time has been modified beyond recognition by August. To control Voldemort's movements, a Bellatrix is not enough. He also needs the help of Barty Jr. After controlling Barty's movements, Voldemort could not escape August's palm. How do you think about it? Looking at Crouch, who had been silent, August gave an ultimatum. Can you tell me what you're doing? Crouch was a little worried at this time. Should he fight August for the sake of the wizarding world? My purpose is not convenient to tell you at the moment, but you can be sure I will eventually kill Voldemort and keep your son. August's words made Crouch hesitate. As a wizard who hates evil, his hatred for Voldemort is undisguised. His son became Voldemort's Death Eaters, and he sent his son to Azkaban. In the end, it was through the sacrifice of his wife that Barty was brought out of Azkaban. And the culprit in all of this is Voldemort. Because of my son, I have no chance of becoming Minister of Magic. Crouch sighed and explained his situation. He was initially the head of the Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Law Enforcement. That position was a strong contender for the Minister of Magic. Today, he is only a head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. You can rest assured that Voldemort's resurrection will make Fudge make some wrong decisions. When the time comes, you are showing your position and standing on Dumbledore's side, and he will help you when the time comes. This little wizard not only calculated the Dark Lord, but now even Dumbledore is not spared. The shock in his heart did very big, and Crouch thought about August's plan carefully and felt it was still feasible. By the way, Lockhart is also my man and will kill Fudge at that time. In an understatement, August again tilted the balance in Crouch's heart. Now Lockhart is Fudge's confidant, and Fudge has been pushing Lockhart to a higher position, such as the head of the Auror office. If Lockhart turns against the tide at a critical moment, Crouch suddenly felt a little sympathetic to Fudge. He was like a puppet, played with applause by the pureblood family and the little wizard in front of him. He breathed a sigh of relief. He still chose to agree to August's conditions, and now he couldn't die. On August's side, he could at least keep track of Voldemort. If he died, the wizarding world would be in trouble again. Inexplicably, Crouch suddenly felt some humiliation. After Crouch signed the contract, August also revealed his plan. I left a mark on your son, and once they show up near your house, I'll know. If he tries to control you when the time comes, you pretend to be controlled by him and pass their actions to me. With that, he handed Mr. Crouch a pocket watch. This is a special item I made to resist the Imperius curse. Unless Dumbledore or Voldemort shoots, it can keep your mind safe. Taking the pocket watch, Crouch acquiesced to August's arrangement. Why are you sure they'll play tricks on the Triwizard Tournament? This is the doubt in Crouch's heart. August is sure that Barty will return, and even the other party's purpose is clear. It's very simple. Their target is Harry Potter. Voldemort will kill his old enemy and announce his return to the wizarding world. The Triwizard Tournament is the best chance. After signing the contract, August's attitude toward Crouch became much more kind, patiently answering his doubts. By the way, you haven't had the experience of being controlled by the Imperius curse, have you? Let's practice these 2 days to prevent you from revealing secrets. Crouch's face changed. No. I have seen. Chapter 229, Forgetting about the dancing at the Yule Ball. 2 days later, the same living room. Crouch's expression was sluggish, and the whole person looked like he had been overnight for several days. In the past 2 days, August cast the Imperius curse on him dozens of times. August handed him the image so he could study its expressions, making sure that Barty and the others couldn't see any flaws. Because he had made one shameful move after another under August's orders, Crouch was ready to kill himself. To be honest, Crouch couldn't figure out how Hogwarts would teach August. It is also a 7-year compulsory magic education. Why are you so excellent? Crouch, you have performed very well now, then our special training is over, and the rest is up to you. August is delighted with Crouch's performance. He is worthy of being an elite wizard, learning how to act like. Sometimes August doesn't know whether he has controlled Crouch or not. Crouch breathed a sigh of relief. The little bastard was finally leaving. By the way, just leave it to me. It's not convenient for her to stay with you. August looked at Winky, who was looking at him in horror, and August's look made Winky shiver. Winky, you'll be following Mr. Gaunt from now on. Crouch had brought Winky back into the family, and Winky naturally couldn't refuse his words. Before leaving, August handed Crouch a life-saving item, which could help him defend against deadly attacks at critical moments and take him to the safe point set up by August by operating. With such a valuable pawn, August would not let him sacrifice easily. Looking at the back of August leaving with Winky, Crouch fell into deep thought. The holidays were only a few days away. August took the time to make a trip to the Ministry of Magic. The people at the Department of Mysteries had been notified, allowing August to visit at will for 3 hours. Brain Room, Hall of Prophecy, Death Chamber, Love Room, Space Chamber, Time Room. August went to these significant places. Unfortunately, even if August looked at the glass orbs in the Hall of Prophecy, August could not take one for research. Otherwise, he wanted to take the glass orbs about Harry and Voldemort and see the mystery inside. As for the veil where Sirius disappeared in the original book, August observed it for a long time but still found nothing, as if it was an ordinary place. He tried to send a few props in. But unfortunately, August lost his senses as soon as he crossed the curtain. Taking a deep look at the veil, August turned away. On the last day, August hurriedly took a few little witches to Diagon Alley to buy books and items for the next semester. When visiting the clothing store, August's scalp froze. In this year's list of items, the school clearly requires students above the 4th grade to bring a dress, while students under the 4th grade up to the students' wishes. August, do you know why the school let us bring dresses? Hermione, who came back from holiday, was tanned. She and Cho were choosing dresses, and they picked one up from time to time to try in the changing room. After changing into a violet dress and coming to August's side, Hermione asked strangely. I don't know either. Coping with Hermione casually, August realized a serious problem. There would be a dance during the Triwizard Tournament, and he would definitely have to choose a dance partner. So here comes the question. Fleur, Cho, Hermione, Luna, Astoria, who is he going to choose? Something strange seems to be mixed in. August regrets why he didn't think about this when he was the headmaster, so he could use the authority to cancel the dance. His scalp is numb when he thinks about that. While thinking about whether to go to Hogwarts to attack Dumbledore and then write letters to several schools, August felt his hand being held. August, what's wrong with you? I sense you're a little scared. The sharp-minded Luna noticed something was wrong with August and held August tightly with her little hand. She wanted to give him some courage in this way. Warming his heart, August smiled reluctantly at her. It's okay. Why don't you pick a dress too? I think you should use it. Although he hadn't thought of a way yet, August would not favor one over the other, and he asked Luna to buy a dress for emergencies. As for his own dress, Mrs. Pernelli makes a custom one for him every year, and this year's dress was received during the summer vacation. This year's Cho became the prefect of Ravenclaw, and as a prefect, she must appear on the Hogwarts Express to manage a group of young wizards. Do you think I can pin the prefect badge here? Standing on the platform of King's Cross Station, Cho looked a little nervous. She never thought she would become a prefect. Cho was a little worried about whether she could do the job well. She knew for sure August was a big reason for her to be a prefect, and she had to do this job well to not embarrass August. Rest assured, my dear, the badge is appropriate here. The prefect's job is very simple. Look at senior last year. She didn't know what the prefect needed to do all year. Gently hugging Cho, August eased her emotions. It seemed that his comfort had played a role, and Cho's worrying had apparently eased a lot. Luna was not far away, saying goodbye to a beautiful woman and her father. This woman is Luna's mother. In order not to attract attention, August did not make it according to the appearance of Mrs. Lovegood when he made his face. However, her sky-blue eyes, which were the same as Luna, were perfectly preserved by August. And Mr. Lovegood was very grateful to August after knowing his wife was resurrected and no longer opposed Luna and his affairs. And he also took the initiative to sign a contract with August to protect this secret with magic. He announced to the public that this was his new wife. Boarding the train, Cho started a routine inspection as a prefect, and August brought a few other girls to a compartment. The train had just started when Draco came to him. August, you know what? The big event at Hogwarts. Draco was very excited. That's right, even I know it. You must have known it long ago. How is it? Do you want to participate? August shook his head. Draco, I won't participate. Hearing August's answer, Draco was a little disappointed. Still, he knew August's participation would be a bit too bullying. After Draco left, Hermione couldn't wait to ask what was going on with August. Still, August didn't say anything. He just told her that she would know everything when school started. August's mysterious behavior also annoyed the girls a little. Chapter 230, Magic Phone. August found that the weather was not very good each time school started. With the whistling of the wind and raindrops falling, the train drove towards Hogwarts. Luna and Astoria listened to the sound of the rain falling on the train, snuggled together, and fell asleep. August was holding a copper plate and kept writing something on it. What is this? Hermione came over curiously, and August quickly swiped and erased the words on the copper plate. He was communicating with Crouch, and the content was inappropriate for children, so Hermione could not see it. It's a gadget I invented based on the Muggle phone, but now it can only send text messages, not talk. August handed the copper plate to Hermione, took the copper plate in his hand, and Hermione saw that there was only a message and a contact plate on it. How do I do it? I can't seem to find the button. Hermione is very interested. As part of a middle-class family, she also has a mobile phone. However, her parents' mobile phone was very bulky, with dense buttons. Still, this August's magic phone didn't have a single button. It's a touch screen. You just tap it with your finger. August taught Hermione how to operate it, and soon she was on it. This thing is handy. It's much faster than an owl's message delivery and won't be disturbed by magic. After experiencing August's magic phone, Hermione gave a high evaluation. Much easier to use than her father's big brick. I just invented it, and I only made 3 at present. If you want, I will give you a few in a few days. Hermione nodded happily and gave August a sweet kiss. This magic phone was made by August when he was bored at Crouch's house the other day. One with him, one with Crouch, and the other sent to Nico by August. August had already made an abbreviated version when he contacted Sirius last semester. Communication in the magic world is too backward, and it can even be said that the entertainment activities of the magic world are very backward. August wants to develop mobile phones and research magic networks and magic computers to make the world more exciting. He can also rely on these products to control the lives of all wizards, like the big people in his previous life. As long as the wizards use his products, there is no secret in front of August. The train slowly drove into Hogwarts, and August also woke up Luna and Astoria. With a protective cover on their heads, August and the others walked into the castle gate dry under the envious eyes of others. Whoosh! A huge water ball fell from the ceiling and hit the top of August's head. Still, August's protective cover was not lifted, and the broken water ball fell to the floor along the protective cover. Damn it! A shrill voice sounded, and Peeves appeared in front of August. Peeves! Come down here. Professor McGonagall rushed out of the Great Hall. The ground was so wet that she slipped, and Hermione assisted her quickly. Thank you, Miss Granger. Peeves, get down here. Professor McGonagall shouted. Peeves were unmoved, and he grinned and threw the water ball in his hand to the students who came in behind. A Ravenclaw girl was hit by a water ball and immediately became wet. She screamed and rushed into the Great Hall. Seeing that he successfully hit a person, Peeves laughed even louder. Fright! The unbridled laughter stopped abruptly, and Peeves' proud face was horrified as if he had seen something terrible. The other little wizards also survived, taking this opportunity to run into the Great Hall. Thank you, August. Peeves are so messed up today. I'll definitely tell the Bloody Baron. Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief. She had come out so quickly that she forgot to grab her wand. Professor, don't tell Baron. Peeves have my fear charm and should be honest for a while. August invented this little spell, and the effect is to make the enemy's mind appear terrifying and affect their combat effectiveness. Unexpectedly, Peeves became the first victim. The Great Hall was still as splendid as it was. Still, it was extraordinarily decorated for the new semester banquet, with hundreds of candles floating on the table, illuminating the golden saucers and goblets. August once thought that the tableware used at Hogwarts was pure gold or pure silver. Still, after researching it, he found that it was a metal synthesized by alchemy, and the cost was very cheap. But it looks very luxurious. August also felt a sense of intimacy while sitting at the long table in Ravenclaw. The most fascinating about Hogwarts is that it can give you the feeling of home. Maybe this is why countless teachers and students sacrificed their lives to protect Hogwarts. In High Table, Sirius and Snape looked at each other. If it was a comic-style world, the intersection of their eyes must be sparkling. Hagrid saw August look over and greeted him with a smile, and August smiled back. Before making everyone wait long, the side door of the Great Hall opened, and everyone immediately became quiet. Even Sirius and Snape, battling each other, stopped looking at each other. Professor McGonagall led a long row of little wizards to the front of the Great Hall, watching the new students in a state of embarrassment. Those who didn't know thought they were swimming across the Black Lake, not by boating. The Sorting Hat on the stool sang, and everyone listened quietly because the lyrics of the Sorting Hat were different every year. After he finished singing, the whole Great Hall gave a warm applause. Joe applauded and said, I don't understand why the Sorting Hat changes the lyrics yearly, but the meaning is similar. If you are a Sorting Hat, you can only lie quietly in the headmaster's office daily, and only today can you express yourself. I think he will do the same. August successfully used a sentence to make her smile. She thought of the scene and nodded in agreement. You're right. If it were me, I would even change the melody. Professor McGonagall took a paper and started the sorting ceremony. The process went very smoothly, and no situation like Harry and August's made the Sorting Hat tangled for a long time. Everyone is immediately sorted into different houses when they put on the sorting hat. Ola Zorko. Ravenclaw. When the last little wizard was sorted into Ravenclaw, the sorting ceremony ended, and the sorting hat ended its annual mission and was taken away by Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore stood up with a smile. He looked at all the students and opened his arms. I only have 2 words to say to you. Please eat. The golden plate was suddenly filled with food, but August felt something was wrong. Not only he but the other little wizards were also a little stunned. The reason is very simple, this time the food seemed simpler than before. Just some mashed potatoes, steak, and grilled sausages. Is Hogwarts out of money? A little wizard inadvertently joked about expressing everyone's heart. Unfortunately, you almost can't eat dinner. A cold voice came. It was Grey Lady. She floated to August's side and nodded in greeting. Then explained the reason to the little wizard. Peeves was very excited today. He wanted to go to the banquet, but we refused, so he went to the elf's kitchen. He threw away everything he could, the whole kitchen was flooded with soup, and the bloody baron scared him away. Hearing Miss Grey's words, many little wizards felt a lot of sympathies. August inserted a piece of steak into his mouth and said vaguely. It's a good thing Hermione didn't hear that. Otherwise, she would have gone to Peeves. Hermione still didn't give up on her house elves protection plan. She once even ran into the kitchen to preach freedom to the elves so that the elves thought that Hogwarts was going to fire them. August's exclusive chef even came to complain to him, which made him laugh or at least let Hermione not go directly to the elf. Chapter 231, The Triwizard Tournament. When the last dessert on the table disappeared, Dumbledore stood up again. All the noise stopped abruptly, leaving only the wind and rain outside. Now that we're all full, I have to say something very important. The old students are indifferent, tired of hearing this kind of rhetoric, and are the same every year. Sure enough, Dumbledore announced that Filch had added several new prohibited items. Includes dung bomb, teething saucers, and nosebleed nougat. The Weasley brothers' nosebleed nougat caused a lot of trouble for professors, who couldn't tell whether the students were really sick or the effect of the nosebleed nougat. After a few years, the twins' nosebleed nougat has been updated in multiple versions. With the help of August's billion, the nosebleed nougat is not limited to making students' nosebleeds. Colds, fevers, sore throats, and even hemorrhoids can all be achieved. After finishing these things, Dumbledore again introduced Sirius to everyone. He will be the professor of defense against the dark arts this year. As early as the end of the last semester, the little wizards have always known, but this time it was just a routine. But Dumbledore's following sentence caused an uproar. I also regret to inform you that the Quidditch Cup will not be held this year. What? Harry stood up in surprise. Not only he but everyone was clamoring. Fred and George widened their mouths, an unbelievable look. Is Dumbledore crazy? Even Cho couldn't sit. Still, her love for Quidditch was as good as anyone else's. Don't worry, Cho. There will be more exciting matches than the Quidditch Cup this year. August said something meaningful that Cho didn't understand. Dumbledore ignored everyone's reaction and tapped his own throat with his wand to silence everyone's voice. This is because a large event is about to start in October and will continue throughout the school year, taking up too much energy from the teachers. But I'm sure you'll all have much fun out of it. I'm pleased to announce that this year at Hogwarts, there will be a Triwizard Tournament after a hiatus of over a century. You are joking. Fred stood up and said loudly. Everyone laughed out loud, and even Dumbledore chuckled in admiration. The displeasure brought by the cancellation of the Quidditch Cup also dissipated at this time. Is this the big thing Malfoy is talking about? Cho asked in August's ear. August nodded and assuredly said, yes, trust me, this game is more interesting than Quidditch. I didn't read a joke, Mr. Weasley, said Dumbledore, but for the joke, I remembered a Gunce joke, and I told you about a wizard walking into a hotel with a witch, and for a minute. Afterward, they... Cough cough. August coughed loudly, and he interrupted Dumbledore. Oh. Sorry, where did we get to? Ah, yes, the Triwizard. Many senior wizards looked at August with weird smiles. August was also very speechless. Is Dumbledore trying to trick him on purpose? A blush appeared on Cho's face. She knew what she should know and squeezed the soft flesh around August's waist. How could this person tell such a joke to the headmaster? August, what are they laughing at? Luna was a little confused. She didn't understand what Dumbledore was saying. It's all right. The headmaster is confused. He's making jokes. August laughed dryly and made an excuse. Luna nodded in agreement. The Quibbler said that Headmaster Dumbledore has been plagued by brain-eating bugs, which makes him sometimes crazy. Thanks to the Quibbler and my father-in-law for saving my life. August thought silently in his heart. In short, the event will be rehosted at Hogwarts. There will be fierce competition between the 4 schools of Hogwarts, Durmstrang, Beauxbatons, and Ilvermorny. In October, they will come here with carefully selected champions, who will be chosen with the awakening of an impartial referee. After Dumbledore's introduction, the audience fell silent for a while, and the twins stood up again. Headmaster, I think there may be some problems with your math. It's a Triwizard tournament, but you mentioned 4 schools. The little wizards burst into laughter, which is why they were silent. August touched his nose in embarrassment, staggering Dumbledore's gaze, a little embarrassed. Mr. Weasley, you heard it right, Dumbledore said genially, looking back. For some reason, the Triwizard tournament, Ilvermorny, will also participate, a famous magic school from North America. To show their sincerity, the winning champions will receive 3,000 galleons. Wow. The atmosphere is warm again, 3,000 galleons. Not to mention for young wizards, but for many adult wizards, it is a huge fortune. Mr. Weasley was also considered a mid-level man at the Ministry of Magic, and his monthly salary was less than 100 galleons. Many have fantasized about becoming a champion, bringing honor to Hogwarts, and winning a lot of money. But Dumbledore spoke again, and the whole Great Hall fell silent again. I know you are all eager to win for Hogwarts, but the Ministry of Magic and I agree that only students over 17 years of age should be allowed to sign up. His words aroused strong protests from many people, and some underage wizards patted the table to express their dissatisfaction. They have already planned how to spend this galleon, and now Dumbledore has made them lose 3,000 galleons out of thin air. What about August? If he can participate, the championship must be ours. Ravenclaw Sr. stood up and protested loudly. Many people also responded. Yes. If August can participate, the champion must be Hogwarts, and even those Slytherin students admit that August must be the #1 player in the school now. Although a little unhappy that this honor was won by August, they will accept it as long as they can win several other magic schools. Dumbledore pushed his glasses, and all the students looked at him expectantly, hoping he could change his decision. I'm sorry, but 17 is a must for the Triwizard tournament anyway. As for Mr. Gaunt. He lengthened his voice and seemed to think, if Mr. Gaunt participates in the competition, I believe there is no need to hold this Triwizard tournament. Ha ha ha. All the students laughed, and some people cheered. Hermione and the others also looked at their boyfriends proudly. So, he will not participate in this competition as a player, but he will join us as a technical advisor and referee. Little wizards did not expect August became the referee of the Triwizard tournament. What are technical consultants? Okay, it's getting late for your tomorrow's class. Now, go to bed. After Dumbledore finished speaking, he left the Great Hall, and the little wizards got up one after another and walked to the common room of their respective houses. Fred and George quickly caught up with August. You must be able to help us, right? The two are very persistent about whether they can participate in this event. Although, with the help of August, they are not short of money, how can the twins want to miss such a fun thing? August pretended to be serious. Is that how you talk to the referee? The little wizards were laughing, and they knew August was joking. Still, they were curious whether August could solve the age problem. August, you can't help them cheat. Hermione also rushed over. She was afraid August would be soft-hearted and would he agree with the twins. Giving Hermione a reassuring look, August looked at the twins, then at the people around him, cleared his throat, and said, Actually, you can participate even if you are not old enough. In a word, the crowd was boiling again, but August then poured a basin of cold water on everyone. If you want to participate, you can try as much as you like. If you succeed with your means, your strength will reach the standard. But before that, you have to think about it. The Triwizard tournament is deadly. You guys, are you ready? After speaking, August took Cho and the others through the crowd and up the stairs, leaving behind a group of contemplative little wizards. In the early morning of the next day, the weather was still bad, and although it had not rained, the sound of the roar of the wind could be heard very clearly even in the castle. Sitting in the Great Hall, August and Hermione were reading their timetable. We only have potions and defense against the dark arts together. Hermione was a little unhappy. She and August took too few courses this semester. Most of them were with Slytherin. It's okay. In fact, I will have classes at the beginning of this semester, and I may need to be absent often after the Triwizard tournament is held. August consoled Hermione. The Triwizard tournament this semester had been messed up by August. There used to be 3 tasks, but now there are 5, and each task is much more complicated. He was also looking for trouble for himself. What did Headmaster Dumbledore mean by technical advisor yesterday? Looking at August, Hermione was intrigued by what skills he offered to the Triwizard tournament. I designed a live broadcast system. You can't see the specific process of some tasks in the Triwizard tournament, so I contributed this set of alchemy props for the audience's sake. After some remarks, August said that was the righteous thing, and the other little wizards who heard it also looked at him with admiration. Hermione gave him a roll of the eyes, and August definitely made a fortune again. Patting Hermione's little head, August left the Great Hall. The first semester's class was Herbology, and he had to go to the greenhouse outside the castle. When August walked to Greenhouse 3, Professor Sprout was already there. Venomous Tentacula, Professor Sprout introduced to everyone with a pot of plants, and August took a closer look. Isn't this a magical version of the Venus flytrap? This plant can be used to make a poisonous potion. Our task today is to squeeze out their liquid. After introducing the operating procedures, Professor Sprout gave each student a pot of Venomous Tentacula. August held it in his hand, staring at the largest mouth of the Venomous Tentacula in a daze. In a previous life, August had seen the introduction of the Venus flytrap, and he was still very curious about this carnivorous plant. According to Professor Sprout's method, a special ointment was applied to the mouth of the Venomous Tentacula, and the leaves of the Venomous Tentacula closed. A crystal-clear liquid soon flowed out. August collected the liquid into the crystal bottle and completed the task easily. He looked at the Venomous Tentacula, which had returned to its original state, and was eager to move. Does this plant have a sense of taste? Looking up at Professor Sprout's location and seeing that she was correcting the mistakes of the little wizards far away, August secretly took out a ghost pepper. This is a travel gift from Padma Patil to August. She and her twin sisters returned to Indian country during the summer vacation. They brought many souvenirs when they came back. Every Ravenclaw 4th grader has one. Using a knife to cut a small piece, August used a spell to turn the ghost pepper into powder and then controlled the pepper powder to sprinkle it evenly on the leaves of the Venomous Tentacula. At first, the Venomous Tentacula didn't respond. August thought they were not afraid of spicy food. Still, after more than 10 seconds, the leaves of the Venomous Tentacula suddenly closed and collapsed. Immediately afterward, the entire Venomous Tentacula twitched wildly, which also attracted the attention of the classmates next to it. Hannah Abbott of Hufflepuff came over curiously and just wanted to ask August how he did it. The leaves of the Venomous Tentacula suddenly opened and spewed out a strong flame. Aguamenti. Aguamenti charm appeared between Hannah and the Venomous Tentacula, preventing the flames from intimate contact with Hannah at the last moment. Huff. August breathed a sigh of relief, for Hannah Abbott would probably be burnt today if he hadn't been on guard when he saw the wiggle of the Venomous Tentacula. What's going on here? Mr. Gaunt. Professor Sprout also noticed the movement and inquired about the situation. Sorry, Professor, I experimented with Venomous Tentacula. Professor Sprout looked at the slumped Venomous Tentacula and then at Hannah, who was still in shock. Since there was no accident, the gentle Professor Sprout didn't say anything and turned around and left. Are you all right, Hannah? August looked at Hannah apologetically. He didn't expect that she would suddenly come over and almost get into trouble. I'm fine, August. How did you do it? I mean, how did you make the Venomous Tentacula breathe fire? Hannah gave a hearty smile. She was a little nervous, and she didn't care about the crisis just now. Instead, she was curious about how the Venomous Tentacula could shoot flames. August handed her the remaining ghost pepper and repeated the process. She looked at the ghost pepper with bright eyes. Is this one of the hottest peppers in the world? I have never seen it before. I don't know what effect it will have in cooking. August was a little speechless. All herbal plants appear as ingredients in their eyes. If you like it, I'll give you. After speaking, August took out the remaining ghost peppers in the space pocket. He gave Hannah the other spices that Padma gave him. These are the spices that Padma brought from the Indian country. You can try them together. Hannah accepted it happily and invited August to taste the dishes she had made. But August still declined, eating the dish made with ghost peppers. August didn't want his mouth to suffer. A bell rang, and the herbology class was over. August had another class on the care of magical creatures to attend. Still, he had already said hello to Hagrid and would not participate in class this semester. Hagrid, who was a little more stable last semester, greatly improved the students' evaluation of him through various cute creatures. Still, in the new school year, he began to let himself go again. During the summer vacation, he sent a letter to August. He was thrilled to introduce to August a new type of magical creature he had developed, the flail-tail snail. One of his lessons for his students this semester is to figure out how to make these snails grow faster. August had seen the photos. They were like big white shrimps that had been deformed and shelled, and they looked terrifying. He definitely doesn't want to take care of these monster-like magical creatures. Chapter 232, Serious Defense Against the Dark Arts Class. August has always felt that the teachers at Hogwarts are so happy. They don't need to take the qualification certificate, they don't have to worry about performance appraisal, and they don't have to worry about the school dismissing them for no reason. The most intuitive examples are Trelawney and Snape. Let's start with Trelawney, although the prophecy she made more than 10 years ago runs through the entire Harry Potter work. But this person is pure nonsense. She has to make a prophecy every semester to attract attention. The main content of the class is to watch tea leaves and crystal balls, which are not magic in the wizarding world. According to the seniors who have taken these classes, you don't have to worry about failing this class at all. As long as Trelawney asks you to make predictions, you can say as miserable as you can. This way, you are sure to get a good score. Then there was Snape, the head of Slytherin, who often played with the little wizards of Gryffindor. Where he was there, Gryffindor students would not have a better time. Especially since Harry entered the school, he has been increasing his intensity against Gryffindor. Harry felt bad for every potions class without deducting a few points. This means the Ministry of Magic doesn't have anything like the Bureau of Education. Otherwise, these two would have been inundated with complaints letters. This situation has undergone some changes this year, and Sirius has come. In his first class, Sirius didn't hide his disgust for Slytherin. After one class, Slytherin's score was directly cleared to 0. He would still deduct many points if the class bell didn't ring. And when Snape found out, he was not to be outdone and directly deducted Gryffindor's scores in the 5th grade potions class. These two seem to use the House Cup as a battlefield, but it is not about who can win it but who is worse. The other two houses also enjoyed the drama. Wednesday was the first defense against the dark arts class of the term for 4th-year Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, and Harry was very excited. August didn't bother to pay attention to the drama of a father and son reuniting after a long absence. He was being pulled by Hermione and asked a very serious question. Why do I feel like a few Slytherin students look at you the wrong way? When Hermione and August were together on this day, she always felt a few eyes staring at them. After searching several times, Hermione discovered that several Slytherin students often gathered together. They are of different grades, but they always stare at August. With his right hand on his chin, August fiddled with Osiris with his wand. She was still so small and was trying to grab the tip of August's wand. Maybe it's because their father is gone. Hermione did not understand why the father of the Slytherin student was gone, so she looked at August. Because I killed their fathers. They caused a riot at the Quidditch World Cup, and I accidentally killed them with a little bit of bad luck. Hermione didn't expect the Death Eaters who died during the World Cup still have children in school, and she didn't care how many people August killed. After coming to the wizarding world for so many years, Hermione has gradually acquired the ability to think with wizard thinking. Death is not uncommon in the wizarding world. It's just that she is a little worried about August's safety. Although August is powerful, it is easy to hide with open guns and difficult to guard against hidden arrows. However, August reassured her that these people would not threaten him. As for the safety of Hermione and the others, August has armed them to the teeth, enough for them to deal with any danger. At this time, Sirius started to walk into the classroom. He smiled and nodded to Harry. As usual, Sirius took out the roster, read the names of some students at random, saw his familiar surnames, and joked about some interesting things about their parents. In this light-hearted and witty way, he has brought a lot closer to the relationship between him and the students. Put your textbooks away. My class won't be so boring. What is defense against the dark arts? Throwing a question, Black has officially entered today's class. Harry and Hermione raised their hands, and Sirius chose Harry without hesitation. Defense against the dark arts is to teach us how to use magic to protect ourselves from dark creatures and dark magic and to learn some offensive spells. After answering the question, Harry managed to get 10 points for Gryffindor. Raising his hand to signal Harry to sit down, Sirius said solemnly. Harry was right, but in my class, the meaning of defense against the dark arts is different. Offense is the best defense. This year, I will not teach you spells step by step. Lupin taught you enough spells last year. My mission is to let you use spells skillfully in battle to improve your combat experience. Sirius made big news as soon as he came up, and he didn't follow the textbook at all, so what did they do for the final exam? Soon someone asked this question, and Sirius didn't care and shrugged, as long as your usual grades comply with my requirements, I can even exempt you from the final exam. Seamus Finnegan raised his hand. Professor, we have learned a lot of dueling skills in the dueling club. Sirius sneered, I know your dueling club. To be honest, these things seem like playing a family. Many people looked at Sirius with dissatisfaction. They thought that the dueling club had made them very powerful, but Sirius made them useless. Listen. Sirius glanced at the audience. His aura unconsciously made many people feel the pressure. The real battle will never be carried out with full etiquette. You may accidentally be attacked by the enemy or even lose your life. Chapter 233, Sneak Attack. August looked at Sirius with a strange expression on his face. If he remembered correctly, Sirius was attacked by Bellatrix and flew behind the veil. Does this count as a flag? Sirius, unaware of August's weirdness, continued to instill his own mind into the students. No matter what despicable things those vicious Death Eaters do, you can fight back in any way, even dark arts and the unforgivable curses. You can use them all. The entire classroom was silent for a time. Everyone did not expect that Sirius would encourage the students to use dark arts. Is the word defense in this class be removed? Hermione couldn't help it. She had a great sense of justice and resistance to dark arts. But Professor, dark arts greatly influences the disposition and temperament of wizards and is not allowed by the Ministry of Magic. Sirius nodded. Hermione's reaction was within his expectations. He took a sip of tea and moistened his throat before answering Hermione's question. Granger, you are right. Dark arts does damage the minds of wizards and change their temperament. But this is also the choice of those wizards. If wizards have enough magical background and control their greed, they will never be troubled by dark arts. Hermione looked at August, wondering if this was true. August nodded lightly. Sirius was telling the truth. In fact, these things are common sense among wizards. But now the Ministry of Magic has strict control over dark arts because of the relationship between the two Dark Lords, so gradually, this common sense has also become forgotten. Hermione blinked and asked quietly, "Do you know dark arts?" August hesitated momentarily, looking at the 3 spells he had the highest proficiency in: Fiend Fire, Killing Curse, and Cruciatus Curse. "I only know a little and don't dabble too much." Speaking of his own guilty conscience, August quickly asked Hermione to listen carefully to Sirius's lecture. "I'm not suggesting that you learn dark arts. But you must understand them to take precautions before they happen. Blindly avoiding them will not solve any problems. I have applied to Dumbledore and will gradually introduce some dark arts to you. I don't have enough time today. In the next lesson, I will discuss the unforgivable curses. You must be mentally prepared." When Sirius finished saying these words, the bell for the end of getting out of class also rang as scheduled. After giving the students a paper on the analysis of modern dark arts, Sirius walked out of the classroom. "Do you feel that Sirius has gone too far?" Walking up the stairs, Hermione held the book and discussed Sirius's approach with August. Since he did it, and Dumbledore didn't object, there is also the headmaster's intention here. August also felt that Sirius's teaching style was completely different from the previous professors, as if he was training everyone to be Aurors. Maybe it was the Voldemort affair that put too much pressure on Dumbledore. With this in mind, August didn't want to interfere. At least it would be beneficial to help Hermione and others better understand dark arts. Because of his intervention, Hogwarts has actually calmed down a lot in recent years. Although Hermione and the others have not become weak under his training, their mentality has not completely changed. Crucio. A faint green light appeared silently beside August. All the little wizards nearby did not respond and saw the Cruciatus Curse hit straight on August, who was motionless. "Oh!" Hermione screamed, quickly drew her wand, and looked at August anxiously. "Don't worry, Hermione, this level of Cruciatus Curse won't touch me at all." The weak spell was annihilated by August's magic power before he could get close to it. August motioned to Hermione not to be nervous, then looked at a Slytherin student with a wand looking at him with hatred. "Tell me, which family do you belong to?" "Forget it. I'm too lazy to listen." "No matter what your family is, the ending is the same." August's perfunctory attitude made the student grit his teeth with hatred. He frantically threw out all the attacking magic he could use but was blocked by August. August subdued him with a stunning charm to prevent this man from accidentally hurting other little wizards. Soon a little wizard informed the professor, and Snape appeared in front of August's eyes with a gloomy face. "What are you going to do with it?" August waved his hand. "You and Headmaster Dumbledore decide this matter. After all, he used the Cruciatus Curse. So many people have seen it." Snape understood that although August said that he and Dumbledore would deal with it, his meaning was already obvious. Unforgivable curses, many witnesses. This is clearly for Dumbledore to give up the student and hand it over to the Ministry of Magic. When it comes to the Ministry of Magic, this person must be in Azkaban for the rest of his life. Snape glanced at the Slytherin student under control, and that Slytherin student's eyes were full of horror at this time. The impulse was followed by endless regret. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. After that student, who didn't even have a name, was taken away by Snape, August took Hermione to the Great Hall as if nothing was wrong. The news spread quickly. Cho and the others immediately rushed to August's side after learning about it. "Don't worry. These people are sewer bugs. Nothing to worry about, and they'll be gone soon." Looking at the worried eyes of the girls, August smiled and comforted them. But a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. To avoid worrying Cho and the others, August also decided to eradicate these families. But this time, he won't do it himself but let Arya and the others solve it. The forces he has cultivated for so many years should also show their role. Suddenly, August felt a little hot in his pocket. Took out his phone and looked. Crouch sent him a message asking him to meet tonight. Yesterday, he had already felt that the magic item given to Crouch was touched. Still, Crouch did not contact him, and August would not hesitate to contact him. Based on his experience with previous spy movies, August knows how much risk it will bring to the other party by casually contacting undercover agents. Chapter 234, For the Greater Good. Late at night, Crouch's mansion. August's figure appeared on a tree not far from Crouch's mansion. After accompanying Cho and Luna to finish their homework, August also left Hogwarts to meet Crouch. After confirming that there was only Crouch in the mansion and there were no magic traps, August walked into the main entrance. Sensing that someone had entered his home, Crouch also greeted him. "You finally came." Seeing August, Crouch was also relieved. Crouch had been frightened for the past 2 days for fear that his son would see any flaws. But fortunately, Barty Jr. is very confident in his curse and thinks he has successfully controlled Crouch. So he doesn't put too much thought into him. Ignoring Crouch's complaints, August went straight to the point. "What's their plan? Have you seen Voldemort?" Crouch took August into the study, closed the door, and finally took out a magical object. After doing all this cautiously, he began to tell his intelligence. "You're right. Barty brought Bellatrix yesterday, and the two of them besieged me directly. Seeing they didn't want to kill me, I pretended to be defeated according to your instructions and then was captured." When Barty Jr. attacked him, Crouch sighed unconsciously. Although August had said it before, he couldn't help but feel a little sadness in his heart until this happened. As a father, he felt like a failure. "Okay, don't sigh. Hurry up and say, I have to go back to sleep. Hogwarts has a curfew." Interrupting Crouch's emotions blindly, August said impatiently. Crouch is choked. Does this boy have no sympathy? You've got a plan for Voldemort. Why do you care about the curfew? Crouch could only complain in his heart and could only continue to speak. August also understood a general idea. As he expected, Barty Jr. used Crouch's identity to intervene in the Triwizard Tournament. They also attacked a person who August also knew. Ludo Bagman. As the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports at the Ministry of Magic, he was the main participant and one of the competition referees. Barty Jr. and Bellatrix used Crouch's identity to trick Bagman into going home, then used the Imperious Curse to control him and let Barty Jr. replace Bagman. And Moody survived because he didn't have to teach at Hogwarts this semester. If nothing else, they'd still do something with the Goblet of Fire and let Harry join the Triwizard Tournament. As for Voldemort, Bellatrix was now taking care of him. They lived where no one could find him, and the other party would appear when Crouch was needed. Do you know what plans they have? Crouch shook his head. He was controlled for too short a time to overhear the conversation. All I know is that they're going to start from the Triwizard Tournament, and it's unclear if the target is Harry Potter. But Crouch hesitated for a moment but still said the name. Voldemort's condition is very bad. Bellatrix asked him to control me to go to Gringotts and get some galleons. But the two also got into a dispute. Bellatrix wanted me to take out all the galleons. But he said it would attract other people's attention, so he could only participate. When Crouch said him, he naturally meant Barty Jr. He didn't want to mention his son's name anymore. As for Voldemort, after seeing August's methods, Crouch suddenly felt that Voldemort was just a stronger dark wizard. At least, he is relatively simple. Hearing what Crouch said, August's fingers tapped the table unconsciously again, which was his habit when thinking about problems. Is Voldemort in such a bad state? In fact, August didn't know that although Voldemort finally escaped when he was in Albania, Dumbledore was not a vegetarian. Coupled with the reason for making some Horcruxes, Voldemort's current state is definitely worse than he imagined. Seeing that there was no useful information from Crouch, August stopped asking. How are you going to help me bring him back? Crouch was a little worried about Barty Jr. He had already gone further on the road of Death Eaters. If the attack on the Ministry of Magic officials broke out, entering Azkaban would be a luxury. He didn't feel bad for Barty Jr. If it wasn't for the agreement with his deceased wife, Crouch would have given up his son long ago. But when he thought of that gentle woman who begged him at the last moment, Crouch couldn't let go of Barty Jr. Don't worry. I will let Barty return as a hero in the end. August smiled and said, if he suddenly betrayed Voldemort at the last moment, then we can fully say that Barty Jr. did those things for the greater good. Betraying Voldemort? Crouch knows his son's situation and lets Barty betray Voldemort. Crouch might as well hope that August will not be in trouble. It doesn't matter whether he betrayed Voldemort or not, August said confidently, we just need to show the world that he did it. After speaking, he took out a handbag and handed it to Crouch. This is the taming potion. You find an opportunity to put these potions into his food. After adding up every word you say, he will do it subconsciously. When Barty Jr. attacked Voldemort, everyone believed he was a hero. Even Voldemort would think that everything happening now is a play led by you and your son. With this credit, you can completely take over the Ministry of Magic. Taking the handbag, Crouch felt a deep chill in his heart. Why hasn't he heard of such a terrible potion before? And what August said, all for the greater good, which Crouch always felt was not a good word. Chapter 235, Chapter 235, Page Boy. The following month was uneventful, save for a few Slytherin students who abruptly dropped out. This is very rare in the history of Hogwarts, and only some students will take the initiative to transfer. In mid-September, many Ministry of Magic employees came to Hogwarts. They prevent students from entering the Quidditch pitch and most of the Forbidden Forest for construction. To this end, the magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest also ask the Centaurs to negotiate with Dumbledore on their behalf, claiming that this behavior has seriously affected their daily lives. But after Dumbledore promised that the installations in the Forbidden Forest would be removed before Christmas, these magical creatures reluctantly agreed. The students discussed daily what they would make of the Forbidden Forest and the Quidditch pitch. A curtain blocked the Quidditch pitch, and Ministry of Magic personnel guarded the Forbidden Forest. The little wizards can only rely on their imagination to imagine the pictures inside. Some say that they have changed the Quidditch pitch into a coliseum, and the champions of the Triwizard Tournament will fight a dragon in it. Some say that they tore down the Quidditch pitch. The only person who knows is August. He was very strict and did not disclose any information. One day, when August and Luna were about to go to the Great Hall for dinner, they found they could no longer move forward. A large group of students crowded around a big bulletin board at the foot of the grand staircase. The student standing in the front read the bulletin board aloud. Representatives from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will arrive on the evening of Friday, October 14th, with the afternoon session ending half an hour earlier. Also, due to the distance, Ilvermorny School will arrive on the evening of the 17th. This announcement greatly impacted the whole school, and everyone's topic revolved around the three schools. Everyone is very curious about the difference between the three schools and Hogwarts. Still, everyone firmly believes that Hogwarts is the best. But what is puzzling is that until now, the champions of Hogwarts have not been selected, let alone champions. They have not even seen the absolutely fair referee that Dumbledore said. Students at every house expect their own to be champions. When August decided he wouldn't be there, almost every house guessed some seniors who might be suitable to become champion. The most likely of these is Cedric, the Hufflepuff student who has long been considered the best at Hogwarts. August doesn't count. He's out of the category. Gentle and friendly to people, he is the captain and seeker of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, Hufflepuff Prefect. His grades are the first in the grade every time. Cedric made himself a child of someone else's family. Perhaps to give the guests a better impression. The castle was being thoroughly cleaned, several filthy portraits had been scrubbed clean, and the armor in the hallways had been polished to reflect the light. Filch became very irritable. When he saw students dirtying the hallway, he would have a violent attack, which scared two first-year girls into crying. Even the professor became impatient. In a class of transfiguration, Neville Spell made a mistake and grafted his ear on the top of the teacup, and then Professor McGonagall was furious. Longbottom, please do your best. Don't show your phallus in front of other schools. You should see August. He learned it in first grade. After learning about this from Hermione's mouth, August also explained. This time, not only do the champions of the four schools need to compete, but other schools will also bring some students and professors, so this is a competition between several schools. The other students quickly heard August's words. Everyone got excited, ready to show the other schools how good Hogwarts was. On October 14th, when August came to the Great Hall for breakfast, he found that the Great Hall had been renovated. Huge silk banners hung on the wall, each representing a Hogwarts house, and behind the high table hung the largest banner with the four houses' emblems. All the professors did not give lectures in class today, but introduced the situation of several other schools and hinted that the little wizards must not embarrass them in front of the teachers and students of the other schools. Otherwise, they can't guarantee what will happen. In the evening, when the get-out-of-class bell rang, everyone excitedly returned to their common room, changed their uniforms, and hurried to the Great Hall. August was frowning. He didn't know how he would get along with Cho and the others after Fleur came. Although Cho didn't care that Fleur was his fiancée on the surface, she must have had some grudges in his heart. I was the first person to confirm your relationship. Why did this little bitch become your fiancé? Filled with apprehension, August walked into the Ravenclaw queue, where Professor McGonagall was correcting the students individually. Weasley, get your hat right. And you, Miss Patil, get that ridiculous thing out of your hair. Professor McGonagall corrected a few other students and brought everyone to the lawn, where Dumbledore and the other professors were also waiting. For the first time ever, Snape replaced his black robe, which had been unchanged for many years, and put on a slim green dress with gold trim. Even Hagrid pulled out an old but very clean suit. Professor McGonagall frowned. She always felt that she had forgotten something. Suddenly, she caught sight of August, who was whispering while holding hands with Luna, and suddenly realized. Mr. Gaunt, please come here. August walked up to Professor McGonagall suspiciously. Professor, is there something wrong? Pulling out his wand, McGonagall turned the lawn weeds into 2 wreaths. When the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang men arrive, you give it to their headmaster. August took the wreath with a confused look. What do you mean? Does this make him a page boy? Chapter 236, Beast. Puffed. The little wizard in the front laughed when he saw August's blank face but remembered August's reputation. They quickly covered their mouths. Professor, this is not very good. After all, I am also a referee. August tried to reject this shameful task and use excuses as a referee, but Professor McGonagall's attitude was very firm. Gaunt, now you are just the best student at Hogwarts. The school needs you. Seeing Professor McGonagall's appearance like don't you dare refuse the task I gave you, August could only agree. The weather in October is already a bit cold, and the wind is extreme today. Many people are silently tightening their clothes. But the cold did not dissipate the crowd's enthusiasm, and they chatted enthusiastically about how Beauxbatons and Durmstrang would arrive at Hogwarts. Perhaps by the portkey. Harry, who has participated in the World Cup, has a fresh memory of the portkey, which he thinks is cool. Harry, Hogwarts forbids all teleportation and apparition. Neville reminded Harry and said his own guess. Maybe they will come over on broomsticks. Flying from France to England on a broomstick. A sneer came from the side. It turned out to be Malfoy. Everyone would look at the watch every few minutes. The time was approaching 6 o'clock, and the sky was gradually getting darker. Ah, if I'm not mistaken, the representative of Beauxbatons has come. Dumbledore pulled the impatient students back in one sentence, and they stretched their necks and looked around. Where? Many students asked eagerly. There. Shouted a Gryffindor 6th grader, pointing to the sky above the Forbidden Forest. A black spot is gradually getting bigger, and many people with better eyes have seen the outline. It was a gigantic, powder blue, horse-drawn carriage, the size of a large house, soaring toward them, pulled through the air by a dozen winged horses. When the Abraxan approached, the students could clearly see how luxurious the carriage was. Like a moving palace, with the coat of arms of Beauxbatons printed on the front door of the carriage. The huge carriage fell to the ground, making a loud bang, and a gust of wind was also set off. The door opened, and a tall woman stepped out in high heels. It was Madame Olympe Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons. Countless little wizards exclaimed. They had never seen such a tall and strong woman. She was simply the female version of Hagrid. But her graceful and luxurious temperament is not comparable to Hagrid. Clapping his hands, he approached Madame Maxime, and the little wizards also applauded. Gently kissing hands, Dumbledore wanted to hug Madame Maxime. Still, looking at the height difference between the two sides, he wisely chose to give up. Dear Madame Maxime, he said, welcome you to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall winked at August. August's eyes were blank, he had a lifeless expression, but he still braved his head and stepped forward. Seeing the wreath in August's hand, Madame Maxime smiled and bowed cooperatively. When August brought the wreath to her neck, she also kissed him. It is my honor to have Mr. Gaunt send me a wreath. Hearing her slightly teasing words, August smiled bitterly. Because of Fleur's relationship, his relationship with Madame Maxime is pretty good. Still, he didn't expect her to have such a wicked side. Madam, don't make fun of me. I welcome you on behalf of Hogwarts. While speaking, a fragrant wind came, and the silver hair shone in the dusk, and Fleur quickly passed Madame Maxime and hugged August tightly. My dear, I finally see you. After speaking, she ignored Dumbledore and Madame Maxime, who were on the side, and kissed August passionately. Wah! The Hogwarts students behind all gasped, and they all saw the Beauxbatons girl. Everyone dared to swear that this was the most beautiful girl they had ever seen. Just as many wizards were gearing up to take her down and win glory for Hogwarts, they saw Fleur jumping into August's arms, and then the two kissed passionately. Beast. Don't know who said that, but everyone nodded. August took care of the most beautiful girls in the school, but why August also captured the girls of Beauxbatons? Why does he take up all the good things? When all the boys were indignant, Cho and Hermione also had their chests heaving. Great enemy. This is a great enemy. Do you have to swear an oath of sovereignty as soon as you show up? If this villa fascinated August too far, wouldn't they be in danger? At this moment, the two gave birth to an unprecedented sense of crisis. Astoria was also very angry, and her cheeks puffed up. She saw Luna beside her, still with a normal face. Luna, why aren't you in a hurry? Luna looked at Astoria with strange eyes. Why am I in a hurry? August will not leave me. This time Astoria was wholly defeated. It took a lot of effort for August to pull Fleur away. Her enthusiasm made August feel like he was on a needle. August, do you miss me? Her arms were wrapped around August's neck, and Fleur's blue eyes stared at August, making his heart beat faster. After not seeing each other for such a long time, Fleur's charm has increased a lot. Of course. We will talk about it later, don't let the headmaster and the others see jokes. August comforted Fleur. Dumbledore and Maxime looked at the pair with a smile. Dumbledore looked at Hermione and the others and then at Fleur. The meaning was self-evident. Chapter 237, Hogwarts is too dangerous. A childish voice called, and Gabriel ran over with her short legs jumping and hugging August, making him dumbfounded. The elder sister was just persuaded, and the younger sister came again. It took another effort, and it was over after agreeing to play around at Hogwarts with her tomorrow. Dumbledore first asked Bosbaden's staff to follow Snape into the castle. And he, with the others, continued to wait for Durmstrang's arrival. It didn't take too long. A large whirlpool suddenly appeared in the initially calm Black Lake, a black mast rose from the center of the whirlpool, and then, a huge boat also floated to the surface. August's pupils shone with silver light. He was observing the structure of the ship. August found that the ship was a portkey and could be reused, which interested him. A wooden board extended to the ground, and the people on the boat walked out of the cabin and towards the crowd. Durmstrang's boy was unusually tall. No one said a word and followed behind a tall, thin wizard with a goat house, a thin beard that did not cover his sharp chin, and no emotion whatsoever in his eyes. Dumbledore. He walked up to Dumbledore and opened his arms enthusiastically. "My dear old man, how are you?" "Very good, thank you, Professor Karkaroff." Dumbledore hugged Karkaroff after finishing speaking. He looked at Hogwarts Castle not far away and said with emotion, "It's good to be here. It really makes me miss it." He said so, but his eyes were still indifferent. "I almost forgot. Victor, come here, introduce." A 17 or 18-year-old boy with short hair stepped forward. The students began to whisper again because they had recognized it. This was the Bulgarian seeker at the Quidditch World Cup, Victor Krum. They did not expect that this brilliant seeker was actually a student of Durmstrang. But everyone's surprise is limited to this. After being nurtured by August for so many years, the little wizards of Hogwarts have long been immune. Karkaroff's face became a little gloomy. He deliberately pulled Krum out to embarrass Hogwarts. Still, the reaction of everyone did not achieve the effect he expected. However, he quickly regained his full smile. He saw August beside him, holding a wreath, thinking that this was a welcome ceremony prepared for him by Hogwarts. August's face was expressionless, and a flame appeared out of thin air in his hand, burning the wreath to the ground. This guy doesn't deserve a wreath from a page boy. Karkaroff's smile froze again, and Dumbledore spoke promptly. "Also, let me introduce you. August Gaunt, the recipient of the Order of Merlin First Class and a member of the Wizengamot. I think he will have a lot of topics with your proud disciple." August glanced at Dumbledore. This old man is so bad. Hearing August's name, the smile on his face utterly disappeared, and even Krum on the side looked at August solemnly. Naturally, he had heard of August's name. Alchemist Master, Order of Merlin First Class, member of Wizengamot. These titles are all resoundingly loud. Krum is just a seeker. How can he compare it with the opponent? Fortunately, August participated as a judge in the Triwizard Tournament this time. Otherwise, even if Karkaroff had participated in the competition, Durmstrang would not have won. Extending his hand with a smile on his face, August shook hands with Krum. "You performed very well in the World Cup final. I enjoyed watching it very much. It's a pity that in the end, a few Death Eaters made trouble and spoiled my interest." Before Krum could speak, Karkaroff, who was next to him, shivered and said unnaturally, "What Death Eater?" August replied casually. "It's nothing. I cremated just a few Death Eaters playing with Muggles. Mr. Karkaroff doesn't need to care. Those bed bugs die when they appear." The chill was all over his body, and Karkaroff was panicking. He hadn't read the newspapers in England recently. He only knew that the Dark Mark appeared at the Quidditch World Cup, but he didn't know what happened that night. Looking at the harmless August laughing in front of him, Karkaroff was urged to run back to Durmstrang. Hogwarts is too dangerous. He was initially a Death Eater and was pardoned by betraying his companions. What Karkaroff feared most was hearing anything about Voldemort or the Death Eaters. Dumbledore smiled and watched August play freely until he felt. It was enough, breaking the somewhat awkward atmosphere. "Professor Karkaroff, let's go in. Madame Maxime is already waiting for us inside." Hearing Dumbledore's invitation, Karkaroff nodded quickly. "It's too cold outside. Let's go inside." How arrogant he was at the beginning and cowardly Karkaroff is now, he has decided to stay away from August. Walking into the Great Hall, a warm feeling spread to the whole body. Bosbaden's students were already sitting at the long table in Ravenclaw. Seeing August come in, Fleur immediately pulled him to her side while Gabriel sat on the other. Two beauties, one big and one small, attracted everyone's attention. Under the light of candlelight, the beauty of Fleur was fully displayed. Some wizards were so fascinated that they slammed into the long table, knocking over several plates. Fleur didn't care about everyone's eyes. At this moment, only August was in her eyes. With a smile, she gently leaned on August's body and didn't want to part for a moment. Cho pulled Luna to the opposite side of them, staring at Fleur. The strong smell of gunpowder made no young wizard dare to take a seat for a few meters around them. This is Cho. My sister is so pretty. Fleur took the lead, and Cho was not to be outdone. Sister Fleur is really beautiful too. You're only 3 years older than August. You're so mature. Fleur's face darkened. The fact that she was older than August had always made her brood. Although she inherited the talent of her Vila grandmother and can live for hundreds of years, but she is now an old cow eating young grass. Chapter 238, Chapter 238, World Quidditch School Cup. August was very troubled at this time. How could the drama appear at Hogwarts? Looking at Fleur's aggrieved eyes, August quickly interrupted them. Okay, I'm starving to death. Why hasn't the food been served yet? Saying that while he tapped his plate with a fork. Although it was a little rude, August didn't care about it then. In an instant, the little wizard's plates were filled with food, and the house elves in the kitchen seemed to do their best to make this dinner unbelievably rich. August picked up a piece of lamb chop and ate it, unexpectedly finding that the taste was not bad. Fleur intimately served August a bowl of langoustine bouillabaisse. When Cho saw Fleur's move, he also handed over a portion of foie gras. The battle between the two girls has started again. You have a bowl of escargot, and I have a French meringue. August has never eaten so fast as today. Fortunately, Luna and Gabriel on the side were staring wide-eyed and did not participate. Otherwise, he would have to go out sideways today. Seeing that August was holding on to finish eating what they were giving, Fleur and Cho were also very distressed. They stopped the movement of their hands and handed him a cup of tea to promote digestion. Durmstrang's students sat at the long Slytherin table, and many young Slytherin wizards were enthusiastic about them. Many pureblood families disliked Dumbledore's support for Muggle wizards and half-blood wizards. They have sent their children to Durmstrang, a school composed entirely of pure blood. On the high table, Dumbledore was chatting enthusiastically with the headmaster/headmistress of the other two schools, and Karkaroff made a false smirk from time to time. Halfway through the banquet, the great hall door was pushed open, and Crouch in a suit and Bagman in a Hornet's uniform walked in. Crouch's expression was haggard, and his eyes were a little erratic. Everyone thought it might be that he had too much work at his usual times. Only August knew that Crouch was pretending. And Bagman's face is filled with a warm smile, exactly the same as what August saw in the World Cup. If Crouch hadn't said it, August wouldn't have believed that this man was Barty Jr. in disguise. The two walked to the high table, chatted with Dumbledore for a few words, and sat down. Dumbledore stood up when the food on the plate was swept away. Allow me to introduce the two guests, as there are still people who do not know them. Mr. Bartnios Crouch Sr., the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation at the Ministry of Magic, and Mr. Ludovic Bagman, the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports at the Ministry of Magic. With the warm applause in the Great Hall, Crouch nodded in response while Bagman waved happily and expressed his gratitude. The two gentlemen who have done much for the Triwizard Tournament over the past few months will form the jury with our 4 headmasters/headmistress and Mr. Gaunt. Although Ilvermorny's friends haven't arrived yet, there are some procedures you should know. The little wizard stared at Dumbledore closely and saw him motioning to Filch to bring a large box over. This year's competition program has been determined with the efforts of the Ministry of Magic and me. There are 5 tasks in total, and they will run through the whole school year. Forgive me. Only one of these tasks can be revealed at the moment. The others require the champions to play on the spot to reflect their magical talents. Hearing that all the competition tasks could not be known yet, the little wizards were frustrated. Still, they were immediately curious about the task that could be explained. In this year, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, Durmstrang, and Ilvermorny will form a Quidditch team led by the champions, forming a World Quidditch Schools Cup. The little wizards looked at Dumbledore in disbelief. The Quidditch Cup was gone, and there was a World Quidditch Schools Cup. The Great Hall burst into enthusiastic cheers. Everyone's love for Quidditch is unimaginable. Some Quidditch players have stood up excitedly. They can play against players from other schools, which they have never considered. They have high expectations that their house students will be selected to become champions, so their odds of participating in the game significantly increase. Even Cho's eyes were full of longing. She glanced at August regretfully. It would be great if August could compete. Then she would definitely be able to play. It took a great deal of effort for Dumbledore to restore calm to the boiling Great Hall. He opened the wooden box Filch had placed on the high platform and took out a rough wooden goblet. The cup was not inconspicuous at all, but there was a bluish-white flame throbbing inside. This is our fairest referee, and every student who wants to run as a champion must write his name and school on a piece of paper and throw it into this goblet of fire. And on Halloween night, the goblet of fire will select the 4 representatives he thinks best represent the 4 schools. To prevent underage students from being tempted, I will set an age limit around the goblet of fire. No one under 17 can cross this limit. After he finished speaking, he just picked up his wand and swiped around the goblet of fire, and a few silver threads covered the goblet of fire and then disappeared. Seeing this age limit, many young wizards are already eager to move. Many things can change age in the wizarding world, and an aging potion is one of them. Professor, what are the selection criteria for the Goblet of Fire? A Slytherin student stood up and asked loudly. His age seemed to have met the requirements, and he must also be a player who wants to participate. Mr. Shammond. Dumbledore called out his name. This involves a very ancient set of spells and contracts, and I can't explain it clearly in a short time. But you can rest assured that the Goblet of Fire's decision has never been missed in more than 100 years, and I think this is enough to prove its vision. The student named Shaman didn't get any useful information, so he could only sit down helplessly. Chapter 239, Chapter 239, Spring Comes for Hagrid. Headmaster Dumbledore. You won't disqualify us if we cross the age line. Fred's question caused a heated discussion, and Dumbledore looked at him and George with a smile. In fact, there is no age line for the Triwizard Tournament. Once you break through age line and qualify, you've signed a contract with the Goblet of Fire and have to complete the tournament. In that case, even we can't stop your participation. The little wizards in the audience understood that the Goblet of Fire and the age line are not the same, so that they can participate. Awesome. The twins hugged excitedly as if they had become champions. Karkaroff and Madame Maxime frowned. They wanted to remind Dumbledore that the referee could not participate. But Dumbledore shouldn't be so shameless, right? After answering several students' questions, Dumbledore officially announced the end of the dinner. Madame Maxime was going to take the students back to her carriage, while Karkaroff asked Krum to lead the team, and he and Snape left. Originally, Fleur wanted to go with August. But under the fierce eyes of Hermione and Cho, August reluctantly refused her. He carried the sleeping Gabriel into the Beauxbaton carriage before he returned to his dorms. Crouch did not send a message to him, and August was not in a hurry. As long as he made sure that Barty Jr. was here, everything would not be out of his control. The next day was Saturday, and usually, the students would not have breakfast very early on weekends. But when August came to the Great Hall, there was even more student than on normal days. Dozens of students gathered around the Goblet of Fire, all young wizards not old enough, and they had already tried to cross the line. But when they hit the age line, a force will stop them from moving forward. The more force they use, the greater the reaction force. There was a little wizard who didn't really believe. He ran from the gate of the Great Hall to the Goblet of Fire and slammed into it, trying to use his strength to break through the restrictions. Now he has entered the hospital wing. Look, Cedric is here. I don't know who shouted. Everyone turned around and saw Cedric walking over with a shy smile, surrounded by a group of Hufflepuffs. The crowd made way for him, and the Hufflepuff students cheered when Cedric successfully put his name into the Goblet of Fire, the first young wizard to sign up from Hogwarts. Several students then successfully signed up. When Angelina, the chaser of Gryffindor, threw the paper with her name on it into the Goblet of Fire, there was applause. Everyone admired this brave girl. After dinner, August took Gabriel and Fleur to tour Hogwarts. Cho didn't say much about this. She was bullied by August yesterday and was given countless sweet words. She had already become dizzy and agreed to a series of conditions from August. With two girls, one big and one small, August took them to tour the castle and then around outside the castle. Along the way, Gabriel seemed very excited. She saw some interesting portraits, and she would walk up to them to say hello. The portraits also loved the little girl and told her many interesting stories at Hogwarts. The three of us are like a family of three, Fleur thought happily. Looking at her lovely sister, she suddenly thought that if she and August also had a daughter, would she be as cute as Gabriel? The image of herself and August traveling around the world with their lovely daughter appeared in her mind, and Fleur's face couldn't help but blush. The sky is beautiful, and the weather today is much warmer than yesterday. August and the two strolled by the Black Lake. A few fish jumped out of the water repeatedly, splashing to them. It's just that there is a Durmstrang ship, so it's not pretty to look at. August, this way. Before they knew it, they walked to Hagrid's hut, and Hagrid excitedly waved to August, motioning him to come over. After introducing Hagrid to Fleur, he saw that Hagrid looked at him a little embarrassedly and looked at Fleur and the others. August immediately understood and asked Fleur and the others to go ahead. What's the matter? August asked while rubbing the Fong's head and looking at the expression of enjoyment on the dog's face. That. Hagrid was a little embarrassed, rubbing his big hands constantly. Can you teach me how to chase women? August was shocked. Is springtime coming for this half-giant? He immediately became interested and asked very gossip. What's the matter? Whom did you see? With Hagrid's unusual aesthetic, who can make him interested? It's Madame Maxime. As soon as we met yesterday, I was deeply fascinated by her. Her shoulders are so broad, and her legs are so thick. Stop, stop. August interrupted Hagrid, who was immersed in fantasy and couldn't accept these adjectives. But he also remembered that there seemed to be such a paragraph in the original book. But he didn't know if the two finally came together. August felt the two inexplicably matched. After all, with their physiques, it was difficult to find another suitable half. This meeting was fate. After that, August said all the tricks of chasing a woman he had seen in his previous life, and Hagrid was stunned when he heard it. Hagrid never imagined that there were so many tricks in chasing women, and he looked at August with admiration. No wonder August had so many girlfriends. Master. In fact, he didn't know that these were all August's hilarious words. He became like this by accident. It could be said that August really had no experience in pursuing girls seriously. But that's also much better than a vibrating straight man like Hagrid. It was not until lunchtime that August stopped teaching and took Fleur and Gabriel back to the castle. What did you just say to the giant? Fleur was curious about what they could talk about for so long. August smiled narrowly and then said under Fleur's dumbfounded eyes. I'm going to find a company for Madame Maxime. Chapter 240, Cassandra. All weekend, August was playing with Gabriel and Fleur. He wanted to take the two to Hogsmeade, but they had so much fun at Hogwarts that they didn't have time to go out. In the past 2 days, many young wizards have already signed up for the Triwizard Tournament. Interestingly, many students from the other two schools have come to meet the conditions, but only a few chose to participate. Because most people know in their hearts that this time they are only here to accompany the one from their own school and travel abroad by the way. It's just that a few people are still a little unwilling. They don't believe that they are worse than Fleur and Crumb. Harry told August that Fred and George were making the aging potion and would not touch the goblet of fire for the time being. They would definitely sign up when it was done next week. It is worth mentioning that because of the Triwizard Tournament, many people became interested in other participating schools. The research of some people was shocked to find that Ilvermorny actually has something to do with the Gaunt family. Hermione was the first to discover it. She was eager to find August with a lot of Ilvermorny-related materials. I knew it a long time ago. It's no big deal. August's response disappointed her, but your Gaunt family is really powerful. If you count Slytherin, there are 2 schools in the wizarding world founded by your family. Hundreds of years ago. When Isolde Sayre stole Slytherin's wand from her Aunt Gormlaith Gaunt and ran to America country, she never contacted England again. The two sides have completely separated. Hermione's enthusiasm subsided quite by August's words, and she had completely regained her composure. On the night at Hogwarts, the 3 headmasters/headmistresses stood at the front, and August was slightly behind. He noticed that Karkaroff and Madame Maxime's faces were full of displeasure. They felt Ilvermorny's late arrival was purely putting on airs and wanted us to welcome them together. As for a reason for the long distance, it's just bullshit. They coming. August was the first to notice the abnormality and sensed 2 cordial auras approaching. The sky suddenly flashed and thundered. Lightning pierced the night sky, and 2 huge birds, pulling 2 Muggle buses, appeared in the clouds and landed rapidly. It's Thunderbird. Luna recognized the identities of these 2 birds and said softly to Fleur and Cho. August recognized it too, and he understood why they felt so cordial. The Thunderbird with the buses slowly landed, and they looked at August with some doubts, not knowing why they sensed the aura of their kin from August. The bus door was opened, and 2 people walked down, male and female, in 2 columns. Their school uniforms are divided into 4 colors, which represent the 4 houses of Ilvermorny, very similar to the way of Hogwarts. Headmaster Agilbert Fontaine walked towards Dumbledore with a hearty smile. But before he could speak, the 2 Thunderbirds broke free from the chains linked to the buses and came to August's side, looking at him curiously. The little wizard at the back exclaimed because the Thunderbird's size was too huge, which gave them a huge sense of oppression. Osiris climbed out of August's pocket, facing the 2 Thunderbirds without fear. Grinning at them, a force from the dragon swept the audience. Dumbledore's expression changed. He quickly took out his wand and released powerful magic to fight against it. Fortunately, he responded in time. Otherwise, some of the lower-grade students would be about to faint. Even now, many people are having trouble breathing. Well, Osiris, they have no ill will. Patting the little dragon's head, signaling her not to be nervous. Osiris restrained and got into August's pocket, but the little head was still exposed, watching Thunderbird vigilantly. Ignoring Osiris, August stretched out his hand, released a little thunder and lightning spells, and stroked the 2 Thunderbirds. Feeling the breath of the same source, they bowed their heads slightly and obeyed August's movements. Headmaster Dumbledore, who is this? Asking Dumbledore stutteringly. Fontaine was stunned for a long time. These 2 Thunderbirds are the treasures of the school. They only accept the school's offerings but have no obligations. This time, he begged these 2 for a long time for Ilvermorny's face, and they agreed to take this trip. But how could the little wizard kidnap these Thunderbirds at Hogwarts? Madame Maxime and Karkaroff smiled on their faces, and their mood improved when they saw Fontaine deflated. Dumbledore is also a little helpless that August can always come up with something, and he is already used to it. But the pet that August had just now is so terrible that even he has to take it seriously. Really don't know where August got it from. There were doubts in his heart, but Dumbledore smiled and introduced August to Fontaine. This is August Gaunt. He is not only an excellent alchemist but also a Magi-zoology. Dumbledore gave August another title. August, who has a phoenix, unicorn, and dragon, can be called a Magi-zoology. Oh, this is Mr. Gaunt. He has a good relationship with our school. Fontaine became very enthusiastic when he heard August's name. The surname of Gaunt is really special to Ilvermorny. Like a Slytherin who has come to Hogwarts now, it will definitely cause a sensation. Professor Flitwick looked at Fontaine vigilantly for fear that he would abduct his student away. August played with the two Thunderbirds for a while and let them both leave. Looking at the obedient Thunderbird flying to the Forbidden Forest, Fontaine's mouth twitched slightly. Why were these two not so obedient when they were in Ilvermorny? The headmaster/headmistress exchanged a few words. Then they walked towards the Great Hall. At the same time, August said hello and returned directly to the Ravenclaw table. On the way, he inadvertently glanced at Ilvermorny's team, and a blonde girl instantly attracted his attention. The girl was beautiful, with an obvious tear mole below her right eye. That not only did not destroy her beauty but also brought her a different kind of charm. It was just that arrogant expression that made the people around her dare not approach. Only two boys followed behind her. C.A. Cassandra. Chapter 241, A Dream That Almost Comes True. Cassandra Vole turned her head sharply, wanting to see who had the guts to call her by her first name. As a result, she saw August's stunned face. She felt a little strange. This was the first time she and August met. Why did he know my name? Hello, what's the matter? Also, how did you know my name? The arrogance appeared unconsciously in her tone. Many little wizards at Hogwarts looked at her with bad eyes. August was the pride of the school. How dare this girl to speak to August in such an authoritative tone? Not even if you look so pretty. Cassandra was aware of her own problems but never said sorry. She didn't know how to deal with the situation at hand. It's okay. This is my friend. August waved his hand to signal everyone not to be so sensitive. Hearing what August said, everyone looked away. In fact, he is also in a state of confusion now. Why did Cassandra appear in this world and become a student of Ilvermorny? In his previous life at the game Harry Potter, Magic Awakened, Cassandra was helping August a lot in the dueling arena and the Forbidden Forest. Unexpectedly, he could meet each other again in this world. It's just that the current Cassandra looks a lot more mature. However, the unique Cassandra temperament and the attitude of walking and looking at the sky are still exactly the same. Sorry, I have a friend who is very similar to you. She is also called Cassandra. I was in a trance for a while, so I couldn't help calling your name. When Cassandra heard his explanation, although she was still a little puzzled, she did not ask any further questions but extended her hand generously. My name is Cassandra Vole. Nice to meet you, August Gaunt. August shook hands with her. The two exchanged a few words at will, and August walked into the Ravenclaw table. Vole, do you know August Gaunt? The older of the Fry brothers stepped forward and asked curiously. Cassandra shook her head and nodded. Looked at August, who had gone away, and said softly, I didn't know each other before, but I know now. The Fry brothers were at a loss. August was a little emotional sitting in front of Ravenclaw's long table. In the few words just now, he also knew the general situation of Cassandra in this world. Cassandra was born into a pureblood family in the United States and is the largest supplier of potions and broomsticks in the United States. She grew up with a golden spoon. Sure enough, no matter which world Bifumii went to, she was Bifumii. Bifumii are women with fair complexion, richness, and beauty. It was another welcome dinner, and the little wizards were happy to discover that since the students from several schools came, the food quality at Hogwarts had skyrocketed. Not only British food, but the house elves will specially make special dishes from different countries daily for everyone to enjoy. After dinner, Dumbledore arranged for students to attend classes from other schools. Bowsbaton students have the same schedule as Ravenclaw, and Durmstrang students have the same schedule as Slytherin. There were more people from Ilvermorny. Boys have the same schedule as Hufflepuff, and girls have the same schedule as Gryffindor. This semester, not only the professors from Hogwarts teach, but also many professors from the other three schools will take turns to impart knowledge and exchange experiences with the students. From this moment on, the competition between several schools has already begun. August was firmly tied to a chair in the room of responsiveness, and several girls sat opposite him, looking at him fiercely. After dinner, August wanted to return to the bedroom, enjoy a massage by Nagini, and sleep well. But Cho stopped him and hesitantly asked August to go to the room of requirement with her. August was overjoyed, thinking Cho wanted to play something exciting with him. He came to the room of requirement full of excitement. As a result, he saw all the little witches related to him appearing here. Then, this is what it looks like. Tell me, what's your relationship with that girl from Ilvermorny? Astoria jumped out and questioned August aggressively. He glared at Astoria speechlessly. Does it have anything to do with you? She immediately hid behind Cho, signaling Cho to play. That must have something to do with me. Looking at Cho's smile, August's heart shuddered. He suddenly remembered a dream he had before. Cho was holding a hatchet, and Hermione was holding a box. No, I can't think about it anymore. August hurriedly smiled and explained what had happened. It was also the first time I met that girl. Hermione pinched her chin and looked at him in disbelief. It doesn't matter how long you've been met. Also, how did you know her name? I met his grandfather at the alchemy summit. His grandfather has been praising her, so I remember it. August lies to Hermione without blushing. He did meet an old man named Wally at the alchemy summit, but he didn't think of Cassandra. Wally never mentioned that he had any granddaughters. Hearing what August said, several people looked at Fleur, who thought about it for a while, and it seemed that there was indeed such a person, and nodded hesitantly. The girls believed what August said. Cho stepped forward and gently untied the ropes that bound August. August breathed a sigh of relief, and this level was over. But Cho's following sentence made him bring his heart to his throat again. I'll let you go this time. If you have something with that girl, don't tell us. The latter words were not finished, but the meaning was obvious, and August hurriedly assured. Don't worry. I will never mess around recently. Cho glanced at him and heard what he meant but didn't say much. Immediately afterward, August turned his head to look at Luna with grief and anger. This girl had actually betrayed without notifying her in advance. Luna winked playfully, pursed her lips and snickered. Chapter 242, Chapter 242, Do you think you are Voldemort? The next day, Fleur followed August to the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, which attracted countless attention. Hermione sat on the side angrily, watching that Fleur was about to stick to August. But with so many people around, she was embarrassed to have an attack. How did you come to the 4th grade class? Looking at Fleur, August asked strangely. Fleur said indifferently, flipping through the August textbook, I have already completed all my studies. This year is just a formality, just to accompany you. August understood, but he was a little nervous. If the eyes of the classmates in the class could kill him, it is estimated that even Avalon could not save him. Harry looked at August with admiration and then looked at Ron, who was sullenly beside him, sadly. If August could publish a book on how to chase girls, he would buy it and give Ron another copy. At this time, Sirius also walked into the classroom and saw the somewhat bohemian Sirius. Some of the girls from Beauxbatons also turned their attention away from August. This romantic temperament is easy to attract these little witches from France. Welcome to Hogwarts for Beauxbatons classmates. I'm Sirius Black. The students of Beauxbatons responded with applause. They were also curious about Sirius, a prisoner who had been wronged for more than 10 years and turned into a professor. It's so unbelievable. Today, I will talk about the applications of the smashing spell in actual combat. As a powerful physical attack spell, the smashing spell is more effective than the disarming charm and stunning spell when dealing with the shield charm. Sirius is also fully prepared for today. He has put the analysis of the smashing spell, not only analyzing the key to casting the spell but also listing some of its applications and cooperation with other spells. All the professors also fought hard to give Hogwarts a face in front of students from other schools. Fleur was still discussing the class with August on the way to the Great Hall. I think the smashing spell combined with the Punio Jinx will have a good effect, but the timing of the release of the spell is very demanding. Hermione said on the side. Yeah, if you are not confident in your ability, you'd better release the spells one by one. Obviously, she was very dissatisfied with Fleur taking August over the entire class. August looked at the two. He completely dare not speak. A war between girls, he had better not intervene. As long as things don't get too big, let them go. Entering the Great Hall, there was a burst of cheers from Gryffindor. George, Fred, and Lee stood up and waved to the students. Everyone sent them to the Goblet of Fire like a hero farewell. They took out a small bottle, and 3 took a sip. Fred happened to see August's arrival, holding the bottle excitedly, aging potion. We are going to succeed. August smiled and waved, then pointed to the Goblet of Fire as if encouraging them. Are you ready? Fred trembled with excitement and said to the other two, come on then. Taking out the paper, they sprinted to the age line and then jumped sharply. At this moment, many little wizards thought they had succeeded. Still, there was a rustling sound, and an invisible shot threw the 3 of them onto the floor in the distance. Ouch! There was a cry of pain, and then there was a loud cracking sound, and the 3 of them grew gray beards on their chins. The people in the hall burst into laughter, especially Ron, the loudest. Even Fred and the others couldn't help laughing when they saw each other's white beards. I reminded you. A deep voice came from behind the crowd, but there was a smile that couldn't be concealed. The age line is insurmountable. Dumbledore came over, admiring the beards of the three. I suggest you go to Madame Pomfrey. She has the experience now, Miss Fawcett and Mr. Summers, and you have the same idea. But I will say their beards are nowhere near as beautiful as yours. The three didn't get angry and walked towards the hospital wing with their shoulders hooked. They were still laughing non-stop on the way. Their encounters did not stop the enthusiasm of other young wizards who were not old enough. Many people kept trying and came up with various methods. Seamus got a fishing rod out of nowhere. He tied his paper to the hook and threw it hard. But unfortunately, his rod bounced back by the age line and hit his forehead. On a whim, a Hufflepuff student rode a broom into the Great Hall, trying to break through Dumbledore's age line from a high altitude. Many thought he would succeed because they remembered that day that Dumbledore did not cast a spell over the Goblet of Fire. Disappointingly, when he swooped into the sky above the Goblet of Fire, it was like hitting a resilient wall, sending him back the way he came. The unbalanced little wizard fell from the broom. Madame Pomfrey would have had another patient if August hadn't rescued him. The Hufflepuff student was also very grateful to August. The most speechless is the group of idiots in Slytherin who actually tried to break Dumbledore's age line with violence. Several people aimed their wands at the Goblet of Fire and cast different spells. When the spell hit the age line, the entire Great Hall exploded, and the rebounding spell hit everyone. Professor Snape, who was informed of the incident, rushed to the scene and looked at his students lying unconscious on the ground in the broken Great Hall floor, wishing to slaughter them. This time, he was so embarrassed. Not only students from the other three schools saw this scene, but even some professors saw it. Trying using violent methods to break Dumbledore's age line, do you think that you're Voldemort? Draco described that Snape locked these people in the office for several days. Chapter 243, Since I couldn't get in, then let the Goblet of Fire come out. After a few students in Slytherin made such a fuss, the professors felt they couldn't let everyone mess up. So they issued a ban, prohibiting students who were not old enough from trying again. That's what stopped the trend. The time soon came at Halloween, and the decoration of the Great Hall had a new change. A large group of live bats flew around the sky holding jack-o'-lanterns, and countless ghosts passed through the jack-o'-lanterns of various shapes on the wall. At dinner, everyone's mind was completely off the dishes carefully cooked by the house elves, and they glanced at the Goblet of Fire every now and then. Professor Dumbledore's age line is so horrible that I can't think of any way to cross it. Cho fiddled with the truffle cake in his bowl and said with a headache. Although she has no interest in participating in the Triwizard Tournament, she has an incredible enthusiasm for cracking her headmaster's spell. Not only Cho but many of Ravenclaw's students are keen to break the age line and set up a special cracking team. But until today, the crack team has not found any way to bypass this age line. Looking at Cho's frown, August thought that telling them how to crack it wouldn't affect the game, so just say it. Cho, there are many ways to decipher this age line, and you can all use it. His words immediately attracted the attention of many people. Some little wizards feared they would not hear clearly, so they left their seats and stood around August. I concluded that there are at least 3 ways that everyone can hope to do. After drinking, August also directly analyzed it. The first method is finding someone who meets the requirements to put your name into the Goblet of Fire. The Goblet of Fire will not distinguish whether your name is the same as the paper. Yep. Cho suddenly realized that she had been struggling with the age line but did not think that the age line was only a limitation of Dumbledore. However, this approach has certain uncertainties. August added, if the headmaster's age line is not only for people but also for paper, this method will not work. What about the second method? Fleur was also very curious about this and urged August to speak quickly. The second method is the power of the spell. Someone questioned August, but those idiots in Slytherin have paid the price for this, and the spell won't work. Speaking of those people, many little wizards snickered. August shook his head and retorted. I didn't ask you to attack the age line directly. Confundus Charm is a good method, but there are certain requirements for your spell level. But it doesn't matter if you fail because it's not an offensive spell, and you won't hurt yourself. The movement on August's side attracted more and more little wizards, and even the people at the table next door came over. Cassandra sat in her chair, her green eyes looked at August disdainfully, but she still secretly applied magic to her ears to hear what he said. The last method is actually the easiest. The age line only prevents you from getting close to the Goblet of Fire, so why don't you let people take the Goblet of Fire out of it? Everyone was stunned. Is it still possible to do this? But then everyone reacted, and what August said was totally fine. Since I couldn't get in, then let the Goblet of Fire come out. Many people beat their chests and paused. Why it took them so long to understand such a simple matter. Clap. 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 On the high table, Dumbledore smiled and clapped. Gaunt, your wisdom amazes me. I didn't expect my method to have so many flaws. If you had said it earlier, I would have been busy. Obviously, Dumbledore just eavesdropped on the conversation here. Along with applause, the food in front of everyone disappeared, everyone was refreshed, and the most important part of the day came. Okay, the Goblet of Fire is going to make a decision, Dumbledore said. About a minute. Listen, when the champions are drafted, I want them to go to the trophy room. In the trophy room, they will be given initial instructions. Everyone listened intently to Dumbledore's speech without making a sound, so even if Dumbledore didn't use the amplifying charm, his voice was still so clear. Nodding with satisfaction, he waved his hand sharply. The candle in the Great Hall became dim, and only the holy flame in the Goblet of Fire was burning. The little wizards close to the Goblet of Fire held their breath for fear of interfering with the choice of the Goblet of Fire. Soon, the color of the flame changed to red, and after a crackling sound, a piece of charred paper was sprayed out. Dumbledore reached out his hand to catch it, glanced at it, and read aloud, Durmstrang champion, Victor Krum. There was warm applause from the long table in Slytherin. There were also young wizards from other houses cheering for Krum, all of whom were Krum's Quidditch fans. Krum stood up expressionlessly and waved a powerful fist in greeting. Still, the expression on his face did not change in the slightest, as if all this was for granted. Dumbledore smiled and nodded at him, and Karkaroff stood up and hugged Krum. The applause gradually subsided, and the Goblet of Fire spewed the second piece of paper at the right time. Dumbledore glanced at it and announced without pause. Beauxbatons champion, Fleur Delacour. Fleur hugged August, kissed his cheek, and then stood gracefully. The boys in the Great Hall applauded warmly, even happier than when Krum was selected. The Goblet of Fire relight, and before Fleur left, another paper appeared in front of everyone. Ilvermorny champion, Cassandra Vole. Cassandra got up from the long table in Gryffindor and enjoyed the congratulations from everyone. She raised her white neck slightly and was about to be the proud white swan. She and Fleur looked at each other, but neither said a word. They smiled at the same time and then walked into the trophy room. After Fleur also entered the room, the voices of the little wizards in the audience became much louder. They knew that the champions who belonged to Hogwarts were about to be announced. Chapter 244, More Champions. The color of the Goblet of Fire continued to change, and the students' moods also fluctuated. Finally, when the flames turned red, the paper with the name of the Hogwarts champion flew out. This piece of paper seemed to have some magic power, sticking everyone's eyes firmly on it, watching it fall into Dumbledore's hands. Hogwarts champions dash, Dumbledore looked at the paper with relief and said loudly. Cedric Diggory. The long table of Hufflepuffs roared with applause, and every Hufflepuff jumped up and down, screaming and stomping. The little Badgers, who have always been low-key, couldn't hold back their excitement. The champions came from Hufflepuff. Who says Hufflepuff is the least existential house at Hogwarts? Besides August, the best students at Hogwarts are their Hufflepuffs. Even the other three houses are happy for them. It has to be said that Hufflepuff's popularity is really good. There is a saying in the magic world, it's the best thing to be friends with Hufflepuff. Suppose someone from Gryffindor or Slytherin is elected. In that case, it is estimated that the other party will save face if they don't boo. Harry also looked at Cedric, happily hugging other classmates with admiration. He felt that Cedric's current appearance was the style he wanted. Athlete genius has excellent grades and is friendly. Although it can't be compared with August, only Cedric like this is the goal pursued by ordinary people like Harry. Great! Dumbledore exclaimed happily when Cedric entered the trophy room. Okay, now our 4 champions have been selected. I believe that you will spare no effort to support your champions, and they will also gain great strength through your cheer. Halfway through speaking, Dumbledore suddenly stopped speaking because the Goblet of Fire next to him changed again. The long tongue of flame suddenly jumped into the air, dragging another piece of paper on it. The little wizards in the audience looked at Dumbledore suspiciously and didn't know why anyone was chosen. Dumbledore subconsciously stretched out a hand and grabbed the paper. His face became very serious. He looked carefully, cleared his throat after confirming it was correct and said aloud. Harry Potter. When Dumbledore uttered the name, everyone was stunned. No one made a sound for a while, Harry didn't fit his age, and Cedric was selected. Why is his name popping out of the Goblet of Fire? Harry, who was mentioned, was also dumbfounded. He felt everyone was looking at him, and his mind was blank. He wondered if Dumbledore had read it wrong or was just a joke. Professor McGonagall walked over to Dumbledore. She frowned at the paper, muttered something, and looked up at Harry again. Harry Potter. Dumbledore repeated the name again and asked Harry to come forward. Under the gazes of countless people, Harry moved to Dumbledore and then entered the trophy room under his signal. There was no smile on Dumbledore's face at this moment. He was tired. After scanning the high table and finding nothing unusual, Dumbledore finally announced. Members of the judges and Minerva, please come with me. Fred looked at August and the others who were leaving and stared at George with wide eyes. What is this? There are 5 champions in the Triwizard Tournament. While the champions were waiting indoors, Crumb and Cedric sat in a corner, looking at Fleur and Cassandra opposite, not daring to make a sound. After entering the room, the 2 girls stared at each other without saying a word, making the atmosphere a little weird. Crumb and Cedric couldn't understand the form and didn't speak out rashly. Fleur just wanted to examine what was so special about her that could make August take the initiative to initiate a conversation. Knowing that when she and August first met, August still ignored her. And Cassandra's idea is even simpler. Why do you and I look at each other? Do I have to back down first? With her arrogant temperament, she would not want to admit defeat, so the 2 formed the current situation. At this moment, the door was pushed open, and Harry walked in blankly. Fleur turned her head and blinked her sore eyes. What's the matter? Are you here to tell us to return to the Great Hall? Fleur knew Harry and knew that she had a good relationship with August and that her attitude wasn't too bad. His hands kept swinging, and Harry was at a loss. He didn't know what to say. Just as he hesitated to say something, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. It's cheating. It's not fair. Why do you have 2 contestants at your school? Before entering, everyone in the room heard Karkaroff's roar. Madame Maxime pushed the door open, walked in, and said to Dumbledore. I need an explanation, Dumbledore. Without responding to the questioning of the 2, Dumbledore walked quickly to Harry, lowered his head, and looked at him. Harry, tell me, did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire? No. Harry answered categorically. He tried his best to stare at Dumbledore, hoping he could believe in himself. Have you asked an older classmate to help you put your name in? Harry shook his head again, and August clearly sensed that the moment Harry answered, Dumbledore used legilimency. It seemed that Dumbledore was very annoyed by this matter. Otherwise, he would never have done such a thing with the degree of his doting on Harry. Karkaroff let out a sneer and said something. Yeah, just now, the students in your school said several ways of cheating, and then Harry Potter was chosen. I don't remember the organizers being allowed to have 2 champions, do they? Madame Maxime was silent. She walked in front of Fleur with a gesture that she would take Fleur away at any time if Dumbledore did not explain. Cedric and the others looked at Harry in disbelief. It turned out that this person was not here to tell them to go out but also a champion. Chapter 245, wouldn't it be fun to have more people? August spoke up just as everyone looked at Harry, who was at a loss. To shut up. He was unceremoniously interrupting Karkaroff's chatter. Karkaroff's face turned red. Since he became Durmstrang's headmaster, how long has anyone dared to speak to him in such a tone? But seeing August's cold eyes, the anger in his heart was poured with a basin of cold water again. Don't you think I'm wrong, Mr. Gaunt? Why does Hogwarts get this privilege? Karkaroff's tone softened a lot, and he feared that August would take out his wand directly. Sorry, I don't think everyone needs to be so nervous. Calmness is the best way to solve the problem. Bagman laughed and stood up to smooth things out. Since the Goblet of Fire chose Potter, although it's a bit inappropriate, we can't reselect the champions, can we? His words eased the atmosphere at the scene a lot. August walked up to Madame Maxime and said softly, Madam, you don't have to leave in such a hurry. I will give you a satisfactory answer. Hearing what August said, Madame Maxime's anger subsided a lot. She nodded, wanting to see how August would solve this matter. The others stopped talking and stared at August, wanting to hear his solution. August walked up to Harry, patted him on the shoulder, and motioned him not to be nervous. Harry looked at August gratefully. He really didn't know how to deal with the situation in front of him. First of all, Harry's entry was inevitable. August's first sentence was to make Karkaroff frazzled again. I knew it was all your Hogwarts conspiracy. If you don't accept it, you can opt out. Sirius' irritable voice came from outside the door. He and Snape entered the room at the same time, and Sirius glared at Karkaroff. It was clearly a conspiracy against Harry. He was in 4th grade, and someone wanted his life. And you, Karkaroff, you are the biggest suspect. Karkaroff was obviously annoyed by Sirius' words. You mean I let Potter join and give Hogwarts such a big advantage? You know, Sirius looked at Karkaroff with contempt. Many people know what you were like before, and I'm afraid your arm is still aching now. Karkaroff was stabbed in the sore spot and jumped up like a cat with fried fur. Slander, this is slander. All right. August impatiently interrupted the confrontation between the 2. It is meaningless to say this now. We will ensure the safety of the contestants during the game. The most important issue now is to satisfy the other schools. Very simple, Beauxbatons, Durmstrang, and Ilvermorny, you can choose another student to join. Every school has 2 champions. Are you satisfied? Everyone was stunned. Can this be solved like this? However, the Goblet of Fire only selected a few of them, so isn't this a bit inappropriate? Bagman spoke hesitantly, and he disagreed with this approach. Mr. Bagman, August interrupted, the Triwizard Tournament is a game we decide, not a cup, isn't it? He is clear that Barty Jr. is worried that increasing the number of participants will bring many variables. Still, it is fun to have more people, isn't it? This time it was Bagman's turn to be speechless, and he could only look helplessly at Crouch, who was in a daze. And the eyes of the headmaster/headmistress of the other schools gradually lit up. Such a rule is beneficial to them. Harry is only a fourth-year student. As long as they choose another senior wizard to participate, then the advantage of Hogwarts will be gone, and it will even become a disadvantage because of Harry. Cassandra looked at August with shining eyes, not expecting him to think of a suitable solution in such a short period. I agree. Ilvermorny will be picking a student for the competition. Fontaine was the first to agree, and several students in his school were about the same level as Cassandra, so it would be good for them to show their faces here. Karkaroff also asked Crumb's opinion and agreed. In the end, August looked at Madame Maxime, who hesitated for a while, but there was no objection. Okay, problem solved, headmaster. August returned the dominance to Dumbledore, and Dumbledore also smiled at August and was very satisfied with his handling. Then let some headmaster/headmistress go to the Great Hall and pick a student from their respective schools to bring them over. Then Mr. Crouch will announce the instructions for the first task. Is that okay? Crouch seemed to snap out of deep thought. No problem, Albus. Soon, the headmaster/headmistress of the other three schools came back with a student each. Ilvermorny and Durmstrang were boys in their senior year, while Beauxbatons was still a girl. Although she looks good, she pales in comparison to Fleur. The three newcomers were also very excited. They thought this competition had nothing to do with them, but they didn't expect the twists and turns, and they were qualified for the competition. After the crowd gathered, Crouch also spoke, with deep exhaustion in his words. First and foremost, I'd like to announce the World Quidditch School Cup, which runs throughout the school year, with the first match in 2 weeks. The champions of each school must participate in the competition. You can choose the rest of the players at will. The team with the first total score will receive 50 points for the Triwizard Tournament. The remaining 3 teams got 45, 40, and 35 points, respectively. Harry looked at Cedric with some embarrassment. He and Cedric both held the position of Seeker, and suddenly there was a conflict. Cedric also felt Harry's gaze and smiled at him friendly. Don't worry. I was a chaser before I was a seeker. You have Firebolt. You are better off being a seeker. August watched this scene and nodded silently. This vampire is a warm man, no wonder he is so popular. Chapter 246, Chapter 246, Is this the sadness of licking a dog? After giving everyone time to digest, Crouch continued introducing the next task. And the first task will be held on November 24th. This task will test your courage. Now I will not tell you the specific content of the task. All the students and the judge will see your performance. The champions are not allowed to ask or accept help from other teachers in completing the task, and your only weapon is the wand in your hand. Due to the tournament's high intensity and long duration, you will be exempted from the final exam. That's all I suppose, Dumbledore. Yes, said Dumbledore, looking at Crouch with concern, you really don't want to stay at Hogwarts tonight, Barty. Sorry, Albus. Ludo and I have to go back to the Ministry. Crouch declined Dumbledore's invitation. It is a very busy and difficult time, and I will send my assistant Percy to stay here. We'll leave first. Dumbledore nodded when he heard the words. When Crouch and Bagman left, Crouch inadvertently looked at August for 2 seconds. Although he did not convey any information, August understood that he was telling him that Imperius Curse had not controlled him. Okay. Dumbledore clapped his hands. It's very late today, and thank you very much for your cooperation. I think all the champions need to rest, don't they? The headmaster/headmistress didn't want to stay here either. They left the room with their champions. Fleur gave August a good night kiss, gave him a wink, and followed Madame Maxime. Cassandra originally wanted to say hello to August. Still, when she saw Fleur like this, she clenched her teeth and left without saying anything. Only a few people from Hogwarts were left in the room for a while. Harry, we are teammates. Cedric reached out and shook Harry's hand. The original Cedric was also a little unhappy. After all, the only glory was destroyed by Harry. But after listening to Sirius's analysis, he also knew that Harry did not do it of his own accord, and this kind of competition was also a very dangerous thing for Harry. Okay. Diggory, and you, Potter, you go back to rest first. We still have some things to deal with. Snape's voice was so cold that Harry couldn't help but glance at him. When he became a champion, Snape should be furious. Thinking of this, his heart improved. August wanted to leave but was kept by Dumbledore. Dumbledore, I don't agree with Potter's participation. Snape took the lead in expressing his point of view, and Sirius couldn't sit still. Do you think there is no face for Slytherin students if Gryffindor participates in the tournament? Ignoring Sirius' ridicule, Snape still stared at Dumbledore, I think it's not just him who will be embarrassed if Hogwarts plays at Potter's level. Sirius. McGonagall looked at Snape displeased. Although she didn't think it was good for Harry to participate, Snape's words were still too hurtful. Dumbledore ignored their quarrel but looked at the goblet of fire that had been brought in. Gaunt, do you see anything? Hearing this, August took out his wand and reached in front of the goblet of fire. He tapped the body of the goblet lightly, and a wisp of black smoke was pulled away from the goblet of fire. It smells like Confundus charm. If I'm not mistaken, it seems to be the Imperius curse. August said with some uncertainty. He didn't know whether his judgment was correct. Dumbledore also stepped forward and pushed his crescent-shaped eyes, his wise eyes trying to find more clues from the black smoke. Unfortunately, his conclusions are consistent with August's. Headmaster, can the Imperius curse actually be cast on magical artifacts? August had learned a lot. He had never thought about using the Imperius curse in this way. Dumbledore explained, the Goblet of Fire is a powerful, magical artifact. He has a part of his own mind, which is very similar to your alchemy creatures. And it will be affected by Imperius curse because of this power. Nodding clearly, August also understood what he meant. At the moment, Dumbledore also has a headache. Why can't Hogwarts be calmer every year? Now Dumbledore has no clue. He has no idea who is secretly calculating Harry. But he can be sure that this person has bad intentions and let Harry participate in the Triwizard Tournament to achieve some ulterior motives. Seeing Sirius and Snape arguing, he couldn't help but be upset. Severus, stop here. First stopped Snape, who was about to speak, and Dumbledore said to Sirius. Sirius, Harry is far from a qualified champion. Harry will be left to you this time. Sirius nodded confidently, don't worry, I will train Harry to be a qualified champion. After saying this, Dumbledore waved more and let everyone leave. August. Snape stopped August, who wanted to leave, and the two entered an abandoned office. After a long silence, Snape said, who do you think put Harry's name in the Goblet of Fire? August shook his head and still had to pretend he didn't know. Snape also knew that August couldn't possibly know, and he just asked casually without any hope at all. There was another silence before Snape finally spoke again. Harry's safety is up to you. Dumbledore has too many things to do. He can't do everything. Hearing Snape's plea, August looked at him pityingly. Even if he hates Harry so much, the person who cares most about Harry's safety is still him. The fierce opposition in the trophy room was also for Harry's safety. Suddenly August's heart moved. Snape was so worried about Harry. Did he already know something? Thinking of this, his eyes involuntarily looked at Snape's arm, where his dark mark was. Looking slightly unnatural by August's gaze, Snape subconsciously covered his arm. Chapter 247, Chapter 247, the most important decision in Snape's life. Professor, I'll keep Harry safe. August's promise reassured Snape a little. Seeing his performance, August became more and more sure that Snape knew something. As the most outstanding spy in the original book, August greatly recognized his ability. Even Voldemort had to rely on Snape's potion talent. Snape should be the best candidate for the 3 generations of Dark Lords in normal situations. Still, unfortunately, just for a woman, his future has become limited. Professor. What? Snape was taken aback, not knowing what August wanted to say. If, one day, you had the opportunity to save your most important person and bring her back to you, what would you pay? After saying something meaningful, August turned and walked out without waiting for Snape to answer. You can think slowly and tell me the answer before the first task. Snape stood there, August's words echoing in his head, and no one knew what he was thinking. In the empty corridor, August walked slowly toward Ravenclaw Tower. It was late at night. Except for a few daring little wizards, no one would appear in the corridor now. Of course, with so many things happening today, it is estimated that everyone is having a heated discussion in the common room. Rowena, did you see that? August murmured to himself naturally, and Rowena's soul gradually gathered around him. Well, just last night, the wizard named Bagman took action and put the paper into the Goblet of Fire, which should have the name of Harry Potter written on it. Since returning to Hogwarts, August has kept Rowena's soul outside. Due to her particularity, as long as Rowena is unwilling, everyone, including the ghost, cannot perceive her existence. And August also asked Rowena to help him stare at the Goblet of Fire. Rowena naturally agreed to this trivial matter. The guess in his heart was confirmed, and August was relieved. Now, he is most afraid that Barty will have a few more helpers, which is very unfavorable for him to control the overall situation. Are you going to resurrect people again? August was startled, not expecting Rowena to hear his conversation with Snape. Yes, he is one of my guides in the wizarding world, and I have received his favor from a very early. For Snape, August was grateful. When he was the weakest, Snape's notes really helped him greatly, and this kind of help did not ask for anything in return. Although he didn't say it, August kept it in his heart. Snape and Nicholas Flamel are his mentors and a guide in the wizarding world. I always have a hunch that terrible things will happen if you go to the Underworld again. Death has become a plaything in your hands, which is not desirable. August was silent. In fact, he had always had a faint sense of crisis in his heart when he helped Luna resurrect his mother last time, but some things had to be done. Moreover, August is still very thankful for Snape, so he gives the option to Snape. This may be the most important decision in Snape's life, right? Because August did not speak, Rowena knew his choice and did not continue to discourage him. Rowena, if you want, I can make a body for you too. August said it very seriously. If Rowena wanted to, he would definitely do it. Unfortunately, Rowena refused. I think it will be more exciting to stay by your side. During the few months she stayed by August's side, Rowena also felt his magic. His magic power skyrocketed from time to time, which had never happened in the wizarding world. The magic power of wizards will increase with age, even if the upper limit is different, but everyone is on the same curve. But when it came to August, it increased every 3 to 5, which simply subverted Rowena's understanding of magic. August was speechless and emotional. Rowena took him as a research object, but he did not stop it. The secret of the system was not something that Rowena could explore. She only could return without success. Walking into Ravenclaw's common room, many pairs of eyes glanced at him, startling him. August, did Harry become a champion? Why did they call a few more people in the end? The chattering doubts made him a little head-scratching, but after August said everything he could, he returned to his bedroom. When August came to the Great Hall early the following day, he found that the atmosphere was not quite right. What happened? Sitting between Cho and Luna, August took some bacon and bread and asked strangely. Hufflepuff was furious to Harry that he was elected champion, and even Weasley fell out with him. August looked at Harry. Sure enough, Ron was sitting far away today. Hufflepuff's little wizard also stuck his fork on the bread, gnashing his teeth and looking at Harry. Without Harry's sudden disruption, Cedric would have been the only champion at Hogwarts. Looking at Harry sympathetically, August didn't say anything. After the first task starts, everyone will know. Being a champion isn't necessarily a lucky thing. When they got out of class was over at noon, August suddenly saw that many people had a badge pinned to their chests. An enthusiastic little Hufflepuff wizard also handed one to August. The words, "Support Cedric Diggory," glittered on it. August tapped it with his hand, and the handwriting immediately changed to "Potter stinks." August laughed dumbly. This thing is too childish. Did you make this thing? August looked at Draco. He remembered that Draco did it in the original book and deliberately used it to humiliate Harry. Draco shook his head repeatedly. I don't have one, but this thing is fun. I'll get one for Potter. After speaking, Draco went to the Hufflepuff student and asked for two, one pinned to his chest. He took the other and went to Harry excitedly. Chapter 248, Chapter 248, Ollivander. Sure enough, August heard about Draco and Harry fighting before the afternoon potions class. The two blatantly used a spell in the hallway. Draco made leeks grow in Harry's ears, and Harry made Draco's front teeth several times larger. Snape didn't hesitate to deduct 50 points from Harry when he arrived. At the same time, Draco was lightly let go after one day of confinement on the weekend. Until the potions class was over, Hermione stared at Snape, full of resentment. How could he be like this? Obviously, the two are fighting. Why only deduct Gryffindor's house points? She was furious. If Snape were not a professor, she would have taken out her wand to fight Snape. August was also comforting Hermione by the side, but unfortunately, it didn't work. Snape noticed Hermione's glare, but he didn't care at all. Snape glanced at August from time to time. His eyes were calm, but August's words from yesterday kept echoing in his heart. If one day, you can save your most important person and let her come back to you, what will you pay? Snape knew that August would never aim for nothing, and there must be a reason why he suddenly said this to himself without thinking. In fact, Snape already had a conjecture in his heart, and even a second after August finished speaking, that conjecture appeared, but he pressed it down. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Snape doesn't want to be happy for nothing, which will only make his heart more painful. Just as Snape stared at August in a daze, the door to the potions classroom was suddenly pushed open, and Harry stuck his head in. August. Harry smiled brightly at August, ignoring Snape. Mr. Bagman asked me to call you. August nodded to indicate that he knew and walked to the door. 10 points from Gryffindor. Someone must have taught you how to knock, Potter. Harry is already immune to Snape's attack, so he can deduct points as much as he wants. Anyway, Sirius would find a reason to add it back. When August and Harry walked down the hallway, Harry couldn't wait to speak. August, do you believe me? I really didn't put my name in the goblet of fire. At this time, Harry felt a sense of betrayal and separation. In the original book, at least Hermione still supported him. Still, Hermione has been busy with Fleur recently and has no time to worry about these things. He desperately needs some approval, and August is his last hope. Relax, Harry. Of course, I believe you. Ron is just a little jealous of you, and I promise he'll understand you when you're in the first task. August's words make Harry happy, but his attention is now on Ron. Jealous? Why is he jealous? I'm competing with several seniors and the best students in several schools. Does he think it's any fun? Shaking his head, August didn't choose to say more. Harry, who had been attracting attention as soon as he entered the wizarding world, would not care about Ron's transparent psychology. In a small classroom, August was led in by Harry. The other was there at this time. He and Harry were the last two to arrive. Crumb's face was sullen, and he stood in a corner with his teammate. The two did not communicate at all. Fleur was chatting happily with his friend. Seeing August, she also ended the conversation and came to August. Cassandra sat in the center, and his teammate stood behind her like a sidekick. Cedric also stepped forward to say hello, walked to the side wisely, and stood with Harry. Mr. Gaunt. Bagman waved his hand enthusiastically. Come on, do it this way. It's up to you now. August nodded at him. Go ahead. We're just going to test wands today, right? No, our champions will be interviewed in a while, and by the way, I will take a few photos. The Daily Prophet is still very concerned about this event. Hearing the interview and the photo shoot, everyone except Crumb, Fleur, and Cassandra was a little nervous. They had never experienced anything like this before. At this time, Dumbledore walked in with Ollivander, and Ollivander was also thrilled to see August. Wand lore and alchemy are inextricably linked, and the two often exchange experiences. Ollivander knows that August is also a wand master. Last time, you suggested Thestral tail hair to mix with you would, and it fits perfectly. I never thought of using the two together. As a wand maker in the wizarding world, Ollivander couldn't stop talking about wands until Dumbledore grabbed him, and Ollivander remembered the business. Sorry, so who comes first? Cedric stepped forward and handed Ollivander his wand. Ah, Mr. Diggory, I remember you, 12/4 of an inch, made from mesh wood, and contained a unicorn hair core, right? Cedric showed a big smile. Sir, you're right. After casting a few spells, Ollivander returned the wand to Cedric, praising him for being well-maintained. Next, several champions handed the wand to Ollivander. Although some of them were not made by him, Ollivander could tell the material and length of the wand as soon as he got started and also picked out some minor flaws. When Fleur arrived, he said in surprise. I have never seen the craftsmanship of this wand. It has my style and Gregorovich's technique. The core of the wand is. Yes, it's my hair. Fleur took over the words and looked at August tenderly. It was a Christmas present from August last year, and the core is Fleur's hair. As a mixed-race Vila, she still has the characteristics of some magical creatures. August soaked Fleur's hair with a precious potion and turned it into a good material for the wand's core. This wand is more powerful than the previous one for Fleur and has a much higher degree of fit, feeling like an arm and a finger. Chapter 249, Interview with Rita Skeeter. After learning that August had made it, Ollivander wanted to communicate with him immediately. It's a pity that he has to help other people test the wand now, so he can only restrain his restless heart. The rest of the room looked at August in astonishment. They didn't expect that he could make wands, and even Ollivander praised his work. Alchemy, spells, potions, wand maker. Everyone was shocked by August's all-rounder. Is there anything in this world that he can't? The next wand, Ollivander, looked a little dull, and even Cassandra used Vila's hair as the wand at the wand's core, which didn't arouse his interest. After testing, they went to the next room to wait for the interview. August was held by Ollivander and kept asking some questions. Facing this old man, he was helpless and could only chat with him patiently for a while. Still, after 2 hours of this chat, even the interviewed champions were finished. August finally got rid of Ollivander and went to the Great Hall to find something to eat. At this time, Harry and a very flashy woman came out from the adjacent room. After seeing August, the woman's eyes lit up, and she quickly walked to his side. This is Mr. Gaunt. I'm Rita Skeeter. Our Daily Prophet has always wanted to do an exclusive interview for you. I don't know if you have time now. As she spoke, Rita Skeeter kept looking at August as if a beast had its sights set on its prey. Harry kept winking at August by the side, motioning him not to agree. Harry had just learned how powerful this woman was, and the questions he asked were extremely tricky. August naturally saw Harry's hint, but he was curious about how Rita Skeeter would arrange herself. Of course, we'll talk inside. Rita's eyes were full of smiles. In her eyes, August was a little wizard who couldn't wait to become famous again. As soon as he heard about the interview, he became so happy. She had seen one such person before, and that person's name was Gilderoy Lockhart. Entering the room, Rita Skeeter took out a paper roll, and a quill flew out of her alligator leather clutch. Mr. Gaunt, it is said that you have many confidants in the school, and even the Beauxbatons champion is one of them. Would you work behind the scenes for your girlfriend? Is the first question so sharp? No, I know Fleur's strength and character. If I offer her help, she will be unhappy. So, your loyalty to Dumbledore forced you to give up on her. Is this person reading comprehension so well? The following few questions, Rita Skeeter completely let go, which also opened August's eyes. 15 minutes later, Rita Skeeter withdrew the quill with satisfaction and extended her hands to August with a smile. Thank you very much for your cooperation. You will see this report in the newspaper in 2 days. After speaking, she just got up and left. Don't worry, Miss Skeeter. As a client, I think I should be qualified to help you review the first instance manuscript. After August finished speaking, Rita Skeeter was terrified to find that her body was floating uncontrollably in the air. Then in her eyes, the whole world changed. The colors disappeared, the whole world turned vast white, and Rita Skeeter felt like she had traveled to another time and space. And the master of this time and space is August in front of her. Don't worry. Here is my heart like the world. August still did not move and introduced to Rita Skeeter with a smile. In this time and space, an hour or even a day might have passed here, but in the outside world, only a moment had passed. Rita Skeeter wants to tell August that it's illegal, but she can't do anything now. He could only watch helplessly as his purse flew to August's side and automatically opened, and the paper inside flew out. Oh, let me see what you've written. Looking at the paper in his hand, August said softly. August Gaunt, a genius completely corrupted by fame and beauty. The author interviewed this famous Hogwarts student, who was shy in the face of my question, but still told the story that he and a few girls and Dumbledore had to tell. August's face darkened slightly, saying that Fleur and Cho weren't enough, but why a Dumbledore? My allegiance to Dumbledore is above all else, he said, and while he would have liked to help his girlfriend, something had to be given up to win at Hogwarts. As a genius, August is not only addicted to beauty but also touched by Dumbledore's love. August had a dark face and read everything that Rita had written. Even though he had been mentally prepared before, knowing that Rita Skeeter would definitely mess around, he still underestimated the downline of this woman. The article publicized his relationship with Cho and Dumbledore's indifference to him. It poked that he might have made Cho surrender through his own power. What an eye-opener. The white space gradually dissipated with a slight wave of her hand, revealing her original appearance. August also dropped Rita Skeeter from the air. When she regained her mobility, Rita quickly took out the wand she put in her pocket, pointed it at August, and said sternly, "You are finished. I will tell the Ministry of all your crimes, attacking reporters and hindering me." Before the words were finished, Rita Skeeter fell to the ground with convulsions all over her body. Her face turned pale, and the pain deep into her bones made her unable to scream. August's eyes had a green glow, and his cruciatus was constantly working on Rita Skeeter. Hasn't anyone told you not to use a wand against a wizard far more powerful than you? I'm not Dumbledore and don't have such a good temper. Standing up, August walked to Rita Skeeter, raised his foot, stepped on her face, and said softly, "Tell me, how should this matter be resolved?" Chapter 250, Hogwarts vs. Beauxbatons. Ha 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 ha. In Ravenclaw's common room, Cho and Fleur each held a paper roll and laughed. It's so funny. August, look here. Miss Delacour, the champion of Beauxbatons, used her beauty to captivate this Hogwarts genius. This person is praising me for being beautiful. Fleur's smiling fell into August's arms tremblingly. After dinner, August returned to the common room. He handed the original text of Rita's interview with him to a few girls. Several people viewed this article as a joke, so they laughed happily. So you're sure she's not going to follow the above? Raising the paper in his hand, Cho was amused and worried that Rita Skeeter would hold a grudge against August. Rest assured, I had a sincere conversation with Rita Skeeter, and she has since repented. August blinked, and several girls didn't believe his words. Putting this topic down, several people chatted about the weekend Quidditch match again. In the first Quidditch match, Hogwarts, as the host, was bound to appear, and his opponent was Beauxbatons, where Fleur was located. According to the rules, the champions from both schools must also play. I'm a beater, and this should be the position that has the least impact on the game. When it comes to this Fleur, she is a little angry. As a delicate girl, she has never been interested in Quidditch, a somewhat rude sport, and even her broomstick can barely fly. She also did not expect this Triwizard tournament actually to make her play Quidditch. Now Fleur has strategically given up on this game. August was a little guilty, and he proposed this project. His initial purpose was to see if Harry's Quidditch talent was as strong as Crumb's, but it ended up being a pitfall for Fleur. Don't worry. The result of the Quidditch match has little impact on the final. Even the last place is only 20 points less. Cho gently hugged Fleur, and their relationship improved greatly after a few days of contact. Seeing Fleur so depressed, Cho comforted her very kindly. In fact, she also has some regrets in her heart. Harry and Cedric are both seekers, and there is no place for her on the Hogwarts school team. The time came to the weekend quickly, and almost all the little wizards came to the stadium today to watch today's game. The Quidditch pitch, which has been forbidden to enter for a long time, also revealed its true colors. The students at Hogwarts were pleasantly surprised to find that the entire pitch had undergone a major upgrade, with more seats in the stands. There is also a baffle layer above the stadium. So the little wizards don't have to watch the game in the rain. What is this? Looking at the sphere floating in the air, Luna asked curiously. Many such spheres are floating in the sky above the pitch. The live broadcast equipment. Sometimes the players fly too high and too far to see clearly. These projectors will put real-time pictures on each audience seat. When the players of Hogwarts and Beauxbatons appeared in the center of the pitch, their three-dimensional images also appeared on the armrests of everyone's seats. They could freely change the angle and view distance through the wand. The audience was very surprised. When did the Wizarding World still have this kind of technology? Hello, everyone. My name is Lee Jordan from Hogwarts. Mr. Bagman and I will comment on today's World Quidditch School Cup. Lee Jordan was very excited, he kept waving toward the audience, and Bagman sat beside him with a smile without interrupting. The game began soon after, and the Hogwarts team consisted of Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors. Harry was the seeker, the Weasley twins were the beaters, and the other four were Hufflepuffs. In Beauxbaton's camp, Fleur pouted and flew into the air reluctantly. Only the keeper and two beaters in their team were boys, and the others were all women. In the audience, the students of Hogwarts and Beauxbatons cheered loudly. All kinds of cheering cards floated in the air, and the students of the other two schools were cheering for Beauxbatons. Who made the Hogwarts team all men, and the simps who feel sorry for the young lady will naturally sympathize with Beauxbatons. With Madame Hooch's whistle, the game officially started. To reflect the gentleman's demeanor, the game was kicked off by Beauxbatons, and the Hogwarts players did not block it and let them score one directly. Next is the show time at Hogwarts. Hogwarts directly suppressed Beauxbaton's players, and the twins' bloodjars brought great trouble to the other side. Even their Kepper was nearly smashed to the ground. The score quickly came to 10 hours 60 minutes. Madame Maxime's face has become serious. Although she knew that the game would be lost, she didn't want to lose too ugly. The quaffle was in the hands of Hogwarts for most of the time, and their tidal attack made the Ilvermorny players watch the game with solemn expressions. However, Durmstrang's people are disdainful, and with Crumb, they will not be afraid of the other school team. Ironically, the bludger was confiscated by Fleur after Fred hit the bludger at Beauxbaton's seeker. She pressed the bludger to the broom with a stick, which was the greatest contribution she could make to Beauxbatons. Madame Hooch also flew to the sidelines to read the rules of the game, and after finding that Fleur did not violate the rules, she did not care. Our lads are amazing. No matter how beautiful the girl on the opposite side is, they don't have the slightest bit of softness. Lee was completely excited, he praised the Hogwarts players one by one, and Professor McGonagall blushed a little. Especially when it comes to Harry and the Weasley brothers, Lee almost says they are the last hope of the England national team. In the end, Harry caught the golden snitch at 20 minutes, ending the game. Beauxbaton students were not too disappointed either. Looking at the twins, who licked their faces and approached the two Hufflepuff team members, the girls chatted with them laughingly. This made the audience both envious and jealous off the pitch, and countless people shouted in their hearts. Let go of those girls and let me come. Chapter 251, Chapter 251, Why is August different from ours? Hogwarts got off to a good start, and all the teachers and students were pleased. The scene of Cedric and Harry hugging excitedly on the pitch made many witches' eyes glow with gold. Cassandra, do you think we can win? The Fry brothers sat behind Cassandra, a little worried about the match between Ilvermorny and Hogwarts. Don't worry. I've been practicing Quidditch recently, and the victory will belong to Ilvermorny. Although Cassandra frowned lightly, she still had strong confidence in her words. She is not very good at Quidditch, but Cassandra believes that with her talent, she can improve to a good level quickly. Brother Fry nodded like a dog. As long as it's what Cassandra wants to do, it is really possible. Glancing at August, who was gently comforting Fleur, Cassandra got up and left the Quidditch pitch to practice silently. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff also held a joint gala dinner that night. Because of this victory, the Hufflepuffs were less hostile to Harry. After all, the little badgers are kind. As long as they can bring victory to Hogwarts, they don't care so much. Harry had also invited August to the banquet, and he had a much bigger smile on his face now. I won't go. Fleur is sad now. August refused Harry's invitation and had to rush back to comfort the young lady. Halfway through, he suddenly returned to Harry and said, "By the way, you go to a place with me tomorrow. Remember to tell Cedric too." "Where?" Harry scratched his head, not knowing what August wanted to do. You'll know when the time comes. Waving his hand at Harry, August left and went outside the castle. Fleur was already here waiting for him, and when she saw August coming out, she happily hugged his arm. Seeing her smiling face, August felt a little strange. Didn't you feel sad just now? Why are you so happy now? Of course, I pretended. I already knew I would lose today if I didn't pretend to be pitiful. You would take time to accompany me alone. Speaking of this, Fleur raised the corners of her mouth as if she was delighted with her thoughts. August was also a little dumbfounded, but he never thought this was all Fleur's jokes. However, he didn't say much. These little jokes and routines can be considered fun in daily interactions. After spending a good night with Fleur in the two-person world, August sent Fleur. When it came to midnight, flushed and slightly messy, back to Bosbaden's carriage, he returned to the dorm contentedly. The next day, Rita Skeeter's interview was also published in the Daily Prophet, which took up much space. And Harry, who slept very late last night because of excitement, came to the Great Hall and was greeted by the strange and sympathetic eyes of a group of little wizards. At first, he was still confused and didn't understand what was going on, but when he got the Daily Prophet, Harry understood the meaning of those eyes. I think my parents gave me strength, they will make me proud. I still cry for them at night. And that's not all. Rita Skeeter not only turned his fumbling into her imaginary tirade but also interviewed many passers-by. Harry finally found his first love at Hogwarts, Mr. Ron Weasley. They were inseparable, living together since their first year. After reading this, Rita Skeeter's disgust index in Harry's heart skyrocketed, quickly surpassing Filch and Dursley, second only to Snape. If Rita Skeeter were standing in front of him now, Harry wouldn't mind tormenting her with the unforgivable curse he had just learned from Sirius. With the negative emotions in his heart now, it is estimated that he can use them smoothly, right? At this time, Ron suddenly walked up to Harry, and he was still a little happy, thinking that Ron had figured it out and wanted to get back with him. But all he could hear was Ron faltering. Harry, I know your life circumstances greatly impact you, but I really like girls. To shut up. Harry yelled, I like girls too. I don't think that way about you either. That's good, Ron let out a long sigh of relief, not minding Harry's yelling, that way, I'm relieved. After speaking, he left quickly, leaving behind Harry, who was furious. Harry could only continue to read the Daily Prophet depressingly because everyone around him was sitting far away. He wanted to see what Rita Skeeter had to say about other champions to find balance. What makes Harry feel gratified is that although the other champions are not as long as him, they have also been installed with some trumped-up tidbits. In particular, Crumb. Rita Skeeter caught his defeat in the World Cup and kept taunting him that he would fail this time, and Harry almost laughed out loud. But when he saw the interview about August, Harry couldn't hold back. I must admit that perfect wizards like Mr. Gaunt exist in our world. Enthusiastic, upright, gentle, yet talented and amazing, worthy of the greatest wizard Hogwarts has ever seen. He humbly stated that he could have made so many achievements with the support of his many beauties. By the way, Mr. Gaunt's outstanding appearance is the only one I have ever seen in my life. In the short interview, many topics are still not finished. But the author firmly believes that the future of England's wizarding world will be more exciting because of Mr. Gaunt. Harry hesitantly took off his glasses, wiped them with his handkerchief, and put them back on. Well, that's right, this article was written by Rita Skeeter. But why is August different from their style? Chapter 252, Chapter 252, Be mentally prepared and write a suicide note in advance. Hermione held the newspaper and looked at August, who was pretending to be serious. How much did you give that Rita Skeeter? Just now, she also read the interview of the Daily Prophet, and the August in the newspaper was simply the reincarnation of Merlin, no, even more perfect than Merlin. Looking at other champions' interviews, Hermione couldn't believe it was written by one person. What's the money? This author is just telling the truth. August shook his head desperately, denying Hermione's thoughts while looking at her with sad eyes. As if to say that my image in your heart is so bad. Seeing August's pitiful appearance, Hermione was embarrassed and quickly comforted August. Maybe in the eyes of others, August is so perfect. As expected of my boyfriend, Hermione thought happily. After spending a while with Hermione, August didn't forget that he still had business today. He got up, went to Gryffindor's long table, and pulled Harry and Cedric away. The three of them walked outside the Great Hall. August, what's the matter? On the way, Harry asked curiously. Although Rita Skeeter's report annoyed him, Harry now wanted to know where August wanted to take them. Cedric had wanted to ask for a long time, but because he was unfamiliar with August, he had endured it until now. Oh, the props for the first task arrived today. I'll show you guys so that you can prepare in advance. August said it lightly while Harry and Cedric opened their mouths in surprise. August, isn't that cheating? Cedric couldn't help but say that the upright little badger didn't want to use this method to win. August is comfortable in the soft grass beside the Black Lake and enjoying the warm sunshine. He said lazily. The Triwizard Tournament is a traditional event, and cheating is one of those traditions. It won't be long before the headmaster/headmistress of several other schools tell their champions, so they don't have any guilt in their hearts. Because of me, you can know 2 days earlier. Hearing what August said, Harry and Cedric fell silent, not realizing that cheating was an unwritten rule in the Triwizard Tournament. August walked so far along the edge of the Forbidden Forest with the two of them that the castle and the Black Lake were out of sight, and Harry seemed to hear something. Several men shouted in front, followed by a loud roar. August led Harry and Cedric around a forbidden forest, and the two saw an unbelievable scene. Dragon. The 8 dragons were locked in the field, temporarily surrounded by thick wooden boards, roaring in bursts, and groups of flames spewed out of their mouths from time to time. And at least 20 wizards surrounded them, desperately grabbing the chains, trying to make the 2 dragons quiet. How is this going? August stood in front of a well-dressed wizard watching from a distance, asking about the situation. Hearing someone talking behind him, a well-dressed wizard was startled. After seeing it was August, he hurriedly bowed. Master, these 2 Antipodean opali have been shipped from Australia for a short period, and we are still training them. The wizard was Brian, who took August to Gaunt's ancestral home. August nodded. You have to tame them before the game. When it's too violent, it's not good for the champion's performance. Brian nodded quickly, indicating that he understood. Al. August, you mean our first task is against the dragon? Harry's voice trembled, his face paled, and Cedric was not much better on the side. This is too mad. Don't you see 10 adult wizards are now dealing with each dragon? But August shook his head. You don't need to deal with the dragon, but the last level of the first task will require you to take a golden egg under the protection of the dragon. Harry was keenly aware of the point. Is the first task still a chain of levels? Thinking of this, Harry already wants to surrender. At this time, Osiris suddenly came out of August's pocket. She looked at the 2 Antipodean opali that was going mad, and a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. Roar. A young dragon roar sounded, and the wizard didn't feel anything. But all the dragons present, including the 2 Antipodean opali, were shocked by the Osiris roar. Then they all broke free from the chains that bound them and flew to August's side. Be careful, shouted a voice familiar to both Harry and August. But the next scene stunned everyone's jaws. When the dragons came to a distance of 10 meters from August, they stopped and then spread their wings. The dragon's body fell to the ground, and the huge head was close to the ground. It's like making a pilgrimage to August. Ow. Osiris let out a smug cry to show August how powerful she was. August brought a few pieces of meat from the wooden barrel next to him and regarded it as a reward for Osiris. The little dragon saw the meat, and both eyes glowed red. Ignoring the shivering dragons, Osiris crawled straight out of August's pocket and ate it in chunks. Harry, August. A familiar voice sounded again. August and Harry looked over together and found that it was Charlie. At this time, Charlie cautiously walked over from the gap between the dragons. Immediately, he saw Brian standing respectfully behind August. He seemed to have thought of something and looked at August in surprise. August, are you the owner of the Dragon Sanctuary? August nodded with a smile and admitted it. He didn't say it last time because he was suspected of showing off. This time he happened to be bumped into by Charlie, and he would not deny it. I took Harry and Cedric to see what they were going to face to prepare mentally and write a suicide note in advance. Harry and Cedric have black lines all over their heads, and August can still talk as always. Chapter 253, Chapter 253, Everything. I wonder how did you know the name of our dragon sanctuary last time? Charlie shook his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't expect life to be so wonderful that August became his boss. Then he greeted Harry and Cedric. Cedric was also a little excited after seeing Charlie and wished Charlie would give a sign to him. When he entered the school, Charlie was in the limelight, and as a Gryffindor seeker, he was very much admired by Cedric. A few people chatted a little, and August also asked Osiris to put these dragons back. After Osiris made such a fuss, all the dragons became very honest, saving the staff a lot of trouble. Charlie was also very curious about the identity of Osiris. Still, seeing that August didn't want to say more, he didn't ask any more and instead talked about Harry and Cedric. Will it be troublesome if you tell them the task ahead of time? Looking at Harry and Cedric, carefully observing each dragon and exchanging a few words from time to time, Charlie said to August. I just came to inspect your work as a boss and brought 2 friends to gain knowledge. Hearing August says this, Charlie was a little dumbfounded. The truth is that, but as a referee, don't you know how to avoid suspicion? I heard your girlfriend also participated in this tournament. Why didn't I see you bring her here? Oh, Fleur. I've already arranged for her to do special training. She doesn't need to come here. Charlie was startled. He didn't expect August to arrange it so meticulously. Does August want Beauxbatons to win the championship? August also seemed to have guessed his thinking. Don't worry. I just let her get used to it in advance, and when she saw the dragon, she wasn't in a hurry and got hurt. He did not want to help Fleur win the tournament. On the contrary, August will try his best to maintain the same and let Harry will win the tournament. According to information from Crouch, Voldemort is preparing an evil ritual to restore his strength, and Harry is a key part of it. And this whole school year, Harry will not leave Hogwarts. Only let Harry win the final victory and touch the Triwizard Cup. Voldemort will have the opportunity to let Harry leave Dumbledore's sight. August needs to defeat the prosperous Voldemort because of the task of ascending to God, so he will also silently promote all this. However, Harry's safety will be guaranteed. He's not the type to do anything to get his own way. Harry and Cedric, who were not far away, also came back. They already had a preliminary understanding of these dragons. As for a more specific plan, they should go back and check the information. On the way back, Harry tried to get more information. Still, August suddenly became very quiet and didn't reveal any information. After arriving at the Great Hall, the two thanked August and hurried to the library. With just over a week before the game, Harry and Cedric were also very nervous. Where did you just take them to? Snape's hoarse voice sounded from behind August, and August didn't turn his head. I just showed Harry a few dragons to gain insight. Snape frowned. Is the first task a dragon? But now he is not in the mood to take care of these things, so he asked in a deep voice, do you have time to talk now? In Snape's office, August was observing the furnishings of Snape's office. Since he graduated from Snape, August rarely came here. He came here today and was nostalgic. After all, he also brewed a lot of potions and learned a lot of spells here. Snape was the first to lose his temper, and as soon as he entered the room, August looked around, not wanting to say anything. What do you mean by what you said to me that day? Holding the acromantula venom on the table, August said softly, you should be able to understand that already. You can think boldly. Snape's pupils shrank suddenly, and he stared at August, saying word by word, can you let me see Lily again? August shook his head, Professor, I said, you can think boldly. For example, let Lily stay by your side forever. Without James, without Voldemort's interference, you can start over. If you want, she will become your potion assistant, and you can always brew potions and study spells together. August's words were like the whispers of demons, luring Snape into the abyss step by step. Snape's eyes were dull. He was immersed in the scene described by August, he had even seen himself successfully developing a new potion, and Lily smiled at him. Unfortunately, all this was a dream. August accidentally knocked over a bottle of ink and successfully pulled Snape out of his fantasy. Why do you do this, or in other words, why do I need to trust you? Snape's voice was like 1,000-year-old ice. August didn't answer but took out a black stone. This is the Resurrection Stone. Boom. Snape got up excitedly and knocked the chair over with a violent movement. At this time, he was short of breath, and his eyes were fixed on the inconspicuous black stone. Resurrection Stone, can August really let him see Lily again? His heart, which had been dead for years, was beating violently at this time, and he stretched out his hand tremblingly, wanting to pick up the Resurrection Stone. But August stopped him. Professor, again, if there is. What price are you willing to pay for letting you meet Lily? Cost. Snape muttered to himself. He remembered the scene when he was talking with Dumbledore when he gave a promise to Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix to protect Lily, a word that would never fade. Promise. Recalling the scene when Lily died, and he hugged her helplessly and howled bitterly, his answer was almost subconscious, and he said it directly. Everything. Chapter 254, Chapter 254, Appearance of Death. Hearing Snape's answer, August's face didn't change. He had already guessed this result. Professor, let's sign an unbreakable vow to preserve everything that happened today. Without the slightest hesitation, Snape pressed the tip of his wand against his eyebrows and drew out a strand of silver thread. Snapped. August snapped his fingers, and the house elf bar appeared in the office with Nagini. Nagini, you'll be the keeper of the Fidley's charm. Yes, master. Nagini nodded obediently, saving Snape's memory in his soul. The Fidley's charm is a very complex and powerful spell that can keep a secret in another person's soul as long as the keeper of the Fidley's charm does not take the initiative to reveal it. Even if legilimency is used, no one else can obtain this secret. Looking at Nagini, Snape's pupils also shrank, and he felt a strong sense of crisis from this woman. He took a deep look at August and felt that August had become more and more mysterious. After August finished casting the Fidley's charm, Snape couldn't wait to speak, when can I see Lily? Don't worry, Professor, August shook his head. You answer some of my questions first. Have you met Voldemort before? Hearing August's incomparably determined tone, Snape was silent for 2 seconds, then nodded. He came to me after the World Cup and asked me to make some potions for him. Does Dumbledore know about this? Yes, he told me to keep lurking around Voldemort. August nodded and continued, who else did you see next to Voldemort? Bellatrix, Goyle, and Crabbe. So you didn't see Barty Jr.? With his fingers tapping on the table, August pondered. It seemed that Voldemort did not have absolute trust in Snape, and Voldemort did not even let him know about the existence of Barty Jr. Clapping his palms, August said. Tell me everything you tell Dumbledore in the future, and you need to report what Dumbledore told you to do. Snape narrowed his eyes slightly. Did August make him a three-faced spy? Well, let's fulfill my promise to you now. Hearing August says this, Snape stood up excitedly. What do I need to do? August didn't answer, but put his hand on Snape's shoulder, summoned Fury, and the two operated out of the school. This is the Underworld. Above the plains of ashes, Snape and August squeezed into the invisibility cloak, looking at the dead silence and the misty sky around them. Snape said in disbelief. Yes, this is the Underworld. After a while, you will see countless souls. They are already weak and transparent. Only you can find Lily with a perfect understanding of Lily's breath and magic power. Also, you only have one chance. I can't give you countless chances to make mistakes, Professor. Snape nodded excitedly. Just once, this time, he would definitely not make the wrong choice. Taking Snape across the river of the undead, August cast the True Sight spell on him, leaving the rest to Snape. Thousands of souls appeared within Snape's sight. He took a deep breath and sensed the fluctuations of each soul with his heart. In fact, there is no such thing as the so-called breath in the wizarding world. Because of the many wizards who have come into contact with or are very sensitive to the nature of magic, they can still easily distinguish the difference between each person. And Snape is the one who can do that. As for Luna, she is cheating with her EX-level super intuition. Will Potter's soul appear here too? Snape suddenly cared about his old enemy, making August a little unresponsive. Potter, you mean Harry's father? Looking at his default expression, August also understood and said with some regret. He was killed by the killing curse, his soul will dissipate directly, and there is no possibility of appearing here. Didn't Lily die from the killing curse too? Or because of another reason? August is also more and more afraid of the killing curse. As long as the person is killed, the soul will immediately collapse, and nothing will be left behind. It's all to blame for the movies of the original world. What a special Harry who beats countless dark wizards with a disarming charm. Even Voldemort was defeated by this spell. August said that this was all nonsense. Even Voldemort dared not take an Auror's killing curse, and ordinary people's shield charm cannot defend against the killing curse. August also signed a contract with Celestia to give his shield charm a brighter aura. The magic of this nature is the nemesis of dark arts. Finally, after nearly a day and a night in the past, Snape had chosen a soul. Are you sure? Professor. While yawning, August asked Snape to be more confident of his decision. I'm sure this is Lily. Tears welled up in his eyes, and Snape finally saw the woman he had been thinking about day and night. Although Lily's soul body is no longer in human form, he wouldn't be wrong about the warm magic, like sunshine, and full of love. Fine. Seeing Snape's determination, August took out the resurrection stone and packed the soul away. Let's go back first, and I'll mend her soul with the resurrection stone. After that, August was about to drag Snape back to the plains of ashes. But just as August was about to leave, his heart suddenly beat wildly, and an extremely uneasy feeling came to him. What's wrong? Seeing the change in August's face, Snape asked aloud. But in the next second, his expression also changed. The void trembled, the sky shattered, and a large, withered hand covering the sky pressed down from the top of the two of them, and the intense wind pressure brought by the big hand almost pushed Snape to the ground. How dare you covet my collection? Chapter 255, Chapter 255, Escape from Underworld. This is definitely the biggest crisis August has ever faced. The withered giant palm seemed to lock them, causing the space around August to freeze, and he could only watch as he was slapped into powder. Fortunately, his mind was not under control, and he controlled all the buffs in the system backpack to use them all. A blue magic flame erupted all over August's body, making him recover his mobility quickly. Stella. Squeeze all the magic power into this spell, and a golden arrow with a length of 10 meters quickly formed and shot towards the sky. The movements in August's hands did not stop. A full recovery potion was quickly poured into his mouth, and his magic and spiritual power returned to their peaks. Enoma Elish. It was the familiar EA chant. The magic blade was hidden under the shadow of the giant golden arrow, ready to tear the space at the time. Snape's breathing had stagnated at this time, and August's attack and the terrifying big hand brought him constant pressure. He did not doubt that the magic power at this concentration would be squeezed him into a meat sauce after a few more minutes. Boom. At the center, where the golden arrow collided with the palm, there was a loud bang. At this time, the distance between the palm and August was only a kilometer. The loud sound caused blood to overflow from Snape's ears. Run! August grabbed Snape and took off into the air. The giant hand had been blown up, making a huge hole. Although it was healing rapidly, this time was enough. The EA magic blade flew out of the hole and slashed above the space node. August pulled Snape through the wound of the giant palm, preparing to enter the space passage. At this moment, countless ghosts howled and rushed toward August, trying to pull them down. At this critical juncture, August cast Avalon's bounded field for the first time, and all the ghosts seemed to pass through his and Snape's bodies and enter the space tunnel. And August didn't give the enemy another chance to attack and got in. When the passage was closed, August heard a thunderous roar. Oh! August was half bent in an unnamed mountain range, his hands resting on his knees, looking exhausted. Snape wasn't much better, either. His whole body was still limp on the ground, his ears were constantly bleeding, and he couldn't hear any movement. This time, it was really careless. After wiping the cold sweat from his head, August still had lingering fears about what had just happened. That giant palm was really terrifying. Such a simple act made him do everything possible to deal with it. Is this a legend? August silently assessed the strength of the owner of the giant palm. He was sure that the other party was not a demigod. If it were a demigod, he would be cold by now. The further you go, the bigger the gap in strength will become. A senior pseudo-legend can deal with a wizard who has just entered the legend. August, that giant palm. At this time, Snape had already taken some potions and regained his ability to move and hear. Judging from his trembled body and lips, there was still a long way to go before he fully recovered. Professor, haven't you read the tales of Beetle the Bard? It must be the handwriting of the death. Snape looked at August in shock. He didn't expect death to be real. By the way, what happened to Lily's soul? Rest assured, Lily's soul is protected by the Resurrection Stone and has not been affected in any way. You will be able to see him after a while. Although Snape could not wait to let August hand over Lily's soul to him now, he knew he had no means of repairing his soul. Then the death won't chase after this world. Snape was worried that death would chase him across the border, but August rejected his idea. Don't worry, Professor. He won't be incompetent and furious if he can chase after us. Hearing this, Snape felt a lot more at ease. After a break, August also returned to school. He and Snape had disappeared all day, and it was already the afternoon of the second day. Back to school, August didn't go to class either. He was going to restore Lily's soul. As for making a body, Snape sternly refused. He said he wanted to give Lily a new life, and August naturally had no objection. After 2 days, August restored Lily's soul and returned to Snape's office. At this time, Snape was already restless, and he had hardly slept for the past 2 days, constantly rehearsing in his heart what to do and what to say after seeing Lily. August didn't talk nonsense, either. He directly took out the Resurrection Stone. A mist emerged from the black stone, and an imaginary figure slowly floated out. Where is this? Lily opened her eyes slowly. After August repaired her, he did not wake up Lily. This was also her first awakening in the world. She subconsciously looked at August, who was closest to her. What a handsome little wizard. The first thought appeared in her mind, and then she asked aloud. Where is this place, and why am I here? August glanced at Snape, who froze like a wooden sculpture, shook his head amusingly, and then introduced to Lily. Ms. Evans, welcome back. I'm August Gaunt, a Ravenclaw's 4th grader. Professor Snape and I made a deal. That's why you're here. Snape. Hearing this very familiar surname, a look of memory appeared on Lily's soul face. As Lily's earliest friend, her feelings for Snape are still very complicated. Snape gave her a preliminary understanding of magic, and he became her first friend. It is a pity that after entering the school, the childhood sweethearts also drifted apart due to the different ideas of the two. Mudblood's words broke the two of them completely. She fell into James' arms while Snape chose to embrace dark arts. After her death, the soul did not go to the underworld immediately, so she saw the scene of Snape hugging her body and crying. The deep-rooted sadness also made Lily understand that Snape was still the same. He had never changed. Chapter 256, Chapter 256, you may be calling him Dad in the future. Professor, why don't you say hello to Ms. Evans? August's words also pulled Lily out of the memory, and she noticed a third person in the room. Severus, long time no see. Lily had a smile on her face. Since graduation, she had met Snape only a handful of times. After the last failed attempt to dissuade Snape from joining the Death Eaters, the two met only after her death. Snape looked at Lily's lips slightly open, but there was no sound, only a wave of soul fluctuations. But he has automatically made up Lily's voice. He staggered and tried to get closer to the soul. His face was occupied by tears again, and after a long time, he murmured. "Lily, how are you?" August really couldn't stand Snape's straight male speech and complain. "Professor, do you think she's okay with this?" Snape looked at August in disbelief. "Is this the time for you to speak?" If he can beat August, Snape will definitely greet him with his enhanced version of Sectum Sempra. Puffed. There was also a pleasant wave in Lily's soul, and the appearance of the two of them was really interesting. For a while, the depressing atmosphere in the office also returned to normal. August's trouble calmed down Snape's mood, and the two told Lily about the current situation in the wizarding world. "Has Voldemort been resurrected?" At this time, Lily's face showed a sad look. She was worried about her son, and now she could not apply love magic to Harry. Then she looked at Snape again. She was hesitant to dissuade Snape from joining the Death Eaters again. Although she saw Snape's feelings for her before she died, she still believed that Snape was keen on dark arts. Ms. Evans, Professor Snape is now Dumbledore's spy, and he has done much to protect Harry in recent years. August gave Snape an assist at the right time. He felt that because of Snape's temperament, he would be single for the rest of his life, so he might as well push it himself. Hearing what August said, Snape looked at August gratefully. "Thank you, Sirius. Can I go see Harry?" Lily looked at Snape expectantly and desperately wanted to see Harry now. August didn't interrupt. Since Lily's soul had been handed over to Snape, he was in charge of everything. And August has only one requirement, not to reveal Lily's existence without his permission. Snape hesitated but chose to agree. August found a Gryffindor student and called Harry over. "Professor, what are you looking for from me?" Harry pushed the door open, and an unhappy voice came from outside. He was looking for information on the dragon in the library. Without Hermione's help, his progress was plodding, and he still hadn't thought of a good way to deal with the dragon. Entering the office, Harry was startled when he saw August. He thought Snape was looking for him alone. "Come, Harry. Professor is very worried about your safety in the first task and will teach you some potion knowledge to fight the dragon." August's serious nonsense made both Snape and Harry twitch at the corners of their mouths. Harry didn't believe Snape would be so kind. As long as Snape didn't trouble himself, he was grateful. And Snape felt that the excuse that August made was terrible. Lily recognized Harry at first sight that this was her son. This boy looked too much like James back then. Excitedly floating to Harry's side, Lily wanted to touch his cheek, but Lily's soul passed through Harry's body. "Okay, Harry. I'll leave the rest to you and Professor Snape. I've got other things to do." "Oh, be nicer to Professor. He's your teacher, after all." August patted Harry on the shoulder, and there was still a word in his heart that didn't come out. "You may be calling him Daddy in the future." Time flies so fast, and the first task will officially start in a blink of an eye. Over the past week or so, Snape's changes have surprised everyone. The original greasy hairstyle disappeared, replaced by neat short hair. The boutique from Madame Malkin's robes has also replaced the black robe that has not changed for years. This clothing store is the largest in England, and the price of a custom-made garment catches up with Mr. Weasley's half-month salary. And Snape's clothes have been different in the past few days. It seems that he wants to make up for the regret that he has not changed clothes for so many years. Neat clothes and clean personal hygiene. Although Snape's appearance is very ordinary, with his temperament as a potion master, it is not bad on the whole. The most surprising thing is that he stopped targeting Gryffindor, especially Harry. Not only would he patiently point out Harry's mistakes in potions class, he would be called away by himself after class to give Harry extra tutoring. Hermione told August that if she hadn't known Harry's level, she would have wondered if Harry had given Snape a love potion. Even Sirius suspected that Snape had some conspiracy, whether he wanted to attack Harry. But after observing for a few days, he could not find any clues. Finally, on the day of the match, Professor McGonagall took Harry and Cedric to the Forbidden Forest. Along the way, many Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs were cheering them on. At this time, Harry and Cedric were both very nervous. Professor McGonagall could see it, and she constantly comforted the two. "Relax and keep your head calm. We have arranged some wizards by your side. Although you won't see them, as long as you are in danger, they will save you as soon as possible." After speaking, she lowered her voice again. "Gunt has already told you about Dragon. Don't think about how to deal with Dragon. Just get the eggs, you know." Harry and Cedric nodded in unison, and the expressions on their faces improved a lot. Chapter 257, Adventures in the Forbidden Forest. Going around the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Professor McGonagall took them to a tent. After watching them go in, she left. The audience seat is located at the Quidditch pitch, and the audience and judges can see the whole process of the champions game through projection equipment. Harry entered the tent, and many people were already there. Fleur sat in a corner. Her face was pretty normal, while another Beauxbatons champion was pale and looked like she would faint at any time. Crumb's expression was also more gloomy than before. Only Cassandra, with her arms folded on her chest, looked like she didn't care. At this moment, the tent's curtain was lifted, and Bagman entered. Harry. Great. Bagman greeted Harry first. Relax. It's like coming to your own home. Harry reluctantly responded with a smile, and he really complained in his heart, who has a dragon at home? Several other champions arrived a few minutes later, and Bagman began introducing the first task. The first task, which tested the courage of the champions, was aptly named by Mr. Gaunt, Adventures in the Forbidden Forest. Every champion will go to the Forbidden Forest in the order of drawing lots. There will be signs on the road to remind you to go to the correct route, and you need to pass 7 various levels and finally come to the front of the dragon. Take your mission item, the golden egg. It should be noted that the content of these levels is varied, and some rewards may be dropped after you pass them. These rewards can not only be used in this level, but you can also save them for the next tasks. After speaking, Bagman took out a purple silk bag and shook it at them. You pick out the dragons that you each have to face and the number of your departure. Do you have any questions? Harry looked around, but no one said a word. Bagman nodded satisfactorily and shook the bag in his hand. So, who will come first? Quidditch pitch. At this time, the Quidditch pitch was full of teachers and students from the 4 schools, officials from the Ministry of Magic, and the students' families. The Triwizard Tournament has become more than just a friendly tournament between schools under August's control. This has become a competition that is not inferior to the World Cup. Many adult wizards are very concerned about it. Even the Ministry of Magic of several other countries has sent personnel to watch. Okay. Our champions have begun to draw lots, and the first one to bravely step forward is Miss Delacour. This girl is not only beautiful and generous but also very courageous. August sat in the commentary. Today he is not only a referee but also a commentator. Bagman was supposed to be the commentator for the Triwizard Tournament. Still, he dismissed the job because of a sore throat. Dumbledore handed this task to August, and the reason is very good. This level was designed by him. Naturally, he should be the commentator. August sneered at this. It was nothing more than Barty's fear of revealing himself and minimizing the chance of appearing in public. In the audience, August also introduced today's task to everyone. Everyone exclaimed when they learned that the last levels had to face the dragon. Even Ron, after seeing the nervous appearance of all the champions through the live broadcast, knew that he had wrongly blamed Harry. Put down the jealousy in his heart, and the little lions raised banners cheering for Harry. Severus, Harry is fine, right? In a corner, Lily's soul looked at Snape worriedly. Although she was very proud of Harry being a champion of the Triwizard Tournament, these dangers also worried her. Lily, you have to believe him. I have taught Harry at least 5 ways to deal with dragons in the past 2 days. Snape comforted softly, with an unprecedented tenderness in his eyes. The past few days made Snape feel like he was back in his childhood. Lily was the only one by his side. Although Harry always appeared, Snape endured it for his mother's sake. Dumbledore looked at Snape with some doubt. He naturally knew about Snape's big change recently, but Dumbledore didn't notice it for some reason. It seemed that it was time to have a good talk with Snape. When Dumbledore was thinking about it, there was also a cheer in the audience. Everyone has drawn lots, and the game is about to start. Not only was Fleur the first champion to draw, but she also drew the number 1, which meant she would be the first to play. There is also a projector in the tent, and the champions can watch the game's live broadcast anytime. Everyone is surrounded by the projector, wanting to learn some experience from Fleur's game. According to the sign, Fleur carried her wand and entered the Forbidden Forest. Although she was calm on the surface, she was a little nervous. After walking a few steps, she came to a fork in the road, and each fork was marked with a sign, and she randomly chose a path on the far right and walked in. Miss Delacour has come to the first level. Let's see what she will encounter. It's a unicorn. The goddess of luck always favors beautiful girls. As I said, the game has dangers and opportunities, and the unicorns will accompany Miss Delacour fights together. August was delighted, he just wanted to let Celestia play, but she was chosen by Fleur unexpectedly. With the help of Celestia, Fleur should achieve good results. Over the past few years, after August's careful feeding, Celestia's strength is no longer weaker than that of the dragon. Fleur was also a little surprised to see Celestia in the Forbidden Forest. Woo. Celestia also knew Fleur and called her softly, expressing her friendliness. Audiences at other schools simply admire Fleur's good fortune, while the little wizard at Hogwarts falls silent. Many of them know that August owns a unicorn. Is this blatantly cheating for his girlfriend? Chapter 258, Unicorn vs. Dragon. Fleur followed the instructions with Celestia and met 2 Matagots on the second level. Matagot is a medium dangerous magical creature resembling a large black cat, which becomes ferocious when provoked. Briefly, it splits into two or more after being attacked. In the contestant tent, everyone stared at the Madagot, thinking about what to do if they encountered this magical creature. After seeing the Madagot, Celestia wanted to go forward to repel them but was stopped by Fleur. If she relied on Celestia along the way, Fleur knew her score would not be high, so she decided to do it herself. A strange magic wave was released from her body. Through the projection, the audience also found that the charm of Fleur became even more impressive. The two Madagot shook their bodies, then walked to Fleur's side, squinting and rubbing against her. Wonderful. Miss Delacour casts an enchanting spell that works well with her innate talent. Auguste spared no effort to praise Fleur's performance. Madame Maxime smiled on the referee's bench while Karkaroff and Fontaine's faces became dignified. Vila Allure has a great advantage in dealing with this magical creature with low intelligence. Not to mention that Fleur has the help of Celestia and can also handle dragons easily. In the following few levels, Fleur efficiently used Vila's allure and formed a team of magical creatures. Madagot, Swooping Evil, and a fire crab. When she passed the 5th level, Fleur was lucky enough to get a bottle of potion, which could quickly restore more than half of her magic power. It's a pity that Fleur encountered the flail-tail snail that Hagrid had just cultivated. The flail-tail snail was wholly irrational and not affected by Vila's allure. The inadvertent Fleur was affected by the explosion from the tail of flail-tail snail. It was only with Celestia's help that she defeated the flail-tail snail. We saw that the magic resistance of the flail-tail snail is very strong, and Miss Delacour's response is also very correct. There is no choice but to fight it recklessly. Auguste wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and defended Fleur. In fact, Fleur's strength is not difficult to deal with a flail-tail snail. Still, the convenience at previous levels ahead made her a little relaxed. The audience booed, and Auguste was too partial. Fleur didn't directly enter the final level. She adjusted her breathing and reflected on herself before moving on. After passing through a long bush, Fleur came to the paddock where the dragon was. Under the nervous gaze of everyone, she walked into the paddock step by step. At this time, in the middle of the empty field, a Swedish shortsnout lay quietly there, enjoying the warmth brought by the sun. Farther afield, Charlie and more than a dozen wizards are ready to deal with all kinds of unexpected situations. The exaggerated contrast between one person and one dragon shocked the audience and the champions. The fingers of the Swedish shortsnout are much larger than those of Fleur. Inside the tent, Harry and the others watched nervously. The girl from Beauxbatons had covered her mouth for fear that she would cry. Carefully circled around the dragon in the distance, Fleur saw the golden egg pressed under the dragon from a side angle. There were several genuine dragon eggs beside her. She had a headache. This dragon was obviously the mother of those dragon eggs, and it was really difficult to steal her protected eggs under the eyes of a dragon. Celestia, you will attack the front for a while. Try to help me attract the attention of the dragon. But don't get hurt, you know. Touching Celestia's soft hair, Fleur whispered. Woo. Celestia nodded, ran to the face of the dragon, kicked her back hard, and her body emitted a soft white light. Then she rushed towards the Swedish shortsnout under the shocked gaze of Fleur. Boom. The dragon, who was completely unprepared, was hit by Celestia, and the huge body was in pain. Roar. The dragon let out a pained cry, the eyes stared at Celestia, and the pupils were burning with rage. The huge wings spread out, and a scorching dragon breath sprayed towards Celestia, and all the audience exclaimed. Celestia has absolutely no room to hide at such a close distance. Woo. With a melodious cry, the white light on Celestia's body shone more and more, gradually forming a shield that strongly resisted the dragon's breath. The two flames were split and sprayed to both sides. This unicorn is so strong. At the referee's bench, Madame Maxime sighed. Unicorns are also very rare in the magic world. Still, unicorns are not known for combat effectiveness. Instead, they are famous for their holiness and for the wonders they have on various parts of their bodies. But this unicorn did not lose the slightest in the case of facing the dragon alone. In the paddock, the dragon saw that his attack did not work, and his anger grew stronger. She ignored the dragon egg under her, flew into the sky, and continuously attacked Celestia with dragon breath. Fleur's eyes lit up when she saw this scene, and she hurriedly ran towards the nest where the dragon eggs were. At this time, the dragon's attention was all attracted by Celestia, and she didn't notice Fleur's actions at all. Bending down to pick up the dragon egg, Fleur breathed a sigh of relief and finally succeeded. A shadow covered the sun above her head when she relaxed her vigilance. It turned out that the Swedish shortsnout dragon discovered Fleur's movements. A furious female dragon could not bear to see a human being stealing his egg. Immediately, Celestia was abandoned by the furious dragon. She swooped down quickly, preparing to slap the human who dared to steal her child to death. Fleur picked up the egg and ran out quickly. As long as she ran out of the paddock, she would be successful. However, the speed of the dragon is getting faster and faster, and the distance from Fleur is constantly approaching. At the last critical moment, the two Madagot bravely pounced on the dragon and were split into four by the furious dragon. After the split, the Madagot still did not give up, stubbornly blocked the last attack, and Fleur also successfully ran out of the paddock with the golden egg. Charlie, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately released countless stunning spells with more than a dozen wizards and slammed directly into the face of the dragon. No matter how strong the dragon's magic resistance was, it couldn't withstand the attacks of more than a dozen adult wizards and soon fainted again. Chapter 259, Chapter 259, Pride of Hufflepuff. Warm cheers and applause broke out on the Quidditch pitch. Everyone cheered for Fleur just now. If it weren't for the help of the Madagot, Fleur would definitely be injured. Miss Delacour has successfully obtained the golden egg. The previously captured Madagot played a huge role at the critical moment. Let's give Miss Delacour a round of applause. August's words made the decibel level in the Quidditch pitch even higher. The champions, who watched the game in the tent, watched the whole process with trepidation. The dragon's danger was beyond their expectations, and they didn't know whether their preparation method would be effective. Standing outside the paddock, Fleur also sighed a long sigh of relief. Almost, she was about to fail. Looking gratefully at the two Madagots that had recovered to their original state, Fleur crouched down and stroked them gently. Thank you so much this time. The two Madagots closed their eyes in enjoyment, and Celestia, next to her, quit and stared at Fleur with wide eyes. Thank you too, Celestia. With a smile, Fleur hugged Celestia's head. This is what satisfied the little unicorn. Taking Celestia with her, Fleur went to the Quidditch pitch, where the judges would later rate her performance. The staff also hurriedly used the repairing charm to restore the paddock. The battle between Celestia and the dragon caused flames to burn everywhere in the paddock. Finally, the paddock was restored to its original state after a busy time, and a Welsh green dragon was brought in. This is the opponent the next champion will face. When Fleur entered the Quidditch pitch, Gabriel immediately jumped into Fleur's arms. Sister, you are amazing. Fleur rubbed her sister's silver hair, but her eyes fell on the commentator's seat. August was also looking at her, and the two smiled at each other. It didn't take long for the second champion to set off. The boy from Ilvermorny was the second pick. August didn't know him until he got the list. This man's name is Ford. Walking out of the tent confidently, Ford greeted the live orb as one to say, "Watch me perform." In the first level, Ford encountered a group of Acromantula. He easily passed this level with the fire-making charm, and a smile appeared on Fontaine's face. Although he was not as lucky as Fleur, he passed it cleanly. In the second level, a group of Ashwinder brought a lot of trouble to Ford. In fact, dealing with the Ashwinder is very simple. You can deal with them quickly if you freeze them using an appropriate spell. It seems that this champion of Ilvermorny is a fire-specialized wizard. August teased Ford, which attracted laughter from the audience. Ford actually tried to continue to use flames to deal with the Ashwinder. He doesn't know if this person has a hole in his brain. Sure enough, with the help of the flames, the Ashwinder continuously produced a small Ashwinder, which quickly approached the Ford and exploded. In desperation, Ford could only use the smashing spell to solve the Ashwinder one by one, wasting a lot of magic power. The game is time-limited, each champion only has 1 hour, and if it exceeds 1 hour, it will automatically fail. Ford didn't dare to stop to recover his magic power, so he could only speed up to the next level. Finally, Ford was knocked unconscious at the 6th level by the Erumpent due to lack of magic power, ending his first game. It's a pity that the Ford has failed. He may have to get used to the rhythm of the game. Ilvermorny students can't wait to find a crack to get in. Ford is really embarrassing. Fortunately, August just made a superficial summary. The next person to play is our Hogwarts champion, Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff burst into fierce applause. Many people put their hands together, hoping Cedric would achieve a good result. And Cedric lived up to expectations. The first few levels passed very smoothly. Perhaps because he's a Hufflepuff, Cedric knows a lot about herbs and magical creatures. Through his understanding of the habits of magical creatures, he successfully used spells or herbs to expel them. And Cedric is still collecting some herbs on the road. Some little wizards are confused and don't know what these are. Professor Sprout was delighted. These herbs had a strong sleep effect on dragons. It seemed that Cedric had already thought of a good solution. Sure enough, when Cedric arrived at the paddock, he looked at the Welsh green dragon and did not go in directly. Cedric used transfiguration to make some tools for processing herbs and made the collected herbs into a powder. Controlling the powder to float to the Welsh green side, it didn't take long before the green dragon yawned and felt a little drowsy. He took this opportunity to take the golden egg away secretly. Still, unfortunately, because of the lack of some materials, the process was a bit rough. The efficacy of the sleeping draft powder was not as strong as it had imagined, and the Welsh green woke up just when Cedric was about to finish the game perfectly. Seeing Cedric's sneaky figure in a daze, the Welsh Green subconsciously took a breath. Although the accuracy was slightly off, he successfully ignited Cedric's clothes. It took a lot of effort for Cedric to use an Aguamenti charm to extinguish the flames and run out of the paddock. Perfect performance. Cedric told us with the most solid foundation that not only powerful spells can clear the level, but he also made perfect use of the knowledge he usually learned, herbology, potions, and transfiguration. I am very sorry that such a bright student is not our Ravenclaw, but he is still the pride of our Hogwarts. Rowena's soul floated beside August and nodded in agreement. This is what a good student should look like. August's behavior is too foul. Professor Sprout glared at August as if to blame August for trying to get her student, but immediately smiled at Cedric and applauded. This time, their Hufflepuffs made a big show. The last time they had such an opportunity was when Newt Scamander was here. Chapter 260, Confused Crumb. The game continued, and the following two players were the champions of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. It is a pity that none of them passed the dragon test to get the golden egg. Durmstrang's player was a bit better. He stumbled to the dragon, but unfortunately, he faced the most vicious fire dragon, the Hungarian Horntail. The Hungarian Horntail was not as docile as the Swedish Shortsnout and Welsh Green Dragon. When Durmstrang's champions entered, she watched him vigilantly. The champion tried to block the sight of the dragon with smokescreen spell. Then it forced the dragon out of the dragon pit. Still, after releasing the smokescreen spell, he was dumbfounded because he was also lost and could not find the dragon's position. Finally, with the help of Charlie and other staff, he walked out of the paddock safely. The girl from Beauxbatons was even more unbearable. Before, she had been watching other people's games in the tent and was under great pressure. She walked into the Forbidden Forest crying and finally failed at the 5th level because she didn't know how to deal with the hippogriff. This is also the worst player so far. Karkaroff and Madame Maxime are both pale now. They didn't expect the champions they selected to be so useless. Fontaine, on the side, almost laughed out loud. But it would be good if they couldn't pass, so it wasn't just his school that was embarrassed. Okay, the next contestant is the youngest in this tournament, Harry Potter from Hogwarts. August also cheered up. The performance of the two made August sleepy, which was really bad. He doesn't know how Harry will deal with the dragon under Snape's training. Harry heard his name and was ready to go out. At this time, only he, Crumb, and Cassandra were left in the tent. The two just sat there with straight faces and said nothing, making him uncomfortable. When it was finally his turn to play, he breathed a sigh of relief. After Harry left, Crumb glanced at Cassandra, who had been in the same posture, and then moved his gaze to the projector. It's the disarming charm again. Can't Mr. Potter know any other charms? August's helpless voice sounded over the Quidditch pitch. Harry had reached the 5th level, and the magical creatures he encountered in the first 4 levels were all defeated by the continuous red light without exception. Snape's mouth was also twitching at this time. Snape had taught Harry a lot of spells in the past few days, and he even taught him a spell of his own. But Harry was useless and rushed all the way. Lily, on the side, was smiling, as was the case with James back then. The disarming charm was so well established that he had defeated many Death Eaters with this spell. It's a pity. I cannot see him again. Lily also once asked August if he could resurrect James. Unfortunately, August told her that he couldn't. Expelliarmus. A burst of red light flashed, and the flail-tail snail in front of Harry came in response, and he was also relieved. Fortunately, he didn't get distracted in Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures class. He knew that the weak point of the flail-tail snail was in the abdomen. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to pass this level. Following the sign, Harry entered the 6th level. He did not encounter new magical creatures but saw a flaming phoenix hovering in the air. Cree. Phoenix song sounded. Harry suddenly felt that the fatigue caused by the continuous passing of the level had dissipated. A flame fell from Fury's body and landed on Harry's body. To Harry's surprise, he did not receive any damage, and his magic power was still recovering quickly. This is also the little Easter egg by August. The champions who meet Fury will restore a certain amount of magic power, eliminate fatigue, and can face the dragon with a powerful attitude. Harry came to the outside of the paddock with a smile. With Fury's blessing, his confidence in this level was even greater. Accio Firebolt. The sound of breaking the air sounded, and the firebolt quickly approached Harry from the tent outside the Forbidden Forest. Holding the firebolt in his hand, Harry's heart is much more settled. He has a feeling of returning to the Quidditch pitch. The golden egg is the golden snitch, and his task is still to catch it. Flying through the air on a firebolt, Harry circled the Hungarian Horntail to get her attention. The Hungarian Horntail was a little irritated by the harassment. It spewed a few dragon breaths to try to attack Harry. Unfortunately, the firebolt was too flexible, and Harry easily escaped all the flames. Perhaps shy about his own eggs, the Hungarian Horntail, although impatient, did not fly up to chase Harry. Looks like I'll have to use an alternative plan. Continuing to lower his height, Harry flew to the front of the Hungarian Horntail. After dodging the attack of the dragon's claws twice in a row, he finally found an opportunity. He hit the Hungarian Horntail in the eye with the conjunctivitis curse. Roar! The Hungarian Horntail, who lost her sight, was completely mad. She ignored her dragon eggs and attacked the surroundings. At this moment in the tent, Crumb's face turned peeved. Broomsticks and conjunctivitis curse are the things he is thinking. Initially, he planned to use the conjunctivitis curse to make the dragon go crazy. He took the golden eggs during the chaos. But now, all the methods have been used by Harry in advance. While there's no rule against using the same method in the game, it would only cost Durmstrang a face if he did. Crumb only felt that the world was spinning, and he had no choice. And Harry was also struggling under the attack of the Hungarian Horntail. Finally, 2 minutes later, the dragon left the dragon pit. Harry also took the opportunity to swoop and successfully capture the dragon egg, completing the first task well. Excellent summoning charm and superb flying skills. Mr. Potter has successfully obtained the golden egg, and Hogwarts has become the only school where both champions have obtained the golden egg. Hearing this, the cheers on the pitch became louder, and the little wizards at Hogwarts proudly held their chests. Dumbledore also smiled, looking at Harry in the projector with relief, ignoring the faces of the headmaster/headmistress next to him, and clapping his hands. Chapter 261, Cassandra's Spells Show. Karkaroff was about to die of anger. His strategy with Crumb was to use the conjunctivitis curse, but now Harry used it first. He wonders if Crumb could have devised a better way in such a short amount of time. Will the two Durmstrang champions be able to get their hands on the dragon egg? Igor, are you all right? Dumbledore, on the side, noticed Karkaroff's expression. It's fine. Karkaroff forced a smile, I'm just a little tired. After all, I've been sitting here all morning. Dumbledore nodded and said nothing. On the other side, Crumb walked out of the tent with a gloomy face. Fortunately, he maintained this expression for many years, and not many people could see his depression. Entering the Forbidden Forest, Crumb passed the first few levels very smoothly. Still, he deliberately slowed down to buy himself time to think. Crumb had an unfortunate accident in the 6th level, and his opponent was 6 Thibaut. This kind of warthog is not particularly dangerous, but it can be invisible and difficult to deal with. Crumb was thinking about how to deal with the dragon, and he didn't notice the invisible Thibaut rushing toward him. If it wasn't for Seeker's keen intuition, he might have been knocked back at this level. After much effort, he passed the 6th level at the cost of minor injuries. Standing outside the paddock, Crumb hesitated for a long time before making up his mind. Clutching his wand, Crumb stepped into the paddock. Seeing Crumb, the dragon glanced at him and ignored him. Quietly touching his wand, the ground around Crumb was constantly shaking. August saw Crumb's method at a glance and explained it to the audience. This is a gouging spell. Crumb is digging an underground passage to the dragon's egg. Sure enough, after a few minutes, Crumb suddenly summoned a piece of grass with the summon charm. Then transformed it into a big tree to block the sight of the dragon, and he jumped into the hole. Sneaking quietly into the dragon pit, Crumb held his breath, carefully held the golden egg in his hand, and returned along the same path. And just as he was halfway through, the dragon sensed something was wrong and followed the protruding lines on the ground. And Crumb, who was on the ground, also heard the rumbling sound. He also knew that he was exposed. He got up and broke the soil, ran frantically towards the exit, and randomly shot the dragon with a spell. The spells did not hit the dragon but accidentally injured several dragon eggs. The dragon saw that the dragon eggs had been attacked and flew back immediately. Instead, Crumb was spared, allowing him to escape successfully. However, because of the damage to the dragon egg, Crumb will definitely lose a lot of points. And Karkaroff can be considered relieved that Durmstrang finally has a dragon egg. But this time, it was Fontaine's turn to be nervous, and now only they, Ilvermorny, had nothing to gain. He stared at Cassandra on the projector, praying that she would improve. Cassandra entered the Forbidden Forest with graceful steps. The last champion has also set off. Miss Vole looks very confident. Let's look forward to her performance. August also became very excited. Cassandra was his best helper in the Forbidden Forest game, and some powerful bosses depended on her output. And he is responsible for cheers behind. Cassandra's performance did not disappoint August and everyone else, showing great strength from the beginning and being exceptionally gorgeous. Yes, that is gorgeous. If Fleur's charm is weird, Cedric's is unpretentious, and Harry's is reckless. Then Cassandra is gorgeous. Stunning spell, fire-making spell, levitation charm, transfiguration spell, weather-modifying charms. Miss Vole has so much spell. The combination of each spell is the right benefit. Especially her weather-modifying charms, a spell that many adult wizards can't master, is as simple as an unlocking charm in her hands. Watching Cassandra unleashing colorful attacks in the projection, August exclaimed while saying the spells Cassandra used. Although Fleur and Cedric performed very well, Cassandra's spell show was more shocking. Coupled with Cassandra's arrogant expression and super high face value, many people have an impulse in their hearts. Cassandra, please step on me. After using the exploding charm to scare away the last few swooping evil, Cassandra met her final opponent, the Antipodean Opali. Facing the dragon, Cassandra did not panic at all. She transfigured many small animals and kept teasing the dragon. The Antipodean Opali was quickly enraged, waving dragon claws and dragon breath. But what Cassandra transfigured are some small and fast animals, and the number is very large. The Antipodean Opali attack didn't have much effect. Finally, the Antipodean Opali left his dragon pit, chasing a leopard. Cassandra transfigured 2 rabbits again and ordered them to get her a dragon egg. She didn't move half a step in the process. Even though she slowly walked out of the paddock, Antipodean Opali was still entangled by small animals. She didn't realize that she had lost one of her eggs. All the champions and the audience were stunned by Cassandra's performance. Even August was surprised. He remembered that in the game, although Cassandra's talent was very strong, it wasn't so outrageous, right? But no matter what, August congratulated Cassandra first and then left the commentary. He also serves as the referee, and when Cassandra returns, all the referees will rate the champions one by one. On the referee's bench, Fontaine pulled Karkaroff and Maxime with a smug face and kept talking. Seeing August's arrival, he also eagerly pulled him. Mr. Gaunt, the champions will be graded soon. I think we must be fair and just. August naturally understood what he meant and nodded as a matter of course. Rest assured, Headmaster Fontaine, I'm sure the judges will give a score that matches the performance of the champions. Hearing August says this, the smile on Fontaine's face grew even brighter. Chapter 262, Shameless Karkaroff. When Cassandra returned, the judges also gathered to discuss how to rate everyone. Everyone, these champions who didn't get the fire dragon eggs, I think they can give 20 points to each of them. Ludo Bagman offered his opinion, and these champions who did not get the golden egg were also in a very embarrassing position. They can't participate in the next task if we don't give a point. But if we give a high score, it's unfair to those champions who work so hard to get the dragon egg. In desperation, Bagman can only propose a compromise. No. Fabian has already reached the last level and is close to getting the dragon egg. His score should be higher than the other two. Karkaroff took the lead in raising objections, and he was the most disadvantaged. Madame Maxime and Fontaine didn't speak. In fact, the two champions were basically abandoned in their hearts, and it didn't matter how many points they had. Seeing that no one objected to Karkaroff's proposal, Bagman settled down. Then Fabian has 25 points, and the other two champions have 20 points. The faces of the 3 champions who had not cleared the stage were hideous. The girl from Beau's Batons even threw herself into her companion's arms and burst into tears. But the audience applauded them because not all dare faces these trials. They're already doing well. It's just that the other champions are doing better. Then came the highlight, all the referees were going to score the champions who got the dragon egg, for headmasters/headmistress, August, Crouch, and Bagman. However, Crouch did not attend, and Percy replaced him. Percy was very excited at this time. He didn't expect that he would have the opportunity to sit with so many big figures in the wizarding world. Each person can give a maximum of 10 points, and the full score is 70 points. The first is Miss Fleur Delacour, a champion from Beau's Batons. She used her charm and the help of the unicorn to get the dragon egg successfully. It took 35 minutes and 25 seconds. Now we give fair marks. After he finished speaking, he took the lead in giving his own evaluation, 7 points, which was fairly pertinent. The next 3 headmasters/headmistress and Percy also gave 7 points. Madame Maxime hesitated, and the wand launched a firework that formed the shape of a 9 in the sky. And August gave 9 points without hesitation, which attracted the eyes of all the little wizards at Hogwarts. Sure enough, August still betrayed. In the end, Fleur's total score was 53 points. Then Bagman introduced Cedric's performance because Cedric successfully got the dragon egg by himself, and all the judges gave a much higher score. Except for Karkaroff, he directly gave a 5, and he didn't even want his face. In the end, Cedric scored 52 points, 1 less than Fleur. Professor Sprout looked at Karkaroff badly, and August guessed she might be thinking about putting some medicine in Durmstrang's dish. Next up is our youngest champion, Harry Potter, whose disarming charm is still fresh in my memory, and my blood boils with the final flight. Bagman was very excited, praised Harry to the sky, and finally gave Harry 10 points directly. This was the first time a full score appeared in this task. The other judges were impressed with Harry's performance, either an 8 or a 9. But Karkaroff acted shameless again, and he gave 4 points under the stunned eyes of everyone. Cheating. This is shady. Shameless. This is blatant targeting. The little wizards at Hogwarts couldn't sit still any longer and scolded him one after another. Still, Karkaroff was a no-brainer, as if the people underneath were not scolding him. Karkaroff, can you donate your eyes to others if you don't need them? August sneered at him. His face was burning with pain, but Karkaroff insisted on this score. In the end, Harry got 57 points. Ron sat next to Harry and shouted angrily. 4 points. This shameless, despicable Death Eater. How dare he give you such a low score? But Harry didn't care. He smiled happily. Even if Karkaroff gave him 0 points, he wouldn't care. Ron makes up with him. No amount of points could be exchanged for it. You're good friends, ugh. Good friends are much more important than these points. When grading Crumb, August gave a 1 without hesitation as revenge for Karkaroff's shameless actions. Seeing August fire a big 1 with his wand, Karkaroff's gloomy face almost dripped with water. Gaunt, don't you think it's too much? Too much. August said lazily, propping his chin with his right hand. I don't think deducting 2 points from each dragon's egg because of his mistakes is too much. Dumbledore smiled and watched the confrontation between the two without speaking. As the host, there are some things he can't say clearly, but August has no such scruples. Perhaps it was August's words that played a role. Other referees did not give Crumb a high score. Even if Karkaroff gave Crumb a 10, he only scored 36 points. The audience applauded. Obviously, Karkaroff's shameless action also disgusted them, and August's counterattack made them very relieved. Crumb, in the audience, showed a bitter face. He knew that he had been affected by Karkaroff, and his headmaster was shameless, but he had to bear the consequences. As for Cassandra's rating, there is no dispute. She can be said to be the champion with the smoothest and the best performance. Almost everyone gave full marks, and Cassandra finally got 68 points. August looked at Cassandra, who was still arrogant, and smiled. Just then, Cassandra also turned her gaze to August and saw the smile on his face. Her face flushed, and then she turned her head to avoid looking at August. After the champions finished their evaluation points, Bagman solemnly announced the end of the first task. Then he began to introduce the content of the second task. The second task, I believe everyone will be interested in it. Wizarding Duel. Many people's eyes lit up. Is this going to make all the contestants fight? Bagman continued. The dueling level of the wizards can show their comprehensive strength to a large extent. The champions who lost this round should not be discouraged because the second round will allow you to catch up. The rules are very simple. The 8 champions will play a single round-robin system. A victory will be awarded 10 points, and a defeat will not be scored. This game has no draw, and the champions will definitely decide a winner. The first round will be held on the first weekend of December, and everyone is not allowed to use magic items and potions. After briefly talking about the rules of the second round, Bagman turned the topic to the dragon egg again. Chapter 263, Chapter 263, Harry's Doubts. You should take good care of the dragon eggs in your hands, and the clues of the third task are hidden in them. And the champions who don't have the dragon egg, you can also work with others to solve the puzzles on the dragon egg. After Bagman said this, he ended his speech. He waved to everyone, saying that today was the end of the day. The students slowly withdrew from the Quidditch pitch and returned to the castle, discussing today's task. The champions looked worried, and after this task, they also knew that their opponents were not ordinary people. Even Fleur and others who had gained some advantages in the first task knew that the task would be more intense in the following. Harry and Cedric also found August. Thank you, August. If you hadn't told me about the task so long in advance, I probably wouldn't have been able to pass the level of the dragon. Cedric was the first to speak, and he sincerely thanked August. In the relationship between August and Harry, it was okay not to tell him these things. It's okay. I just put you on the same starting line. August smiled and said it was nothing. Harry stood by and didn't speak, as if he was thinking about something, and when Cedric was gone, Harry asked. August, can you tell me why Snape suddenly was so nice to me? This question has troubled him for a long time, but he has been worried about the first task before, so he did not ask August to ask. Now that the matter regarding the task was over, he remembered this matter. Maybe he wants to be your stepfather. August said somewhat uncertainly. Harry looked confused. You mean he wants to be my godfather? But he now has Sirius as his godfather, and Sirius is also very kind to him. He is ready to live with Sirius while he is an adult. August thought about it. Stepfather and godfather should be similar, right? Immediately he nodded solemnly, agreeing with Harry's statement. Don't worry. Professor Snape will only get better and better at you. He is not only a master of potions but also a genius in spells. You should learn more from him. Harry didn't speak but admitted in his heart that Snape was very powerful. In just over a week, he felt that his potion level had improved significantly, and he had also learned many new spells. It's just that he felt a little uncomfortable every time Snape gave him lessons. That gentle and soft-spoken attitude is really out of line. Then, Harry suddenly remembered something. While I was waiting for the match, Mr. Bagman told me to choose line 3. Why did he do this? Maybe he pressed you to win the tournament. You know, he likes to gamble. He casually makes excuses for Barty Jr. The first task lasted nearly a whole day. The students returned to the Great Hall to see delicious food on the long tables. The two houses of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff have become a sea of joy. Cedric and Harry are surrounded by people who constantly ask about their feelings during the game. I only used the disarming charm. Didn't you see I also used the summon charm and the conjunctivitis curse at the end? Harry reluctantly said he did not know how often he had explained it. Everyone remembered August's comment deeply, and at least 10 people had asked him this question. In fact, he didn't know what was going on. When faced with danger, he would always use the disarming charm subconsciously, and it happened unexpectedly. When he finally faced the dragon, he didn't need to fight it, so he didn't shoot disarming charm against the dragon. If August knew what Harry was thinking, he would definitely complain. This is the consciousness of the big universe, and you will use disarming charm to resist the killing curse in the future. Sirius also sat next to Harry. He patted Harry's shoulder with a smile and was very satisfied with his excellent performance today. By the way, Harry, did you find any clues from the dragon egg? Sirius' words also awakened the little wizards, who looked at Harry curiously. Harry shook his head. I haven't had time to open it yet. August told me it's best to open it in the common room when everyone is full. Hearing him say this, everyone thought it was a hint from August, so they didn't ask any further questions. After a task, the general information of the champions is also grasped by everyone, and many people have their own clear supporters except their own schools. Among them, Cassandra has the biggest fans. Her stunning performance made many girls' eyes stare straight into the stars. It turns out that even witches can be so dashing. And many boys also bowed down to her appearance. Although Cassandra has always been domineering and doesn't look down on anyone, this excited some boys. The second is Fleur. Fleur's charm is still higher than Cassandra, and naturally, many boys will support her. Combined with her relationship with August, many thought she would win the tournament. The other champions who won the dragon egg have similar support rates, and the ones who failed have basically been forgotten. George and Fred keenly found business opportunities. They thought of the souvenirs sold by the Wizards during the World Cup. Most goods are very simple gadgets but can be sold for high prices. So, overnight, countless champion merchandise appeared at Hogwarts, such as a Harry-shaped doll, a badge of support for Crumb, and a portrait of Cassandra. The price is not too high, at least within the acceptable range for students. Many little wizards with spare money will buy some as souvenirs, and even Cho bought a few silk scarves of the same style from Fleur and gave them to a few girls. August also gave the twins a thumbs up when he found out. The two are really marketing geniuses. Chapter 264, the upcoming Shura Field. On the way to the charms class, August saw many Hufflepuff and Gryffindor little wizards looking at him resentfully. He smiled secretly in his heart. He naturally knew the reason. Last night, Harry and Cedric followed August's method and opened the dragon eggs in their respective common rooms. Most people are very curious about the clues of the third task, and they want to see if they can help the champions of their own house. So, when Harry and Cedric opened the dragon egg, almost all the students of both houses were watching. The tragedy happened. After the dragon egg was opened, the screaming sound that was enough to pierce the eardrum resounded in everyone's ears. What's more terrifying is that the space in the common room is not large, and it is all sealed. The screams constantly echo, which makes a group of little wizards faint. It took a lot of effort for them to close the dragon egg. So there is the scene just now. August met Hermione's angry eyes when he walked to the charms classroom. Under Fleur's doubtful eyes, Hermione grabbed August's ear. Ouch, it hurts. August coaxed Hermione, and she made a heavy hand this time. Hermione said angrily. You still know the pain. Do you know how terrible that sound was last night? The Gryffindor students looked at Hermione with admiration, and only August's girlfriend could teach him a lesson. Although August made a name for himself in school early, he is usually unassuming, and many people have a good impression of him. Still, everyone knows that he occasionally makes fun of people. If nothing else, half of the prank props in Weasley's joke shop are his ideas. This time, he directly pranked the little wizards of the two houses, which can be regarded as provoking public anger. Under the explanation of a Gryffindor girl, Fleur understood the whole story and gave August a sympathetic look but did not care too much. Until Professor Flitwick arrived, Hermione was still angry. She was not angry that August was so fond of teasing people, but that August even teased his girlfriend without saying hello in advance. In fact, Hermione is also blaming August for wrong. He didn't mean to not tell Hermione. Just forgot to tell Hermione. Professor Flitwick started today's course with a smile on his face. While entering the 4th grade, the students are also exposed to advanced spells. The spell they learned today is a Mending Charm. The Mending Charm is a spell that can repair most items. Still, the degree of damage to the item and the material's complexity will affect the spell's success rate. Flitwick gave each of the little wizards a broken telescope, with the lens and the mirror body broken. Before Christmas, all students are tasked with mastering the Mending Charm and repairing their telescopes. August taught Hermione how to use magic to analyze the structure of matter to please Hermione. Before the end of the class ended, Hermione also successfully mastered the Mending Charm, adding 10 points to Gryffindor. Humph, I'll forgive you this time. Next time you bully me again, I won't talk to you for a week. Hermione spoke to August Veritsundra with a smile, reminding him of Cassandra. Before leaving, Professor Flitwick also stopped everyone's movements. It's December, and I want to tell you about something. The Yule Ball is coming up, a traditional part of the Triwizard Tournament and a great opportunity for us to network with several other schools. Ha ha ha. Before Professor Flitwick could finish, Lavender Brown of Gryffindor laughed, and they all looked at Harry, making him fidgety. Flitwick didn't care about their little moves and continued. The dance is only open to students in the 4th grade and above. Of course, you can also invite students in the lower grades. I'm telling everyone now because Professor McGonagall and Headmaster Dumbledore think everyone may lack some basic understanding of the dance. I hope you can take advantage of this time to practice. The little wizards in the audience chatted, and August was already numb. Ever since he accompanied Cho and the others to buy dresses during the summer vacation, he knew that the Yule Ball was a matter of life and death for him. As if that was not enough, Professor Flitwick made up for it again. Harry and Miss Delacour, according to tradition, the dance is started by the champion and their partners, so you must be prepared. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, Fleur was already looking at August with bright eyes. Dancing with August was something she'd never thought of before. Hermione, on the side, also stared at August and wanted to dance with him too. After class, I must find Professor Snape so that I will go first. After saying a word, August fled in embarrassment under the resentful eyes of the 2 little witches. Hermione, I'm a champion, and I need August to dance with me. After August left, Fleur stared at Hermione and said, I know. I didn't grab your dance partner. Hermione said it as a matter of course, while Fleur was a little puzzled, then you just. I'm talking about your first chance to dance with August. After you dance, he's my partner. Hermione knew August would definitely first dance with Fleur, a matter of etiquette that had no other meaning. Then the sequence of dancing with August can tell a lot. Although the little witch accepts that August has so many girlfriends, some things are still up for grabs. After escaping from the classroom, August had a very headache. He still hasn't figured out how to get through this. After all, he has a lot of love debts. No matter which one is promised, the others will be sad. Thinking about the Yule Ball all the way, August also walked to Snape's office. He didn't lie to Fleur and Hermione. He did make an appointment with Snape today, but he wasn't in such a hurry. Snape just gave him time to come over today. Chapter 265, I'll remember Mr. Filch's contribution. August saw Snape and Lily floating in the air inside Snape's office. Snape was also a little surprised by the arrival of August at this point. He thought August would come to him at night. Why are you here at noon? August stretched out on the chair and rolled his eyes. Let's get down to business first. What's going on today? Hearing August's words, Snape's expression also became serious. What happened to that document? Not long ago, August gave Snape a document on how to give Squib spellcasting ability, and how to turn muggles into wizards. Ever since he obtained the task of ascending to a god, August has spent much time on this aspect. After all, this is related to his future to become a god, so he should not be careless. After talking with August, Nico also chose to support him. Over the past year, although there has been no breakthrough progress, he has accumulated a lot of experimental data. After recovering Snape, August also gave him a piece of experimental data based on the concept of making the best use of people. After all, Snape's achievements in potions were indeed extraordinary. Snape had been busy with Harry's business a while ago, and he didn't have time to look at these things until the first task was over. The sight of the document made him sweat. What does my student want to do? Not even the Dark Lord was as crazy as he was. And Lily also had the same idea. She had been staying with Snape these past few days, and naturally, she had seen all this. Professor, we are still too weak, so weak that only those who hide can survive. August said lightly, knowing that Snape would accomplish his task without explaining. But the relationship between himself and Snape is also a teacher and a friend, and it is worth August to spend some effort to convince each other. Snape did not speak but looked at the boy in front of him with a new look. He found that he never really understood what August was thinking. You want to start a war between wizards and muggles. August seems to be expressing dissatisfaction with the living environment of wizards, which is very similar to those of pureblood families. Still, they are dissatisfied with all non-pureblood wizards. And August's target is the muggles. No, Professor. According to muggle genetics, all wizards and muggles have the same ancestry. August shook his index finger, denying Snape's statement, I just want to have more friends and fewer enemies. Just imagine, if everyone became a wizard, it would be an extremely splendid magical civilization. The wizarding world has stagnated for many years and needs more fresh blood to progress. For the greater good, I need your help, Professor. Snape's eyes gradually deepened, and he knew that August wanted to be a changemaker who would rejuvenate the stagnant wizarding world. After a long time, he slowly sighed and said solemnly, I know. I will do my best to help you. August nodded with satisfaction. With the addition of this potion master, Nico's work will be much easier. If you have any questions, you can discuss them with Nicholas Flamel and ask him for any missing materials. If he doesn't have it, let me know, and I'll find a way for you. After saying this, he took out a small bottle from his pocket filled with blood. This is the blood of the squib. Nico and I agree that squib has a high research value. You can start from here and study how to improve the magic activity of the squib. Don't worry about the loss of materials. Come to me when you're finished. I still have a lot here. Snape looked at August strangely. Where did you get the blood from? August threw the bottle casually. Collected after entering school this semester. Mr. Filch has made a great contribution to our cause. Contribution? I'm afraid you force it. Secretly complaining, Snape remembered that Filch had come to him specifically to ask for some potions not long ago. Seeing his tired look, Snape thought it was because there were more students that the castle was more difficult to maintain. Turns out it was caused by August. After talking about it, August drinks the tea on the table and wants to leave but is stopped by Snape. Wait a minute. There's something else. Can you teach me how to make a body for Lily? August had suggested that he could help, but Snape rejected it, but he has only discovered it now, based on his own research. He doesn't know when Lily will be able to regain her body. In desperation, he had no choice but to beg August here. With a slight smile, August didn't say anything and twitched a memory with the tip of his wand. Put this in the Garden of Eden. There is a specific process in it. After saying that, he turned around and left the office. Snape collected his memory happily while Lily looked at him with some worry. Severus, are you really going to help him? She felt that what August had done was too dangerous. He would become an enemy of the entire magical world if he was not careful, and she didn't want Snape to go down the wrong path again because of her own reasons. He looked at Lily tenderly. Lily, I have no choice. When August handed Lily's soul to him, Snape had already decided that his life would be handed over to August. Don't say that he is doing some inhumane research. Even if he is asked to assassinate Dumbledore, he will do that. No, we can go to Dumbledore. He must be. Lily. Lily was interrupted by Snape before she could finish her words. Dumbledore is not omnipotent. When I asked him to protect you, he didn't do it. But he caused your death because he borrowed the invisibility cloak. Snape's tone was also raised a lot, and there was a hint of anger in his voice. Lily was silent, and she couldn't refute it either. Even if she is as kind as she can't let go. Why did Dumbledore take away the invisibility cloak at that time? Chapter 266, Chapter 266, I treat you as brother, but you want my little sister. When they joined the Order of the Phoenix, Lily and James both had the idea of fighting against Voldemort with Dumbledore. But in this process, Dumbledore never shot, and no one knew what he was thinking. Reborn once, Lily also saw a lot. As long as Harry was alive and well, she cared about Snape. And Snape knew Lily was worried about him and was very happy. He quickly comforted. Lily, August's power is far more than what you see. Because of some contracts, I can't reveal more information to you. But you have to believe me. August is definitely more terrible than Voldemort and Dumbledore. If you think about Harry's relationship with him, we can only be on his side. With Harry's trust in August, even Dumbledore is inferior. After listening to Snape's analysis, Lily also understood that some things were already doomed. News of the Yule Ball seems to have brought spring throughout the castle. In the corridor, boys and girls old enough will always glance at each other involuntarily. Boys want a beautiful dance partner, and girls want a handsome boys. Champions like Harry and Cedric became sweet treats. On the corridor, many girls Harry didn't even know would boldly invite him, but he declined all of them. Ron's eyes were red with envy. He still had no suitable dance partner, and others had picked the girl he liked. Why do these girls have to act in groups? Do they have to go to the bathroom together too? In the Great Hall, Ron complained angrily to Harry and Neville. How about you knock one out and take one away? That way, you'll have a chance to ask their opinions individually. Neville tentatively proposed a method. At this time, Ginny came to Harry's side with a blushing face and said to Harry under Ron's fierce eyes. Harry, are you going to the dance with me? I hear you don't have a dance partner yet. Harry was also a little surprised to hear Ginny's invitation, but Ginny was one of his few female friends. Dancing with her is better than dancing with a bunch of girls he doesn't know. Thinking of this, he also smiled and agreed, and then the two made an appointment to practice in advance. And after Ginny left, Ron grabbed Harry's neck like crazy. Harry, I think you are a brother, but you want to soak my sister. Harry was choked out of breath, his eyes rolled, unsure if he was choked up because of Ron's words. Which eye do you look me soaking at Ginny? Ginny is soaking me, okay. Who is going to soak our sister? George and Fred jumped out of nowhere and startling Ron. Harry also took the opportunity to escape from the clutches. It's Harry. Ginny just came over and invited him to Yule Ball. Ron's complaint did not make the twins angry. Instead, their eyes lit up, and they pat Harry on the shoulder with relief. Boy, you have a good eye. Our Weasley family girl is a good one. I wanted to introduce it to August, but he didn't seem to mean it. Ron rolled his eyes and knew he couldn't count on these two prankers. Harry was also taken aback. He just wants to dance with Ginny. He hurriedly changed the subject. How are you? Have you found a dance partner? Hearing Harry's question, the twins looked at each other and snorted. Who do you think we are? For something as simple as a dance partner, we've already found it. Harry was a little curious. Who is it? The two spoke in unison. Angelina. It was Harry's turn to wonder why both of them said Angelina was their dance partner. Did Angelina learn some kind of spell to be two? Fred smiled like a fox. I'll dance with Angelina in the first half and then switch to George when I get a chance. The three of them were dumbfounded. How could such an operation be possible? Aren't they afraid of being beaten to death by Angelina? Angelina wasn't the kind of weak girl. She could twist their skulls off if she were told that the twins were doing this. Don't worry. Nobody but August can tell the difference between the two of us. George said confidently, not taking Harry's worries to heart at all. No. I have to be first. I told August first. No, it should be me. I was the first to invite Angelina. In the Ravenclaw common room, August sat shivering in the corner, watching Hermione and Cho's gunpowder-smelling conversation. He didn't dare to interrupt. The two had been arguing over the first to dance with August after Fleur. Hermione almost couldn't get into Ravenclaw's common room just now, and August used his authority to bring her in. Fortunately, Fleur, as a champion, did not have to contend with them. Otherwise, it would be a three-directions confrontation at this moment. Luna, look at them and let me know if there is a fight. I'll leave first. She whispered to Luna, sitting obediently beside her, and August slipped out quietly. In fact, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. At least the worst that he expected did not happen. It is not appropriate for him to favor anyone in this matter, and he can only let them solve it alone. Walking out of the common room, August found that he had nothing to do, so he was bored and went to the library to read some wizard's travel notes. Although there is no useful knowledge, the fun is still good. Along the way, August found many more couples at Hogwarts, and there were even Hogwarts little wizards and other schools together. It's fast enough. Shavana, can you go to the dance with me? A boy in Ilvermorny uniform pleaded affectionately to a Hufflepuff girl. Looking at the boy with his face full of pits and seeing August passing by, the girl rejected with disgust. No, if you're half as handsome as August, I'll promise you. The boy also saw August passing by and said with grief and indignation. If I to be half handsome like him, I won't come to you, Shavana. And after listening to all of their conversations, August stumbled. Good guy, these two are talents. Chapter 267, Violet. It has been more than a month since the students and teachers from the three schools came to Hogwarts, and they are gradually getting used to life here. In addition to the Triwizard Tournament's qualified champions, many young wizards also came from several schools to conduct school exchanges and gain knowledge. However, most of the little wizards who came were 5th graders and above. The reason for this is also because the students in the lower grades can't learn anything even if they come, so they should have a good class in the school. Teachers from several other schools have recently started mixed classes. August also took the time to listen to a few words and found that his level was not as good as several professors at Hogwarts, so he stopped going. In the beginning, August also had expectations for Durmstrang's professor. He wanted to see if they would teach some knowledge about dark arts. After all, Durmstrang is famous for teaching dark arts. Unfortunately, this professor seems to be a little bit reluctant to let go. The scale in the classroom is not as big as Sirius, and he will only teach according to the textbook. August also lost interest. A few days ago, Dumbledore found August and hoped he would give an open class. This class, regardless of age or school, can be heard by interested students. The content of the course is alchemy. As an alchemist master in the wizarding world, August's level has long surpassed the alchemy professor at Hogwarts. This proposal was also proposed by the other party. It is not easy to hear a lecture from an alchemist master, and the professor would not miss such a good opportunity. And August thought about it for a while and agreed to Dumbledore's request. It just so happened that he had something he wanted to promote. Due to the large number of people, August also set up the class in the Great Hall, then expanded the space for other classrooms. This afternoon is the time for class. After lunch, almost everyone did not leave the Great Hall, waiting for August to arrive. They are still looking forward to today's class. Alchemy is a high-end technology even in the wizarding world. Therefore, in many people's eyes, alchemy is synonymous with mystery and high-end. Many people wondered what August would say in the open class and whether they would understand. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Professor McGonagall waved his wand and changed the arrangement of the Great Hall. Placing all the tables and chairs horizontally gave everyone a better view. A giant blackboard was also temporarily placed in front of the Great Hall for August's use. Cassandra sat in the front row, looking expectant. In this world, as the largest supplier of broomsticks and potions in America country, Cassandra's family naturally became an alchemist family. Alchemy is a necessary technique for making broomsticks. Since Cassandra was a child, she has received knowledge of alchemy and knows its difficulty. She believes that no one understands alchemy better than her peers. The appearance of August shattered her pride. Today, she should look at how August can come this far. When Professor McGonagall had done all this, August came in from the side door of the Great Hall. Today's August is also extraordinarily handsome. To meet the status of a teacher for one day, he deliberately chose a black suit. The whole person seemed to be a lot more mature, and many little witches had tears flowing from the corners of their mouths. But the most eye-catching is not August, but a young girl behind him. The girl had a beautiful face, her long soft golden hair was twisted into a bun, tied with a crimson ribbon, and she wore a snow-white dress and a Prussian blue jacket. The girl's delicate face showed a very serious expression, holding a cardboard box and following behind August step by step. The little wizards in the audience talked a lot. They had never seen this girl before, and she was not a Hogwarts student because of her age. Could it be a new professor? Violet, just put things here. August pointed to the desk in front of him, and the girl nodded immediately. Okay, master. Putting the cardboard box on the table, Violet hurriedly stood beside August again. August looked at everyone with a smile, added an amplifying charm, and started today's class. I am honored that so many people will be interested in my class. I thought that such a boring subject as alchemy would have few people coming to listen. After all, this delays your precious appointment time. There was a burst of laughter from the audience, and it was obvious that August had recently said the main theme in the castle was love. A girl from Ilvermorny stood up and shouted loudly. Mr. Gaunt, I will come no matter what you say. I am here to see you. The students' laughter grew louder, and there were not a few little wizards with this idea. This school exchange made August many fans from other schools. Cassandra frowned slightly and glanced at the girl with displeased. Are these people here to listen to the class or to make trouble? August didn't care about the girl's boldness and said easily. Don't worry. Even if you came to see me, I would make your trip worthwhile. Immediately afterward, he pointed at Violet and said to everyone. I saw many people curious about Violet's identity, so I will introduce it to you. This is Violet Evergarden, the auto-memories doll I made and my main research assistant now. She will also show you the attractiveness of alchemy in today's class. Violet nodded stiffly as if trying to squeeze out a smile, but unfortunately, she failed in the end. But everyone didn't care but sent warm applause instead. Some wizards looked at August enviously, knowing alchemy was good and had such a beautiful assistant. They want one too. The corners of August's mouth twitched, and his heart was also very proud. Violet is his carefully polished work and can be said to be his pinnacle. Ever since putting the minions on Nico's side, August has wanted to prepare a new alchemy creature for himself. After seeing that Kevin and the others made a mess of Nico's house, he also gave up his plan to make a few more minions. Several backup candidates were chosen, and August struggled between choosing Ganyu, Klee, and Violet. Then he decided on the auto-memories doll named Violet. To make Violet, August also spent countless precious materials. Also, he used several kinds of dark arts to give Violet a real body of flesh and blood. It can be said that this is no longer an alchemy creature, but a real Violet created by August. However, to avoid causing a bigger sensation, he would only say that Violet was just a doll when he introduced it to the outside world. Pulling his thoughts back to reality, August asked the first question. What is alchemy? Hermione and Cassandra raised their hands simultaneously, and August chose Hermione decisively. I will earn Hermione's wrath for a while if I choose Cassandra. Alchemy was a branch of magic and an ancient science concerned with studying the composition, structure, and magical properties of the four basic elements and the transmutation of substances. It was thus intimately connected with potion making, chemistry, and transformation magic. Alchemy is also concerned with philosophy. One interpretation of alchemical literature, which was known to be dominated by mystical and metaphysical speculation, was that the study of alchemy was symbolic of a spiritual journey, leading the alchemist from ignorance, base metal, to enlightenment, gold. Hermione answered August's question perfectly, looking at him with praise. Perfect. 10 points for Gryffindor. Thumbs up to Hermione. August looked at Professor McGonagall, sitting on the side. Professor, should I have this right? Professor McGonagall nodded with a smile. Signal Hermione to sit down. August opened the box, took out a few items, and showed them to everyone. Necklace, quill, flow powder, and a teapot. This necklace is a protective object made by me, which can resist dozens of spells in a row. Some wizards from pureblood families opened their mouths in surprise. They had never seen such a powerful magical object. The function of this quill is to make the holder's mind more agile and focused. August raised his quill, and Harry was jealous. With this thing, can his homework speed be improved a lot? He decided to go to August to buy 2 after class and give 1 to Ron. As for flow powder and portkey, I won't introduce them too much. Most of you have come into contact with them. August pointed to these 4 magical objects. In fact, these items contain the existence of alchemy, so alchemy is not out of reach. It has been popularized in our daily life. There are many other examples. Broomsticks, Quidditch ball, and even your wand can be considered magical objects. However, the content of my class today is not to teach you how to make a qualified magical object but to introduce you to some of the most basic. Enchanting. Chapter 268, Chapter 268, Magic Web. On the podium, August talked eloquently, and the little wizards and professors below also listened with great interest. Enchanting, as the name suggests, is to fix the right spells or the rune on the right material. With August's introduction, Violet faithfully recorded every word he said on the blackboard, which was convenient for the little wizard to take notes. For example, this necklace has 3 runes written on it: guardianship, storage, and induction. At this time, a Ravenclaw 7th grader raised his hand to indicate a problem, and August asked him to stand up. August, why don't you directly enchant a shield charm on the necklace but choose a more complicated rune? His question has won the approval of many young wizards. Many people in the study of ancient runes have not cared much now because it overlaps with the spell they know. Naturally, the little wizards will choose simpler methods to achieve their goals. August expected it long ago, took out an identical necklace, and sent it to the boy's hand with a levitation charm. Now you can attach a shield charm to it and see the effect. Then the boy followed his instructions and successfully enchanted a shield charm on the necklace. August hit the boy with a spell, and the shield charm on the necklace was activated, successfully resisting the spell. When the boy was happy, August said, "What's next?" "Your shield charm has been consumed. Do you need to enchant it again next time you use it?" The boy was startled. If he had to recreate it every time he used it, why didn't he cast the shield spell on himself directly? August ignored him and continued to say to everyone, "This is the difference between a rune and a spell. A spell is a one-time function, and a rune can take effect until the object is damaged. So, students determined to develop on the path of alchemy must learn runes well." Cassandra looked at August, who dissected alchemy in simple terms. Although she is proud of herself, there is a surge of admiration in her heart. Although it is the most basic knowledge, August's penetrating explanation has benefited her greatly. After briefly introducing the importance of runes and some ideas when making an object, August enters the following content. Next, it's time for the demonstration. I will let Violet make a magical object on the spot. What do you want to see? Time is limited, so let's not talk about some more complicated ones. The students in the audience were talking a lot, and for a while, they really didn't know what was the most suitable. It was Colin who stood up first and looked at him admiringly. August, can you make an air conditioner? The bedroom at Hogwarts is too cold in winter. The little wizard, who was born into a wizarding family, was dazed. Air conditioner, what is that? August thought about it for a while and felt that Colin's idea was good. The materials he brought today were more than enough to make an air conditioner. Seeing so many people who don't know what an air conditioner is, he explained it again, and the little wizard suddenly realized. So is there such a convenient thing in the Muggle world? This thing is so much better than a stove. Then Violet took out a small piece of mithril and a few copper pieces from the suitcase. August also explained his reasons for choosing the material. Mithril is the best material for drawing runes. It has strong magic conductivity, and copper is the main body of the air conditioner because copper has good thermal conductivity and heat dissipation. Incendio. Violet pointed at the copper block, flames appeared out of thin air, and scorching waves swept the entire great hall. The pupils of several professors shrank suddenly. What a strong fire-making spell. Seeing the copper melting at an extremely fast speed, they were also secretly frightened. Using their strength to use such a powerful fire-making spell is very difficult, and it was so simple for this auto-memories doll to do it. Even Dumbledore gave August a deep look, his eyes flickering, not knowing what he was thinking. Violet quickly melted the copper block and made it into the shape of an air conditioner from the Muggle world. August looked at her with satisfaction. His efforts were not in vain. Violet was not only a caring assistant but also had a good fighting ability. It was estimated that Snape would have a hard time fighting her. After dispersing the flames, Violet used the freezing spell to cool down again and completed her work, waiting for August's instructions. August did not start the next step directly but through another question. First, we need to figure out what kind of rune can achieve the effect we want. Soon, some students gave their own answers. The temperature spell. No, the temperature spell can only fix a temperature and cannot be adjusted. I still need a heating spell. A group of people is talking about each other, and there is no unified answer. August shook his head. The way of thinking of these students still did not change and interrupted their discussion. I said to think of runes. For example, the rune is very direct. Cold is cold. Hot is hot, there is no concept of temperature spell. While speaking, August used a wand to outline the two runes, and Violet also engraved these two runes on the mithril. Secondly, we need a modulating rune for changes in the temperature. Another rune is shown to everyone by August. Finally, we add a magic circuit that stores magic power, and this air conditioner is done. In this step, August did not let Violet make it on the spot because it was too time-consuming. He removed the previously made stock and put it on the desk to provide magic power. Why do I feel so simple? Is it enough for these few steps? A boy said to his companion, who rolled his eyes speechlessly. Your brain knows it, and what about your hands? The boy thought for a while, looked at Violet's incomparably precise carving technique, and breathed helplessly. Soon, a simple air conditioner was made, and August invited Colin to come on stage and let him experience it. Violet kindly left 2 arrows, and Colin used magic to stimulate them so that he could adjust the temperature. When the students felt the temperature change in the Great Hall, they sent warm applause. Through August's demonstration, they seemed to think that alchemy is not far away for them. They can make some simple magical objects as long as they work hard to learn a few runes and practice more. August gave this air conditioner to Colin, which made him almost jump with excitement. Under the envious eyes of his friends, he hugged the somewhat bulky air conditioner and returned to his seat. Today's class is ending, and I will introduce a piece of my new product to you at the last moment. Hearing August's words, everyone's eyes lit up. Violet handed August a transparent crystal tablet at the right time. The little wizards stretched their necks and stared at the crystal tablet curiously, guessing his role. August brushed the surface of the crystal with his hand, a cool flash of light and shadow flashed, and several icons appeared on the screen. This is the magic web I made, and it will change the lives of wizards in the future. Even change the world. Listening to his passionate words, everyone was even itchier. The development of the modern magical community has been stagnant for too long. Muggles' life is really changing with each passing day. When we still use owls to communicate, they can use a network to connect the whole world. No one spoke, and they couldn't refute what August said. Although they didn't know what a network was, many people knew about Muggles' phone, which was very convenient. For example, the Hogwarts Express and the camera were first invented by Muggles and then transformed by wizards and applied in daily life. August continued. And my magic web is designed according to Muggles' phones. It is a communication device for wizards. It can make the communication between wizards in the world more barrier-free. After speaking, he tapped a few times, and the calling interface appeared on the tablet. In a few seconds, Nico's figure appeared on the screen. The little wizards in other schools may not know Nicholas Flamel. Still, many Beauxbaton students are very familiar with this. Francis Pride and exclaimed. Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamel. The wizard who made the Philosopher's Stone. Shouldn't he be in France? Could this magic web really connect that far? And Nico was also greeted by August in advance, and he waved to the screen with a smile. Hello, everyone. I'm Nicholas Flamel. Oh, and you, Dumbledore, I haven't seen you for a long time. At this time, Dumbledore was also in a state of shock, and when he heard Nico's greeting, he recovered. The two chatted for a while, and August disconnected from Nico. Seeing Nicholas Flamel and Dumbledore talking face to face, all the students fell silent, and their mouths widened. Even Muggle-born wizards don't have phones like August's magic web and can make video calls. Suddenly, Professor Flitwick was the first to applaud, and the Great Hall was overwhelmed with applause. It's incredible. As Mr. Gaunt said, the world will change because of him. While applauding, Fontaine still sighed with emotion, and the other headmasters/headmistress looked at August in a complicated way. They know that today's events will affect the entire wizarding world, and even the sensation brought by alchemy creatures cannot be compared. Fleur and the others also admired August, their palms turning red from claps. After much effort, August made the whole Great Hall quiet again and made the final conclusion. The magic web is still in the preliminary research and development state, and many functions have not yet been realized. I will give each head of house 10 devices. If you want to experience it, you can apply to your own head of house. This is a huge project, and I can only contribute a negligible amount. I hope to see more people developing more functions on the magic web device. That kind of future will be more interesting. After speaking, August saluted and walked off the stage. Chapter 269, Chapter 269, Fruit Ninja. Under the envious eyes of other school professors, Violet packed up all the props and handed over 40 registration devices to several heads of houses. Also gave Dumbledore one. After finishing these matters, Violet also left the Great Hall. The departure of the two protagonists did not dampen everyone's enthusiasm. The little wizards at Hogwarts fixed their eyes on their head of house. They quickly took out 9 registration devices and asked the prefect to arrange the use order. As for the remaining one, they had to use it themselves. And the students of several other schools are very envious. Why is there no such a good person in my school? Fleur, why don't you ask Mr. Gaunt to give us magic web, too? A Beauxbatons girl held Fleur's arm and pleaded bitterly. Sitting in Fleur's arms, Gabriel said triumphantly. Yesterday, my brother-in-law gave one to my sister, and even Gabriel has one. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, Fleur knew she would suffer. Sure enough, Beauxbatons students all looked over, almost scaring Gabriel to tears. In desperation, Fleur could only contribute her device. The students of Ilvermorny and Beauxbatons came to the little Hogwarts wizard they were familiar with in the past few days, ready to follow along for a while. Only Dumbledore, holding his device, did not say a word, and his eyes flickered. It didn't take long for the students to start playing, and there were always people around each student holding the device. According to the instructions, they entered their magic into the device and registered an account. Looking at the few options on the desktop, as the first batch of lucky ones, Harry casually clicked on a watermelon icon. Swipe your finger across the screen, cut fruit, get points. This is the magical version of Fruit Ninja made by August to pass the time for Violet and Nagini. Later, he felt that maybe some small games could stimulate the enthusiasm of the little wizards for the device, so he installed them all. He also studied a lot of classic games like Angry Birds and Temple Run. It didn't take long for Harry to get used to it proficiently. Seeing how much fun he played, the other lucky ones also tried the same way. To increase the fun, August even researched the ranking function. His high score of 149 had already passed Fred, so Harry happily prepared to start the next game, 5 points away from passing another Slytherin student. At this time, Angelina snatched the device. Harry, 10 minutes are up. Now it's my turn. After speaking, she couldn't wait to slide her fingers. Harry opened his mouth and wanted to play another game. Still, looking at Angelina's obsessed look, she probably wouldn't care about him. Because of everyone's enthusiasm for the magic web device, dinner time was greatly delayed. Professor McGonagall couldn't stand it anymore, forcing the prefects to take the device back, which made the little wizards realize they were hungry. During the dinner, everyone was still enthusiastically discussing the fun of the device. Especially those students who had the honor to experience it just now, which became the focus of everyone. Fred and George shared their Fruit Ninja experience with great enthusiasm. Angelina was still waving a knife and fork while eating as if there were a bunch of invisible fruits in the void. Ravenclaw's little wizards are more concerned with the library function, and August has added hundreds of books to it, which allows them to see more books in less time. The most important thing is not to worry about the librarian, Madame Pants. August's little girlfriends have also become sweet pastries, and countless people want to buy a device through them, and the price is not a problem. It's a pity that Cho and the others disagreed because August didn't nod. They just said that they would ask him when they went back. When they told August what these people wanted, he refused. I don't have any plans to sell it yet. Every device is made hard by Violet. I don't want her to do these meaningless things every day. When Violet heard August say this, she quickly retorted. Master, I'm fine. Anyway, I don't have many things every day, so it's good to be able to help you a little bit. Rubbing Violet's soft hair, August said amusingly. How many can you make a day by yourself? Don't worry. I will have a solution when the time comes. The next day, the news that August would not sell the device was also spread by Cho and the others. The little wizards were very sorry, but they could do nothing. Can't put a knife around August's neck and force him to sell one to himself. Therefore, everyone cherishes the time to use the device. Although the professors felt that everyone was a little discouraged, there were only a few dozen devices. They didn't have a big impact and didn't say anything. Moreover, in the past few days, they found that they couldn't live without this device because it was so convenient. In the past, professors still needed to carry a large stack of books and lesson plans to the classroom. Still, they only need to hold a device, and all the information can be recorded. In addition, the forum function has also made several professors fond of it. A Transfiguration Master commented on a paper published by Professor McGonagall on the vanishing spell, and the two discussed it for a long time. In addition to Nico, August also sent some devices to the old friends of the Wizengamot wizards. Although the number is small, these people include most of the elites of the wizarding world. These old pedants can discuss with like-minded friends without leaving home. They can also greatly help August promote the device in the future. This trend continued until Friday when Dumbledore couldn't sit still at this day's dinner and stand up. Chapter 270, My father-in-law knows how to play. Halfway through supper, Dumbledore stood up suddenly and said to the crowd, "I'm sorry to interrupt your wonderful mealtime, but I must explain some of the next things while you still have attention." Everyone stopped their movements, turned to look at Dumbledore, and waited for his following words. "I know," said Dumbledore. "Mr. Gaunt's magic web is an epic-making product, but I would like to say that the second task of the Triwizard Tournament is coming up on Sunday night." Several champions were stunned for a moment. Yes, they still have tournaments to play. Not to mention them, even the other little wizards and professors are a little embarrassed. They have all forgotten about this. Several professors are addicted to the forum function, and the students are looking forward to when they will be able to experience the magic web. For a while, the Great Hall fell into a strange silence. In the end, Dumbledore broke the eerie atmosphere and announced a decision with a smile. "Starting tomorrow, I will ask all professors to take back the devices so our champions can better focus on the tournament. You can still ask the head of house to apply if you are interested after the game." Snape frowned and glanced at August, who looked as usual. He felt that Dumbledore's actions were a bit aimed at August. In fact, not only he but some other professors and bright students also felt this way, but they quickly put this idea behind them. August is the pride of Hogwarts. Dumbledore has nothing to do with him. They must have overthought. After talking about the device, Dumbledore introduced the arrangement of the second task. Because of the second task, there will be no Quidditch for next week, and the next round of Quidditch will take place on the first weekend of February. There are only 2 Quidditch matches now, Hogwarts against Beauxbatons and Durmstrang against Ilvermorny. In the match between Durmstrang and Ilvermorny, Cassandra performed brightly as a seeker. But there is still a big gap in overall strength, and Krumm's presence makes other Durmstrang players better. In the end, they won 300-110. Cassandra is not discouraged by this, she has done everything she can, and it is not her problem to lose. Dumbledore took out a box and placed it where the goblet of fire had been. "Please come forward, champions, and draw your opponents." Harry and a few people walked over, adhering to the traditional virtues of women first. They let Fleur, Brittany, another Beauxbaton champion, and Cassandra draw first. The lottery process was quick, and it didn't take long for everyone to get their numbers. Just listen to Dumbledore's announcement. The champion who draws 2 adjacent numbers is Sunday's battle combination, such as number 1 and number 2, number 3 and number 4. "I'm number 6. Fleur raised the note in her hand. "Which of you got number 5? Krumm raised his hand, looked at Fleur with a solemn expression, and said suddenly, "Professor, you can't use magical objects or accept help from others during a duel, right?" Karkaroff nodded when he heard the words and knew what Krumm was worried about. "Rest assured, Victor. In a duel, wizards can only fight with their own strength, and no outside factors may interfere with the game." After speaking, he deliberately glanced at August, who was sitting there. Fleur snorted softly and expressed disdain for the two. She didn't need August's help. She has to rely on her own efforts to win the tournament. Harry looked at the 1 in his hand and looked around for his opponent, but he accidentally saw the 2 in Cedric's hand. Both of them were silent. So many champions, but why would the 2 meet as soon as they came up? Cedric held out his hand to Harry. "Harry, I'm going to try my best this time." Harry nodded, reached out, and shook hands with Cedric. "I'll do my best too." For a time, the 2 had some warm-blooded sight. The other champions also found their opponents one after another, and the final confrontation is as follows. Ford versus Brittany. Cassandra versus Fabian. Fleur versus Krumm. Harry versus Cedric. The little wizards at the long table were also boiling after seeing the match information, especially the students of Hufflepuff. After the first game, although they had forgiven Harry in their hearts, they still believed that Cedric was the true champion. Now they finally have the chance to prove it. Recording everyone's information, Dumbledore walked out of the Great Hall after announcing 8 o'clock on Sunday night as game time. In the Ravenclaw common room, August was holding Luna, and the two watched the latest issue of the Quibbler, which introduced a creature imagined by Mr. Lovegood. A worm that grows on the dung of dragons, named Vulcan by Mr. Lovegood. But August's mind wasn't on this outrageous hoax. He feels. Luna has put on a lot of weight lately. But this is good. Luna was too thin in the past, and now it is normal to be a little fatter. By the way, how is your mother doing recently? August suddenly remembered Mrs. Lovegood, wondering if she was still comfortable with the body. Luna blinked and said, "It's good, but it's a pity that my mother can't study spells anymore. Now she is writing a magazine with my father every day. When August makes the body, he allows her to use spells, but she can only use the spell August engraves with the runes. And Mrs. Lovegood is a spell lover, often researching strange spells and eventually killing herself." After thinking about it, August said, "You can ask her what kind of spell she wants to learn, and I can tell her how to draw the rune and let her transform it by herself." Luna nodded, and then she thought of something again. Blushing a little, she whispered, "Dad asked me to ask you if my mother can still give birth to a sister." August was stunned. If he remembered correctly, although Mrs. Lovegood's body was no different from ordinary people's in appearance, the main skeleton was still made of special metal. My father-in-law knows how to play. Chapter 271, Chapter 271, Dumbledore is old. Luna, you go back and tell Mr. Lovegood that it is impossible to hold a daughter, but it will be possible to hold a grandson in a few years. Hearing August says this, Luna's face turned even redder, but she didn't refute it. Instead, she nodded slightly. At this time, Cho came over with a device. "George and Fred asked me to ask you what the odds are going to be for the day after tomorrow." "That's right. The Weasley twins will make trouble again. It seems that the last duel between Lupin and Snape makes them get a lot of galleons. In the second task of the Triwizard Tournament, they opened another set. However, they are a little unclear about the strength of these champions, and they need August's help to come up with an idea." August thought for a moment, then said, "Harry's odds are a little lower, Fleur and Cassandra are also a little lower, and the others are free. Just go with what they feel. You think Harry will win? But I think he's weak." Luna, sitting in August's arms, was a little puzzled. When August tutored them, Harry and Ron were always the worst too. August rolled his eyes. "That's because you guys are too strong. Harry's level is already good. At least one Cedric is no problem." After August's training, several little witches have completely surpassed the scope of students, and they have a high chance of passing the Auror exam. Immediately, he remembered something and said to Cho, "Don't let Sirius and Snape bet, or they'll lose." Snape. Cho was a little puzzled. She could understand about Sirius because he would definitely be set on Harry, but why did August say that Snape couldn't either? Didn't Snape hate Harry the most? August naturally understood Cho's doubts, but he didn't explain that Snape wouldn't set Harry to win, but Lily would. As far as Snape's temperament is concerned, it is estimated that he can hold thousands of galleons for Lily's sake, and the twins will have nowhere to cry. However, then he was a little confused. "Isn't the device taken away by Professor McGonagall, and how did Fred contact you?" Cho handed the device to August. "They borrowed Hermione's device." August took it over, pondered in his heart, told the twins the odds he agreed with, and warned them to act small, play too carefully, and not lose. Suddenly, his own device beeped twice, and he took it out to see that it was Snape's message about meeting him tomorrow. August didn't think much about it, and after a while, he put it away. The next afternoon, August came to Snape's office as scheduled. At this time, Snape was holding the device, and Lily behind him was looking at a potion paper with a smile that had never appeared on his face before. Having experienced the departure of his lover, the parting of life and death, Snape discovered that dark arts and ambition are not important. However, after August came in, his good mood was destroyed in an instant. Think of it, Snape, a potent master, a Death Eater, then being tricked by Dumbledore into being a spy. Now there is another mastermind behind it. Snape has now determined that August is the biggest behind the scenes. He already knew of Bellatrix's escape, the change of Nocturne Alley, and Crouch's refuge. These are all related to the laughing harmless little wizard in front of him. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Feeling Snape's strange gaze, August tilted his head. "Is there something wrong with him today?" "It's nothing." Snape made a fool of himself, but August didn't care and sat directly opposite him. "You came to me for Dumbledore's business." August got straight to the point. He had already guessed Snape's purpose. "That's right," Snape said. "Dumbledore noticed that I had changed a bit, and he talked to me once, but I temporarily put it off by using the Garden of Eden." Speaking of which, Snape himself was a little embarrassed. After all, the most important thing in the spy business was to hide his thoughts, and he was already exposed by doing so. It's just that Dumbledore believed him more, and he didn't know there was a way to come back to life in the world, so he didn't think deeply about it. August complained in his heart. "Do you call it a big change?" You are a completely different person. Snape, who didn't know August's mental activity, continued. I think you should have seen it at yesterday's dinner. Dumbledore's actions were obviously aimed at you. What did you do to expose it? August. Was he like this in Snape's mind? Not doing things or on the way to doing things. Looking at Snape's determined eyes, August still won't humiliate himself. With a sigh, August said helplessly. Don't worry. I've been doing my research recently and haven't made any trouble. Don't you think the magical community has been very peaceful recently? Seeing that this kind of persuasion was not enough, August explained again. Dumbledore was only scared by the magic web. Snape didn't understand why Dumbledore would be so afraid of the magic web device. Although it was an epoch-making invention, there was no trace of dark arts. At this moment, Lily, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke up. Perhaps August, your movements are too big. Professor Dumbledore doesn't want this kind of uncontrollable thing to happen. August nodded and glanced at Snape with disgust. Look at how fast Lily's mind is spinning. Why don't you understand now? Lily was right, Dumbledore was old, and his heart was gradually rotten. In his opinion, taking down Voldemort and restoring peace to the world is the best. August's magic web device is too involved. What will happen when all the wizards in the world can communicate quickly and without barriers? There is no doubt that it is changed. August will completely change the environment of the wizards, and they will go into the unknown. Even Dumbledore does not know whether it is good or bad. So to be safe, he decided to curb the development of this momentum, at least during his lifetime. He didn't want the wizarding world to go in a direction he couldn't control. Chapter 272, Chapter 272, I want to create an era. Dumbledore was also ambitious when he was young. He and his good friend Grindelwald were confident in trying to change the entire wizarding world. The phrase, for the greater good, was first uttered by Dumbledore when he was young. Unfortunately, Ariana's death made Dumbledore disheartened, and he parted ways with Grindelwald. Before August, Grindelwald brought such a big change to the wizarding world. He brought the wizards' hatred of muggles to its peak. If not at the end, when Newt and Dumbledore denied Grindelwald's conspiracy to use the Qilin to be elected the supreme mugwump. It is estimated that the war between the wizarding and muggle world has already started. Because of this, Dumbledore deeply knew how much a genius, a wizard with great influence, would impact the world. In Dumbledore's eyes, August is even more terrifying than Grindelwald. After a while, Snape figured everything out and looked at August with complicated eyes. So, you're going to deal with Dumbledore. His heart was full of mixed feelings, although Dumbledore took advantage of him and failed to fulfill his promise, causing Lily to lose her life. But Snape also admitted in his heart that Dumbledore was a good headmaster and a qualified elder. He successfully exonerated himself and made himself the head of House Slytherin. No, Professor, I won't go to war with Headmaster Dumbledore. After all, I respect him too. August's words made Snape stunned. If he didn't deal with Dumbledore, could August admit defeat? I saw August continue. Headmaster and I have different ideas, and I don't have to turn against him for this trivial matter. Snape couldn't help it. Are you going to give up the magic web? No. August said firmly, and a pounding actually flashed from him, making Snape secretly startled. I will never give up the magic web device. This is the top priority. He continued. Not only will I not give up, but I also need you to help me promote it using your potions master's connections. I want everyone to know the existence of the magic web and use it. Don't worry. August comforted Snape. Dumbledore doesn't want to push me to the opposite side completely. After all, there is still a Voldemort waiting for him. Snape nodded blankly. He didn't know why August cared so much about a plaything, but he could only do it for August's sake. Next, August and Snape chatted about some details and left so as not to disturb the two-person world between Snape and Lily. On the way back to the dorm, August met the twins sneakily standing behind a door, tiptoeing through the small window and poking their heads. Hey! The twins were taken aback, and after seeing August, they were relieved and complained. Frightening. August, are you trying to scare us to death and take full control of the Weasley joke shop? Hearing that the two didn't forget to be funny this time, August couldn't help but laugh. I've been standing behind you for a long time. What are you looking at, so fascinated? Hearing August's doubts, Fred was excited and gave up his position. August looked over curiously and saw that Ginny was holding Harry in the classroom, their bodies were huddled together, and their heads were shaking wildly. Man, so exciting. Who took the initiative? August asked enthusiastically. George, on the side, didn't look at him and replied directly. It's Ginny. Fred and I saw her pulling Harry into this classroom, and we both followed. The next thing is about the same as what you saw. It's been almost 10 minutes. August couldn't help but be stunned. 10 minutes, wouldn't these two lack oxygen? Suddenly, George may have been looking too deeply and accidentally pressed his hand on the handle. The door was pushed open by him. Ginny and Harry, who were kissing passionately, were startled and hurriedly looked at the door. Then, they saw August and George still holding the door handle, staring at them blankly. There is also a Fred, who is poking his head behind him. Ginny and Harry were stunned, and the atmosphere was so awkward. Seeing that the situation was not good, August slipped out first. He didn't run a few steps when he heard Ginny's heart-wrenching shout from the classroom. George. Fred. I'm going to tell Mommy. August got into the suitcase when he was already in the bedroom, feeling the world was worsening. Master. Master. Violet and Nagini looked at him with delight, and August nodded to them with a smile and reached out to touch Violet's soft blonde hair. I want to send you to do something. Will you do it? I will. The two girls said respectfully. August nodded in satisfaction, then took out a list and handed it to Violet. I'll ask Fury to send you to Arya in a while, and you tell her to spare effort to collect the above materials with as little movement as possible. Violet and Nagini looked at the list's contents and couldn't help but widen their eyes. So many. Almost all kinds of metals and materials listed on the list are not particularly precious, but the amount is huge. The more, the better. Don't be stingy about spending the galleons. If it's not enough, I'll ask Nico for some first. Hearing that August was so serious, the two didn't dare to be careless and nodded hurriedly. Although they don't know the use of August's request for so many materials, August's order is the truth for the two. Kree. Fury, accompanied by the firelight, appeared in front of them and rubbed August's cheek affectionately. Reaching out and teasing Fury twice, August asked Fury to take the two girls away. What exactly do you want to do? There was a wave of soul fluctuations from Rowena, and August's movements in the past few days have rendered her incomprehensible. She doesn't understand what it means. August chuckled, turned around, and walked back to the villa, leaving a shocking sentence. I want to create an era that belongs to the magic web. Rowena did not follow in August's footsteps but stopped in thought. Magic web, what is that? What does it have to do with the magic web? Chapter 273, Chapter 273, The Arcane Legacy of the Lord of Endless Glory. Lying on the soft bed, August reviewed his plans and arrangements and found nothing wrong with being relieved. Why is he acting so big lately? It all started with the diamond reward he drew not long ago. Name, Arcane Legacy of the Lord of Endless Glory, Remnant. Quality, Diamond. Introduction, this is a partial inheritance from a great powerhouse from the Forgotten Realms universe. The introduction is very simple, but August is surprised after accepting the inheritance. This is definitely the best reward he has ever drawn. The Lord of Endless Glory is an extremely powerful man from Faerun. He is not a god but an arcane master. However, his mighty power is not comparable to that of ordinary gods. In Faerun continent, there are countless races, humans, orcs, elves, goblins. On top of it, countless gods have left miracles on Faerun continent, and living beings believe in gods, and gods provide shelter. However, such a group of people don't believe in ghosts and gods but only in themselves. They believe that with the power of arcane magic, they can match or even surpass gods. Such people are called arcanists. The Lord of Endless Glory is one of them, and his real name has been forgotten in the long river of history. In fact, there was a god of light on Faerun's continent, and he was very powerful. The holy sea of light he formed was also one of the top sects in the continent at that time. As mad believers of the god of light, they are naturally very unhappy with the arcanist who recklessly uses the power of light like the Lord of Endless Glory. So the Pope at that time brought many people to kill him, many legendary and even demigods. But it was such a powerful lineup, but after encountering the Lord of Endless Glory, it was completely wiped out. The god of light was furious, and he came to the world to find the Lord of Endless Glory to settle accounts. A shocking battle broke out between the two sides. The final result was unknown, but the Lord of Endless Glory did leave safely. The news of this battle quickly spread throughout the Faerun continent and the major subordinate planes. The name of the Lord of Endless Glory is also well known by the world, and everyone knows that this is a strongman who can compete with the gods. And what August got is the inheritance of this big man, of course, not all of it. August has obtained only part of the knowledge below the demigod level, and most of the arcane magic is missing. But this did not affect August's joy at all because the most helpful part of it was perfectly preserved. The construction of the Mage Tower and the magic web complement each other. Among them, the Mage Tower is named Tower of Glory, the proud work of the Lord of Endless Glory. According to the introduction, even the legendary powerhouse can fight against the demigods as long as you are in the Mage Tower. Of course, August doesn't have many materials to build a complete Tower of Glory. He can only make a poor version first. But even the poor version of the Tower of Glory can give August a stable base. When the Tower of Glory is upgraded to the full version in the later stage, After rooting the Mage Tower in the source of the world according to the secret technique, August can transform the Harry Potter world into his own unique plane. It is recorded in the Inheritance that the Lord of Endless Glory did just that. He took a subsidiary plane as his own and rooted his Mage Tower there. Although he is not a god, the plane is already equivalent to his kingdom of God, and even gods will no longer provoke him there. In this process, the magic web also played a key role. What is the magic web? In Faerun, the ley line is a network that transmits arcane energy and magical power. This kind of network was created by the goddess of magic, Mystra. Before the establishment of the magic web, all mages cast spells with great risk because they have difficulty controlling the power of their magic. If you are not careful, you will hurt yourself and others. After creating the magic web, all spellcasters can build a spell model through the magic web and display magic with controllable power. Of course, August doesn't have the means of reaching the sky like the goddess of magic. What he has to do is to ensure the most basic function of the magic web, the stable transmission of magic power. This is enough. August's plan is to harvest the magic power of all wizards through the magic web device to store energy for the Tower of Glory. Whenever you use a magic web device, you have to provide it with magic power, which is equivalent to electricity in the Muggle world. When the wizard supplies power to the magic web device, August will draw a part of the magic power into the Tower of Glory through the magic web. This fee is called the network fee. The magic power consumption of the magic web device is very low. Even some small wizards in the school can use it for several hours before running out of magic power. This does not have a big impact on the wizard. Anyway, the magic power will be automatically restored. And when the number of wizards using the magic web goes up, it will be a considerable number. If he goes one step further and August completes his plan for the entire world, then the whole world will become his power plant. Build the magic web, popularize the magic web, integrate the Tower of Glory with the world, and establish your own based kingdom of God. Just thinking about it makes August's heart skip a beat. This is also why he has recently made big moves frequently. The magic web device is the most important part of his road to clearing the task. He has already designed a factory for the production of magic web devices based on the inheritance of the Lord of Endless Glory. He only needs to wait for Arya to collect the materials before making them. According to his estimation, his factory is almost finished after the Triwizard Tournament, and then he can expand wildly. However, Dumbledore shouldn't be able to sit still. August whispered to himself. Although he did not want to be an enemy of Dumbledore, this was not something he could control. Whether it is the popularity of the magic web device or his extraordinary plan for the whole people, these are all unacceptable to Dumbledore. We will inevitably go against each other. But he soon found a way to deal with it. One Dark Lord might not be enough for Dumbledore, so how about another? I don't know what kind of expression Dumbledore will have when he sees his good friends walking out of Nurmengard. Thinking of this, August couldn't help laughing out loud. After releasing Grindelwald, Dumbledore should be very grateful to him, right? Chapter 274, Chapter 274, the duel is about to begin. Nocturne Alley, Arya Manor. In the hall room, Arya, Violet, and Nagini, three beauties with different temperaments, gathered together. We have these materials now, but they are far from what's on the list. After reading the list, Arya looked a little dignified. They couldn't even satisfy the 1% above with their current inventory. This was the result of her deliberate collection following August's instructions. At this time, Nagini, who had been silent all the time, said, "Master said you can do your best. If England is not enough, go to France, and if France is not enough, go to German." Hearing Nagini's words, Arya thought for a moment, then nodded. Now she controls most of the underground power in the magical community in England. When she expands upwards, she will touch the bottom line of some pure-blood families and the Ministry of Magic. This opportunity to expand to several other countries is also a good way. However, before expanding, she still has to help August collect as enough materials as possible. On Sunday, because of tonight's task, the students in the Great Hall did not leave after dinner. At this time, the Great Hall was restored to the layout of the Dueling Club, but the dueling platform in the middle became more gorgeous and eye-catching. Fred and George were crowded around the long table in Gryffindor. It's the last hour. The students who didn't make a bet quickly made a bet. George shouted excitedly, shaking a bag full of galleon in his hand, bewitching the little wizards around. Fred, on the side, was even busier, and little wizards constantly made bets. At this time, a little wizard from Hufflepuff saw the odds between Harry and Cedric, and his eyes widened. "Weasley, did you write it backward? Why is Cedric 3-1 and Harry 1.3-1? Hearing his words, several Hufflepuffs behind him also came over to see what was going on. Fred waved his hand impatiently. "No, the odds above are specially calculated by experts, and we didn't make a mistake. Would you bet?" His words also angered a group of Hufflepuff's little wizards. "Your house to look down on us. Now it's said that Cedric's 6th grade can't beat Harry's 4th grade. Bet." Let's bet. A little fat man pushed through the crowd and gave a handful of galleons to Fred, 15 galleons, all for Cedric. Mondo, are you crazy? This is your one-year pocket money. His companions looked at him in amazement, not knowing what he was doing. The fat Mundo shouted to his friends and the Hufflepuffs. Idiot, Weasley, and the others looked down on Cedric. Let's bet more and let them regret. But a junior Hufflepuff hesitated. If Cedric loses, we're going to eat dirt. Mundo really disagreed. What are you afraid of? Don't you still believe in Cedric's strength? Weasleys and the others looked down on us Hufflepuffs so much. The more he talked, the more excited he was, and he also infected other Hufflepuffs. That's it. How could Cedric lose? There are no pants left for Weasley if they lose. Fred received bets from dozens of Hufflepuff wizards in just a few minutes, and the amount was not small. And the student named Mundo winked at the twins and quietly disappeared into the crowd. August watched the whole scene at the long table behind them. After seeing the last interaction between Mondo and Fred, he almost spits the tea in his mouth. Good guy, he called it good guy. At first, he thought the fat boy was complaining about Cedric, but he didn't expect that Fred would arrange for him. Who said Hufflepuffs is honest? The professor is here. I don't know who shouted, and everyone around the twins dispersed. Several headmasters/headmistresses and all the professors entered the Great Hall and took their seats. The twins also hurriedly put away the tools for committing crimes, and when they saw that Professor McGonagall didn't look at them, they were relieved. Because there is no job for August today, he did not sit on the referee's bench but sat next to Hermione and others. Hermione looked around, but it was strange that she didn't see Fleur. They're still doing the final wand check to prevent cheating. August saw her doubts and explained with a smile. 10 minutes before 8 o'clock, Fleur and several other champions entered the Great Hall through the side door and stood under the duel stage. There were still nervous expressions on their faces. Although the first match was broadcast live, it was the first time they competed in front of many wizards like this. August smiled and made a cheering gesture to Fleur, and the little witch responded with a big smile. Cassandra stood beside Fleur, observing their interaction and feeling sour. And August also saw Cassandra. He waved to Cassandra and said, "Come on," with his mouth. Cassandra didn't expect August to cheer her on. She was a little embarrassed, but she nodded politely to August, her face a little hot. At this time, Dumbledore also stood up. "Welcome, everyone. Give applause for our champions." The little wizard in the audience gave a warm applause. When the applause died out, Dumbledore continued. "Next, our champions will have a fierce duel, and I have some rules to announce. First, losing the ability to resist or falling off the dueling platform is considered a failure, and the winner cannot continue to attack. Second, champions are not allowed to use any magical objects and potions. I think you all know this one. The third and most important point. Dumbledore's voice suddenly became serious. You champions must never use the 3 unforgivable curses. He did not mention the issue of dark arts, which Karkaroff requested. The advantage of their school lies in dark arts. Dumbledore thought about it and agreed. Several champions also nodded, indicating that they understood. Immediately, Snape also boarded the duel stage. He is today's duel referee. Harry and Cedric looked at each other and walked up from both sides of the dueling platform, standing opposite each other. Chapter 275, Harry vs. Cedric. On the duel stage, Harry held his wand and stared blankly at Cedric, who was standing opposite. But he recalled what Sirius had said to him last night. "Harry, your strength is already powerful. As long as you play normally, Cedric is definitely not your opponent." That's what Sirius said after his last duel training with him yesterday. However, Harry's assessment of Sirius is still somewhat skeptical. All he got on August's side was criticism, and in the whole tutoring group, the only ones he could bully were Malfoy and Ron. He couldn't even beat Luna, who joined later. Oh, and in Astoria, but that doesn't count. It's everyone's mascot. If he dared to discuss it with Astoria, others would beat him to the point of doubting his life. Therefore, in Harry's heart, he has never had a precise positioning of his own strength. He even felt that Sirius was actually encouraging him by saying these words. "Potter, Potter." "What?" Snape called out a few times in a row, and Harry, who recovered from the distracted state, said embarrassedly. "Sorry, Professor, I just got distracted." Snape thought Harry was nervous and said to him in a low voice, "Don't worry. If you are in danger, I will stop it in time. Don't worry about getting hurt." Harry, getting used to Snape's concern lately, nodded and focused on Cedric. Snape also returned to his position, raising the wand in his hand. With his movements, the candles in the Great Hall gradually dimmed, and only the dueling platform remained bright. Boom. A bunch of magic fireworks was launched into the sky by Snape. When the fireworks burst, Harry and Cedric also shot instantly. Expelliarmus. Impedimenta. Harry instantly judged Cedric's intentions. Cedric wanted to use the impediment jinx to restrict his movements. With the agility of the Seeker, he avoided a quick roll. The impediment jinx that lost the target also hit the protective shield arranged in advance. Cedric's response was not slow either. He found that he couldn't avoid the disarming charm and hurriedly cast the shield charm to block Harry's attack. However, the spell's power greatly exceeded Cedric's expectations, and Cedric, who was suddenly hit by force, also staggered back a few steps. Harry seized this opportunity and waved his wand to point behind Cedric. Under the effect of the levitation charm, a table smashed straight toward Cedric. "Be careful." The little wizard in the audience exclaimed involuntarily, and August looked at them, wondering if this was a violation. Sure enough, Snape glared at the group of little wizards, causing them to tremble and dare not speak out. And Cedric was reminded, subconsciously fell on the ground, and the wooden table passed the top of his head with strong wind. Harry adjusted his position and quickly launched a second attack. Stupefy. When he thought he was about to win, Cedric poked his wand on the floor and shouted loudly. De Primo. The entire dueling platform shook violently twice, and Harry couldn't stand still because of this, and the spell was missed a bit. What an ingenious De Primo spell. Several heads of houses were also amazed when they saw that the two had made several incredible confrontations quickly. Although the spell's power is not particularly powerful in their opinion, this kind of battle of wits and courage is still very pleasing to the eye. Headmaster Dumbledore, Harry of your school is qualified to be a champion. Madame Maxime looked at the two boys who were constantly fighting on the stage and said in praise. The corner of Dumbledore's mouth smiled, and his eyes stayed on Harry. Miss Delacour from your school is even better. The two blew a wave of praises, and they didn't care about Karkaroff's ugly face. Cedric and Harry's strengths posed no small threat to Crumb, so he was naturally unhappy. On the other hand, Fontaine did not have this concern and was very relieved about Cassandra's strength. The situation on the field began to become anxious. Harry's spell was powerful, and the casting speed was fast. Cedric has a lot of spells and has more combat experience, and he has skillfully resolved several very threatening attacks. The two stood still. Gradually, Cedric felt that his magic power was running out, and he was also secretly anxious. Why is Harry younger than him and has more magic power than him? And Harry is also irritable now. Cedric is like a slippery loach, his offense is always ineffective, and the more he fights, the angry he is. Bombarda. A series of sparks burst from Harry's wand and landed around Cedric, the first time he had used a lethal spell. Cedric quickly retreated with a noble face. He had just used the shield charm once to resist Harry's disarming charm, and he couldn't use it again quickly. The sound of explosions on the duel stage continued, causing smoke bursts, so the audience off the field could not see the scene inside. The little wizard of Hufflepuff looked worriedly in Cedric's direction, especially those who had made bets, and their eyes were about to pop out. Even Professor Sprout was nervous and wished she could go up and play for Cedric. A puño. To their relief, Cedric's voice came out of the smoke. He fought back with the rubble from the explosion, and the dense pebbles hit Harry like cannonballs. But Harry wasn't in a hurry. Ventus. Under the wave of the wand, a hurricane quickly formed in front of Harry and swept toward Cedric fiercely. The strong wind mercilessly returned those missile-like stones. Cedric, who didn't expect Harry to react like this, was caught off guard, and several stones hit his body, causing him to feel a burst of pain. He, who had constantly been moving, was forced to stop. To make matters worse, because of the windy spell, all the smoke on the stage was blown away, and there was no longer any barrier between him and Harry. And Harry also accurately seized this rare opportunity, and a disarming charm directly hit Cedric, knocking the wand in his hand into the air. It swirled and flew into Harry's hand. Chapter 276, Crumb's Dark Arts. Game over. Harry Potter wins. Snape's voice sounded just in time to announce the result. Cedric stared blankly at his empty hands, unable to believe that he had lost like that. Just before the game, he thought that because both of them were champions of Hogwarts and was going to show mercy to Harry. But the result was so dramatic, let alone showing mercy, he tried his best and still lost in Harry's hands. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. The little wizards of Gryffindor burst into cheers, thunderous applause flooded the great hall, and Ron jumped up excitedly and shouted. Harry! Well done! And Harry also heard Ron's shout, smiled, and nodded at him. Walking up to Cedric, Harry handed over his wand. And Cedric reluctantly adjusted his mentality, took the wand, congratulated Harry a few words, and then turned around and walked off the duel stage. Cedric! How did you lose? A little Hufflepuff wizard suddenly let out a shrill scream, which was really sad for those who heard it. Those who don't know will consider him Cedric's good friend. Cedric also looked at him with a puzzled expression. He was not very familiar with this person, and he didn't usually say a few words. However, looking at that person was more uncomfortable than him because he lost the duel. He was a little moved. Walking in front of the little wizard, Cedric patted his shoulder and said firmly, "Don't worry. I won't lose in the next duel." Hearing Cedric says this, the little wizard opened his mouth and wanted to cry without tears. What's the use of winning next time? I have no more money. There are many Hufflepuffs with the same expression as him. These guys were all beaten by Fred, and everyone put a lot of bets on Cedric. This time it's really lost. After the episode, the duel continued. The second match was Ilvermorny's Ford against Bosbaden's Brittany. After the wonderful duel between Harry and Cedric, the confrontation between the two was a bit dull. It's not that their spell level is not good, but the process is really tedious. The two were like cannons, constantly bombarding each other with spells. Although they also moved, they felt very stiff. In the end, Brittany relied on her fast casting speed, and 2 consecutive spells hit Ford's shield charm, successfully breaking his defense. Then another onslaught knocked Ford off the duel stage and won the duel. After winning, Brittany also cried with joy. She was the worst performer in her first task and was under pressure. Several girls also had red eyes and gave her their own applause. While the professors rearranged the duel stage, Karkaroff pulled Krum aside and made a few remarks. In the next duel against that half-blood Vila, you must pay attention to her charm. If you can, don't play hard. Krum smiled confidently. Don't worry, Professor. There are quite a few Vilas in Bulgaria, and this level of charm does not affect me at all. Seeing Krum's confident look, Karkaroff was a little relieved. August smiled silently at this time. He saw these two sneaking around and thought they would use some trick, but he didn't expect they were worried about Fleur's charm. August can only say that these two overthink. Fleur's arrogant temperament will not use charm on men. She only uses it when she does something fun with August to add some fun. At this time, Fleur was already standing on the duel stage, looking at Krum, who was long overdue, and nodded coldly. This is considered a little more polite on the face of fellow champions. You must know that Fleur usually ignores boys other than August directly. The two sides stood still, and Snape also launched a firework, announcing the start of the duel. Fleur did not attack directly but waved her wand to apply a layer of protection to herself. Krum summoned 2 giant fireballs toward Fleur. Fleur was not afraid. She cast the imperturbable charm, and the invisible barriers slowed down the fireball speed, but they still moved firmly toward Fleur. Serpensortia. There was an explosion in front of Krum, and 2 giant snakes appeared from the left and right, trying to block Fleur's escape route. When the barrier shatters, Fleur, restricted by the 2 giant snakes, will definitely be hit by the fireball head-on. 2 red lights shot out from the tip of Fleur's staff, hitting the giant snake precisely, and the 2 big snakes instantly shattered into a dozen segments. Before the damaged snake body fell to the ground, it was gathered together by Fleur, forming a python controlled by her, and crashed into the fireball. Boom. The violent roaring sound shook the little wizards who were close to the duel stage, and they covered their ears one after another. The fireball dissipated, and the python was burned to ashes. Krum's face was gloomy. Fleur managed to defuse his serial offensive so easily. Krum hesitated in his heart, and he quickly made a decision. He did not immediately strike back but retreated, chanting words in his mouth. Standing on the edge of the duel stage, Krum completed his spell, and his wand swiped against the ground, forming black silt, surging towards Fleur. Wherever he passed, the floor was rusted by black mud, making a sizzling sound. Madame Maxim frowned. Professor Karkaroff, this should be some kind of dark arts, right? When Karkaroff heard Maxim's questioning tone, he was not angry but said with a hint of pride. I remember when Dumbledore announced the rules, he didn't say that the use of dark arts was forbidden. Madame Maxime was at a loss for words. She glanced at Dumbledore, who was silent, then stared at Fleur worriedly. On the stage, Fleur also retreated when she saw the black mud. She was not worried about the power of the black mud. She did not take this level of dark arts in her eyes. She just felt that Krum was too disgusting, how the black mud looked like it was dug out of a stinky ditch. Chapter 277, Chapter 277, he should have kept it hidden to himself. The look of disgust disappeared in a flash, and Fleur didn't plan to stand still with Krum anymore. Protego. Hearing the chant by Fleur, Krum thought she was trying to strengthen her defenses and didn't care too much. The dark arts name has been lost, and the spell is broken when he finds it. The power of the original version will be several times stronger than it is now, and it can corrode all objects. Unlike now, the black mud corrodes the marble floor is its limit, and it can't do anything about the special metal underneath. But these are enough. No matter how many shield charm Fleur casts, Krum is confident it will eventually be broken by black mud. But the next scene really shocked Krum's jaw. As Fleur kept waving her wand, the shield formed by the shield charm was actually deforming. This is something Krum has never heard of, let alone him. Even the headmasters and professors on the referee's bench widened their eyes. Watching the deformed shield charm gradually wrap the black mud, preventing it from entering an inch, Karkaroff couldn't sit still. "Madam Maxime, is this the spell of your school?" Several other headmasters were also looking at Maxime. They had never seen this spell. Maxime shook his head blankly. "I don't know, Fleur's training is all her own, to say where she learned it." Speaking of which, her eyes turned to August, whose expression was still very flat. Dumbledore and the others followed her gaze and fell into silence. And August's face is silent, and his heart is also delighted. Recently, Fleur's progress is still quite big. In the past magical community, there was no accurate classification for the mastery of spells. However, a person like August, who was deeply influenced by various data analyses in his previous life, could not bear it. Therefore, according to his understanding, he divided spell proficiency into several grades. The most basic level is just mastered. You can cast spells, but sometimes it doesn't work. Level 2 means that wizards can successfully use the spell with a 100% success rate, which means they have fully mastered it. Level 3 proficiency means that the wizard has further researched the spell and can add some of his own understanding to make the spell more powerful and faster. Level 4 spell is a step further based on level 3, which can make the spell bend, a non-verbal spell, or even wandless magic. And level 5 is the level August made himself. Spells of this level had broken out of their original framework. Just like August's Patronus charm, he can change the appearance of the Patronus charm at will, lions, tigers, and even dragons. He can also attach the Patronus around the body to form a strong defense, instantly allowing August to transform into a melee wizard. August had never seen a spell of this level before in the wizarding world. Maybe Voldemort and Dumbledore will, but they haven't explored as many roles as August. The transformation of the shield charm that Fleur is using now does not mean that her proficiency has reached level 5. But August summed up the special skills based on his insights and taught them to Fleur, so that she can master the spell more flexibly. Seeing that black mud was blocked, Krum was also a little panicked on the stage. He randomly cast a few spells but was avoided by Fleur's slight sideways. Fleur's face remained unchanged. She raised her wand gracefully, and the hundreds of candles in the sky obeyed her call, splitting flames and converging into a flaming condor. The condor spread its wings and charged straight toward Krum with a scorching high temperature. Naturally, Krum would not sit still. A shield rose up in front of him, the condor collided with the shield, and he continued to provide magic power to the shield. The two formed a wrestling potential. Gritting his teeth, Krum looked at the black mud slowly breaking through the shield charm. He would win the final victory if the black mud got out of trouble. But Fleur was a little impatient, her lips moved slightly, and two invisible blades cut through the void, silently slashing the protective cover instantly. The condor lost its obstacle and charged Krum again. Protego. Snape blocked the blow for Krum at the last minute, and he glanced at August helplessly. What Fleur used just now was obviously his Sectum Sempra. He was also a little depressed when he thought of his own spell being spread so casually by August. But he also had nothing to do with August. Fleur Delacour wins. Announcing the result expressionlessly, Snape looked at Krum and motioned for him to put away the black mud. Krum was still a little frightened, and he said embarrassingly, "Sorry, sir. I don't know how to end this spell." With a sigh, Snape also aimed at the black mud with his wand. Finite. Under the action of the high-level general counterspell, the black mud also slowly faded away, leaving only pieces of corroded floor. After sorting, the last group of champions finally stepped onto the stage. "Miss Vole. Come on." A Cassandra fan shouted excitedly, but Cassandra didn't pay attention and walked straight to the stage. "Let's start. I have to rest in a hurry." Arrogant words, disdainful eyes. This completely angered Fabian, who glared at Cassandra, ready to teach her a lesson. A boy not far from August, his eyes lit up, and he muttered to himself. "Yes, it's this expression, this tone. I really hope it's me who will be beaten later." And this happened to be heard by August, and he was so frightened that he shivered and glanced at the big guy in horror. F***CK, an unusual person. At the very least, he should have kept it hidden to himself. Silently moving away from him, August looked at the duel stage, only to find that the two had already started fighting. Cassandra continued the style with all kinds of spells, attacking Fabian with her transfiguration. Soon Fabian couldn't hold it back and was hit twice in a row by Cassandra's spell. The first time it shattered his shield charm, the second time, it hit Fabian's body. Fabian fell straight to the ground, fell into a coma, and unconsciously spit out a smoke ring from his mouth. Chapter 278, Get One More. The game ended too quickly, which made many spectators find that Fabian was half dead. Cassandra pouted in disdain and returned to her place after hearing Snape declare her victory. So far, today's first round of duel competitions is all over. Dumbledore waved his wand, lit all the candles, and the great hall became as bright as day. He said to the crowd, Thank you to several champions for bringing us a great match. I believe you must have learned a lot from it. Many people nodded in agreement. For many students, the quality of these duels was very high. It was many times stronger than the current family-like play in the dueling club. Everyone is already looking forward to when the next round of duels will start. Soon, Dumbledore also answered. The next duels will continue on the third Sunday in January. So, champions, please enjoy your Christmas break. There are even bigger tasks waiting for your next semester. Harry and the others also breathed a long sigh of relief. Since being selected as champions, they have been thinking about improving themselves daily to better cope with the tasks. This time they have more than a month to relax completely. Finally, Dumbledore also emphasized the holding of the Yule Ball and announced the dissolution. Karkaroff got up first and walked out of the Great Hall with everyone from Durmstrang without saying a word. Durmstrang lost both duels today. The other little wizards also left the Great Hall one after another. They discussed today's duel, and the one between Harry and Cedric was the most discussed. The little wizards in Gryffindor were happiest when they suddenly discovered that Harry could win the duel. And August, who was heading to the Ravenclaw common room with Luna and the others, was unexpectedly stopped. Cassandra. What's the matter? Looking at Cassandra, silent in front of him, August asked strangely. Cassandra looked at Luna, then at Cho, but still didn't speak. And Cho, who understood what she meant, glared at August angrily but still pulled Luna away. When only August and Cassandra were left in the hallway, she hesitated. Can you be my dance partner? Hearing Cassandra's words, August was a little surprised. It's just over a week until Christmas. Hasn't she found a dance partner yet? With the popularity of Cassandra, boys who want to be her dance partners are estimated to be able to line up from the castle to the Black Lake. But August didn't ask any more questions. He said apologetically. I'm sorry. I want to dance with Fleur. You are also a champion, and that's not good for you. It was no surprise to hear August say this, but Cassandra explained. The number of champions this year is a bit large. In order to allow us to show ourselves better, the dance was divided into two. Miss Delacour and I should be able to take turns. Now it's August's turn to be stunned. Can he still do this? He had never cared much about the prom, and he really didn't know. But Cassandra said so there is. He pondered for 2 seconds and then asked Cassandra. Will this be bad for you? I have already danced with Fleur. If I dance with you again, it will not be suitable. Cassandra shook her head and said very tsundere. Except you, I don't think everyone deserves to dance with me. If I didn't have to attend the Yule Ball as a champion, I wouldn't participate in this event. August fell into deep silence. As expected of you, Cassandra. But does this count as Cassandra's recognition of him? Thinking of this, August was inexplicably happy in his heart. He finally agreed to dance with Cassandra. Who could refuse such a sweet thing? Getting the answer she wanted, Cassandra's face also showed a rare smile. August felt that the whole corridor was brighter. Looking at Cassandra's bright smile, the thoughts in his heart blurted out. Cassandra, you look so good when you smile. Why do you keep a straight face every day? August knew it would be bad as soon as the words came out. Sure enough, Cassandra quickly withdrew her smile and turned away. Watching her retreating back, August also sighed. This is the consequence of talking too much. What he didn't notice was that Cassandra's ears were already flushed. Manchester. In a living room in a suburban estate. The young Voldemort, dressed in green, sat on the throne with Bellatrix on his left. On the right are two burly men, the fathers of Crabbe and Goyle. These two guys look like Crabbe and Goyle when they grow up and don't look very smart at first glance. As early as the summer vacation, to find a foothold, Voldemort brought Crabbe and Goyle's father back under his command. Compared to an old fox like Lucius Malfoy, the fools of the Crabbe and Goyle families are more reliable. At this moment, the living room door was suddenly pushed open, and Barty Jr. walked in with Crouch and Ludo Bagman's faces. Bellatrix said dissatisfiedly. Barty, why are you still using this face here? When I see this fat pig, I want to give him a cruciatus. Barty Jr. didn't pay any attention to what she meant. He walked a few steps to Voldemort and knelt down respectfully. My lord, I'm back. Voldemort stretched out his hand and stroked Barty Jr.'s head lovingly. Barty, my most loyal servant. What good news did you bring me this time? Barty Jr. showed joy. Enjoying the closeness of Voldemort, he hurriedly said. I just participated in the Triwizard Tournament and obtained some information about Harry Potter, which I want to share with you. Hearing this name, Bellatrix's eyes showed murderous intent. This Potter killed Voldemort, who made her lose everything, and she wished she could rush into Hogwarts now and get rid of Potter. Chapter 279, The Brightest in the Yule Ball. Oh. Hearing Harry's name, the smile on Voldemort's face disappeared. He rubbed his wand and said, without the slightest emotion. Tell me, Barty, what has our savior done, and how has it affected your plans? Barty Jr. stood up, looked at Voldemort's grim expression, shuddered, and quickly explained the situation. My lord, you can rest assured that our plans will not be affected in any way, and you will definitely see Potter at that time. After comforting Voldemort, Barty Jr. continued. Today, I watched Potter duel with another student and found that he is not as weak as we thought. So I wanted to reduce my help to him and reduce the risk of my exposure. This time it was Barty Jr.'s purpose. He has been thinking since the task whether his help to Harry is too obvious so that it is easy for Dumbledore to notice that he is wrong. It doesn't matter if he is discovered, but if it delays Voldemort's plan, Barty Jr. will never allow such a thing to happen. Hearing Barty Jr.'s remarks, Voldemort's expression softened a lot. Barty, you can take full responsibility for this matter. I only need to get Potter. As for what method you use, I don't care. Bellatrix couldn't sit still. She got up and said, My lord, if you need, you can let Snape bring Potter out, and I will receive him. Even Dumbledore can't react. She didn't understand why Voldemort would use the most troublesome way to bring Harry out. Madness. Voldemort reprimanded, so frightened Bellatrix hurriedly fell to the ground, shivering. If Dumbledore was so easy to deal with, would I have fled from Hogwarts 3 years ago and been chased by him for so long? Bellatrix repeatedly agreed, saying that she was reckless. Voldemort sneered, mocking Dumbledore in his heart. Do you see it, Dumbledore? This is the consequence of your hiding, and this trash dare to look down on you. Only when you show strength and spread fear will these people be afraid and know how to respect you. Seeing Bellatrix deflated, Barty Jr. gave her a proud look and leaned over to Voldemort's side to please and said, My lord, calm down. I actually have another idea. I could try to control Crouch with the Imperious Curse and let him sneak up on Harry and bring out some blood for you. So that it won't affect you if you get caught. Barty Jr. had no feelings for his father as if he was talking about a chess piece that could be discarded at will. And Crouch, who had been standing there silently since entering the door, also flashed a trace of complexity in his eyes. This is his own son. Barty, I understand your loyalty very well. Voldemort looked at Barty Jr. with relief. It's a pity that I have to do it myself. Didn't everyone say that a baby beat me, the Dark Lord? Then I'll show them how vulnerable the so-called savior is to me without that woman's magic. In the end, the killing intent in his tone caused the temperature in the living room to drop a lot. Voldemort is telling the truth, but that's only part of the reason. He naturally wants to prove that Harry is actually an ordinary wizard, not a savior or Dark Lord's nemesis. If Harry was killed by his servant or someone else, he would never have a chance to prove it. And another reason is that prophecy. Trelawney made the prophecy. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. This prophecy was relayed to Voldemort by Snape, who heard it. As the Dark Lord, Voldemort didn't believe in the so-called prophecy at first, so he chased down Neville's family and Potter's family frantically. Eventually, he found the Potters and killed James and Lily. But it was folded in Harry's hands. Since then, Voldemort has believed in this prophecy. He must kill Harry himself and break this prophecy. And Barty Jr. didn't know this at all. He believed Voldemort's words confidently but was worried about Voldemort's current state. My lord, Harry is naturally vulnerable to you, but your current strength. Voldemort snorted coldly. Even if I haven't regained the power of the heyday, you don't have to worry about what a Hogwarts student can do to me. After he finished speaking, he silently added another sentence in his heart. Except for August. He is also terrified of August, the little wizard who defeated him in the 1st grade. He is more like the son of prophecy than Harry. However, recently August was fiddling with the magic web device, and Voldemort also expressed disdain for it. In his opinion, August does not pursue great strength but instead puts his energy into these useless things. Crabbe, Goyle. The two of you are going to bring back a few more wizards alive. Hearing Voldemort's orders, Crabbe and Goyle nodded hurriedly. They have recently helped Voldemort capture several wizards to restore Voldemort's strength. Although they were also worried that the Ministry of Magic would discover them, their fate would be even more tragic if they did not fulfill Voldemort's orders. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, it's the day of the Yule Ball. All the little wizards who were about to participate in the dance changed their dresses early and waited for the opening of the dance in the common room. At this time, the common room was like a fashion showroom, and everyone had changed out of their usual school uniforms and put on various dresses. However, there are still mostly boys, and the girls are still carefully dressed in the room. So did August, who sat alone in the corner, calculating silently in his heart. Fleur, Cassandra, Cho, Hermione, Luna. Well, 5 girls, at least 5 dances. August sighed silently. He was going to be the brightest again today. Chapter 280 becomes an existence everyone envies. The magic web device vibrated twice as August thought about whether he would break his waist tonight. When he opened it, it turned out that it was Cho who told him that he didn't have to wait any longer, just go directly to Fleur. Cho will go to the Yule Ball later with Hermione and Luna. August couldn't deny it either, got up, walked out of the common room, and headed for Buckbeak's carriage. Heavy snow fell on the castle and the grounds. August walked along the Black Lake, stepping on the snow and walking leisurely in the dark night. Due to the constant temperature spell, August didn't feel any cold. Looking at Durmstrang's ship, he remembered another thing. Arya's expansion abroad was rejected by August. The reason is very simple. The strong dragon does not overwhelm the local snake. An outsider with great power/influence may not be a match for a gangster on his home turf. What's more, the Arya family can't reach the level of a strong dragon without August. The internal forces of each country are intertwined. Arya can develop so well in England because of the escort of August and Lockhart. They don't know how to die if they go to France or German. So August told them not to act rashly but to send some men with money to buy it. And Durmstrang has a great influence in German. If he can get the support of this school, then his tentacles can reach there. However, August still dislikes Karkaroff and should wait until the school changes headmaster before thinking about it. After thinking all the way, he soon came to Buckbeak's carriage. Perhaps to match the festive atmosphere of Christmas, a few huge bells were hung on the light blue carriage, and a few Christmas trees were transplanted beside it. A shiny lucky star was placed on top, and the branches were wrapped with magic ribbons, and it looked like that. In fact, this is one thing that August has never understood. Why do wizards celebrate Christmas like this spread by the Holy See? Aren't wizards and Christianity supposed to be mortal enemies? Every year at Christmas, August thinks of this question. He deliberately flipped through some materials but didn't get an answer. As if it was only natural for wizards to celebrate Christmas. Brother. When August was distracted, Gabriel came out of the Buckbeak's carriage excitedly and jumped toward him. August was afraid that the little girl would fall, and he waved her to his side with a spell. Gabriel, where's your sister? Holding the little girl in his arms, August looked at the carriage door, but he did not see the figure of Fleur. My sister is still putting on makeup. She said that she must amaze you. Gabrielle looked at August with a smirk and directly told about her sister, making August dumbfounded. This little girl is so stupid. She doesn't look like Fleur at all. Was Fleur also like this when she was a child? Looking at the time, it was nearly an hour before the dance started. August was not in a hurry and played with Gabriel to build a snowman. Snowmen of different shapes gradually took shape as August waved his wand, and the little girl who looked at them clapped. And Fleur finally showed up after 10 minutes. A long sky-blue dress made her concave figure even more charming. The silver hair that was initially waist-length was twisted into a bun, giving Fleur a more mature charm. If it appeared in August's original world, it would kill all the stars in seconds. Looking at August's dazed eyes, Fleur was secretly delighted, but on the surface, she gave him an angry look. Gabriel also gave up the snowman, ran to Fleur, and said enviously. Sister is so beautiful. Fleur rubbed her little head with a smile on her face. Gabriel will be more beautiful than me in the future. Really? Gabriel was even happier after hearing this. Ahem. August pretended to cough and said to the little girl. Gabriel, you should go back to rest. We are going to the Yule Ball. Hearing August's words, Gabriel pouted and made a face at him. But she still got into the carriage very sensible and let Fleur and August have a short two-person world. August made a gentleman's salute and stretched out his right hand. Beautiful princess, let's go. Fleur also smiled and slowly stretched out her palm, put it on August's hand, and said jokingly. Then am I the most beautiful one? A drop of cold sweat slowly appeared on his head. August did not expect that Fleur would give him a proposition at this time. Turning his head quickly, August said carefully. I don't know that, but you must be the brightest one tonight. His compliments also made Fleur very happy, so she spared him this time. Holding Fleur's hand, August looked at her other hand, still clutching the dress, thinking a little. Fleur's dress is floor-length, although it is very suitable for her slender body. Still, walking to the Great Hall will undoubtedly be inconvenient. He waved his wand, attracted a gust of wind, and slowly lifted the dress as if someone was helping Fleur behind her, and August nodded in satisfaction. The two walked towards the castle hand in hand, a circular protective cover wrapped around them, and the outside wind and snow wouldn't impact them. Fleur's face was full of smiles. She had been looking forward to today's arrival a long time ago. This semester may be the happiest time for Fleur to know August because she can't stay by his side for a long time. Now she can dance with her lover at the Yule Ball and thinks everything is really wonderful. Looking at Fleur's face, August felt the joy of her right now and sighed in his heart. To Fleur, he still owes a lot. LDR is cruel to every couple. He is accompanied by Cho and others, but Fleur has been alone in France. Looking at the moonlit sky and the brightly lit castle, August decided in his heart. Since Fleur was so happy, he would make everyone jealous of Fleur. Under Fleur's suspicious eyes, he slowly stopped. Chapter 281, Christmas Gift. Raising his wand with a smile, August looked at Fleur tenderly. Today is Christmas Eve. Let me give you a Christmas present in advance. Christmas gift. Fleur was a little puzzled. Why did August suddenly say this? The next moment, she just widened her eyes. Boom. The terrifying magic power bloomed from the top of the EA wand, and the golden and red magic power beams shot up into the sky, quickly covering the entire starry sky. From the ground perspective, it seems that the sky is chaos. And with August waving his wand sharply, the chaos began to change. It was as if the sky and the earth had just opened, and the stars appeared. The stars that were much more dazzling just now seemed to be spinning slowly and quickly, and the stars were projected one after another at Fleur's feet. A full moon rose in the sky, and the much softer moonlight splashed on them. Fleur covered her mouth in disbelief. Does August have the power to change the world? Woo! The neigh of unicorns cut through the night sky, and a chaotic sound of hooves sounded. Celestia was running in the direction of August with 3 other unicorns. Call. August breathed a sigh of relief. This scene cost him a lot of magic. The starlight is the road, the sun and the moon are the crowns, and the auspicious creatures are followed. Fleur, this is my Christmas present for you. Hearing August's affectionate remarks, the original shocking mood instantly turned into moving, and tears quickly filled his 2 charming big eyes. She didn't say anything and kissed August hard with her fiery lips. And the 2 people made such a big movement. Naturally, the wizard in the castle has long been alarmed. Countless people witnessed August's operation, and they were shocked when they saw that he had made such a big move just for the sake of his girl. Some people have already run out of the castle, wanting to see this rare picture more closely. Seeing the 2 kiss passionately like the stars and the moon makes many girls jealous. Such a romantic scene is what these girls who are pursuing romance yearn for most. And this was done by the man himself, which pierced their hearts even more. They glanced resentfully at the equally stunned male partner beside them. How could they not meet such a good boy as August? The boy's mood is more complicated. Brother, if you do this, how can we chase girls in the future? August has successfully raised the aesthetics of girls in several schools by himself. The little tricks that may have been useful in the past, with the scene of his big move, it is estimated that the girls will develop immunity. Cho and Luna sat together in Ravenclaw's bedroom, looking out the window. What a nice view. Luna murmured something in a low voice and got a roll of Cho's eyes. She also knows how beautiful it is, but can you please not say it to break my heart? While feeling sour, Cho silently wrote it down in a small notebook for August. Today it was Fleur's turn. If August didn't prepare a similar scene for her in the future, then he is dead. Outside the castle, Fleur and August were separated. The prolonged lack of oxygen made Fleur short of breath. She lay in August's arms, her chest heaving constantly. Let's go in. A small voice came from Fleur's mouth. If she hadn't known there would be a Yule Ball in a while, she wanted to pull August into the woods. Don't blame her, but blame August for doing a great job. He straightened Fleur with a smile and helped her tidy up her messy dress. The 2 walked towards the castle, surrounded by a few unicorns. It's a pity that Fury left with Violet and Nagini. If not, August wanted to pull her out to support the scene. The little wizard spontaneously gave way, and Colin Creevey held a camera and photographed it excitedly. August glanced at him, didn't stop him, and asked Colin to save some pictures and give them to him after the Yule Ball. Suddenly, August sensed something, raised his head, and looked towards the 8th floor. 2 silver lights flashed in front of a window. August knew it was the direction of the headmaster's office and smiled at it. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore stared at the bottom. He didn't care that August found him, just a little doubt in his heart. Dumbledore would not believe that August was unaware of his true purpose. He saw that August attached great importance to the magic web device, but August turned a blind eye to his obstruction. It was as if their relationship was still the same as before. Gaunt, what exactly are you trying to do? Contemplating in his heart, Dumbledore's mind was indeed a mess. There's been a lot of weird stuff going on lately. Harry becomes a champion, Snape's personality changes, August's weird reaction. Everything made this centenarian a little exhausted. Dumbledore also left the window with a sigh, preparing to go downstairs to preside over the Yule Ball. The trick you just did is so cool. Can you teach me? Harry was talking to August in a low voice outside the gate, and Ginny was crying with envy just now. If he could learn, would Ginny? Thinking about it, Harry's face unconsciously showed a wretched smile. August took a few steps away from him in disgust. Glancing at the audience, he didn't see the figure of Cassandra, and he was a little curious about what kind of dress Cassandra would wear. But the crowd was a bit crowded, and August was standing at the front. So he couldn't see the scene behind him. Suddenly, a green figure caught August's attention. He saw that Ron was competing with his own dress. The dark green dress looked like an old lady's long dress. Ron used a severing charm to cut off the long back hem. This makes the dress even ugly. August is also speechless. Why would anyone buy a dress in this color? The slightly plump Ron looked like a toad in this dress. The female partner beside Ron, Lavender Brown, was also a little impatient. She urged Ron to get it done before the dance started, which made him even more in a hurry. Creaked. The door of the Great Hall slowly opened, and the Yule Ball was about to begin. Chapter 282, Chapter 282, You Are All My Wings. With the opening of the gate, the little wizards filed in excitedly. The Great Hall is now more beautiful than ever. The walls were covered with gleaming silver frost, the ceiling was a splendid night sky, and hundreds of garlands hung. The 4 long tables were gone, replaced by hundreds of small lantern-lit tables, each of which could hold a dozen people. A long red carpet leads from the entrance to the innermost guest of honor, with some wedding scene feel. All champions come to the main stage. Your place is up front. Professor McGonagall's voice echoed in the Great Hall. August took Fleur to the red carpet, and the other champions followed behind them. For a while, the champions on the red carpet became the focus of the entire Great Hall. August and Fleur themselves are talented and beautiful. August's big move before made him attract countless attention and suppress the limelight of others. But Cassandra is also very noticeable because she has no dance partner, and many people are secretly curious. Coming to the exclusive seat of the champions, August is on the left with Fleur, and on the right is Cassandra. Several other champions silently compared the difference in appearance between themselves and quietly chose another table. Even Harry felt that he might as well not bother August to pick up girls. Looking at Cassandra in a light green dress, August admitted that he had just made a mistake in Ron's judgment. It's not that this color can't work. It's that people can't do it. If Ron is a toad in a green dress, Cassandra is a seductive witch. August's unbridled eyes made Cassandra twist unnaturally as if August's gaze could give her a substantial touch. Fortunately, August quickly recovered. Otherwise, she would be even more uncomfortable. Miss Vole, this dress suits you very well. His compliment made Cassandra happy, but she still pretended to say it casually on the surface. I just chose one randomly. And don't call me Miss Vole, just call me Cassandra. August climbed up the pole, that line, Cassandra, just call me August from now on. Fleur on the side pinched him quietly and warned August to be honest, which made him grin in pain. At this time, there were bursts of exclamations from the entrance of the Great Hall. It turned out that Hermione and the others had arrived. Several girls in gorgeous dresses walked arm in arm and were so amazing that they made countless girls feel ashamed. Only Fleur and Cassandra, next to August, can compare to them. A few of them sat at a round table in the corner. Although it was remote, it always attracted the boys to look at it secretly. Their female companions gritted their teeth in anger. But everyone knows the relationship between the girls and August, and no one dares to come over. August opened his palms, and a small phoenix appeared, flew to Cho's side, and said something to her quietly. Then Cho looked towards August, smiled, and shook his head. What did you say to Cho? Fleur was curious, and Cassandra looked at him from the side. I just asked them if they wanted to sit here, there were still a lot of empty seats anyway. He just felt that it was a little unfair for them to sit there. But since they didn't want to come over, it would be fine if he brought Fleur over after the opening. Fleur also understood this truth and did not say anything more. Dumbledore and several referees came to the Great Hall with a smile. Crouch made a rare appearance. He walked with Bagman in a purple robe, glanced at August, and then withdrew his eyes. Recently, Barty Jr. has completely let go of his guard against Crouch, thinking that his Imperius curse is extremely reliable. As a result, Crouch brought a lot of information to August, including the last conversation at Crab Manor. If August wanted to, he could have taken Voldemort out right now. With no waiters around, Dumbledore picked up a menu and said clearly, "Steak." The steak appeared immediately, and others suddenly realized and followed suit, picking up the menu and choosing the food they wanted. Harry was a little fidgety. Percy came too, eyes squinting this way when he saw that Harry's partner was Ginny. He suddenly understood what August meant when he said earnestly that he must be honest with Ginny and not have any other fuss. *CK he just added 6 brothers out of thin air. Even if George and Fred support him, he still has 4 hurdles to overcome. Looking at the chocolate pudding on the Fleur plate, August's mouth widened, AAA. Fleur put the pudding into August's mouth amusingly and carefully wiped the corner of his lips for him. Cassandra, on the side, was eating the fish and chips on the plate with a blank expression. Miss Vole can give it a try if she wants, and I'm sure August won't refuse. Fleur provocatively told her. She knew that August would dance with Cassandra today. Still, Fleur absolutely did not believe Cassandra's words. This girl is greedy for August's body. Cassandra was almost mad at this sentence. Looking at the smug Fleur, her brain became hot, and she took a piece of fish and sent it to August's mouth. To make matters worse, August subconsciously bit off the fish. You. Fleur couldn't believe that this girl was so brave. It's just that she doesn't know that Cassandra now regrets that she was too impulsive. How could she do such outrageous behavior? But now, that's not the point. Wouldn't it be worse if she backed off now? One does not want to lose to the other. Cassandra looked directly at Fleur with a standard expression of disdain. The fact that the two were about to fight gave August a headache, and he wanted to shout out a word. Stop arguing. You are all my wings. But in the end, he still didn't have the courage. He could only say a few words to Fleur and tell a few cold jokes to confuse the matter. Chapter 283, the dance began. The dinner lasted nearly an hour, and at 9 o'clock in the evening, Dumbledore stood up slowly, attracting everyone's attention. Okay guys, I think you're done enjoying this delicious meal, right? After speaking, Dumbledore paused for a few seconds, and when no one spoke, he waved his wand and removed all the plates and remaining food. Next, hundreds of tables and chairs were pulled by him and flew to the wall. They were automatically stacked together, leaving an open space in the middle. And on the right wall, Dumbledore turned it into a raised platform. There was a drum set, a few guitars, and some instruments that August didn't know. Today's special guests, the Weird Sisters, took to the stage together, and the audience applauded. Their hair was messy, and they wore tattered black robes that had been deliberately torn. The Weird Sisters are the top class in England's wizarding world, and every time they go to a place to hold a concert, they will set off a craze. Even some foreign wizards will especially come over to participate. But August didn't care about them, and the style of these people was really not for him. Along with their performance, a melodious singing sounded in the Great Hall, and the surrounding lanterns went out, leaving only the piece of land in the middle of the open space. August knew it was their turn. Turning to look at Fleur, he bowed slightly and did a standard etiquette, inviting. Miss Delacour, am I honored to dance with you? Fleur handed her hand to August with a smile at the corner of her mouth. With a slight effort, August brought Fleur to the center, and his other hand gently wrapped around the girl's slender waist. Accompanied by this dance song called Waltz, First Encounter, they stepped on brisk paces, and the two looked at each other. Just like the name of the dance music, both of them thought of the scene where they met for the first time. At first, Fleur saw August and wondered why she suddenly had a fiancé. And August also ignored Fleur's love and even wanted to cancel the engagement. Puffed. Fleur laughed suddenly, which made August a little confused. Sticking to the girl's ear, August's magnetic voice sounded. Why are you laughing suddenly? Feeling the heat coming from her ears, Fleur felt a little weak. I just thought that you ignored me at first, and finally fell under me. Hearing Fleur's thunderous tone, August was happy and said softly with a slight force on his hand around Fleur's waist. Would you like to see tonight, who is down there? Fleur blushed suddenly, and even her fair neck was slightly red. After a slight hesitation, he made a soft hum like a mosquito. Seeing that Fleur agreed, August's heart was also overjoyed. At the end of the song, Fleur and August left the dance floor and returned to their original positions. Their Cassandra was still waiting for him. Fleur rolled her eyes at August. She knew that tonight was her first and last dance. Who keeps his boyfriend so busy? But she is not angry. She is delighted today, not to mention. At night, August was hers alone. When August took Cassandra to the stage, many people were surprised. They did not expect that the two champions could share a dance partner. What is this operation? However, August and Cassandra did not care about the others, and their expressions did not change. It's just that Cassandra was still a little nervous, and her palms were sweating slightly. Although she has been trained in noble etiquette since she was a child, dancing is natural. But it was the first time to dance with a boy. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated because of how Fleur and August were intimate. This time, the Weird Sisters changed a very cheerful track flamingo, chasing and wandering, trying to bring the atmosphere on the stage. Intensive and high-speed drum beats mixed with organ music played passionate movements. August keenly sensed that Cassandra was very nervous and could not keep up with his pace. Suddenly, Cassandra stepped out of step and stepped on August's foot. Losing her focus, she fell directly on August's body, and her face was attached. August was stunned, but he didn't expect that there would be benefits to dancing. Cassandra hurriedly stood up and looked at August embarrassedly. But August didn't care at all. Instead, he comforted. Don't be nervous, just treat me like a puppet. I won't do anything to you. The witty words made Cassandra laugh uncontrollably, and most nervousness disappeared. Under the guidance of August, the pace of the two became more and more tacit, forming a sharp contrast between the two groups beside them. Fleur had come to Cho's side, and at this time, several girls gritted their teeth and looked at August and Cassandra in the middle. This vixen is definitely here to grab August. Astoria stomped her feet angrily. She hadn't succeeded yet, so why did another jump out? And August made Cassandra laugh a few times. Why are you so skilled? At this time, August listened to music, and the pace gradually became faster. August and Cassandra danced more and more elegantly. The light wind lifted Cassandra's skirt, and the light rotation made her look like a butterfly. The weird sisters were also very surprised when they saw their performance and tried to adjust the rhythm of the music to match their dance. Professor Flitwick even waved his wand and extinguished the excess candles, leaving August and Cassandra the only focus of the audience. At the end of the song, thunderous applause broke out in the Great Hall, and they came out of that state, nodded to the crowd, and left the dance stage. Chapter 284, Good Girl. The dance officially began when August and several champions stepped off the stage. Dumbledore and Madame Maxime were waltzing, and Dumbledore was a dwarf compared to her. Although the two seem very incongruous, the dance steps are elegant. Sirius was dancing with Professor Sinistra, and I didn't know what he said, making Professor Sinistra giggle. And Professor McGonagall was actually attending the Yule Ball with Neville. At this time, Professor McGonagall frequently frowned because Neville stepped on her foot, which frightened Neville. August walked over to Hermione and the others, picked up a glass of pumpkin juice, and poured it down. Seeing Cho and the others' strange eyes, he was slightly puzzled. Why are you looking at me like that? Hermione sneered. Can't we see what the lover looks like? August smiled embarrassingly. He knew it was because they were jealous. I just watched her a little nervous and comforted a few words. No one believed his explanation, and Astoria jumped out and sarcastically said. Did you comfort her in your arms? We even saw her kiss you. August was speechless. It was just a matter of angle, and Cassandra never kissed him. Just her lips touched his cheek. But he knew they wouldn't believe it, so he simply didn't explain it. Reaching out and pinching Astoria's face, August said puzzledly. Why are you here? Doesn't only 4th grade students can participate? Did someone invite you? Speaking of this, Astoria is very proud. I told Professor Snape that I was your dance partner, and he allowed me to participate. August scanned the room and saw Snape from across the Great Hall. At this moment, he and Lily were floating in the air, staring at Harry and Ginny on the dance floor. Lily looked relieved, not knowing what she was talking about with Snape. A female professor of Ilvermorny also came to their side and invited Snape to dance together, but he was indifferently rejected. The professor left with an expression of regret. August couldn't help laughing. He didn't expect Snape to be quite popular now. Seeing how close Snape is to Lily, August thinks he should take Lily down soon. After enough rest, August also started the next task. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. He needs to accompany Cho and the others to dance quickly. He became the most prominent cub in the audience. At every dance, August will change a partner, with every partner being the most beautiful girl in the Great Hall. This makes some boys envious. Why do all the good-looking girls run into August's arms? The little wizards of Ilvermorny and Beauxbatons were even sad. Their school flower was also abducted by August. At the request of Astoria, August also danced the last dance with her and slipped out of the Great Hall with Fleur. The two came to the small garden at the back door of the Great Hall, and the atmosphere in the Great Hall was a little too hot. August didn't control the temperature around him, letting the cool breeze blow on them. Roses appeared out in the garden, the light of the fairy flickered on it, surrounded by low bushes, and a grove could be reached along the secluded path. Many couples have also appeared here, and August pulled Fleur to sit on a bench beside the fountain. Looking at the shadowy grove in the distance, August found that many impatient people had started something that could not be written. Although Fleur's eyesight was not as good as August's, she was keenly aware of this ambiguous atmosphere. Mr. Gaunt. A sharp female voice came from behind, and Fleur turned her head to find that it was Rita Skeeter. At this time, Skeeter walked over to August with a flattering smile. Long time no see, Mr. Gaunt. You still look so noble and handsome. August glanced at her, didn't answer, instead asked her why she came here indifferently. That's it, Rita Skeeter didn't care about August's attitude. Our Daily Prophet will have an exclusive interview with several headmasters, and I'm here today for this. August nodded. He had no interest in this. However, Rita Skeeter was enthusiastic about taking out the manuscript. She wanted August to help her correct it, but August refused. Write whatever you want, as long as it doesn't have anything to do with the people around me. His remarks also relieved Rita Skeeter. She took a few steps back cautiously and bowed slightly before turning around and leaving. Why is she so afraid of you? Fleur looked at Rita, who fled away, and said suspiciously, although Rita showed respect. But Fleur could clearly see that her hands were shaking when she was talking to August. Didn't I tell you last time? She just respected me too much. August lied, and only he knew the real situation. But he must say that the Cruciatus that reaches the 5th level is really easy to use. Suddenly, August's eyes stopped in the corner of the woods, his face became strange, and Fleur followed his gaze. His heartbeat accelerated. There, 2 figures, one tall and one short, overlapped together. It was obvious that they were working hard for the future of the magical community. At this time, Fleur was in turmoil. August was so absorbed in watching. Does he also want to be here? No, I can't be here. Fleur's voice pulled August's thoughts back, and he quickly understood that Fleur had misunderstood. In fact, he was so fascinated by it because he had just seen the girl among the 2, who had just rushed over from the arms of another boy. Are the little wizards playing so much now? The 2-line operation, time management. Can't be offended. After telling Fleur about his findings, she stared at him in astonishment as if she couldn't believe it was true. Gently holding Fleur's waist, August also took her away from this place of battles. It's been a long night, and there are more important things to do. Chapter 285, Amazing Stamina. Everyone was up late, and the Ravenclaw common room was much quieter than in the days before. Cho and Luna are playing stickman fights with the magic web device. Recently, there have been a lot of small games on the magic web device, which is enough for them to pass the time. August yawned and sat beside Luna, his head still a little dizzy. Seeing him like this, Cho was a little puzzled. Didn't you come back to sleep early yesterday? August blushed. That was until late at night when he exercised with Fleur, and she did not return to the Beauxbaton carriage until near dawn. The half-vela was so terrifying that it almost made August unable to get out of bed. The system also doesn't give him some bonuses for improving his fitness. The improvement brought by Avalon alone is more than enough to deal with Fleur. Still, there are also Cho, Hermione, Luna, and Nagini. Wait, something strange seems to have gotten in. Shaking his head, August replied. I woke up early in the morning to unwrap the presents. There are too many presents this year. When he came to the bedroom from the suitcase in the morning, he was taken aback. The initially small bedroom was almost flooded with packages. Gifts from around the world took August 2 hours to sort out, and he put aside many unsigned packages. Wait until he has time to take it apart. Cho didn't think much of it, and after playing 2 games with Luna, the 3 went to the Great Hall for lunch. Today's Great Hall has been restored to its original appearance and does not have the feel of yesterday. After seeing August, the twins and Harry got together. Dear, thank you for your gift. I really like it. Fred pretended to be shy, looking at August with a sheepish look. He kicked the sick Fred away, and August looked at him with disgust. Can you be normal? George nodded solemnly. Yes, Fred, I just said that August doesn't like this. You shouldn't learn from Parkinson. Pansy Parkinson is a Slytherin girl and Malfoy's childhood sweetheart. After Draco gave her the gift yesterday, she was in such a pose. The real Pansy is not as good-looking as in the movie, and his face is full of freckles. Showing her buck teeth when she speaks makes people want to smash her mouth. After a while of fighting, the twins just left, and they just came to thank August for giving them the magic web device. After the matter is finished, they will naturally go away. August also valued their creativity when he gave them the device, and he also gave them a set of magic web program compilation tutorials. Just want George and Fred to be the first programmers in the wizarding world. He didn't want to develop any functions in the future, which would be a waste of time and inefficient. Harry didn't leave together, and he said angrily. August, did you see today's Daily Prophet? August shook his head, took a Daily Prophet that Harry handed over, opened it, and it turned out to be the news created by Rita Skeeter. The article points out that Dumbledore hired dangerous people like Sirius and Hagrid as professors at Hogwarts. Although Sirius has been cleared of his crimes, no one knows whether he is still mentally normal after being locked up in Azkaban for so long. Hagrid is even more dangerous because he is a half-giant and a student who was expelled from Hogwarts in his 3rd year. Although Dumbledore is not mentioned once in the article, she implicitly points the finger at him. August shook his head. This woman really wanted to die. Fortunately, Dumbledore had a good temper. Otherwise, she would offend a strongman like this. Harry, what she said was the truth, nothing made up. Hagrid was indeed a half-giant. Harry panicked. But why did she say it? Did she didn't how much damage it would do to Hagrid? Harry didn't mention Sirius because he knew that Sirius would not be affected by such news. Hagrid was different. This big man was very vulnerable. But you can't stop people from seeing the truth, can you? August's words made Harry speechless, and he knew it was the truth. Harry was too worried about his friends and didn't think about this. August looked at him and shook his head helplessly. Harry, instead of worrying about Hagrid, you should worry about yourself. Myself? Harry looked at him in confusion. Golden egg. August reminded him. He was even more speechless when he saw that Harry didn't respond. You forgot. The clue to the third task, the golden egg. Harry just realized that the third task would start in February, and he still doesn't know what it is for them to do. Since the last time August trolled him, his golden egg has been lost. Looking at Harry leaving in a hurry, August came to Ravenclaw's table and ate a few casually. After eating, he did not accompany Cho and the others but brought some exquisite food and went to Bosbaden's carriage. Fleur can be said to be severely damaged. At this time needs not only nutritional supplements but also need his presence. Sure enough, after watching the arrival of August, Fleur was overjoyed, happily eating the food he brought one by one. And August also talked to her about the third task. When she heard they needed to go to Black Lake to save people, Fleur was in a bad mood. Are they crazy? They ordered us to get into the water in February. What if something goes wrong with Gabriel? Although February in London is not terribly cold, the water in the Black Lake must still be freezing cold. She is not worried about herself, but about her little sister. Gabriel is only 8 years old, if something goes wrong in the Black Lake. Don't worry. August took Fleur into his arms and comforted her. I will continue to pay attention to Gabriel during the task, and if there is any problem, I will immediately take action. Fleur was relieved when she heard August's assurance. She raised her head and looked at August with sparkling eyes. Is it not cheating when you tell me the information for the next task? Of course not, August said without hesitation. I didn't tell the champions. I was just chatting with my fiancée. If Harry and the others know this, they will definitely be angry. Hearing what August said, Fleur kissed him affectionately. If it wasn't for the body's discomfort, it is estimated that the two would have to exercise again after meals. Chapter 286, Chapter 286, Shameless Harry. After Christmas, the new semester begins. Time flies like an accelerator. In the blink of an eye, it was mid-February. In the past month or so, the champions of each school have had a hectic life. Not only do they have to compete in Quidditch, but they also duel, and they have to study the secrets of the golden egg. One of the most uncomfortable is the golden egg. Many people have been studying for a long time, but their ears are almost deaf, and they still haven't found anything. Harry was one of them, and this brainstorming wasn't his forte. So he used a skill that he had gradually learned since entering school. Hug the thigh. August. You can't just be silent. In a classroom, Harry sat on the ground, hugged the speechless August's thigh, and pleaded repeatedly. Isn't this Savior's style a bit crooked? Just after potions class ended, Harry mysteriously pulled August here. At first, he thought Harry was trying to say something important, but as soon as he entered the room, Harry jumped directly at him. You didn't have to drag me here, did you? Hearing August's words, Harry shook his head as if he had not heard them. I'm just afraid that you will give me a hint and it to be known by others, and it will affect you. With you, is this still good for me? Why don't you go to Professor Snape? Hearing August's question, Harry was overjoyed. He knew that this was almost done and hurriedly said. I went to Snape, and he took the golden egg and gave it back to me 2 days later. He just left me the word merpeople and said nothing else. You don't know what he means. August looked at Harry in surprise. Snape's hint was so obvious. Do you want him to tell you the answer directly? But I don't know where to go to learn the language of the merpeople. Harry's face showed bitterness. Go to the third bookshelf on the right side of the library and find the book, Detailed Explanation of Ancient Athenian Magical Creatures. There is an introduction to the merpeople language at the top. This book is enough for you to clear the task. August didn't tell Harry that all the problems could be solved by putting the golden egg in the water because he thought it was too simple, so he added a back door to the golden egg to fix the bug. Even if the golden egg was placed in the water, they could only hear the same high-pitched sound. Harry would have liked August to tell him the answer directly, without the hassle. But August ignored him, turned around, and walked out of the classroom. Harry held the golden egg in the Gryffindor common room while mumbling something. The little wizards looked at him from time to time for fear that Harry accidentally opened the golden egg and caused another tragedy. Ron, what do you think is the dear or important most to me? Raising his head, Harry suddenly said to Ron, who was playing chess with Seamus. Ron pondered for a moment and said very confidently. Firebolt, you can't wait to sleep with Firebolt every night. Firebolt. Ron suddenly thought of something and excitedly leaned over to him and said in a low voice. Do you know the clues in this golden egg? Harry nodded and said softly. Come seek us where our voices sound, we cannot sing above the ground, an hour long you'll have to look, to recover what we too. Cool. Ron exclaimed. How did you decipher this thread? Harry was a little embarrassed to say that. He ran to the library and flipped through the book August was talking about. For 3 full hours, he didn't read a word. Later, he had an idea and handed the news to Cedric, who only took 2 days to decipher the content. And Cedric also told Harry. So someone is going to steal your firebolt, and you have to find them within an hour and get the firebolt back. Ron's analysis made Harry nod in agreement, and he thought so too. Why don't you use your brains to search for such a simple clue about the merpeople? Hermione's voice startled the two of them, and behind the stacks of tall books, she stuck her head out. She heard what the two said just now, and Hermione didn't want to pay attention, but the more Ron said it, the more outrageous he was, and she couldn't bear it anymore. After all, Harry was representing Hogwarts and Gryffindor, and Hermione, who had a sense of collective honor, didn't want to lose face to her own house. Hermione's serious expression subconsciously reminded Harry and Ron of Professor McGonagall, and neither dared to breathe. According to Hogwarts, a history, a group of merpeople lived in the depths of the Black Lake in the school. According to the introduction of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, other than here, the closest mermaid activity to Hogwarts is Birmingham, 800 kilometers away. Hermione talked eloquently and surprised Ron and Harry. So, I think the third task should be all the champions diving into the Black Lake to find something stolen by the merpeople, and you only have an hour. Harry nodded, as expected of the Miss Know-It-All. Hermione's statement sounds much more reliable than Ron's. So, how do I stay in the water for so long? Harry quickly realized what the biggest challenge was this time. Not to mention staying in the water for an hour, he can't swim. In the past, when Harry was at Dursley's house, he would not have the conditions to learn to swim, but Dudley did learn to swim. Dudley often boasted to him about how good he was when he came back. But Harry felt that Dudley's physique came with a swimming ring, and he could float naturally without learning it. When Harry came to the Wizarding World, he never thought about swimming. He even couldn't finish learning the spell. Who has the time to learn this? In addition, Harry didn't know whether the firebolt was waterproof, he only hoped the staff would consider this when the time came. And Hermione saw that they had found the right direction, so she didn't say anything and went about her business. Chapter 287, August the Kidnapper. A few days passed in a flash, and soon it was time to hold the third task, and the students in the castle were also excited. Harry was fidgeting at the Gryffindor table. He searched the library over the past few days and found ways to make wizards move underwater. After screening, it was found that only a few of them could be used by him. The others either had material requirements or for high attainment of wizard spells. In the end, he also chose gillyweed as a last resort. Snape was thrilled, handed the thing to him, and introduced the dosage and precautions in detail. To cooperate with it, Harry took the risk of catching a cold to swim a few laps on the Black Lake these days. Although he was not proficient, he could finally control the direction of his swimming. Logically speaking, everything is ready, and he shouldn't be so nervous. But just like he is still nervous before exams, it's an instinct. Harry subconsciously looked at Ravenclaw's table, wanting to ask August for more information. Well, he knows it's a bit shameful, but he's used to it, and being scolded by August isn't a big deal. It's a pity he didn't find August's figure, so he could only sigh regretfully and eat the oatmeal in front of him. And what is August doing? He had come to Bosbaton's carriage quietly without telling Fleur. Today he is responsible for bringing the most important people of several champions to Dumbledore. After the people are all together, they will be resettled to the Black Lake. Now he's here to pick up Gabrielle. Brother. He didn't wait long when Madame Maxime appeared in front of him with Gabrielle. The little girl jumped up when she saw him, and the twin ponytails swayed behind his head. Gabriel, don't be afraid. Fleur will go back to pick you up in a while. August greeted Madame Maxime and comforted the little girl. Who knows that Gabrielle doesn't mean to be afraid at all. Gabriel believes that my sister will definitely find me, so Gabriel is not afraid. Seeing her like this, August was relieved. Then he went to pick up the hostages of several other champions. Krumm's hostage is his dance partner, Padma Patil. Because of August, Krumm does not have any thoughts about Hermione. She was very excited when August found her to express his intentions. Still, she did not expect to have the opportunity to show her face in addition to the Yule Ball. Before leaving, Padma also put on makeup, saying that she must appear beautifully in front of everyone. And Harry's hostage was still Ron. To avoid trouble, August knocked Ron unconscious and took him away. The last one he was in charge of was Cedric's hostage, and this time it was an accident because Cedric's hostage was Professor Sprout. Looking at the smiling head of Hufflepuff in front of him, August's jaw almost dropped. You. August stammered. He didn't know what to say now. Why? I can't be a hostage. Sprout looked at August and found it very interesting. What needs to be done? Do we have to duel, and then I will be defeated by you and taken away? Professor Sprout looked very excited, eager to fight him. August's cold sweat is about to come down, and he doesn't know who decides on the candidate. It's really too much to play. Don't bother. Just come with me, and Professor Dumbledore will take care of the rest. When Professor Sprout heard that, she didn't mean to fight and shook his head regretfully. August didn't expect that this professor with a very good reputation would have such a lively side. Along the way, the two also chatted a lot about herbalism. Professor Sprout was a little dissatisfied with the rare herbalism posts on the forum. But August can't do anything about it either. In the magical community, there are really few people who study herbology. This is not something he can change. After sending people to a special waiting room, August entered Dumbledore's office. "Professor, they have been brought to you. Would you like to check them out?" After finishing speaking, August always felt that this was strange. How could he feel like a kidnapper? Dumbledore didn't feel anything wrong and nodded to him. "Thank you for your hard work, Gaunt. I will trouble you to take care of the safety of the hostages underwater." There was a sense of alienation in words, and August didn't care. He waved his hand and left the office. The third task was at noon, which was also the referee's decision, considering that the weather was still a little cold. They deliberately chose it at the warmest time of the day. Next to the Forbidden Forest, when the students were in class in the morning, the staff of the Ministry of Magic temporarily built an arc-shaped auditorium. At this time, many little wizards have come here, and the rows of seats are full of people. Several live balls also float in the sky, forming a three-dimensional projection for the audience. Harry and the other champions walked towards a table covered with a golden tablecloth. Bagman acted as the host, beckoning them with a smile and pointing his wand to his throat. Sonorous. The eyes of the audience were focused on him, and everyone was curious about what the task was today. "Listen, everyone, our champions are in place, and in the morning, we have taken their most dear treasure, and the champions have an hour to retrieve them from the Black Lake." A projection appeared in the sky at the right time, and the audience could see the sleeping hostages being tied up by the merpeople. When Fleur saw Gabrielle in the picture, a worried look appeared on her face, and she wished she could go into the water to rescue her now. "Don't worry, Fleur," August comforted. "I have cast a spell on Gabrielle. She will not be in any danger." Fleur nodded. She naturally trusted August very much. Chapter 288, Each Champion's Method. There was a sudden burst of noise from the audience. It turned out that Professor Sprout happened to appear on the screen, and the little wizard of Hufflepuff's eyes widened. Even Cedric was stunned when he saw it, and then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He respects Professor Sprout very much, so it's not wrong to say that Professor Sprout is his most dear treasure. And the following figure made everyone laugh, and the laughter startled the countless birds in the Forbidden Forest nearby. Harry also was stunned. "Why is my hostage Ron? Why not Ginny? All male champions' hostages are females, except for him." In the stands, Ginny's face was also solemn. Her opponents are not only those girls who covet Harry but also her own brother. "Ron, don't force me to be cruel." Ginny's body exuded waves of invisible black mist, which made the little witches beside her tremble. "Okay. You've got 5 minutes to get ready." After Ludo Bagman said the word, he sat down. And the champions also began to prepare. Everyone cheated or relied on their efforts to know today's task, so they all came prepared. Fleur took off her jacket, revealing her swimsuit, and August's eyes lit up. As expected of Fleur, wearing a swimsuit is so hot. He quickly waved his wand, and a mass of holy light enveloped Fleur's figure. He didn't want other people to see such beautiful scenery. Fleur smiled when she saw the holy light on her body and was happy that August cared so much about her. Blown a kiss to August sitting on the referee's bench, and she would reward her fiancé well when she returned. Immediately, Fleur used a human transfiguration on herself, turning her lower body into a fish body, and casting a bubblehead charm. With an elegant leap, he entered the Black Lake like a mermaid. Crumb and Fabian both use human transfiguration and want to transform themselves into sharks. But the final result was not very successful, barely half the success. They all turned into shark heads, which looked ugly, but they were enough to move underwater. Ford of Ilvermorny gave a smug smile, and he cast the summoning charm, and soon a large box flew out from the car not far away. When he took out the contents and put them on his body, many young wizards born in wizard families didn't know what it was. It's scuba equipment. Muggles use them to breathe freely in the water. Colin Creevy explained loudly that this was the solution to other people's confusion. But they all booed, expressing their dissatisfaction with Ford. The champions should compete on their mastery of magic and the use of knowledge. This kind of trick is really not good. Headmaster Fontaine, your students really keep up with the times. Karkaroff sprayed venom with his mouth, obviously very dissatisfied with this almost cheating behavior. Although the other referees didn't say much, they had already decided that some points would be deducted when grading. Fontaine's face was also ugly. Yesterday, he specifically asked Ford if he was ready, and Ford swore to reassure him. Is this a shame to reassure him? He didn't speak but looked at Cassandra, the hope of their school. And Cassandra did not disappoint Fontaine. She took out a potion that could allow her to isolate water from her body for a certain period. After drinking the potion in the bottle, Cassandra walked briskly into the Black Lake without even changing her robes. The Black Lake also seemed to have encountered obstacles and avoided Cassandra one after another, keeping a slight distance from her. Harry took a deep breath, took out the gillyweed, poured it into his mouth, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. The strange smell almost made him vomit, but he restrained her by force. Suddenly, there was a pain on the sides of his neck, and Harry quickly grabbed his throat with both hands and felt 2 long cracks. After diving headlong into the water, Harry felt he could breathe freely, which was a wonderful feeling. Good. Our champions have used all kinds of methods, and now they're all in the water. Bagman's voice echoed in this area, and he pointed to the projection with his finger. At present, Miss Delacour is the most advanced. She has got rid of Grindillows and moved towards the deep water area. August stared at Fleur on the screen and shook his head. This time, to prevent the champions from taking others hostages, all the hostages were divided into 4 groups, and the hostages of each school were in different directions. And Fleur's current direction belongs to Ilvermorny's side. August looked at a girl on the screen who looked ordinary. He paid more attention only because it was Cassandra's hostage. After all, very few friends can be friends with Cassandra. Just now, Cassandra was a little anxious when she saw this girl appearing on the projection. Oh my God! Bagman exclaimed. Mr. Ford's scuba equipment was destroyed by a giant squid, which also means that his underwater activity time will be cut in half. Seeing Ford's tragic situation, many little wizards applauded. This is the end of cheating. Others were like headless flies. Only Cedric chose the right direction, which made people feel he was lucky. But picking the right direction doesn't mean he'll be successful. There are also many dangers in Black Lake. Grindillow is just an appetizer, and are many giant squids in Black Lake. In addition, the very poor visibility is also a huge challenge, and all the champions are constantly lighting their way with a wand lighting charm. Even so, they could only see clearly the situation within 10 meters ahead. August almost laughed when he watched Harry fight Grindillow, then the giant squid, and finally flee from the 2 merpeople. How bad is this luck that he has touched all 3 NPCs, and looking in Harry's direction, there should be a few merpeople in front of him. August could only cheer for Harry silently for 2 seconds in his heart and then observe Fleur's condition. Chapter 289, Chapter 289, the potion's effect has ended. Time kept running, and the task had been going on for nearly half an hour. At this time, no champion has managed to find his hostage, but the audience is kept patient. Watching these people battle wits and courage with the environment is also a very good novelty. Finally, Cedric got rid of a group of water snakes and came to a rock pile. In the middle of the stone pile is a towering statue of a merpeople, binding Professor Sprout and Ron. 4 merpeople suddenly swam out from behind the statue. They were very ugly, and they were holding steel forks. They looked at Cedric vigilantly and let out a loud howl as a warning. Stupefy. Diffindo. Depulso. Pulling out his wand, Cedric took the lead in attacking. Because he was in the water, the flying speed of the spell was very slow. Several consecutive spells knocked 2 merpeoples flying, and the rest dodged. Seeing the seaweed floating around with the current, Cedric had an idea and aimed at the seaweed with his wand. He turned them into ropes and unexpectedly controlled the merpeople. Then, without threat, he turned a stone into a knife and easily cut the rope trapped on Professor Sprout. Be the first champion to return. However, because he was alone, Cedric was more cautious when he returned. If he re-encountered danger, he would not be able to deal with it. The audience applauded when they saw his series of wonderful operations. Hufflepuff's little wizard was the happiest. It seemed that Cedric would soon be able to win first place in this task. Unlike Cedric's smooth situation, the oxygen in Ford's scuba tank was already low. After swimming with all his strength, he still found no trace of the hostage. Looking at the last bit of oxygen in the scuba tank, he could only reluctantly surface and announce that he would give up this task. When walking past the referee's bench, Ford lowered his head and didn't even look at his headmaster. He guessed right, and Fontaine was already cursing in his heart this time. In the beginning, I was blind to choose this kind of a waste to be a champion, and I wasted a place in vain. Not only did both tasks remain unfinished, but the duel of champions, which had been fought twice, was also lost. If he can, he really wants Ford to retire directly. Several other champions did not know that someone had given up, and they were still trying to find their own goals. Cedric became the first person to complete the task. When he carried Professor Sprout to the ground, he also smiled happily. This time, he finally won Harry once. After losing to Harry in the last duel, he had been holding back the energy in his heart, and now he could be considered victorious. In the next 10 minutes, Fleur and Harry found their hostages and returned. Another Beauxbatons girl is also heading in the right direction. Only Durmstrang and Cassandra remained lost in the Black Lake. August finds Cassandra seems to be a bit of a lunatic. She's been circling an area several times. Crumb and Fabian have encountered a sea monster. This is the most dangerous creatures in the Black Lake. Bagman's exclamation startled everyone, and they all looked up at the live broadcast belonging to Crumb. In the picture, he and Fabian confront a monster whose head is a horse and a fish. Crumb couldn't help taking the lead. His heart was very impatient. Cedric had a face-to-face with them when he was on his way back. And he also counted the time silently in his heart, knowing that the time left for himself was running out. Reducto. Crumb wanted to use a powerful spell to stop it, but he forgot one thing. At this time, he was still a shark head. So he couldn't chant the spell at all. And the sea monster pointed at by the wand was also provoked by Crumb's action and rushed straight over. Perhaps it was because he had no brains now. His wand didn't work, so he rushed up with his fists. In the beginning, Crumb could fight the sea monster a few times, but soon he was beaten by the faster and more powerful sea monster. If it hadn't been for Fabian to see that the situation was bad, he would have pulled up Crumb and run. It is estimated that Crumb will be the second player to retire. This is a foul. Why is this monster only in the way of my school? Karkaroff on the referee's bench shouted angrily, but Dumbledore was unmoved and explained in a very calm tone. The danger to all people in the Black Lake is unknown, and I cannot guarantee that they will be treated the same. It's just that I didn't expect your school's students to be so brave that they would fight sea monsters hand to hand. Several other referees also smiled, which made Karkaroff's face very ugly. Finally, Fleur, Harry, and Brittany also reached the finish line one after another. With a wave of August's wand, the water on Fleur and Gabrielle evaporated, and 2 large robes flew to them. Looking at the sleeping Gabrielle, August gently took it, hugged it in his arms, and said to Fleur, "She will wake up in a while. This is Dumbledore's bewitched sleep." Nodding slightly, Fleur sat beside August, resting her head on his arm. More than an hour of high-intensity exercise also made her extremely tired. "Which number am I?" Took the juice from August, and she cared about her grades. "Second, only Cedric is ahead of you. That woman hasn't come back yet." Fleur was a little surprised. August knew who Fleur was talking about, raised his chin, and said, "Cassandra seems to be lost. Look at the projection." In the projection, Cassandra scurried like a headless fly, getting further and further away from the correct position. With a poochie, Fleur laughed with a gloating expression. She and Cassandra are both rivals in love, and Fleur is naturally thrilled to see her unlucky. At this time, an accident happened, Cassandra's face on the screen changed, and the water that had no contact with her gradually drowned her. Chapter 290, Gabrathian Fire. Sorry, I just realized I didn't include Chapter 279. I've fixed it, enjoy. In the Black Lake, Cassandra frowned and cruised to the bottom of the Black Lake, trying to find the trace of her friend Ivy. She felt that she was too reckless today. Finding 2 merpeople strongholds in a row was not where Ivy was. As a result, when going to the next stronghold, he stumbled into a deep pit at the bottom of the Black Lake and had yet to find an exit. Cassandra wasn't worried about Ivy's safety. She was smart enough to know that the professors and referees wouldn't let the hostages disappear after an hour. The most depressing thing for her now is that her performance must have been seen by the audience outside. It's a shame to look so bad, especially. August must have seen it too. The more she thought about it, the more irritable she became. Cassandra waved her wand and kept lighting up the surroundings trying to see farther. Suddenly, she felt cold on her shoulders, and when she looked down, a few drops of water had soaked her robe. Cassandra's expression changed. This was a precursor to the potion's effect that had worn off. Above the Black Lake, August, who had been laughing with Fleur, also discovered Cassandra's abnormality. In the projection, Cassandra, who was initially calm, was anxiously using her wand to cast a bubblehead charm on herself. But the pressure at the bottom of the Black Lake was so great that she failed to cast spells several times in a row. In a hurry, Cassandra threw her wand away in a panic. And at this moment, the water completely enveloped her. Many people have also seen this scene because only 3 champions are still in the Black Lake. Naturally, a beauty like Cassandra is more attractive. That's why she gets more attention. Aura. Where's the aura? Fontaine shouted anxiously, looking around for those auras who were responsible for the security of the task. If there is something wrong with Cassandra, will the Vole family ever let him go after his return? The 2 middle-aged men quickly took off their robes, revealing their swimsuits, walked to the Black Lake, and jumped into the water. The crowd and audience was full of people. They did not expect such an accident in a task and watched the live broadcast nervously. At this time, Cassandra was still trying to move upstream, but she was located in the deepest part of the Black Lake and was still some distance away from the surfacing. August. Fleur grabbed his arm nervously, and she looked at Cassandra in the Black Lake worriedly. August sighed. He didn't expect Cassandra's potion's effect to fade at such a critical moment. Professor Dumbledore, I think the game can be suspended for a while. Before Dumbledore could speak, Karkaroff spoke first. No. Rules are rules, and this girl cannot be saved even if the game is interrupted. When he said this, his face was indifferent, and August frowned when he heard it. Who gave you the courage to interrupt? A huge amount of magic power poured out from August's body, instantly crushing Karkaroff to the ground. Karkaroff's face was full of horror. He didn't expect August to do it. Gaunt. Dumbledore took out his wand, and the magic power on his body exploded, protecting Karkaroff, and said with a gloomy voice. The most important thing now is to get Miss Vole out first, and I will contact the merpeople. He didn't want to fight against August for Karkaroff's sake. Still, if he didn't handle it right under the eyes of so many people, it would lead to international disputes. After speaking, he was about to get up and make a move when he saw August walking towards the Black Lake without even looking at him. Don't be so troublesome. I'll take care of it. The EA wand appeared in his hand silently, and as he moved, more and more people focused on August, not knowing what he wanted to do. Coming to the Black Lake, August observed the projection, confirmed the approximate location of Cassandra, and pointed to the calm Black Lake with his wand. Gabrathian fire. A continuous stream of crimson flames sprayed out from the tip of his wand, covering the Black Lake at a rapid speed. From a distance, it looked like the Black Lake was burning. The sky was also reflected in a bright red, and a scene like a burning cloud appeared in front of everyone. Gabrathian fire. Dumbledore said the name of the spell, several headmasters looked at him in astonishment, and Madame Maxime even exclaimed. How is it possible? Isn't this spell already lost? Dumbledore did not speak, and he would never read it wrong. Gabrathian fire is also known as the everlasting fire. It is a flame that has been enchanted and can burn forever. If nothing else, at least Grindelwald and he are holding this spell, and now there is another August. Looking at the overwhelming Gabrathian fire on the Black Lake, Dumbledore tightened the Elder's wand. He was certain that, even with the help of the Elder wand, he wouldn't have this easily as August. August waved his baton like an elegant conductor. The Gabrathian fire on the lake responded to his command, forming two firewalls that magically separated the water. The wall of fire continued to extend, like a winding canyon, constantly moving in the direction of Cassandra. The magical creatures in the Black Lake had already fried, and the firewall happened to run over Merpeople Village on the way forward. In a few seconds, the village was burned to ashes. Fortunately, none of the merpeople was among them at this time, and they were all faithfully carrying out the tasks assigned by Dumbledore. The other magical creatures were also far away from the two firewalls. One of the slower-moving Grindillo was directly roasted. On the water, Crumb and Fabian were carrying a hostage. The two Aurors who jumped into the water later stared blankly at this scene, unable to say a word for a while. Finally, the firewall came to the northwest corner. A comatose Cassandra appeared between the two walls of fire. August used the spell to bring Cassandra to his side when she was about to fall. Madame Pomfrey hurriedly took her aside for treatment, and Fontaine was relieved. As long as there is a breath left in the wizarding world, it is not a big problem. Even if the body is separated, it can save you. And August didn't stop there. He thought about it for a while, and Cassandra's hostage was still in the water. Since the task has been made like this by him, there must be no way to continue. He extended the firewall to where Ivy was, and seeing that the situation was not good, those merpeoples had already run far away. Chapter 291, The Respect of Strength. When Ivy was brought back to his side, August withdrew the Gabrathian fire, ending the flame show. Everyone was shocked when they saw August, which is like the reincarnation of Vulcan. Is it so outrageous? Is this a level a wizard can achieve? The water's surface seemed to drop a little, so August withdrew his gaze and walked to Cassandra's side. Coincidentally, Cassandra opened it, looking at the somewhat divine August against the dazzling sunlight, and murmured in her mouth. Am I in hell? Why is there still August here? Bewildered by her remarks, August squatted down, smiled, and said to her. This is not hell, and there is no sun in hell. There is only a river in the gray area. Madame Pomfrey glared at August angrily, motioning him to stop talking nonsense here. The patient needed rest. But what she didn't know was that everything August said was true. Seeing that he was not welcome here, he let Cassandra rest and returned to the referee's bench. Seeing August coming, except Dumbledore, the other referees stood up subconsciously. This is the status brought by strength. They will subconsciously fear the strong even if rules dominate the magical community. A look of fear flashed in Bagman's eyes. August's performance just now was too terrifying. Even a thought that should not have appeared in his mind. His own master, Voldemort, can't do this step. Thinking of this, he was taken aback. August didn't talk too much nonsense with them and said directly. Let's start scoring. Several champions have also stayed in the Black Lake for so long, don't let them catch a cold. Everyone nodded in unison, without any objection. As a commentator, Bagman took the lead. According to the order of completion, he first rates Cedric. Cedric was the first to complete the spell and showed a good level of spells. Everyone gave him 10 points. Even Karkaroff didn't dare to do anything, and now he just hoped that August could forget what happened just now and work hard to become a little transparent. As for Fleur, Dumbledore and Percy deducted 1 point from her because she was the second to arrive, while the others still gave her full points. Fleur, who was on the side, looked at August with joy. She knew it was because the headmasters and judges gave August the face, so she was given such a high score. The following ratings were also very harmonious, with no disagreement until Krum and Fabian. Krum and Fabian showed great transfiguration, so I give it a 7. Karkaroff only mentioned the merits of the two and did not mention that they had been overtime for half an hour. While Maxime and Fontaine hesitated, they also gave 7 points. Not because they thought Karkaroff was right, but because they suddenly discovered that Harry and Cedric were actually in the lead after 2 rounds. In addition, their dueling strength is not bad, and they will definitely get high scores in the duel task. This way, the possibility of Hogwarts winning the tournament is greatly increased. August thought for a moment and gave 5 points as compensation for the interruption. For Ford and Vole, they should abstain from this round, each with a 1-point guarantee. Bagman looked at Fontaine and asked for his opinion. Although he was very unwilling, Fontaine nodded, knowing that if he continued to fight, it would be ineffective, and he would lose face. So far, the third task is over. Bagman read the final score to the audience and announced his disbandment. August only had a few girls left when the little wizards were gone. He thought about it and said to Cho and the others, "I'll go to the hospital wing to see Cassandra. Do you want to go?" Hermione refused. "I have a transfiguration class in the afternoon, so that I won't go." Several other girls also said they would not go, and in the end, August came to the hospital wing alone. In the hospital wing, Cassandra was already awake. She lay quietly on the hospital bed, staring straight at the ceiling, motionless. "What's on the ceiling? It's so fascinating." August's magnetic voice came into Cassandra's ears, and she just regained her senses and hurriedly sat up. "I didn't watch anything, I was just thinking that I was too far behind this round, and I was thinking about how to catch up." August was relieved to see her mental state was good. He was really afraid that Cassandra would be unhappy because of this. Even if she encounters setbacks, Cassandra is still thinking about how to get back on her feet. Taking out a fruit knife and an apple, August sat beside her and peeled. "You have won all 2 duels before. With your level, it is estimated that you can win the next one except for Fleur, so you have recovered a lot." Cassandra fixedly looked at August and said unconvincedly, "Am I weaker than your girlfriend?" His hand's movements continued, and August said without raising his head, "Well, there is still some gap between the two of you. If Fleur doesn't make mistakes, you have no chance." After saying this, the apple was also cut, and Cassandra turned her head angrily, not picking up the apple he handed over. August found it a little funny. He didn't expect Cassandra to have such a childish side. But seeing that she was okay, August put the apple on the plate next to her, ready to get up and leave. At this moment, Cassandra suddenly got up, grabbed his hand, and pressed him against the wall, forming a Gabrathian posture. "What are you doing?" August was a little confused and didn't understand what she was playing at this time. "Don't think about it. This is a gift to thank you for saving me." After speaking, Cassandra kissed him directly, leaving August's mind blank. But his body cooperated honestly and gradually took the initiative. The two left the wall and returned to the hospital bed. Just as August was about to break through his robes, Madame Pomfrey's roar came from outside the door. "This is the hospital wing. Not your bedroom." Chapter 292, The Magic Factor. After coming out of the hospital wing, August touched his still bleeding lips and clenched his teeth in pain. This girl is really cruel. But he knew that this was also Cassandra's unconscious behavior, which was frightened by Madame Pomfrey. After all, this also belongs to catching an adulterer in bed, and it is inevitable to be a little flustered. Episki. A soft green light appeared, and August's lips returned to their original shape. At this moment, his magic web device beeped twice. August's expression suddenly changed when he casually took it out, and his figure disappeared in place in an instant. France. Nicholas Flamel's house. "Nico. I'm here. What did you find?" August asked impatiently when he came. Just a few minutes ago, Nico sent a message to August through the device. The content was very brief, but the amount of information was huge. Quick, breakthrough progress. It is precisely because of this that August came directly to France regardless. He wanted to know what major discovery Nico had that could be called a breakthrough. Nico looked at August with messy clothes and hair, but he didn't react. "How did you come so fast?" 5 minutes after he finished sending August the message, he appeared in front of him. August rolled his eyes, waved his hand, and his clothes and hairstyle were neat again. He had just apparition from England directly to France several times in a row. If it weren't for the delay in forcibly breaking through the barrier between the two countries, he would still be much faster. However, he just seemed to smash the magical barrier between the two countries directly. This is not to blame August. He was excited about a while, forgot about the barrier, and broke through directly by brute force. But it will have to be repaired by the Ministry of Magic officials tomorrow. Thinking about it without any guilt, August put these things behind him and started to focus on business. Stop talking about this. Tell me what exactly you found. Seeing him in such a hurry, Nico didn't ask further questions and led August to a hidden laboratory. He knew his actions with August had touched the bottom line of the wizarding world. To be cautious, Nico has rebuilt a laboratory, and even his house elves cannot enter there. When he came to this laboratory deep underground, August saw a middle-aged man lying quietly on a bed, surrounded by bottles and jars. Who is this man? Glancing at the experiment on the bed, August looked at Nico. He was not sympathetic but worried that Nico might have something left unfinished. Nico naturally knew what he meant and nodded slightly and explained. This is a squib. He volunteered to do this experiment. Nodding lightly, August also dispelled the last trace of concern. Nico picked up an empty bottle. This is the bloodline awakening potion you gave me. I've used it up. Do you have any more? August shook his head speechlessly. He only got one bottle, and there was nothing to spare. Don't think about it. I won't be able to take out a potion in a short time. Hear his answer. Although Nico is a pity, he is not too lost. It would be strange if this never-before-heard potion were so easy to obtain. Forget it. When you have it, give me some. I found a very active magic factor in this potion that can help Squib become a wizard. This man in front of you is an example. He has made it. August shook his head. Nico, I have long imagined that this potion will be useful, but it does not mean it is universal. He knew that with the power of the Bloodline Awakening Potion, it was possible to turn muggles into wizards, not to mention squibs. But could he still hand out a potion to each of them and make them wizards? Not to mention that he doesn't have the resources and conditions. He wouldn't do it even if he had it. Hearing August's rebuttal, Nico was not angry. He smiled and said, "What if I could make this potion? Of course, there's a big gap from the original, but it's enough for Squib to wake up and become a wizard." Speaking of which, even with Nico's skills, he is thrilled. This would make Squib a true wizard, a step that no one in the wizarding world has ever been able to do. This was a bit unexpected for August. He didn't expect Nico can have done this. How about the cost? Is the raw material easy to obtain? Hearing his question, Nico hesitated for a while before sighing and saying, "The important ingredient is your potion, and the other is the wizard's blood. The rest are easy to find." Nico slowly said all that had happened. It turned out that before August gave him the Bloodline Awakening Potion, Nico had been researching the squib problem. He also came to the same conclusion as August, that squibs are wizards who can't cast spells, not because they have no magic powers. The magic of the squibs is as dead as stagnant water, and there is no possibility of mobilization, so they cannot cast spells. But squibs can do things that muggles can't, like seeing dementors and not being disturbed by muggle-repelling charm. This is the same as Lockhart before. At that time, Lockhart's magic power in his body was too calm, and he couldn't mobilize it effectively, so casting spells always failed. Nico speculates that Squib hadn't experienced accidental magic as a child. Therefore, Nico also started from this angle. He wanted to increase the magic activity of the squibs and try to make them perform accidental magic. But he tried his best to no avail. It wasn't until last year, when August sent him the Bloodline Awakening Potion, that Nicole opened the door to a new world. After a period of research, although he still has not figured out the formula and principle of the potion, he has discovered an active magic factor in it. This magic factor is like a catalyst, which can make the wizard's magic more active and easier to control. Based on this argument, he also found that this magic factor can be extracted from wizard's blood, but the effect is much weaker. Chapter 293, Will. Since then, Nico's research has been smooth sailing. A brand new potion has been successfully formulated with wizard blood and a Bloodline Awakening Potion. Finally, yesterday, the squib was successfully awakened. Speaking of which, I have to thank Sirius. If it weren't for the ideas and medicinal formulas he provided, I think it would take a long time to do this. After all, I'm not very good at potions. August was also silent for a long time. He did not expect so many twists and turns during the period. At the same time, he was also a little moved. Nico really did much for him. Silently writing down this friendship in his heart, August decided to do something for this old man in the future. "So you mean, now we can produce this potion on a large scale?" Nico did not answer immediately but calculated in her heart and then said, "A bottle of Bloodline Awakening Potion can be made into 500 bottles. Having said that, he paused for a while, not knowing what to call the new type of potion. August understood what he meant and gave the potion a simple name. It's called Awakening Potion, and the magic factor you discovered is called ether. August remembered that the ether was the source of magic in the legend of the previous life. It is a mysterious name, and his name is also appropriate. However, you seem to have fallen into a misunderstanding. Nico remembered these two nouns and heard August's words. Misunderstanding. With a slight smile, August gave the answer. You calculated it according to the measurement used to help the squib awaken. Nico nodded. He only had this one test item, and all the parameters were calculated based on this. As soon as August waved his hand, 2 ice balls, one large and one small, appeared in the air. We see ice hockey as unmovable magic. Squibs are like that. The effect of the awakening potion is to melt the ice ball and turn it into flowing water. After he finished speaking, the ice puck in his hand was transformed into water. What he explained was very simple and vivid, not to mention Nico. Even a student could understand it. So, do you think it takes the same amount of energy to melt the 2 pucks? Nico instantly understood what he meant. Squibs can't use magic power, but they also follow that magic power increases with age. If he awakened those who don't have much magic power, he definitely has to use a lot of potions. Thinking of this, Nico also sighed. I also used some awakening potions for muggles, but unfortunately, they all failed. Weak magic powers are also born in their bodies, but these magic powers will dissipate in a short time. August frowned. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. For a while, he also lost his mind. Suddenly, he thought of Herpo's experiment, and his eyes lit up. I remember you said that Herpo exchanged blood for the experimenter when they were awakened, right? Nico didn't know what August was trying to say but nodded anyway. Clap. August clapped his hands excitedly. That's the point. The muggle has seen the power of magic, so he believes in magic. Magic is spiritual, so casting spells requires not only your magic but your will. If a person doesn't even believe in magic, how can he retain or even generate magic power in his body? Nico was startled. He didn't consider this aspect. You mean telling a muggle that magic exists and then giving them an awakening potion? August shook his head and still remembered what Professor Flitwick said about this in his first year. As long as the power of your mind is strong enough, any miraculous thing can happen. Do you remember that muggle, Jacob Kowalski? Hearing this name, Nico also fell into memory. After all, in his long life, it was a rare thing to have such a deep connection with muggles. The muggle from Newt. Of course, I remember him, a nice boy. Hearing his words, August also sweated a little. Jacob was older than Newt. It is estimated that he is almost 100 years old now, but in Nico's mouth, he is still a child. Then do you know that he is still alive? Nico shook his head. I have no contact with him, but if you need it, I can ask through Newt. He had probably guessed August's intentions. August was overjoyed. Then trouble you, this Jacob is the most suitable person. After all, he is too involved with the wizarding world. Based on Jacob's experience, if he can't succeed, then it means that August's guess is wrong, so he should find another way as soon as possible. Nico thinks he has a good idea and is ready to contact Newt. After solving all the problems, August looked at Nico's test data and notes. But he didn't put forward any opinion. Nico has far surpassed him in this aspect. Speaking of which, August was a little embarrassed. Obviously, this is his own task, but he gave it to an old man. Capitalists are not as black-hearted as him. But Nico didn't care. He was a little bit happy about it. People always need something interesting to pass the time when they are old. When the time came to evening, August was going to return to Hogwarts after dinner, and Mrs. Pernelli was very happy to see him. Although the two often video chat through the magic web, they never meet. And when August was about to leave, Nico stopped him and talked about Dumbledore's problem. Albus has approached me. Although he didn't say it clearly, he hoped that I would not promote the magic web device. Nico's expression was a little complicated, and he naturally understood Dumbledore's thoughts. To maintain stability first, the magical community needs to hide better rather than make radical changes. But now Nico has been persuaded by August, knowing that if the wizards do not make changes, there will be no place for them in the future. That's why he would help August with research and collect materials for him. But in any case, Dumbledore could be regarded as his rare friend, so the feeling of being caught in the middle made it a little difficult for the old man. August waved his hand indifferently. Don't worry. I won't make you embarrassed, but Dumbledore cannot stop this. He can stop you but cannot stop the free choice of thousands of wizards. Once my production line was set up, everything he did was useless. When he said these words, August's eyes were also looking into the distance, as if he was looking at Dumbledore. It also seems to be looking at the future. Chapter 294, Fleur vs. Cassandra. After returning from Nico's house, August had a rather dull life. After the third task is over, there is still a long way to go before the final in June. During this period, Quidditch matches and champion duels alternate. In the duel task, there were 3 people who had the most outstanding performance. That is Harry, Fleur, and Cassandra. These 3 have never faced each other yet, but they have all won against everyone else. And the duel that is about to take place tonight is the confrontation between Fleur and Cassandra, the 2 top beauties. Students in the castle were already excited about this. This is a beauty fight. Exciting to think about. Although everyone knows that Fleur is August's girlfriend, there are rumors that Cassandra is also August's girlfriend. But this does not prevent everyone from watching the fun, and this duel becomes even more interesting with this relationship. After the dinner, the students set the tables and chairs with ease and found their place without needing the professors to do it. At 8 o'clock sharp, today's duel officially began. The first is the battle between Krum and Fabian. The 2 were very tacit and did not use their full strength. After a simple performance, Fabian directly conceded defeat because his magic power was exhausted. Obviously, the 2 had discussed it before. Fabian's score in the previous task was very low, and Karkaroff has already given up on him. Although he was unwilling, Fabian did not dare to disobey the headmaster's order and could only play a fake match as planned. The second duel was Cedric against Brittany. Cedric's face was serious, and he took this duel very seriously. So far, he has lost to Harry, Fleur, and Cassandra in a row. If he loses again today, it will be a 4-game losing streak. He performed well in the first and third tasks. However, he still disappointed many people at a level that directly reflected his personal strength. People say he can be a good wizard but not a top wizard. Naturally, Cedric would not accept this kind of evaluation. As soon as the duel started, Cedric took the lead in attacking uncharacteristically. After so many rounds of the duel, Cedric also understood the truth that the spell's power is far less important than mastering the rhythm on the field. 2 wizards with similar strengths can win if they find each other's flaws and weaknesses. After Snape announced the start, Cedric beat Brittany with continuous spells. In addition, he also learned Cassandra's fighting style and transfigurated several small animals to harass and restrict movement. As a member of Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club, Cedric's transfiguration is also very good. Although she couldn't be as skilled as Cassandra, it also caused much trouble for Brittany. In the end, a hound succeeded in snatching the wand from Brittany's hand, and Snape declared Cedric's victory. After winning the duel, Cedric also waved his fist excitedly and waved to the Hufflepuffs, who supported him. August was speechless when he saw Fred and George shaking their heads regretfully. The twins have drained these Hufflepuff wizards of their wallets, and they still look dissatisfied. The third duel was between Harry and Ford, which was also a no-suspense duel. Harry's fighting style is very simple, relying on his agility to avoid the enemy's attack and relying on the power of his spell to suppress the enemy. In the end, it ended with the disarming charm and continued to maintain a complete victory record. The crowd grew restless as Harry returned to his place. Come at last. That's right, after waiting all night and finally waiting for the main event. Who do you think won? It must be Miss Delacour. She wins every match. I'm optimistic about Miss Vole. Her spell is too powerful. The little wizards argued endlessly and supported their favorite champions one after another. August also looked at the 2 already standing on the duel stage. Since the last scene in the hospital wing, he felt his relationship with Cassandra had become a little more delicate. Usually, the 2 don't meet often, but there is a strange feeling every time they meet. August can't figure out what Cassandra thinks now. Whenever he wants to chat with her alone, Cassandra always avoids it. In desperation, he could only maintain this situation. On the stage, Cassandra looked at Fleur standing opposite her, and a feeling of dissatisfaction arose in her heart. August said she is not as good as Fleur and has always kept it in her heart. Cassandra, who has been the proud girl since she was a child, would never believe that she was weaker than Fleur, especially because August said this, which made her even more concerned. Today, she finally has a chance to prove herself. And Fleur also felt Cassandra's strong hostility, which was somewhat inexplicable. But Fleur didn't say anything. She just thought that Cassandra was eager to win. Boom. Red fireworks exploded in the air, and the duel officially began. Fleur's reaction speed was faster. She quickly waved her wand and launched the first attack. Incendio. The fiery flames emanated from the wand's tip, circling to form a fire dragon. With a roar, it rushed toward Cassandra aggressively. Cassandra was not flustered. There was no movement, and the fire dragon seemed to hit the invisible wall and shatter. With a pull of the wand, the shattered flames were reassembled, forming a huge fireball sent back to Fleur. Looking at the approaching fireball, Fleur frowned. With a swipe of her wand, an invisible magic blade cut through the fireball, flew from both sides of her body, and smashed straight into the shield. Crack! The sound of shattering and several visible cracks in the shield of the duel stage. The exclamations came one after another, and the little wizards were obviously frightened by the power of the two. Professor McGonagall hurriedly asked the little wizard closer to the stage to retreat so as not to be accidentally injured. She acted to reinforce the defense. Chapter 295, Play Quidditch. On the stage, neither Fleur nor Cassandra did anything. At this time, Cassandra's face was solemn, and she had already felt the difficulty of Fleur. She didn't notice the magic spell that instantly cut the fireball, as if it didn't exist. And Fleur stood there calmly, waiting for the professors to reinforce the protective shield. Finally, when Snape signaled that they could continue, Fleur shot. Expecto Patronum. A silver-white water snake Patronus appeared, with a body length of 3 meters. It stretched its body and flew straight toward Cassandra. And Cassandra is using the surrounding tables and chairs to deform constantly. Buffaloes, lions, and wolves take turns fighting the water snakes. But the strength of the Patronus is much higher than these things, and they are beaten back to their original shape. Reducto. Thunder. Cassandra cast 2 consecutive powerful spells. A white spark flashed on the duel stage, and explosions continued. Cassandra's weather-modifying charms is worthy of her signature, and consecutive lightning strikes shattered the Patronus. And the spell did not show any signs of shrinking and quickly brewed a new round of attacks to hit Fleur. Protego. Conf undo. The thunderclouds in the sky only had time to send out 2 bursts like a short circuit, stopped attacking, and floated silently. A look of approval flashed in Snape's eyes beside her. Using the confusion charm to disrupt Thundercloud's attack, he had never thought of such a clever way to deal with it. After 2 consecutive powerful spells, Cassandra was also powerless. After a few more reckless fights with Fleur, she fell from the stage. Delacour wins. Snape announced the final result, and Fleur waved to August with a smile. It's like saying, "Look, I'm stronger than her, right?" August smiled wryly. Since Fleur had had a bad opinion of Cassandra since the last Yule Ball. Initially, he must have stood on Fleur's side. Still, after the last incident, he had already tacitly agreed that Cassandra was also his girl. He's really not good enough to help. The other audience also applauded. Although the confrontation was not long, it was exciting enough. And Fleur is also the title of the strongest female champion. Looking at Cassandra's slightly lost back, he wanted to comfort her, but halfway through, he was stopped by 2 people. "What are you 2 doing to stop me? You don't go to celebrate." Looking at Cedric and Harry hesitantly, August was a little puzzled. Hearing what August said, Cedric gave Harry a signal while he quietly took a step back. Harry couldn't do anything either, so he said bravely. "August, do you want to play Quidditch?" "Quidditch? You want me to play?" August touched his chin, and Harry had just finally explained everything. Next week is Durmstrang's game against Hogwarts. In the previous game, both teams defeated the other 2 schools. That is to say, the winner of this time will be the champion of this World Quidditch School Cup. But through observing Durmstrang's first 2 games, Cedric and Harry have no confidence in winning. "Didn't Sirius just buy a batch of firebolts for you a while ago? Your equipment is already far ahead." Hearing August's question, Harry and Cedric also breathed a sigh of relief. Not long ago, Sirius purchased a few firebolts and donated them to Gryffindor. And for this match, Angelina, the captain of Gryffindor, also graciously lent the firebolt to all the Hogwarts school team members. Even Durmstrang only has 1 firebolt. The others are the Nimbus series. But even with Firebolt's blessing, they were far behind Durmstrang in cooperation and technique. The gap is not so easy to smooth out. "Yeah. August, only you can save Hogwarts now. You don't want us to lose to other schools, do you?" A burst of consolation sounded, startling Harry and Cedric. They turned around hastily and found the twins and other Hogwarts players lying in the corner, eavesdropping on their conversation. August was not surprised. He had already discovered that this group was sneaking in there to eavesdrop. It's just that his face is a little weird now. He's a referee. And Cedric had thought of this for a long time, and he stood up and analyzed for August. According to the rules, the champions can choose Quidditch players at will in the school. "August, you are not only a referee but also a student of Hogwarts. There is absolutely no problem with the rules." Hearing his words, August did not refute them. It really did not violate the rules. But after quitting Ravenclaw's Quidditch team, he didn't think about playing again. Quidditch is only temporary entertainment for him, and it is enough to experience it a few times. Seeing August disagree, George and Fred jumped to August and hugged August's thigh. "August, just take 1 shot. If we lose, we're going to jump into the Black Lake to apologize." The words were full of sadness, and for a while, August felt that he was not going to play Quidditch but that he was going to duel with the Dark Lord and save the Wizarding World. He ignored the joking twins and looked at Harry instead. If he remembered correctly, Harry had made the same move not long ago. This is Gryffindor's ancestral skill. Harry naturally understood the meaning in August's eyes, and he was a little embarrassed. He had this idea just now, but the twins took the lead. George, Fred, let me go. I will think about it and give you an answer in a few days. August said helplessly. And the twins also let go at the right time, and August promised to think about it. Chapter 296, Chapter 296, I've won this game. After talking to Harry and Cedric on the third day, August found them again and said solemnly. It's my duty to honor Hogwarts, so when do we start training? Hearing August's words, Harry was naturally overjoyed. We go to the Quidditch pitch every day at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. You can do it tomorrow. August nodded, indicating that he understood, and Harry happily ran to inform everyone of the good news. Are you satisfied with this? Looking at Cho. He was also a little helpless. 3 days ago, when he returned to the common room after parting with Harry and the others, he saw Cho sitting there reviewing. Cho needs to take the OWLS exam, and her studies are very heavy. She sits in the common room to read or study whenever she has time. After seeing him, Cho was also surprised that August came back so late and asked casually. This question happened. The young lady looked at him with sparkling eyes when August finished telling her what had just happened. So, are you going to participate? Don't want. August shook his head decisively. He just said he would think about it when he returned, but it was just a delay. Otherwise, God knows how long those people will continue like that. Seeing his attitude, Cho seemed a little disappointed. Cho loves Quidditch very much, and it's a pity she couldn't participate in the school cup this year. After all, there were already 2 seekers on the team, and she wasn't as proficient at other positions as Cedric. Sad to miss this event. August had the opportunity to make up for her regret, but he gave up, which made Cho a little unwilling. Eyeballs moved smartly. Cho put down the pen in his hand, came to August's side, and sat down tightly against him. Then she whispered something to him. August's eyes brightened, and he blurted out. Really? Seeing his expression, Cho was also a little shy, but she still nodded firmly. I will play. August said righteously. I feel that since the school has reached a critical moment, it still needs me to do something. What he said was righteous and awe-inspiring, and people who didn't know thought he had a collective sense of honor. Cho was also annoyed by his cheeky smile. If that's the case, what about the reward? Of course, I needed it. Now it was August's turn to be anxious, you can't deny it. After some tossing, August returned to the bedroom contentedly. That's where the conversation he had with Harry just now came about. Satisfied, but that won't count until you beat Durmstrang. Hearing Cho's reminder, August was also full of confidence, don't worry. It's just a Quidditch game. I can beat all the opponents down as long as I want. Cho didn't have the slightest doubt about his words, and she was the one who knew August's technique best. The next afternoon, August arrived at the Quidditch pitch on time. While there, the other team members were waiting at the door early. After seeing August, Fred and George came to him like dogs and took the firebolt and handbag in his hand. How can you do these things? Give it to us. The funny appearance of the two also amused everyone. I have to say that with someone like this, the atmosphere in the team will be much better. Even the estrangement between Gryffindor and the Hufflepuff players has been eliminated significantly, and their cooperation has become increasingly tacit. Cedric hurriedly pulled them into the field and began to set up tactics without delaying too much time. In front of a whiteboard, Cedric took a wand. He outlined the moving tactical arrows, analyzing the situation for everyone. Currently, we are 300 points behind Durmstrang. That means we not only need to catch the snitch, but we need to be 150 points ahead to do so. In one sentence, the current grim situation is made clear. August frowned. He didn't expect things to be so troublesome. He thought it would be fine if he stopped Crumb from getting the snitch. How good is Durmstrang's chaser hand? Cedric sighed. They evenly matched with us. It's hard to say who will win and who will lose. I asked you to help this time to let you watch Crumb and give us a chance to give it a try. Hearing his dejected remarks, August was a little unhappy. You're joking, right? What should I do if we lose? Then Cho's reward, ahem, it's the champion of Hogwarts, isn't it? Thinking of this, August couldn't sit still, got up, came to Cedric's side, immediately told him to sit down, and grabbed the whiteboard. Ahem. Clearing his throat, he first asked Harry a question. Harry, how sure are you if I distracted Crumb and didn't let him catch the snitch? Harry thought carefully about Crumb's wonderful technique in the World Cup. He was also a little unconfident. 80%. After all, that's Crumb, the best seeker in the world. 100%. August said without hesitation. I don't need you to catch the snitch before him. As long as you don't let him catch it, even if you use foul tactics. Hearing August's resolute tone, Harry nodded, indicating that he understood. After telling Harry, August continued. When Harry watches Krum, I will use the bludger to lock down their two chasers completely. And at this time, you're going to score like crazy, and once the score is more than 150 points ahead, I'll focus on Krum. Harry, it's all up to you since then. Listening to his eloquent talk, combined with the tactical arrangement on the whiteboard, the other team members also nodded frequently, and excitement gradually appeared on their faces. If August leads them, they have a good chance of winning. Chapter 297, Chapter 297, Devil, August is a devil. After speaking for nearly 15 minutes, August finally stopped. Fred shrewdly handed a glass of orange juice. After taking a big sip, August sighed in satisfaction before saying, "If you have any questions, just ask, and hurry up and train after you are done." Harry raised his hand weakly, and August glared at him. "It's just you." But he still let Harry speak his doubts. "August, why don't you just watch Krum and the chasers? Isn't that safer?" Rolling his eyes, August said angrily. "He's Krum. If such a good restriction would not make Ireland suffer so much. If I want to control both ends, there is only one consequence. Which is that I can't control both ends." Hearing his words, everyone nodded in unison. Fred followed up. "What about the other beater? What is he in charge of?" Each Quidditch team had two beaters. August played all the blood jars, and the other was naturally idle. August thought for a moment and said, "The other one, go to the snitch, and once the snitch shows up, you rush up to scare it away, or stop Krum. Can this work? Isn't it illegal?" Angelina felt that this was a little unreliable. How could a batter do the job of a seeker? Illegal. August was a little disapproving and, at the same time, felt that people's thinking in the magical community was too rigid. "I didn't ask him to catch the snitch, just interfere." After thinking about it for a while, everyone found this truth. Looking around, August saw no one had doubts and clapped his hands. "Now that everything is clear, let's start training." When he thinks of Cho's reward, he is full of fighting spirit. On the court, August looked helplessly at Harry, who was chasing the snitch. "Stop. Stop." Calling off the training, August walked to Harry's side and reprimanded him. "Didn't I tell you? All you have to do now is stick to Cedric and not let him get close to the snitch." When this guy saw the snitch, it was the same as what the dog saw. He had to go up and touch it. "Sorry, I'm really used to chasing the snitch, and I can't change it for a while," Harry said embarrassedly. When Wood was there, he had been letting Harry move freely. If there is a chance, he must catch the snitch. August's demands were so different from his usual style. "I don't care what Wood taught you in the past, but now, you have to correct your mistakes," August said in a bad tone. "If we lose this game, then I'll tell Ginny you once had a crush on Parvati." Hearing this, Harry was stunned and retorted in a hasty tone. "I have never had a crush on Parvati." "You made it up." August smiled smugly. "I know, I'm just making it up, but as long as Ginny believes it." Having said this, he turned his head to look at the twins who were watching the show. "Go back and discuss with Parvati and ask her to cooperate." Fred smiled and nodded and immediately accepted the errand. "Don't worry. I promise to do it for you. If one Parvati is not enough, I can find a few people for you." Harry was in a hurry, hurriedly ensuring he could do the task August ordered. Because he knew that if August said it, he would definitely do it. Thinking of Ginny's reaction after knowing this, he was shaking. What's wrong with this world? Devil, August is a devil. After such a threat from August, Harry's performance became very good in the next training, and Cedric looked like he was dying. He was a little worried about whether Harry would use this trick in next semester's Quidditch Cup. At 7 o'clock, everyone also finished today's training, and the next time this Quidditch pitch belongs to Durmstrang. When they went out, they met the Durmstrang team led by Krum. They were also slightly surprised when they saw August in a training suit. Krum was the first to speak. "Mr. Gaunt, can you be playing Quidditch too?" August was noncommittal. "Why can't I? I'm a student at Hogwarts, so it's reasonable to compete." Krum gave him a deep look before saying, "Then we'll see you on the field." After a few brief confrontations, the two teams separated. Looking at August, who was far away, Krum's eyes also showed a strong fighting intent. In other respects, he is inferior to August and still has this self-knowledge. But on Quidditch, he was as confident. Who said that a person with strong magic must be good at Quidditch? Krum decided to use all his strength in the game against Hogwarts to prove himself. Soon, word spread that August was about to participate in the match against Durmstrang. The little wizards at Hogwarts were very excited, especially the Ravenclaw students, who hadn't seen August play Quidditch for over a year. This time, they will finally witness that miraculous hitting technique again. Although everyone does not have much hope of winning, it is also a lucky thing to be able to watch a wonderful game. Even the headmasters of several other schools have no objection. It's not about the individual strength of a wizard. It's Quidditch, and it's a team sport. Besides, Hogwarts is still so many points behind. Even with August, they don't think he can change their fate. August took all the players to practice silently in this not optimistic situation. Cedric accompanies Harry to practice man-marking while the other beater constantly rehearses attacking tactics. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. August will cast a spell on the Quidditch pitch every time before training to prevent the tactics from being leaked. Once someone approaches or eavesdrops, he can detect it. Finally, the time came to 9 o'clock in the morning on Sunday, and in an hour, the game would start on time. Chapter 298, Heavy Gunner August. In the changing room, except for August, all the players who participated in today's game have changed into uniforms and are ready to go. Everyone in the room did not speak, holding the firebolt in their hands, silently in a daze. The atmosphere was very dull. Click. The door was pushed open, August walked in, and after seeing him, the others seemed to have found the backbone and breathed a sigh of relief. August also knew that these guys were a little too nervous. Come on, let's have another small meeting before the game. Hearing what he said, everyone gathered around. I know that you all care about the outcome of this game, but the more nervous you are, the less you can exert your full strength. No one answered, and they knew August was telling the truth, but it was out of their control. But August didn't care and continued. You only need to do one thing when you come on the field, and that is to attack and put the quaffle into the enemy's goal. Leave the rest to Harry and me, understand? Understood. Everyone shouted, quite a bit imposing. August nodded with satisfaction. He looked at the time and realized it was time to go out and gather, so he took everyone out of the changing room. Meanwhile, the Quidditch pitch was packed. Young wizards from 4 schools and some people from outside the school filled the newly renovated and expanded venue. As for why so many wizards from outside the school came to watch the game. One is because of Crumb's reputation. The second is that some Quidditch team scouts come to pick some good seedlings. As the 2 largest schools in Europe, most players of various professional teams come from here. Like the former Gryffindor captain, Oliver Wood is now the reserve player as keeper for Puddlemere United. He also came today to cheer for his old players. At the same time, Wood also has some regrets in his heart. Why wasn't there such a big event when he was still in school? Boom. Boom. After several consecutive muffled thunders, 4 clouds of smoke of different colors rose from the 4 directions of the stadium at the same time. They gradually became the symbols of the 4 Hogwarts houses. Hermione released a majestic lion, Cho and Luna constructed an eagle soaring in the sky, and Astoria also summoned a snake. As for Hufflepuff, it was the cooperation of several of Cedric's friends to create a badger. There were cheers for a while, and this was the first time the 4 Hogwarts houses worked together to do one thing. Even the several professors had different expressions, and they didn't expect to see this scene in their lifetime. Lily, who was floating beside Snape, watched all this with a smile on her face. If Slytherin and Gryffindor weren't so hostile back then, maybe she and Snape. Thinking of this, she looked at Snape with a soft gaze. In Bosbaton's seat, Gabrielle, who was held by Fleur, also clapped her hands happily. Sister. I also want to cheer for my brother. Hearing her words, Fleur also smiled, and an ice blue Pegasus flew into the sky, circling beside the eagle. The Pegasus is the most representative creature of Bosbatons. Cassandra witnessed this scene and felt a little uncomfortable. She snorted coldly, drew out her wand, and sent the horned serpent, the symbol of her schoolhouses, to the eagle. At this time, all the Durmstrang students get annoyed. This is 3-on-1. At first, it was just Hogwarts House, then Bosbatons and Ilvermorny joined in on the fun too. Although they also released their school logo, they seemed to be alone. Can only shiver in front of a group of Hogwarts supporters. At this time, Durmstrang's players also flew out of the player tunnel. They were also startled when they looked at the sky. But after seeing the situation clearly, anger rose in the hearts of several people, and they flew to Durmstrang's seat and waved their fists at their classmates, expressing their determination. Lee Jordan's voice also rang in everyone's ears. Today's bagman missed the game due to physical discomfort, and he was lucky to be the commentator. It's Durmstrang's guys out now. They're looking good and 300 points ahead of Hogwarts now. But it doesn't matter. 300 points are just a bit longer for our champions, and in the end, Lee couldn't help but bring some subjective emotions. Of course, he hoped that Hogwarts would win. It wasn't until Professor McGonagall, sitting on the side looking at him, gave him a stern look that Lee was somewhat restrained. After briefly introducing every Durmstrang player, Cedric flew out of the player tunnel with all the players. Lee came to the spirit, completely different from the previous rambling. He shouted passionately. Our champions are here. They're all riding Firebolt sponsored by Professor Black. This is probably the only team other than the national team that's all firebolts. This is a lot of money. Most professional teams are to equip Seekers and Chasers with firebolts, and the others are Nimbus series. He also became even more excited when he saw August in his team uniform finally leave the factory. August. 2 years later, and August is on the Quidditch pitch again. His voice was even more high-pitched, overshadowing the little wizards cheering for August, who confused Durmstrang. Is Gaunt that strong? Could he kill all our Quidditch players with one beater? And Lee's following words also made their scalps go numb. August set an unprecedented record that year, and it is estimated that it is also a record that has never been seen since. He knocked down all the opponent's players off the broom in the match against Slytherin. The glorious record that caused 3 fractures, 2 comas, and 2 abandonment. For this reason, he was affectionately called the Heavy Gunner by the Ravenclaw students. Durmstrang players, are you ready for the challenge? Chapter 299, Strange Tactics. Several Durmstrang players looked at August with surprised expressions. It's just a Quidditch game. You're too much of a personal attack. Even Crumb's expression was much more serious, and the hand holding the firebolt tightened. He also heard Lee's voice introducing himself. In the 2nd grade, because the Slytherin players had a dirty play during the game, they tried to use unfair tactics to prevent Cho from catching the snitch. August fired up in a fit of rage and sent all the Slytherin players directly into the hospital wing. It was also a sensation at the time, and no one thought Quidditch could play like this. Solving all the enemies is a perfect victory. Therefore, the other 3 houses celebrated when August announced his withdrawal from the Ravenclaw Quidditch team in his 3rd year. After flying around the field, August deliberately stayed in the position of his girlfriend for a few more seconds before returning to the opening position. Madam Hooch blew the whistle vigorously, representing the official start of the game. Fred. Cedric held the quaffle without any movement but shouted. Fred nodded and flew towards a bludger quickly. And August raised his broom and rushed towards the sky to find a suitable angle. Several other team members took their positions according to the established plan. They were not in a hurry to attack. Even though the Durmstrang players felt strange about their actions, they didn't care. After all, they were 300 points ahead, and as long as Crumb caught the golden snitch, it would be a victory. Crumb, who was wearing a black uniform, flew skillfully, and his eyes were like falcons, scanning in all directions, trying to find the traces of the golden snitch. And Harry followed closely behind. The distance between the two was only a few meters, which was almost negligible under such high-speed movement. Crumb was not surprised by Harry's actions. He certainly knew what Hogwarts was up to. On the other side of the field, Fred had come to here with bludger in his hand, and with a forceful swing of his bat, the bludger flew in the direction of August. August's eyes flashed, and he swung the bat to hit the bludger in front of him. Along with his movements, Cedric and others started, relying on the speed of the firebolt. They quickly threw off the opponent who wanted to come and block. And August's bludger was like a cannonball, heading straight for Durmstrang's keeper. The keeper's expression also changed greatly. If a bludger hit him with such a fast speed, let alone the next game, he estimated that he would be carried back to Durmstrang. After a short decision, he wisely gave way to the goal. Cedric also took this opportunity to throw the quaffle into it easily. Boom. The bludger hit the post behind the goal, making a loud noise and rubble splashing. Glup. The Durmstrang player who saw this scene swallowed a mouthful of saliva, sending a chill down his spine. What is this, murder Quidditch? Too strong. August's bludger was so accurate. He opened up an unimpeded path for Cedric and Hogwarts took the game's first point. Lee's voice spread throughout the entire corner of the court, and the atmosphere was ignited at once. Many little wizards shouted August's name loudly, waving the school logo in their hands vigorously, and even the little wizards of Beauxbatons and Ilvermorny were excited. Gaunt, I love you. A daring Beauxbatons girl boldly showed her love to August, ignoring Fleur's murderous look not far away. Check, be careful. He has a lot of power. Crumb also temporarily gave up looking for the golden snitch, flew to his keeper, and warned. Don't worry about the ball. You can't defend. I'll end this game as soon as possible. After Crumb finished speaking, he rose to the sky. And his words also greatly improved Durmstrang's somewhat declining momentum, and the game restarted. But things are always unexpected, and Hogwarts uses tactics they have never encountered before. Fred ran all over the field, chasing the Bloodjares, hitting the Bloodjares to August. On the other hand, August lives at a high altitude, looking at the whole court and pointing to where to play. Whenever Durmstrang makes a threatening attack or tries to block a Hogwarts goal, his bludger is always in the right place. Hogwarts had an absolute advantage on the scene, scoring 5 goals in 10 minutes. And Durmstrang is still 0 points. Fabian, the beater, was in a hurry and charged August with another beater, trying to stop him from receiving a pass from Fred. However, their flying skills are far less skilled than August's, and the performance of their brooms is also far behind, which is completely useless. Instead, it was because they gave up chasing after the Hogwarts players and let Angelina score 2 in a row. Looking at the score gap that was constantly widening, Krum was secretly impatient, and the flight speed couldn't help speeding up a bit. Harry, who was chasing Krum, shook his fist excitedly. In 8 more, he can try to catch the golden snitch. As a seeker, Harry had long wanted to take on Krum, the world's #1 seeker. It's really embarrassing only to do harassing actions now. As for why it's called, Harry's sure August would be better than Krum if he wanted to be a seeker. It's just that August thinks it's kind of stupid to keep chasing the snitch. Having the legal right to attack as a beater is more interesting. Time passed slowly, and Hogwarts was constantly attacking, opening the score gap when the game lasted for half an hour. The score was 130-20, and Durmstrang used wall tactics to block August's 2 attacks successfully. It was difficult to get these 20 points. They also found that every shot of August doesn't come with a huge amount of power. After all, sometimes power and hitting angle can't have both. As long as they are willing to be smashed by the Bloodjars, they still have opportunities to attack. Chapter 300, August, well played. Krum. Hurry up and catch the snitch. We can't take it anymore. Fabian roared at Krum. His eye socket was blue, caused by an attack from August, who had just blocked August's attack for his chaser. Go on, and Hogwarts will definitely be able to overtake the score and win the final victory. The little wizards of Hogwarts on stage were all happy. They did not expect a game they had hoped to be so exciting, and Hogwarts tended to turn defeat into victory. They sang the Hogwarts school anthem in unison, cheering on the players on the field. They don't distinguish between Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, or Ravenclaw. They are just Hogwarts students. The chorus of nearly 1,000 little wizards was shocking, and Dumbledore, sitting at the top of the stand, was already in tears when he saw this scene. What he wants to see most is that the future of this magical community thrives, abandons the prejudice of blood, and lives together in peace. Now, he finally saw some signs in his lifetime. On the field, August was still pressing with high intensity, and every time he hit the ball, Durmstrang's players would break out in a cold sweat and curse in their hearts. This guy has been maintaining this intensity for almost an hour. Isn't he tired? You are not tired. We are all tired of hiding. In fact, they didn't know that although August wasn't as tired as they thought, his strong physical fitness made him have no problem playing like this for a few hours. But also felt a little boring. It's like playing whack-a-mole. No matter how fun you play it for an hour, you'll still feel like throwing up. August kept complaining in his heart that Cedric and the others were too inefficient and took so long to get 150 points. It's really bad. Finally, Cedric and Angelina made a wonderful 2-1. They successfully scored another goal, and the difference reached 150 points. Attack. Not only August but even the little wizards off the court roared in unison. Even Hogsmeade, not far away, could hear their voices, speculating about what happened to Hogwarts. After Harry heard it, he waved his broomstick excitedly. Instead of chasing Krum, who was flying ahead, he began to look for the golden snitch. Krum had found the golden snitch twice in the period, and Harry was the first to find it once. But because the advantage in the score was not big enough, he couldn't reach out and grab it, so he could only stop Krum, and the two of them played together. Hogwarts was happy, but Durmstrang's people were not. Especially Karkaroff now wants to kill himself, who promises August to participate in the competition. Looking at Krum with a gloomy expression, he only hoped that Krum would be able to live up to his expectations and take the lead in catching the golden snitch. Then Durmstrang can still get the final victory. Because in a Quidditch match, the team that catches the snitch will win if the score is tied. When he thought so, Harry had already spotted the golden snitch flying erratically in front of the Slytherin stand. Rush. This was the only thought left in Harry's mind. And Krum, who saw his movements from the corner of his eye, also found the golden snitch. The two are racing to the golden snitch from two directions in a race of life and death. The golden snitch. Both seekers have spotted it, and Harry has a slight distance advantage so far. Lee jumped on the podium just to see more clearly. Many other little wizards could not help but stand up and look towards the field, although they could see more clearly with the virtual projection. But this kind of moment is more exciting to see the real scene. Harry is close. He's close to 10 meters ahead of Krum. Harry. He caught it. No. The bludger. The bludger hit Harry. And scared the snitch away. August. Did you type the wrong person? Lee roared furiously, and just a second before Harry was about to catch the snitch, August hit Harry's arm with a bludger, scaring the snitch away. The rest of the audience also thought it was August's mistake, but they didn't take it too seriously. After all, he had played the whole game perfectly, but he was only a little short of the final goal. Just a little regretful. At this time, Jordan was about to have a cerebral hemorrhage. Still, he quickly noticed something, looked at the score in the center, and immediately performed a face-changing stunt. No, viewers, we made a mistake. August, well played. Harry. After coming back to his senses, Harry was at a loss. What did Lee mean, hit me and well played? However, the doubts in his heart were immediately resolved. Just before Harry was about to catch the snitch, Durmstrang's players scored a goal. If Harry catches the snitch, then Hogwarts loses. Let's salute August. Lee's explanation of the cause and effect made Harry terrified. Sure enough, August, well played. The audience applauded and shouted to the rhythm of Lee. Well played. Well played. Hearing the cheers from the crowd, August waved to them and then instructed the other players, who were still in shock. Go on the attack. Cedric and Angelina nodded again and again, just because of their negligence. They watched Harry and Krum racing, ignoring their opponents. With the spirit, Hogwarts relaunched the offensive. And Krum was also disturbed by August and lost energy. Finally, 20 minutes later, Harry found the snitch again, and this time Krum was far away. He just gave up after a symbolic chase. Harry managed to catch the snitch. Hogwarts also won 350-30. Harry, in the air, raised the golden snitch with one hand and let out a long shout, venting the joy in his heart. In the contest with Krum, the world's #1 seeker, I'm Harry Potter won. Although this was done with the help of August, so what? I have thighs to dependable. Do you Krum have them? Thinking like this, Harry didn't think there was anything wrong with it at all. It is really cool to lie down and win.